What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Future Gohan begin with UI1FG Chapter 1 sign into Ultra Instinct on the first day, seeking data. IG 780, the future time and space of the Dragon Ball world. Wu Fan slowly opened his eyes, but what he saw was a very strange environment. At this time, the surrounding area has suffered a lot of damage, and the entire city is riddled with holes and devastated. The air is filled with gunpowder smoke and all kinds of bad smells of being burnt. Apparently this place has just seen a very bad fight. Hiss, I am. Where? After sitting up, Wu Fan rubbed his temple vigorously, with a look of bewilderment and doubt. According to his last memory, because he stayed up late to play a card game called Dragon Ball Warrior, Super God Battle. Stayed up too late and lost consciousness, it is very likely that I have died suddenly. But I have never seen such a strange scene in front of me. Immediately afterwards, a flood of memories suddenly flooded into my brain, and each picture played back in my mind like a movie. I crossed over, and also became Son Gohan of the future time and space. After receiving the memory just now, Wu Fan knew that his previous self had died suddenly. But fortunately, I crossed over and became Son Gohan in the future time and space of my favorite Dragon Ball world. Future Gohan, this is a character he has always liked very much. Like Trunks, they are all lonely warriors of the future. In order to protect the Earth, he finally took his own life. And the reason why I am so embarrassed now, and the city has been destroyed so badly, is all because of Android 17 and Android 18. It seems that under the joint attack of the 17th and 18th, Son Gohan suffered too much injury. That's why I let myself cross over and become Son Gohan directly. Open black lens bracket ding, God level sign in system has been activated. Advertisement, you can sign in on the first day, may I ask if the host has signed in? Close black lens bracket. Just when Wu Fan had mixed feelings in his mind, suddenly a cold electronic synthesis sounded in his mind. System. Hearing the system's IC electronic synthesis voice, his face suddenly revealed a look of excitement and shock. The standard configuration system for traversers, I didn't expect it to come so soon. Sign in. Before he had time to think about it, Wu Fan signed in by default. Then, the system's IC electronic synthesizer sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in on the first day. Reward. Ultra Instinct, close black lens bracket. After hearing the first day rewards, Wu Fan's body couldn't help but tremble. Excited. Unparalleled excitement, unexpectedly, when I signed in on the first day, I directly mastered Ultra Instinct. How strong Ultra Instinct is, can be seen from the battle between Son Goku and Jiren in the Dragon Ball Super Power Conference. Son Goku at the beginning, even if he cast Kaioken 20 times on the basis of Super Saiyan blue color, he was not Jiren's opponent at all. But Son Goku who comprehended Ultra Instinct. Even the imperfect Ultra Instinct sign can reach the level of competing with Jiren. Son Goku, who has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, once directly surpassed the strongest human Jiren. From here, it can be seen that Ultra Instinct is not just an ability to avoid other people's attacks. I didn't expect the system to be so powerful, and the Ultra Instinct was directly rewarded for signing in on the first day. Amazing. Ultra Instinct. Clenching his fist excitedly, Wu Fan felt a very clear message of Ultra Instinct appeared in his mind. Since it has become Son Gohan, then the name Wu Fan will disappear from now on. From now on, I am Son Gohan. Advertisement. After looking at his body, Son Gohan said to himself. Everything before has passed, from this moment on, I am Son Gohan myself. Son Gohan of the future time and space, call out. But at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Along with a white streamer, Trunks appeared directly in front of Son Gohan. Brother Gohan, are you alright? Seeing Son Gohan covered in scars in front of him, Trunks asked with a look of worry and guilt. If only my own strength was stronger, if I could also become a Super Saiyan. You can fight side by side with Brother Gohan by yourself. As long as the two of them work together, they will definitely be able to defeat those two Devilman-made humans. But I was too disappointing, I worked hard for such a long time, but I didn't become Super Saiyan. I'm fine Trunks. Son Gohan shook his head, then clenched his fist lightly, feeling the vast power in his body like Wang Yang, and said with a smile, I feel very good now. This feeling of being full of power is really great. Well, that's good. Trunks nodded, then lowered his head, clenched his fists tightly and said guiltily. It's all because I'm so useless, if I can also become a Super Saiyan, Brother Gohan won't be able to fight alone. He really couldn't figure it out, obviously the blood of the fighting nation Saiyan was flowing in his body. But why can't I become Super Saiyan? I am now 14 years old, and Brother Gohan has already become a Super Saiyan at this age. Chapter 2 Sign in at the Spiritual Time House, seeking data. Don't worry about Trunks so much, you will definitely become a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder lightly, and comforted him with a smile. Besides, from today onwards, we no longer have to be afraid of man-made humans. In fact, his two favorite characters in the past were Son Gohan from the future and Trunks from the future. The two of them are truly worthy of the title of Earth Warrior. Both of them are the loneliest fighters in this time and space. When they want to turn back, there is no support behind them. When Trunks didn't become Super Saiyan, Son Gohan had been fighting alone against the artificial man by himself. Trunks became Super Saiyan after Son Gohan was killed by an android. So from the beginning to the end, they were fighting alone, the loneliest fighters in this time and space. But starting today, artificial humans will no longer pose any threat. Because of Son Gohan, who has mastered the Ultra Instinct, his strength has completely surpassed that of the artificial man. I know Brother Gohan is trying to comfort me. I know exactly how strong those devil artificial humans are. Brother Gohan can't deal with them alone. Trunks raised his head and said in a very heavy tone. If Brother Gohan can deal with them, he won't drag them for 13 years. You will know when the time comes. Son Gohan didn't explain too much, just smiled at Trunks. The current him, even with a full body, can't pose any threat. Not to mention Android 17 and 18. Open black lens bracket ding. Release system tasks. Please host to sign in at the spiritual time room in the Temple of Heaven. Close black lens bracket. And at this moment, the system's electronically synthesized voice sounded from his mind again. Is there a mission so soon? After hearing the electronically synthesized sound of the system, Son Gohan showed a look of surprise on his face. I just signed in on the first day. I didn't expect the system to release another check-in task so soon. Trunks, I'll take you to a place. Maybe that place can turn you into a Super Saiyan. Advertisement. After thinking about it, Son Gohan said to Trunks. The spiritual time house is definitely the best practice holy place in Dragon Ball. The flow of time inside is very slow, and 1 day outside is equivalent to 1 year inside the spiritual time room. So 2 years of cultivation inside, only 2 days outside. In these 2 days, Trunks has a great possibility to break through Super Saiyan. And after you sign in, you will definitely get a very good reward. Where? Trunks looked puzzled. Why didn't Brother Gohan mention this place before? You must know that their life in the past 13 years has been quite miserable. Most of the cities on the earth have been destroyed by artificial humans. Brother Gohan actually knows about such a place. Why didn't he say it in advance? I also suddenly remembered. Let's go. Son Gohan made a sloppy look and then jumped up. You must know that in this time and space, Son Goku and Piccolo died too early. So Son Gohan didn't even know about the existence of the spiritual time room. Although Trunks was puzzled, he still followed. 2 minutes later, Son Gohan brought Trunks to the Temple of Heaven. A familiar figure also appeared in front of Son Gohan. You are Mr. Popo? Seeing the dark guy with big round eyes, Son Gohan showed surprise on his face. Didn't this guy actually get killed by a man-made man? Well, you're Goku's son, right? Mr. Popo nodded calmly. Yes, I am Son Gohan. Mr. Popo, by the way, to be able to fight against artificial humans, we need to enter the spiritual time room to practice, please. Son Gohan nodded, then said seriously, advertisement. But they wondered in their hearts, who is this Mr. Popo, and why he was not killed by the artificial man. And since he didn't die, why didn't he show up to bring Son Gohan and Trunks to the spiritual time room for training in these 13 years? You know this guy is very mysterious. He once trained Son Goku. Even in the late stage of Dragon Balls, the existence of 2 Saiyans, Son Goten and Trunks, can be held back. Okay, I'll take you in. Without any hesitation, Mr. Popo walked ahead and led the way. Son Gohan and Trunks also hurriedly followed. Creak. The door of the spiritual time room was opened. Dazzling light shot out from the room instantly. Son Gohan and Trunks subconsciously blocked their eyes with their arms. Go in. However, everyone can only enter for 2 days in their lifetime. If it exceeds 2 days, they will be trapped in it forever. At that time, you must remember the time you went in, and don't exceed it. After opening the door of the spiritual time room, Mr. Popo turned his head and reminded. Well, got it. Thank you, Mr. Popo, Son Gohan said politely. Then walked directly into the spiritual time room. Although Trunks has not figured out the situation at all until now. However, he believed that Brother Gohan would never deceive himself, so he obediently followed in. The moment I stepped into the spiritual time room, a sudden gravity hit me. Son Gohan is okay. Trunks staggered directly. Brother Gohan, the gravity here seems to be different from outside. Trunks said immediately in surprise. Chapter 3 Breakthrough, Super Saiyan 2, Seeking Data. Well, the gravity inside the spiritual time room is 10 times that of the outside. So it's normal to be a little uncomfortable when I first came in, and I gradually got used to it. Furthermore, cultivating in this special gravity environment can improve your strength faster. Son Gohan nodded and replied. In another time and space of Dragon Balls, that is, the time and space where Son Goku and Vegeta did not die. Trunks often trains with Vegeta in the gravity chamber, so he's used to it. But this time and space Trunks was killed when Vegeta was 1 year old. So no training in the gravity chamber at all. Oh, so that's how it is. Trunks nodded. From this point of view, my training speed will definitely become faster. Maybe I can really become a Super Saiyan here. It is monitored that the host can sign in. Do you want to sign in? Close black lens bracket. The electronic synthesis sound of the system sounded in my mind again. Sign in. Son Gohan said silently in his mind without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward, Super Saiyan 2. Almost as soon as the voice fell, the system's voice sounded again. Damn, are you going to surpass the second directly? This system is too powerful. Son Gohan's excited body began to tremble. Unexpectedly, in just a few minutes, not only the Ultra Instinct has been mastered. And it has reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. However, the current basic combat power of this body is still a bit too weak, so in the next 2 years in the spiritual time house, you must improve your basic combat power. Because all transformation forms of Super Saiyan are augmented on the basis of basic combat power. So the higher the basic combat power, the stronger the strength after becoming a Super Saiyan. Brother Gohan, let's start training now. Advertisement. Trunks seems to be a bit impatient, because he desperately wants to become Super Saiyan. Because of this, he will be able to help the next time he sees the man-made human. Well, let's start now. Son Gohan also nodded. Although I am very strong now, if I want to kill Android 17 and 18, it can be said that it is effortless. But he knew very well in his heart that this was the world of Dragon Ball fraught with danger. There are countless strong ones. Every opponent that appears in the later period is an existence that can easily destroy the universe. So I must not stand still. Only by improving your strength as soon as possible can you survive in this dangerous world. Brother Gohan, before we start training, can you become Super Saiyan and let me see? Trunks clenched his fists and asked Son Gohan expectantly. His overwhelming desire to become Super Saiyan. Looking at Trunks' expectant and longing eyes, Son Gohan nodded. Well, then I will become Super Saiyan, let you have a look. Then he clenched his fists, and golden arrogance erupted from his body instantly. The hair also turned golden and stood up high, and at the moment when he also became Super Saiyan, Son Gohan clearly felt the continuous power in his body surging crazily. Is this the power after becoming Super Saiyan? It's really shocking. It was also the first time he felt such a powerful force, and he was also shocked. Just after becoming Super Saiyan, the power is so terrifying. Then after becoming Super Saiyan 2, the power will be doubled again. Just thinking about it makes people feel excited. Amazing. Trunks also looked at Son Gohan excitedly, with envy and admiration in his eyes. Trunks, this is just the transformation of the first stage of Super Saiyan. Next, I will show you the transformation of the second stage of Super Saiyan. After speaking seriously to Trunks, Son Gohan's expression became extremely serious. What? Advertisement, Super Saiyan's second order transformation. What is that? After hearing Son Gohan's words, Trunks' face showed a look of shock. Brother Gohan can become a Super Saiyan, which I knew a long time ago. But I have never heard of Super Saiyan's second order transformation. Could it be that Brother Gohan can actually upgrade on the basis of Super Saiyan? How can this be? If Brother Gohan really has such abilities, why was he beaten so embarrassingly just now? But according to what he knew about him, he would never deceive himself with this kind of thing. Look, next. Super Saiyan 2. Haha. The moment the voice fell, a deep roar came out directly from Son Gohan's throat. Blue veins squirmed like little snakes on his forehead. The golden arrogance around the body shot up directly into the sky, in the shape of a jet. Rustle. The air of the gas flames is swishing. How? How is it possible? Why did Brother Gohan's chi suddenly become so terrifying? It's unfathomable. Trunks opened his mouth wide in shock. Brother Gohan's anger was very different from the last time he saw it. See Lala. Under Trunks' shocking gaze, blue arcs of electricity began to appear around Son Gohan's body. Electric arcs crackled around his body. The golden hair is tied up high, and a golden bang is swinging in front of the eyebrows. And Son Gohan's aura has changed completely from before. Chapter 4 Other Ways to Become a Super Saiyan, Seeking Data. The terrifying golden flame instantly illuminated the spiritual time room into gold. See Lala. The blue electric arc is still flickering crazily around the body. And Son Gohan has completely transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 2. The eyes are narrower and longer, and the eyes are more sharp. The bangs swaying left and right and the blue arc in front of the eyebrows are the signs of Super Saiyan 2. Call. Taking a long breath, Son Gohan suppressed the excitement in his heart. Feeling the flames and electric arc around the body, as well as the surging power in the body, the corners of the mouth slowly raised a curve. To be honest, this feeling of overwhelming power makes people feel extremely comfortable. Gulu. Is this the second level of Super Saiyan? Trunks swallowed hard, stared blankly at Son Gohan, and whispered. He never thought that Saiyan could become so powerful. The breath is so strong that it is boundless. You must know that you can't even become a Super Saiyan, but Brother Gohan has already reached the second level of Super Saiyan. That's right, Trunks. This is Super Saiyan 2 beyond Super Saiyan. The strength should be many times stronger than before me. Looking at the shocked Trunks, Son Gohan nodded. Super Saiyan 2 is twice the full power of Super Saiyan 1. But the previous Son Gohan is obviously only in the state of just breaking through Super Saiyan. Not at all in Super Saiyan full power form, so after becoming Super Saiyan 2, I am not only twice as strong as before. It's amazing, Brother Gohan, are you really amazing? Trunks instantly turned into a little fanboy, looking at Son Gohan frantically. Advertisement then hurriedly said, Brother Gohan, please train me strictly, I must become a Super Saiyan. While speaking, the incomparable identification in the eyes. Like Brother Gohan, he also has the blood of the fighting nation Saiyan flowing in his body. Brother Gohan can do it, so there's no reason why I can't. Son Gohan nodded, then relaxed his fists, and directly exited the Super Saiyan form, saying, Actually, I told you before that the main opportunity to become a Super Saiyan is anger. Now you haven't experienced the kind of life and death, and you haven't experienced the pain of your relatives being killed one by one in front of you, so you may not be able to make yourself completely angry. But besides anger, I think there is another way that maybe you can become a Super Saiyan. For a long time, for Saiyan of the 7th universe, perhaps the opportunity to become a Super Saiyan was anger. But Saiyan Gabe of 6th universe tried another approach. That is to condense all the breath on the back, so that it may also become Super Saiyan. And Caulifla became Super Saiyan through this method. Although the main factor to become a Super Saiyan is that there must be enough S cells in the body. However, Trunks is kind-hearted and peace-loving, so there should be no shortage of S cells. What way? Brother Gohan, tell me quickly, Trunks asked impatiently. As long as I can become a Super Saiyan, I can defeat those devil artificial humans. So no matter how hard it is, I am willing. He watched helplessly as cities were destroyed one after another by humans, and batch after batch of humans were killed. People who have never experienced that kind of helplessness will never understand it. Actually, this method is relatively simple, that is to concentrate all the breath in the body on the back. You try it first. In fact, Son Gohan himself is not sure whether this method works. But in the absence of other methods, any method needs to be tried. Well, I see, Brother Gohan. Trunks nodded quickly. Afterwards, he clenched his fists, and his eyes suddenly revealed a gleam of determination. Advertisements start to gather all the breath in the body to the back according to the method Son Gohan just said. TCH. His body was trembling, and a hideous sound came from his throat. At this time, some golden light appeared on Trunks' back. Son Gohan and Trunks training in the Spirit Time Room. Time passed quickly outside, and 2 days almost passed in a flash. Of course, for the people on Earth living in dire straits, every minute and every second is suffering. Because they don't know when they will be killed by artificial humans suddenly. During these 2 days, the artificial man destroyed 2 more cities. At this time, their goal was a small town called Peppa City near the western capital. It's only 2 days outside, but 2 years have passed in the spiritual time. Son Gohan and the Trunks have clearly changed. Whether it's their appearance or their temperament, they have changed a lot. Trunks, we've been in there for 2 years and have to get out today. Son Gohan stopped training, then spoke to Trunks. After these 2 years of training, although I did not break through the limit of Super Saiyan 2. But his basic combat power has also been greatly improved. After becoming a Super Saiyan, the strength will naturally increase even more. And Trunks has also reached the level of Super Saiyan in the past 2 years. Yeah, good brother Gohan. I can't wait to kill the demons of the artificial people. Trunks clenched his fists tightly with an angry gleam in his eyes. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Now it is finally possible to leave the spiritual time room and completely eradicate those devils. Chapter 5. When I saw Bulma for the first time, it was a little too late. Ask for support. Let's go. However, don't underestimate the strength of artificial humans. Although you have been able to successfully become a Super Saiyan, your basic combat power is too weak. Even after becoming a Super Saiyan, you will not be able to exert too much power. Son Gohan nodded, and then seriously reminded Trunks. He knew exactly how much Trunks hated the androids. But with his current strength, if he meets one of the man-made humans, he may still be able to fight. But if those 2 guys join forces, the Trunks won't be a match at all. After all, he was indeed not as good as Vegeta when it came to training people. Almost all rely on their own groping. Well, I see, Brother Gohan. Trunks nodded awkwardly. But with Brother Gohan by his side, I don't worry about the artificial man at all now. After 2 years of getting along in the spiritual time room, I feel more and more that Brother Gohan is unfathomable. It's so powerful that it makes me feel strange. Even though he has been able to become a Super Saiyan, the gap between him and Brother Gohan is still like a world of difference. Just like the training between them a few days ago. Brother Gohan didn't become a Super Saiyan, but he himself became a Super Saiyan. Even in this situation, all his attacks have no effect on Brother Gohan. He can easily dodge every attack, and no matter which direction the attack is coming from, Brother Gohan can see through it. It was as if his whole body was covered with eyes. Then let's go. After finishing speaking, Son Gohan walked ahead and left the spiritual time room. Both of you seem to have changed a lot, and your strength has improved a lot. After leaving the Temple of Heaven this time, you will definitely be able to defeat the man-made humans. At that time, the whole Earth will be saved, Mr. Popo said in a cute tone. Advertisement. Well, we definitely will, so farewell Mr. Popo. After saying goodbye to Mr. Popo, Son Gohan returned to Western Capital with Trunks. While returning to the Western Capital, Son Gohan had noticed the devastation of those nearby cities. But the artificial man seems to have left. At this time, there is no capsule company that was once prominent in Shidu. Because at this moment when everyone is in danger, life cannot be guaranteed, and working to make money naturally becomes empty talk. The wisest thing to do is to hide and save your life. Trunks and his mother, Bulma, live in a simpler apartment. As soon as he entered the room, he could see the anxious look on Bulma's face. Obviously, she was very worried about Trunks these 2 days. Trunks, where have you been these 2 days? Do you know how worried I am about you? Bulma asked angrily with a straight face. She thought that Trunks was killed by artificial humans in the past 2 days. She knew her son's character very well, and he would never think of running away when he met an artificial human. Instead, he only wanted to destroy them. This is also what worries me the most. Because with the strength of Trunks, it is impossible to defeat the artificial man. If you go, you will just die in vain. It's just that after scolding, Bulma also discovered the change in Trunks. Because after 2 years, Trunks has grown a lot taller and looks more mature and resolute. This. What the hell is going on, Trunks? Why'd I feel like you have changed? And Gohan, you seem to be a little different from before. So what happened? After discovering the changes between the two, Bulma asked with a surprised face. It's only been 2 days, why does Trunks suddenly seem to grow up and look mature? Even Gohan is not the same as before. This is definitely not my hallucination, but the two of them have really changed. Advertisement, Mom, Brother Gohan and I went to a special room these 2 days. Staying in it for a year is equivalent to staying outside for a day. I stayed there for 2 days with Brother Gohan, and I was able to successfully transform into Super Saiyan. This time, we will be able to completely solve the artificial man. Trunks clenched his fist excitedly and said to Bulma impatiently. What? Special room? Super Saiyan? Is this true, Gohan? Can Trunks really become Super Saiyan? Bulma looked at Son Gohan in disbelief and asked. You must know that Trunks has always wanted to become a Super Saiyan since he was sensible. But for 10 years, he failed to do it. Could it be possible to become a Super Saiyan after going to that special room for 2 days? Trunks is right, Aunt Bulma, he has indeed been able to become a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan nodded and replied. Then he looked around Bulma. I have to say that Bulma is indeed very beautiful. Even though she is old, she still has a charming charm, and even adds a bit of mature temperament. She maintains a good figure, although there are some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, but this does not affect her exquisite facial features at all. What a pity that I have traveled to this time period. Moreover, Son Gohan has become a younger generation. If he travels to another time and space, maybe he still has a chance. Son Gohan could only sigh secretly in his heart. Look, Mom, Trunks clenched his fists and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan. Obviously, he is very eager to show Bulma his Super Saiyan form. Rustle. Golden flames shot out from his body continuously, and Bulma also showed a shocked expression on his face. Unexpectedly, Trunks really did it, it's just that for him, he doesn't know whether it is good or bad. Chapter 6 The artificial man shows up and must come back alive, seeking data. This. B. Vegeta. After seeing Trunks turn into Super Saiyan, Bulma's emotions were obviously greatly touched, and he stared straight at Trunks. Because after Trunks became Super Saiyan, his eyes are very similar to Vegeta. So for a moment, Bulma mistook Trunks for Vegeta. Mom. Are you okay? Trunks understood very well when he heard that his mother actually called her father when she saw his appearance. Mom was obviously missing Dad again. In fact, he is the same, and misses his father very much. Because when I was 1 year old, my father was killed by an artificial man. I have no memory or impression of him. I'm fine, Trunks. It's just that after you become Super Saiyan, your eyes look so much like your father Vegeta. After recovering, Bulma smiled and said softly, I have to say that Bulma at this time is indeed very charming. Every frown and smile reveals a mature and atmospheric temperament. This is the temperament that Dragon Balls and Bulma in Dragon Ball Super do not have. Trunks didn't continue talking, just clenched his fists more tightly. It was all because of those hateful man-made humans that this ended. Many family members were unable to reunite, their wives were separated, and even their families were destroyed. This is also the main motivation for always wanting to defeat artificial humans. Don't worry, Aunt Bulma, this time, we will be able to get rid of the artificial man. The Earth will also return to its former peace. Looking at Bulma, who was a little sad but forced to smile, Son Gohan spoke from the side. Gohan, please keep the Trunks safe. I've lost Vegeta, I've lost all my loved ones, I can't lose Trunks anymore. Bulma looked at Son Gohan pleadingly and asked, advertisement. I have lost too much, Trunks is my only one now, he must not make any mistakes. If even the Trunks are killed, then the only pillar of oneself will collapse. I won't be able to hold on. Well, I will. Son Gohan nodded firmly. In this time and space, I and Trunks have become the last fighters. If even the Trunks are killed, then I will feel very lonely. So such a thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. Don't worry about it, Mother. Brother Gohan will take care of me, and I've become a Super Saiyan now, it's not that simple for a cyborg to kill me. Trunks naturally felt his mother's worry, so he took Bulma's hand and comforted him with a smile. The main reason why it was impossible to deal with artificial humans before was that only Brother Gohan could become a Super Saiyan. If I could become Super Saiyan at that time, the two of them could definitely defeat the artificial man together. But now, not only can he become Super Saiyan, but Brother Gohan's strength has also become stronger. In this case, the man-made man is no match for the two of them at all. Okay, seeing that you two are so confident, I won't say anything. Actually, I really want to keep you from going, but I know it will make you very painful. Besides, if the Earth is gone, then everyone will die after all. Looking at the confident Son Gohan and Trunks, Bulma could only smile helplessly and said. He is very clear about his son's personality, and in this respect he is very similar to Vegeta. In the face of the rampage of artificial humans, it is absolutely impossible for him to stand by and do nothing. Remember that if you can't stop yourself, then there is no need to stop it. Besides, if everyone else is killed, they won't escape in the end. Now there is an urgent news. The artificial man appeared in the city of Peppa, north of the western capital. In just a few minutes, the city of Peppa has been completely reduced to a purgatory on Earth. Please take precautions in the surrounding towns and cities, because the next target of artificial humans is likely to be around. Hey hey, just after the news was finished, bursts of snowflakes came from the TV. Advertisement. Hateful artificial humans, what is their purpose? Do they want to kill all the people on Earth before they are willing to give up? These guys are simply killing machines. After hearing the news, Bulma's expression became ugly in an instant. If Goku and the others were still alive, they would never allow artificial humans to be so presumptuous. Brother Gohan. Trunks also frowned, looking at son Gohan, waiting for his decision. As long as Brother Gohan nodded, they would not hesitate to deal with the artificial man. It looks like it's about time. Let's go. This time we must get rid of them completely, so that the Earth can be peaceful. Son Gohan nodded, meaning Trunks. The current cyborgs pose no threat to themselves. It's just that I really don't have the actual combat ability. Just to practice with them. Trunks nodded firmly. From his face and eyes, it is obvious that there is a bit of excitement. After all, it is the first time to face the artificial man in the state of Super Saiyan, and there is indeed some uncontrollable excitement. Trunks, Gohan, you must pay attention to safety, and you must come back alive. There are only you two warriors left on Earth. Bulma looked at the two and said very seriously. Then the fate of all Earthlings, as well as the fate of the entire Earth, rests on Trunks and Gohan. Understood, please rest assured. Son Gohan nodded. Then he flashed with Trunks and flew out of the door. Chapter 7 Trunks. Brother Gohan, please let me go first. Ask for support. Peppa City. Rumble. There were deafening explosions one after another. The ground and buildings are constantly cracking and collapsing, and huge mushroom clouds rise into the sky. The screams mixed with fear echoed throughout the city for a long time. The smell of gunpowder smoke and burnt corpses can be smelled from far away. Wow, ha ha ha, that feeling is really cool. Scream loudly, your desperate screams are the source of our joy. I'll give you 10 seconds now. If you can escape, you're lucky. If you can't escape, then I'll go to hell. Ha ha ha. Wearing an orange scarf, Android 17 had a hideous look on his face, and he yelled frantically at the terrified fleeing people. 10, 9, 8, ... The countdown begins on Android 17 and 18. Both of them slowly raised their right hands at the same time, pointing their index fingers at everyone who was fleeing. Crimson energy appeared on the fingertips. 1, 0. When the two counted down to 0, the red energy immediately condensed into an energy ball. He shot directly towards the crowd. Everyone was screaming in panic, but they knew that they were probably going to die here today. Because in the past 10 years, no one has been able to stop artificial humans. Whoosh. Just when everyone was almost desperate, suddenly two sounds of breaking through the air resounded. Advertisement. Then Gohan and Trunks appeared directly, and they made a backhand shot, and the two energy balls were directly pushed out. Rumble. The energy ball fell on the ruins, and the ruins instantly turned into dust. Dust was flying and gravel was flying. Cut. Son Gohan, it's you troublesome guy again. It seems that it was a wrong decision not to get rid of you completely 2 days ago. After seeing the sudden appearance of Son Gohan and Trunks, Android 17 and 18 showed disdain on their faces. These two guys are like tough jellyfish. Secondly, when they are playing vigorously, he will come out to make trouble when they are having fun. But every time he was beaten by the two of them and returned home with serious injuries. This guy is not their opponent at all, but he wants to stop them again and again. It is simply life and death. Number 17, this guy is really annoying. Let's get rid of them completely today, lest they affect our mood in the future. Android 18 glanced at Son Gohan and Trunks with indifferent eyes, and said in a more icy tone. From the faces of the two of them, there is absolutely no conscience or goodwill that belongs to human beings. All you can see is the devilish coldness. Obviously, Android 17 and 18 in this time and space are completely different from them in another time and space. In the Android 17 and 18 of the main time and space, at least they still preserve the human conscience. It will not destroy the city at will, nor will it kill people at will. The worst scenario is to get some clothes without money. Never killed any ordinary person. But Android 17 and 18 of this time and space have killed many innocent humans and destroyed countless cities. So the two of them deserve to die. It is undeniable that even the number 18 in this time and space is indeed very beautiful. But with a heart that is much bigger than that of a snake and a scorpion, no matter how good looking the skin is, it can't arouse any interest. You're right, number 18. This guy is really annoying, let's get rid of them completely this time. Advertisement. With a cold arc on the corner of No 17's mouth, he nodded and said. Every time I was having a good time, I was interrupted by this guy. It really exhausted his patience. Artificial humans, you demons, we will definitely eradicate you today. Trunks clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with rage and desire to fight. He has now become a Super Saiyan, and he can't wait to eradicate these artificial humans with his own hands. Then he turned his head and said to Son Gohan, Brother Gohan, let me get rid of them. Looking at Trunks with clenched fists and angry face, Son Gohan nodded. Then he reminded, Trunks, the strength of the two of them is very strong for you. It hasn't been long since you became Super Saiyan, so be careful. He didn't refuse Trunks' request. Although Trunks may not be able to beat the two of them, but as long as he is on his side, it is impossible for the artificial man to hurt Trunks. Well, I see. Trunks nodded quickly, then clenched his fists. Ha! A deep roar came from his throat, and golden flames erupted from his body instantly. The hair immediately turned golden yellow and stood up high, and it suddenly turned into a Super Saiyan form. What's going on here? Why can this kid become like this? Watching Trunks transform into Super Saiyan, Android 17 and 18 had looks of shock on their faces. They've seen this kid called Trunks before. But his strength is ridiculously weak, and he can't transform into a Super Saiyan form like Son Gohan. So they didn't take Trunks seriously at all. But I didn't expect this guy to become a Super Saiyan now. If this is the case, I am afraid it will be a bit difficult to solve. You two bastards, I will completely eradicate you now. After a roar, Trunks rushed directly towards Android 17 and 18. Chapter 8. Enough is enough. Kill number 17 with one punch. Seeking data. Idiots who are overconfident think that becoming a Super Saiyan is enough to be our opponent. Cut. Android 17 grinned and said in a disdainful tone. Although Trunks can become a Super Saiyan surprised him. But even if both of them can become Super Saiyan, it is impossible to eradicate them. Call out. Trunks didn't have so much nonsense, and appeared in front of the 17th and 18th in an instant. Then he punched number 17 directly. In the spiritual time room, I and brother Gohan practiced against each other almost every day for 2 years. So his combat experience has also improved by leaps and bounds. This B*********** D is so fast. Looking at the Trunks that appeared in front of him in an instant, number 17 also showed a look of surprise on his face. This kid also came to meet them before. But they can fly with just one kick. But the speed he displayed at this time is much stronger than before. Number 17 knew that it was too late to counterattack at this time, so he quickly raised his arms to block. Boom. Call out. Trunks. Fists hit No 17's arms firmly, and the moment the low collision sound sounded, No 17's body was blown away by the punch. Rumble. When the body fell into the ruins, the ground instantly cracked, and a huge sinkhole appeared. Dust rolling. Thick smoke rose everywhere. Number 17. Seeing that number 17 was actually punched out by the kid from Trunks, No 18's face suddenly became a bit dignified. It seems that they underestimated the power of this kid a little too much. After hitting Android 17 with a punch, Trunks has no intention of stopping. Then the body turned around, and a roundabout kick went directly towards No 18. Seeing this, number 18 withdrew her body and avoided No 17's whip leg. Damn kid, don't get too carried away. Advertisement. Number 18 gritted his teeth, and then stretched out both palms, and one after another energy balls gathered from his palms in an instant. Swipe. The energy ball continuously blasted towards the Trunks. Rumble. The ground was blasted into deep pits one after another by the energy ball. And Trunks' body was very agile to avoid all the energy balls, and rushed directly towards No 18. Damn it. Absolutely. Unforgivable. At this moment, the roar of number 17 suddenly sounded. Then the ruins suddenly shot out golden lights, and there was a loud bang. Afterwards, the body of number 17 immediately jumped up. In an instant, he was in front of Trunks, and then kicked Trunks heavily in the waist. Puff. Call out. A mouthful of blood spurted out directly from Trunks' mouth, and his body formed a slanted straight line, directly inserted into a dilapidated building. Go to hell, smelly brat. Android 17 let out a frantic roar, and then pointed his palms at the place where Trunks smashed into just now, and frantically fired energy. Rumble. In almost a moment, the dilapidated building was completely blasted into rubble by the energy ball. The two are still carrying out energy attacks, and they don't even think about how the city will be destroyed. And Son Gohan on the side also obviously felt that the breath of Trunks had dropped. Boom. Call out. At this moment, Trunks' body jumped up. Appeared in midair. However, at this time, Trunks' clothes looked a bit tattered, and there were various degrees of abrasions on his body. Panting heavily, it was obvious that there were some problems with energy and physical fitness. Damn, why can't my strength surpass these two devils? Trunks clenched his fists tightly. It was obvious that he was very unwilling. Obviously he has become a Super Saiyan. Advertisement. But he didn't expect that with his own strength, he still couldn't solve these two man-made humans. Smelly brat, you actually tore one of my favorite clothes just now. No 17's body flashed again and punched Trunks directly. Trunks couldn't dodge in time, and was directly punched hard in the chest. The body once again fell to the ground like a meteorite. Give me death. A devil-like shrill voice came from No 17's throat. Then he squeezed out a huge energy ball in his palm, which was most accurate for Trunks. If this energy ball hits Trunks, even if it cannot be killed directly, it will definitely end up seriously injured. It looks like it's going to end soon. Seeing that the Trunks were in danger, Son Gohan murmured to himself. Then, it directly changed into the form of Super Saiyan, and the body suddenly disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Android 17. As soon as he grasped No 17's wrist, the condensed energy ball dissipated instantly. Enough is enough. Man-made humans. Your era is over. Our number 17's wrist, Son Gohan said condescendingly to number 17. Because Son Gohan's body is already much taller than number 17, he is almost looking down at this time. Stop joking with me, you are qualified to talk to me like that. Number 17 bared his teeth and cracked his mouth, ready to launch a counterattack. But Son Gohan didn't give him any chance at all. Jing's clenched fist directly hit No 17's lower abdomen heavily. Phew, and No 17's body was like paper, and was directly pierced by Son Gohan's lower abdominal muscle. A golden light shot out from the body. Boom. Then, No 17's body exploded directly. Chapter 9 The artificial man is completely eliminated. 2,000 plus more flowers. Burst. The body of number 17 exploded like a gorgeous firework. It was directly blown away by the wind, not even a little slag was left. It's even more straightforward than the one that frustrates one's bones and ashes. Son Gohan withdrew his fist, and his emotions were still a little excited at this time. Even though I have inherited all of Son Gohan's memories, it is hard to avoid feeling unaccustomed to killing someone for the first time. Even if Android 17 has the blood of countless innocent people on its hands, it will not change this habit. Number 17. Number 18 is completely covered by the side. Then, a look of fear appeared in those beautiful jewel-like eyes. This guy actually killed number 17 in an instant, and he punched number 17 without any scum left. You must know that number 17 is slightly stronger than himself. This guy can kill number 17 in an instant. That also means that he also possesses the same ability, able to kill himself in an instant. They used to kill humans for fun, never thought that one day they would be killed too. So the fear in her heart at this time was indescribable. No, number 17 is the most powerful artificial human, how could he be killed by that B********************************* D? This is absolutely impossible. Android 18 stepped back subconsciously, still chanting words. It makes no sense at all. 2 days ago, myself and number 17 almost killed this guy. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, he was able to kill number 17 in one go. Wake up, number 18. This is what will happen to you. When you slaughtered so many innocent human beings, I think you should have realized that such a day will come. After finishing number 17 with ease, Son Gohan set his sights on number 18. He didn't have any intention of letting number 18 go because of her beauty. This guy is a real snake and scorpion, if he keeps her, he might be in danger at any time. Advertisement. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Now that number 17 has been killed, there is no need to keep number 18. Good. So amazing. Is this the strength of Brother Gohan? He actually killed the artificial human in an instant. At this time, the trunks in midair were already completely under pressure. Before he even reacted, Brother Gohan had already killed Android 17. This kind of strength simply surpassed his imagination. It's great, Brother Gohan is so strong, another android can easily deal with it. After a moment of bewilderment and shock, Trunks quickly came to his senses. Now that one man-made human has been dealt with, the remaining one is nothing to be afraid of. Even if I can defeat her. At this time, number 18 finally recognized the situation. He also fully accepted the reality that number 17 was killed. At this time, she had already retreated in her heart, since number 17 could be killed easily. Then my ending will definitely be the same as on the 17th. So now my only choice is to run away quickly, leaving this place to save my life. After thinking of this, number 18 didn't procrastinate at all. The body turned suddenly, and flew in the opposite direction at the fastest speed. Call out. It's just that Son Gohan is obviously faster than her. The moment he turned his head, Son Gohan's body appeared in front of her. What? Panic on the 18th, complete panic. Because Son Gohan's strength and speed are far beyond her. So now she wants to escape when they meet, it has become a luxury. Trunks, she's in your hands. Son Gohan didn't shoot directly, but said to Trunks. Trunks hate androids even more. Advertisement. Moreover, his actual combat experience is not very rich, and he can use the battle with number 18 to quickly improve his combat experience and skills. Well, I know Brother Gohan. Trunks glanced at Son Gohan gratefully, and nodded firmly. He knows very well that Brother Gohan can kill and create a human in an instant. The reason why he let himself solve it must be to let himself train his own combat experience. At the same time, if he killed the man-made man himself, he would also vent his frustration and anger for so many years. B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************� Android 18 roared frantically, then turned around and rushed towards Trunks. Time passed by every minute and every second. This battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, Trunks solved Android 18. But I am also tired enough. Because Android 18 has unlimited energy, it can be said that their energy is inexhaustible. In contrast, Trunks who have just become Super Saiyan want to maintain the Super Saiyan form, which consumes a lot of energy. That's why it took so long to get rid of No. 18. Thank you, Brother Gohan. After completely solving the artificial man, Trunks has returned to normal, and walked in front of Son Gohan covered in injuries, with a happy smile on his face. Now the artificial man has been completely solved. Then the earth will restore peace in the future, and everyone can live and work in peace and contentment again. It's something he's been looking forward to for a long time. It's too outlandish, Trunks, there's no need to be so polite with me. Okay, let's go back first. Your mother must be worried. Patting Trunks on the shoulder, Son Gohan said with a smile. In fact, those who wait to fight are more anxious than those who fight. Chapter 10 Ready to return to Bowsy Mountain. Plus second more. Yeah, I see, Brother Gohan, let's go back now. Trunks still seemed unable to contain his excitement. After all, he has been thinking about this matter for 10 years, since he started to remember when he was 4 years old. He secretly vowed in his heart that he would kill the artificial man with his own hands, avenge all those killed by the artificial man, and restore the Earth to its original appearance. Today I finally achieved this goal. Killed one of them with his own hands. Thinking of the life that no one on Earth will have to worry about in the future, he felt genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. Then the two of them jumped, and instantly turned into two golden streamers, disappearing into the sky. And in the sky hundreds of feet away, several unmanned cameras have clearly captured all the battle scenes just now. Although some pictures may be too fast, even unmanned cameras cannot take pictures clearly. But the two warriors who just defeated the artificial man and saved the whole and all human beings were photographed clearly. After the robot was killed, all the survivors cheered in front of the TV, and their excitement was beyond words. From now on, they no longer have to hide and hide like mice. They no longer have to worry about losing their lives at any time. And all of this was brought to them by Son Gohan and the Trunks. Son Gohan and Trunks have also become the saviors in the minds of all Earthlings. Because everyone knows that without the two of them, no one can stop the artificial man. In the end, maybe all human beings on the entire Earth will be killed by artificial humans. In the apartment of Exedu. Amazing. Gohan and Trunks are just amazing. They really knocked down the cyborgs and saved the world. Advertisement. These two children really deserve to be the sons of Sun Jun and Vegeta. Sun Jun, Vegeta, Gohan and Trunks are all grown up. Bulma looked at the picture on the TV, with tears in his eyes. Originally she had been feeling worried about Gohan and Trunks. But I didn't expect that these two children really did it. They really killed the man-made man and saved this endangered Earth. If Sun Jun and Vegeta can see it in heaven, they will definitely feel proud of it. Their son has finally grown up and become a warrior who can stand on his own. Whoosh. At the same time, Son Gohan and Trunks have also returned. Mom, are you okay? Why are your eyes so red? Trunks looked at Bulma with red eyes, and hurried forward to ask. I'm fine, I'm so happy, you guys are amazing. Gohan, Trunks. Bulma gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and then said to Son Gohan and Trunks happily. Son Gohan looked at the TV in front of him, and the picture shown in it was the two of them fighting the artificial man. He also suddenly understood in his heart that the scene of them fighting the artificial man just now, probably the whole Earth knew about it. It seems that it is not that simple to keep a low profile in the future. Gohan, Trunks, you two hurry up, I'm going to make something delicious for you two right now. Bulma hurriedly said happily to the two. From now on, I finally don't have to live the days of hiding my head and tail. Aunt Bulma, I won't eat. I'd better go home first. Looking at the excited and happy Bulma, Son Gohan spoke. I am now Son Gohan. Advertisement. And I haven't been home for a few days, so it's time to go back and have a look. To be honest, Chi-Chi in this time and space is also very pitiful. Son Goku died of a heart attack 13 years ago, and there is no Son Goten in Chi-Chi in this time and space. So raising Son Gohan alone and taking care of his father is not an easy task. So Chi-Chi is really very poor. Now that I have occupied Son Gohan's body, I have completely become Son Gohan, and naturally there is an unchangeable family relationship with Chi-Chi that blood is thicker than water. Bulma turned around, and then said seriously, you really should go back, after being out for so many days, Chi-Chi should be worried to death. She is also a mother, so she naturally understands how worried Chi-Chi is. Only a mother can empathize with the feeling of a mother worrying about her son. Although he really wanted to keep Gohan for dinner and thank him well. Without Gohan's help, Trunks would not have become Super Saiyan so quickly. From the TV just now, she can clearly see that Trunks is not an opponent of artificial humans at all. When Trunks was in danger, Gohan killed the android in an instant. In the end, in order to take care of Trunks' mood, he deliberately left an artificial human for Trunks to solve. It can be seen that Gohan really takes care of Trunks. Brother Gohan, say hello to Auntie Chi-Chi for me. Trunks also knew at this time that Brother Gohan should not be forced to stay, so he said with a smile. Yes, I will. Then, goodbye. Son Gohan waved his hands towards the two of them. After walking out of the room, his body jumped up and instantly turned into a stream of white light. He flew in the direction of Bowsy Mountain. Chapter 11 Monster Cell, surfaced. Plus 3 more. After returning to Bowsician's home, Chi-Chi hugged Son Gohan aggrievedly, crying and venting for a while. Although she was very reluctant to let Gohan take such a risk, she was also proud of having such a son. You must know that the emergence of artificial humans this time has become a disaster for the entire Earth and all mankind. In the end, she was solved by her son, and she was naturally proud of it. Grandpa Ox King also expressed his pride. Son Gohan also felt the long-lost family affection. After all, blood is thicker than water. In this way, time passed day by day. All Earthlings are cheering and celebrating. Gohan and Trunks finally defeated the artificial people, and the Earth finally ushered in a time of peace. And Son Gohan has been training at the back of Bowsy Mountain recently. He knew that in this world of powerful people like clouds, the disaster on Earth is far from over. Whether it is Majin Buu, gods of Destruction Beerus or Zamasu in the future, they are very difficult to deal with. Maybe Beerus won't be their enemy. Because Son Gohan knows Beerus very well. But Majin Buu and Zamasu are not such easy enemies. One has the terrifying ability to regenerate, and the other has immortality. So I can't stop my cultivation for a moment. On top of gods of destruction, there are even more powerful Xeno and Grand Priest. They can wipe out a universe in a matter of moments, or even a thought. As a time traveler, he naturally didn't want to be erased in such a muddled way. Become stronger. Must get stronger. He doesn't want to dominate anyone after he becomes stronger, but at least he feels that he should dominate his own destiny. The current self may have that talent. The years of peace are always so short. Only half a month has passed since the artificial man was wiped out, and strange things began to appear one after another in some remote towns on the Earth. According to news reports, some remote town residents began to disappear one after another. And all overnight, all the townspeople disappeared inexplicably. When people find out, they have already disappeared. Advertisement. Only clothes and some belongings are left. This makes everyone's preliminary judgment that it is not robbery. Gohan, something has happened. Go home and watch the news. When Son Gohan was training in the back hill, Ox King ran over panting and said to Son Gohan anxiously. What's the matter, Grandpa? Looking at the eager Ox King, Son Gohan stopped his practice and asked. After getting along for half a month, Son Gohan also fully accepted Chi-Chi and Ox King, the two remaining family members. Also, they are really good to themselves. According to news reports just now, tens of thousands of residents in 7 or 8 small towns disappeared without a trace overnight. It's like being eaten directly by something. You can't see people alive or dead. According to my speculation, this is definitely not done by humans, it is very likely that monsters did it. Ox King said with a sad face. This matter is not at all simpler than the artificial human incident. At least when the artificial man kills, everyone knows that the artificial man did it. But now they don't even know who the enemy is, but human beings mysteriously disappear wave after wave. The invisible enemy, the fear of the unknown, is the scariest thing. Is there such a thing? Could it be Cell? Son Gohan frowned, and soon there was something suspicious in his heart. That is the biochemical artificial human cell. Because in Dragon Balls, the early cell is to absorb humans to make itself stronger while completing its evolution. And this space-time also has cells. Because the trunks of this time and space have not yet gone to another time and space, the cell is still here. Android 17 and 18 have been resolved by myself and Trunks. Then there is only one way for Cell to become stronger, and that is to absorb humans to evolve itself. Gohan, do you know what did it? Seeing Son Gohan frowning, Ox King asked. Well, I guessed right. Grandpa, you go home. I'll check the situation. Son Gohan nodded, then said. No matter how many humans the current cell absorbs, it is impossible for it to be its opponent. Advertisement. It is no exaggeration to say that he can easily destroy him with one hand. After all, a cell that cannot become a complete body is very weak. This guy has already appeared, so let's completely solve it to avoid future troubles. Well, then you must be careful. Don't worry, Chi-Chi. Ox King reminded. After all, such an enemy seemed too terrifying to them. I will. Son Gohan nodded, then disappeared in place with a flash of his body. A few minutes later, Son Gohan had arrived at the scene of the accident. The name of this small town is Buenzi City, and it has several thousand inhabitants. But now the whole town has turned into a ghost town. Empty, lifeless fluctuations. Although I have seen Cell's methods in the Dragon Ball animation, this kind of scene is really scary. Looking at the empty suits on the ground around him, Son Gohan frowned and said. This fellow, Cell, seems to have to be eliminated as soon as possible. Call out. At this time, there was another sound of breaking through the air. Trunks followed. Brother Gohan. Trunks also frowned and greeted Son Gohan. After I saw the news just now, I rushed over immediately. Because he knows that Brother Gohan will definitely come over. Son Gohan nodded. Brother Gohan, do you know what monster made this? Everyone in several small towns disappeared without a trace overnight. It's too horrible and cruel. Trunks said with a heavy tone. This thing seems to be more cruel than artificial humans. Chapter 12 Split up and wait for the rabbit. Add 4 more for data. If I'm not mistaken, this monster should also be created by Dr. Gero. It is also an artificial creature. Son Gohan simply responded, and used the word guessing. In fact, judging from the current situation, he can be 100% sure that this is what Cell did. But after all, he couldn't tell Trunks about this matter with such certainty. What? Dr. Gero's work. How many monsters did that old guy create? Does he want to destroy the world so much? Hearing Dr. Gero's words, Trunks clenched his fist tightly. Because the artificial man was made by this old guy. Almost destroyed the whole Earth. If it weren't for Brother Gohan's greatness, it is estimated that everyone is still living in dire straits. Maybe within a few years, all human beings on the entire Earth will be killed by them. Unexpectedly, in addition to those devil-man-made humans, they also created monsters that eat people. Maybe destroying the world wasn't his intention. It's just that these works he produced, it is estimated that few people listen to him. You also know that Dr. Gero himself was killed by Android 17 and 18. Son Gohan smiled and said lightly. In fact, the main purpose of Dr. Gero creating artificial humans and Cell is to kill Son Goku. But after those guys were created, none of them seemed to listen to him and help him fulfill his wish. The most obedient, and Android 16, which has always aimed to kill Son Goku, was called a failure by him. However, none of these successful works listened to his instructions. Speaking of which, Dr. Gero is quite sad. That's right, if the man-made man listened to him, he probably wouldn't have killed him. Trunks nodded in agreement. That old guy deserved his death. To die in the hands of his own works is probably an ending that he himself did not expect. Advertisement. But such an ending should be regarded as a worthy death for him. Then what should we do now? Brother Gohan, even when he absorbed humans last night, I didn't feel his anger at all. It means that this monster should be well hidden. It may not be easy to find him. Trunks immediately realized the problem. When the monster absorbed humans, it seemed to deliberately suppress its own breath, so that neither itself nor Brother Gohan could perceive it. If this is the case, then this monster is quite terrifying. It means he has a very smart mind. This kind of guy will be quite difficult to deal with. It's really not easy. If this guy keeps hiding his aura, it won't be easy for me to find him. But I think in a few days, he will come to us impatiently. Son Gohan said with a very calm face. The energy boosted by absorbing ordinary people is very limited. Even if the cell absorbs all the human beings on the entire Earth, it will not be able to reach the level of completeness at all. It is even very likely that the second stage will not be reached. The 17th and 18th of this time and space have been eliminated. So if you think about it from Cell's point of view, there are two ways for him to become stronger. The first one is to take the time machine to other time and space to absorb number 17 and no 18. But this approach is obviously not feasible. Because Cell has inherited Piccolo's IQ and has a very smart mind. But that doesn't mean he can make a time machine. It is estimated that even Dr. Gero himself will spend a long time to make a time machine. The second way is to absorb some very powerful fighters. Only in this way can his energy be greatly improved. When it comes to powerful warriors on Earth, then myself and Trunks are obviously the most suitable candidates. Advertisement. Because he and Trunks killed number 17 and no 18. For Cell, this means that these Trunks are two very large energy bodies. If he can absorb it, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, with a qualitative breakthrough. If you can think of these questions yourself, then Cell should be able to think of them too. So even if I and Trunks don't go to him, that guy will come to them. It's just that in order to prevent more innocent people from dying in Cell's hands, they have to find Cell as much as possible. But, Trunks frowned, and said with a serious face, in a few days, countless humans may be killed by Cell again. I have to say that Trunks has a very strong sense of justice. That's right, so we went to him in a while, suppressed our aura as much as possible, and released part of our aura as bait. Because strong energy is very delicious food for that guy. Let's split up and find some remote towns to wait. Son Gohan said to Trunks confidently. As long as part of the breath is released, Cell must not be able to bear the temptation. After all, since he has chosen to start absorbing humans, it means that he is eager to become stronger at this time. Okay, Brother Gohan. Trunks nodded quickly. The sooner the monster is found, the sooner this disaster can be ended. Remember, after you find that monster, don't do it yourself. I will come to you when I release my breath. Because he has absorbed a lot of humans, I'm not sure if you are the match for that guy. Son Gohan reminded Trunks seriously. Although Trunks has been able to become Super Saiyan at this time, his strength is quite good. But after absorbing tens of thousands of people, the strength of Cell should not be underestimated. At least for Trunks. Chapter 13 First Meeting Vital, do you know me? Seeking data. I understand Brother Gohan, I won't act rashly. Trunks nodded obediently. Now he is a loyal fan of Son Gohan. It can be said that Son Gohan is like a god in his mind. So what he said, he would naturally obediently obey. And this kind of obedience is not forced, but a recognition from the heart. Then let's split up. You go to Longdong, it's more remote, maybe that guy will show up. Son Gohan pointed to the east direction and said. Although Longdong is relatively remote and desolate, there are many human beings living there, and their lives are naturally poor. But for Cell, humans are his energy and food. In order to make himself stronger as soon as possible, he will not be picky about food. And for the sake of safety, this kind of place is also the most suitable. Good. Then we'll see you later, Brother Gohan. Trunks nodded. Then his toes touched the ground, and his body instantly turned into a stream of light, disappearing directly into the sky. After Trunks left, Son Gohan also flashed his body and flew in another direction. The place Son Gohan went to is called Orange Star City. It is also a relatively backward city. Although the city is relatively backward, its population is relatively dense. So that's why Gohan chose to go to this place, because it's Cell's favorite location. Call out. When Son Gohan reappeared in sequence, he was already in the sky above Orange Star City. Then I felt that there is no evil spirit in this city. But there are two breaths that are quite special. To be more precise, it is stronger than the breath of ordinary people. These two breaths are much stronger than ordinary people, it can't be. Advertisement. FK. Probably not. When he felt those two breaths, two figures suddenly appeared in Son Gohan's mind. And they were two very familiar figures. These two people are Mr. Satan, who is known as the world's #1 fighting champion, and his daughter Vidal. Because I remember the Dragon Ball's Majin Buu chapter, there was such a record about Orange Star City. Saiyan City, formerly known as Orange Star City. It is because Mr. Satan eliminated the monster cell 7 years ago, and everyone commemorates Mr. Satan's great achievements. The city where Mr. Satan is located, Orange Star City, was renamed Saiyan City. So before Mr. Satan became famous, there was no Saiyan City. And the current Orange Star City is Saiyan City in another time and space. It is entirely possible to meet their father and daughter in this city. Following the breath, Son Gohan's body flickered and disappeared in place in an instant. When it appeared again, it was already on a busy street. And what appeared in front of Son Gohan at this time was indeed a very familiar figure. A pretty girl with 2 very casual ponytails falling on her shoulders. Dressing is also very casual, with white short sleeves and black safety pants. And this girl is none other than Satan's daughter, Vidal. The moment Son Gohan appeared, a look of surprise and disbelief appeared on Vidal's face. Son Gohan. After being stunned for 5 or 6 seconds, Vidal cried out in disbelief. Apparently, she knew Son Gohan. And for the sudden appearance of Son Gohan, she felt extremely shocked. You know me. Hearing that Vidal actually called out his name, Son Gohan also showed a look of surprise on his face. It's just that the surprise is fleeting. In Dragon Ball's original, Vidal didn't know Son Gohan at first, which is normal. Because she hadn't seen Son Gohan before. But now Son Gohan is the real savior of the Earth, the one who eradicated the artificial man. Advertisement. And this is something that has been publicly broadcast on TV before, so it is normal that Vidal knows Son Gohan now. When? Of course I know. You are the savior who killed the artificial man and saved everyone on the Earth. Don't say it's me, I guess there is no one on Earth who doesn't know you. To ask such a question. Vidal froze for a moment, nodded and then rolled his eyes at Son Gohan. She felt that this guy was just playing with herself. He is on Earth now, so everyone knows it, even a 3-year-old child knows him. Now that he said such a thing, isn't it obvious that he is just teasing himself? Sorry, I forgot about this. Son Gohan shrugged and said with a smile. I really forgot about it. The main reason is that I met Vidal suddenly, so he didn't react for a while. Cut. Stop pretending here, your words like this are almost enough to deceive a 3-year-old child. Vidal raised his chin arrogantly. This guy must be making fun of himself on purpose. Whatever you want, Son Gohan said lightly, and then walked directly towards a tea restaurant. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark. This guy is too arrogant. Even if you are very powerful, you can't be so arrogant in front of this lady. Seeing Son Gohan who turned around and left, Vidal suddenly frowned slightly, and muttered in his mouth. It is undeniable that Son Gohan is really strong, he can even be said to be the most powerful man on Earth. But I am not weak, and I am pretty. This guy turned a blind eye to his own strength and beauty. It's too much. Woman. Competitiveness is very strong. Especially a better woman like Vidal. Chapter 14. See you soon, Cell. Seeking data. Then he followed up with a look of displeasure. Hey, I said, what are you doing with me? Son Gohan turned his head, glanced at Vidal and asked lightly. How can I follow you? It happens that the pastries here are good, so I want to eat here too, why? Are you not allowed to sit here? Vidal said stiffly. In fact, she is full of curiosity about Son Gohan. He looks as old as himself, but why is he so powerful? You must know that those artificial humans can destroy a city in an instant. It is no exaggeration to say that human beings cannot defeat artificial humans at all. But Son Gohan and the guy called Trunks can defeat the artificial man. Even destroy them. And almost everyone can feel that although the Trunks is also very powerful, it can defeat an artificial human. But between Son Gohan and Son Gohan, there is obviously a big gap. He also has great respect for Son Gohan. What kind of factors can make them so powerful? It doesn't matter, Son Gohan said lightly. Vidal is clearly very interested in himself. Or she was full of curiosity about herself. Why is it also human? But he will be so powerful. Moreover, Vidal's character is more arrogant and competitive, and when she meets someone her age who is stronger than him, her curiosity will definitely become stronger. After sneaking a few glances at Son Gohan, Vidal spoke in embarrassment. Can I ask you a few questions? She was really curious about Son Gohan. Just ask. Son Gohan still agreed in a very calm tone. It is undeniable that Vidal is indeed a beautiful woman, and she is Son Gohan's wife in the original book. Naturally, he would not miss such a beauty. But there is no need to paste it directly. Play hard to get the best results. Advertisement. Of course, the main reason is that Vidal is full of curiosity about himself. Strong curiosity, but the beginning of a woman's fall. Cut. This guy's attitude is too perfunctory. Really, no man has ever ignored me like this. Seeing Son Gohan's very calm, even perfunctory attitude, Vidal's teeth itch with anger. You must know that I have been practicing martial arts with my father since I was a child, although it is impossible for me to fight against artificial humans like Son Gohan and the others. But the strength is also much stronger than ordinary people. And although her appearance is not the best, she is definitely a big beauty. Therefore, I have been living in the pursuit of stars and moons. No man has ever acted so perfunctorily after seeing him. But it's right to think about it, how can those men I have seen recently be compared with Son Gohan? Now Son Gohan is definitely the most powerful man on Earth. After adjusting his mentality, Vidal asked, what are you doing in Orange Star City? Also, why are you so strong? How did you cultivate? Also, can you guide me in training? As soon as he opened his mouth, Vidal immediately asked 4 or 5 questions. You have so many questions. Son Gohan gave Vidal a big white eye. Then he replied. First, the purpose of my coming here is very simple. Recently, monsters have been infested, and Orange Star City is a city that is relatively easy to be attacked, so I am here to wait and see. Second question, why am I so strong? Because I am different from you. The third question, I will only guide my women to train, you can think about it. After answering all the questions, Son Gohan pinched a teasing smile and watched what Vidal said. Hearing Son Gohan's answer, Vidal's face suddenly turned red. But, hateful guy, if you don't want to teach, just say so. Then Vidal glared at Son Gohan angrily. This guy, if you don't teach, don't teach. Why bother to tease yourself? And just when Son Gohan was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt a very faint evil breath. Obviously, this breath was deliberately hidden. Coming. After feeling the faint evil breath, Son Gohan's expression immediately became serious. Vidal on the side naturally saw the change in Son Gohan's expression, and kept scanning his surroundings. Advertisement. What's wrong? Then lowered his voice and asked in a low voice. The monster has come. Son Gohan replied, although at this time Cell suppressed his breath very low. But he could clearly feel the existence of this evil aura. Cell is probably the only one who can have this evil aura during this time period. Then what should I do? Hearing the word monster, Vidal's face instantly showed a look of horror. If it was before, she would not be afraid of any monsters at all, and would even run over to see where there were monsters. But now the situation is completely different. That monster was able to wipe out all the humans in several cities overnight. It's horrific enough to imagine it on your toes. And I am just an ordinary person, it would be a lie to say that I am not afraid. Cold salad. Son Gohan said lightly. The breath of Cell is constantly approaching. At this time, Son Gohan has hidden all his aura. Cell is still moving towards this side, so obviously he is coming towards Vidal. Because Vidal's breath is much stronger than ordinary humans, even stronger than his father Satan. This is also the main reason why Cell chose her. After all, mosquito legs are also meat, and this mosquito leg is relatively fat. And almost at the same time Son Gohan's voice fell, a green monster covered with orange and black spots appeared in front of Son Gohan and Bidini. The moment he took a look at the monster, everyone around screamed and fled in all directions. And Vidal's face has turned pale. She knew this kind of monster earlier, but it was the first time she had seen it. Not afraid. That's deceiving. And Son Gohan stood up, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, looked at Cell and said, I didn't expect you to appear so soon, Cell. Chapter 15 in front of me, you are not even qualified to run away. Seeking data. Son Gohan looked at Cell with a sneer on his face. And Cell, who just appeared, had a bewildered expression on his face. Why does Son Gohan in front of me know his name? And looking at his expression so calm and composed, it seems that this guy is deliberately waiting for him. But it shouldn't be. Since I was created by Dr. Gero, to be more precise, I was synthesized by a computer. The human beings who have seen him have all been absorbed by him, without exception. It is impossible for Son Gohan to have met himself, and it is absolutely impossible to know his name. Even Android 17 and 18 don't know they exist. Son Gohan. Cell was completely dumbfounded. I do know Son Gohan, this guy. Because he has been hiding on the earth for so many years, he has long known about Son Gohan's resistance to artificial humans. And I also secretly observed Son Gohan. It's just that my own strength was too weak at that time, and Wafang absorbed this guy. But he never thought that Son Gohan would know himself. How do you know me? Why did you know I would be in this place? Cell couldn't help asking out the doubts in his heart. He was so curious, how did this guy know himself? The dead don't need to know that much. Will you answer these questions when you kill innocent humans? Son Gohan said to Cell with a slight smile on his face. Then he walked towards Cell step by step. It was completely expected that this guy could recognize himself. After all, he has lived on the earth for a long time, and he will definitely understand the situation on the earth while evolving. The former Son Gohan fought against androids for more than 10 years. So it's no surprise that Cell knew of Son Gohan's existence. Advertisement. Although Vidal usually looked carefree, but at this time he was too scared, so he could only quietly hide behind Son Gohan. It seems that only by hiding behind Son Gohan can she feel safe. Heck, don't get too carried away, Son Gohan. You don't think that killing number 17 and number 18 gives you the right to talk to me here, right? Stop comparing me to the two of them. Seeing Son Gohan's extremely calm expression and the faint smile on the corner of his mouth, Cell immediately shouted loudly. But it's just that the louder his voice is, the more fear he has in his heart. Because the real strong will not be so easily irritated. What's more, in the body of Cell, there are cells of the wise man Piccolo. Yeah, if that's the case, why do you look so nervous? From what you say, you don't seem to be afraid of me at all. If that's the case, let me go. I think after my energy is absorbed by you, your strength will definitely improve a lot. Son Gohan shrugged and gave Cell a heart attack. It would be a lie to say that Cell is not afraid of Son Gohan. If he hadn't been afraid of Son Gohan, he wouldn't have absorbed humans so quietly. But to absorb it openly. It is precisely because of fear of Son Gohan that he secretly absorbs human energy to become stronger. Damn. Cell clenched his fist tightly. Although you have said harsh words just now, you only tell yourself that Son Gohan's strength is definitely above yours. If there is a battle between the two now, he will undoubtedly lose. And there is a Trunks that should be nearby. When the two of them join forces, I guess I won't even have a chance to escape. It looks like I can only run away. Although escaping is very embarrassing, but before I upgrade, this is the only way. Gritting his teeth tightly, Cell already had the intention of retreating. If you don't escape now, you may have to explain here. After he becomes a perfect body, he can easily crush Son Gohan to death. Advertisement. Don't think about such a beautiful thing as running away. Do you think I've been waiting for you here for so long, and I'll give you a chance to run away? Son Gohan saw through Cell's idea at a glance. This guy is not stupefied, so he knows that he will not fight recklessly if he can't beat the opponent. So I will never give him this opportunity at all. Slightly. Gritting his teeth tightly, Cell's body turned suddenly, and he shot in the opposite direction like a cheetah. At this moment, he released all his aura in an instant, and began to flee at the fastest speed. I have to say that after Cell has absorbed so many humans, his strength has indeed improved a lot. It is estimated that he can easily beat Android 17 at this time. Not even Trunks is his match. It's just that in front of Son Gohan, he has no advantage in terms of strength or speed. Call out. At the moment when Cell's body flew out, Cell's body also disappeared in place in an instant. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Cell. I just said, don't daydream, you have no right to escape in front of me. Son Gohan looked at Cell, and said in an extremely flat tone. And Cell's face was completely covered with seriousness. Judging from the speed of Son Gohan just now, the gap between them is really too big. There is no possibility of escaping at all. Damn it. Damn B asterisk 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 D, there should be a limit to getting carried away. I'll take care of you now. Knowing that there was no possibility of him escaping, Cell's expression changed suddenly, and he was ready to confront Son Gohan. After all, he also has the cells of Vegeta and Frieza in his body, so he also inherited the arrogance and strong self-esteem of these two people. It's his only chance of survival, defeating Son Gohan. It would be even better if he could be absorbed. Chapter 16 Ultra Instinct. I am very honored. Cell, seeking data. After the crazy roar fell, Cell's body suddenly turned into a flash of lightning. In an instant, he appeared in front of Son Gohan, and then waved his iron fist. It's just that this kind of open and close attack is not threatening to Son Gohan. With a slight side of the body, he directly avoided Cell's attack. It's so fast, I can't see it at all. Is this a battle between the strong? That guy, Son Gohan, is unbelievable. Vital, who was watching from the sidelines, was beyond shocked. Cell's speed is simply not what her naked eyes can keep up with. However, Gohan can avoid the attack so easily, which shows that his speed is even more terrifying. But, damn it, get out. With a punch in the air, Cell became even more angry. Whoosh whoosh. Then there was a storm of attacks like machine guns, and they continued to fall towards Son Gohan. It's just that his speed is in front of Son Gohan, and there is no threat at all. Could it be faster? Cell, your speed makes me feel no fun at all. If this continues, I will kill you. While dodging the attack with ease, Son Gohan said to Cell indifferently. Maybe it's because I'm much stronger than Cell, so I feel that the battle at this time is very boring. Smug B asterisk 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 D. Cell roared again, and directly took out all his strength, and his breath began to increase again. Originally, he wanted to preserve his strength just now and try to escape during the battle. But now he is completely irritated by Son Gohan. Swipe. Every punch, every leg can shake the air. But after attacking dozens of times, he realized that his estimation had no effect at all. It is impossible to touch Son Gohan's body at all. Advertisement. He also realized that there was indeed a world of difference in speed between the two. If it is a simple melee attack, it will not be able to cause any damage to Son Gohan. You can't even touch his body. Ha ha. Suddenly, Cell roared again. Immediately afterwards, the body directly became 4. This is Tien Shinhan's ultimate 4-body punch. Then, the tips of the index finger and middle finger touched the center of the eyebrows, and the golden energy instantly condensed. Magic penetration light killing cannon. UB asterisk 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 D, let me see how you can avoid the 4 magic guns at the same time. Whoosh. The 4 magic guns shot directly towards the lunch. It is important to know that Piccolo's special trick, the magic light killing cannon, can greatly improve his combat effectiveness when it is cast. And Cell is obviously more skilled than Piccolo. In the case of using the 4-body fist, the power of each magic penetrating light killing cannon has not weakened in any way. Well, let's show you the Ultra Instinct then. Although it's a bit overkill. Son Gohan glanced disdainfully at Cell's magic gun, and the moment a faint voice fell. Silver brilliance instantly surged from around the body. At that moment, the pupils turned silver gray, and the black hair suddenly turned silver white. What does that look like? Is Son Gohan still able to transform? At this scene, Vital stared blankly at the side. Why did Son Gohan's hair suddenly turn silvery white, and there is a very hot energy around his body? This is definitely not something a human can do. And it has completely exceeded his imagination. Even the cell on the side is completely bewildered. He secretly observed Son Gohan for so long, but he didn't find that Son Gohan had such a transformation. The 4 magic penetrating light killing cannons fired at Son Gohan with the momentum of breaking through the air. Advertisement. Son Gohan's body only moved in a very small range and directly avoided all the magic guns. It's over, Cell. It's an honor for you to meet Ultra Instinct. Before the words fell, Son Gohan's body appeared behind Cell like a ghost. There is still an afterimage left in place. The palm of the hand gathers energy instantly. The scorching energy hit the back, and the whole person was instantly shrouded in death. Wait a minute. Please wait. Cell panicked, he really felt scared. After living on the earth for so many years, to be honest, he is very afraid of death. He didn't expect that he was finally ready to improve his strength and show his talents, but he would die so uselessly. Hell is more suitable for you, die. The indifferent voice was like a death-like call, and the energy ball in Son Gohan's hand blasted out instantly. Ah! A roar mixed with fear resounded through the heaven and earth, and Cell's body was instantly swallowed by energy light waves. Like a candle in the wind, it disappeared without a trace in the terrifying energy wave. In an instant, peace was restored between heaven and earth. Son Gohan's body slowly fell to the ground. Call. He exhaled lightly, and the silver halo around his body disappeared. The pupils and hair color also changed back to their original appearance. It seems that I have to completely integrate the Ultra Instinct into the normal state. In this way, I can become stronger by transforming into Super Saiyan on the basis of the Ultra Instinct. Son Gohan muttered to himself. In fact, when I was in the spiritual time room before, I tried to integrate Ultra Instinct into the normal state. But after studying for a long time, I couldn't do it. If I can do it, when I become Super Saiyan, or even Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God, my strength will definitely be greatly improved. Maybe it is possible to directly reach the level of gods of destruction or surpass gods of destruction. Chapter 17 Bulma's idea, go back to the past time and space. 500 evaluation votes plus update. At this time, Vidal walked up to Son Gohan with a face full of shock. A pair of watery eyes are wide open, looking at Son Gohan is like looking at a monster. Can't help but ask. Are you really human? How can you be so ridiculously strong? That monster is in your hand, it's like a poor little bug. Her tone fully explained the shock in her heart at this moment. Although I knew Son Gohan was very strong when I watched TV before, after all, he can fight against artificial humans. And it has not been killed by artificial humans for more than 10 years. This is enough to explain the toughness of Son Gohan. But seeing it with your own eyes is completely different from watching it on TV. Today she finally saw the power of Son Gohan with her own eyes. Under Son Gohan's hands, that monster is as fragile as a paper man. Of course I'm human, otherwise what do you think I am? A god or a monster? Son Gohan smiled and answered. It's unbelievable that a pervert like you actually lives on this earth. Vidal still couldn't calm down the shock in his heart. But soon, she went on to say, I said, can you think about guiding me to train again? If you guide me in training, I can give you a lot of money. After seeing Son Gohan's strength with her own eyes, she wanted to train with Son Gohan even more. Because she has justice in her heart, and she also wants to do harm to the people like Son Gohan. The next time a powerful enemy appears on the earth, she also wants to save the earth like a hero. I said, if you are willing to be my woman, I will consider guiding you. Otherwise, I won't talk about it. After all, I don't have that much time to waste on an irrelevant person. After Son Gohan said, his toes touched the ground, and his body instantly flew into the air. In a blink of an eye, the body turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the end of the sky. Cluck. This B asterisk 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 D, stinky B asterisk 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 D, stinky rascal. I'm furious. Vidal stomped his feet angrily. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, this guy walked away without saying his answer. Obviously I just don't want to know about my own training. Hateful. This guy is really disgusting. Son Gohan, no matter where you go, I will find you and let you train me. After getting angry, Vidal clenched his fist and said to himself in the direction where Son Gohan disappeared with a firm face. Before he knew it, he was looking forward to seeing Son Gohan again soon. After Son Gohan left Orange Star City, he went directly to Trunks' house. Trunks has already gone back at this time. How about Gohan, have you found that man-eating monster? Seeing Son Gohan and Trunks enter the door, Bulma immediately stepped forward and asked. Yes, Aunt Bulma, it's settled. Son Gohan nodded and replied. But I didn't do anything, and I didn't help at all. The Trunks on the side said a little discouraged. Originally, she wanted to have a good fight with that monster. But I didn't expect that I didn't even meet him, so I was directly cleaned up by Brother Gohan. Okay, you can be content. It is because Gohan shelters us from the wind and rain that we can live a good life. If you really let you deal with that monster alone, you might be in danger. Bulma glanced at Trunks dotingly, and said. Indeed, if this world is not guarded by Gohan, it is estimated that it will be destroyed by artificial humans soon. Even if no one finds someone, this monster these days will destroy the earth. Hey, it's not that Brother Gohan is here, so I'm complaining. Trunks scratched his head in embarrassment after hearing Bulma's words. Without Brother Gohan, it would be impossible for me to become Super Saiyan. Bulma smiled. Advertisement. Then he looked at Son Gohan, and said seriously, Gohan, you also know that I have been researching the time machine for the past few years, and now my time machine is about to be completed. I've been thinking, can you go back to the previous time and space through the time machine, bring the special medicine to Sun Jun, and let him deal with those artificial humans? As long as the artificial humans are eliminated in the previous time and space, maybe we will return to normal at this time. In fact, I had this idea myself several years ago. It's just that in the past 10 years, artificial humans have been destroyed everywhere. To make a time machine, you need a lot of materials. And many materials are very difficult to find. Therefore, this time machine has been manufactured by itself for several years, and now it is finally the last moment. Aunt Bulma, your thinking is a little too naive. If there is a time machine, I can indeed give the special medicine to my father in the previous time and space for him to eat and cure his heart disease. Maybe even he has the ability to destroy artificial people, but this has no effect on our time and space. The time and space that has been destroyed cannot be restored to its original appearance, and the dead cannot be resurrected. This approach will only make it possible to create a different parallel time and space. After hearing Bulma's words, Son Gohan spoke his mind directly. I have to say that her thinking is indeed a bit naive. At this time, it has become like this, and it may not be able to recover unless the Super Dragon Ball is used. Can bring those dead back to life. But if you want to change the current situation by changing history, it is impossible. Such an approach will only create one more parallel time and space. Bulma raised an eyebrow. It seems that it is impossible to revive Vegeta and Sun Jun. Forget it, if our time and space can't be recovered, we can't recover. But in order not to let another parallel time and space repeat our mistakes, let's take the special medicine back to Sun Jun. After all, I have already made the time machine. Chapter 18 Vital. I will be your girlfriend from today on, seeking data. Looking at Bulma's slightly lonely expression and what he said just now, Son Gohan felt that she was quite great. It's completely different from Bulma, who doesn't need to worry about everything in Dragon Balls and Dragon Ball Super. So for Bulma in this time and space, Son Gohan really has a very good impression. It's just that this kind of goodwill is not mixed with that kind of impure emotion. Aunt Bulma, since the time machine has been made, when can we travel to the previous time and space? Son Gohan asked. In fact, in this time and space, the artificial humans and cells have all been solved by themselves. So in the recent period of time, there should not be any powerful enemies. It seems like a good thing to go to the time and space when Son Goku and the others were still alive. I have indeed completed the time machine. But it will take a while to make the energy for the time machine, maybe a few months. You also know that the Earth has been severely damaged by artificial humans, and it is very troublesome to find materials for making time machine energy. Bulma said with some embarrassment. According to the current technology, if the materials are sufficient, it is very simple to make the energy of the time machine by yourself. But the current situation is that the energy materials for the time machine cannot be found in many places. Fine. Then in the past few months, I can also consolidate our strength with Trunks. Son Gohan nodded and said, although he was a little looking forward to going to the past time and space. But this expectation is not so urgent. The most important thing for me to do now is to improve my strength. Because strength is the only way to survive in this world. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. In the past 6 months, Trunks will find Son Gohan to face each other almost every day. Therefore, his strength has also been greatly improved. Son Gohan's improvement is also great, but he still hasn't broken through the boundaries of Super Saiyan 2. More importantly, the check-in system has not reappeared in the past 6 months. Trunks, let's take a break first. A combination of work and rest is the best way to train. Advertisement. After the two practiced against each other for more than 2 hours, Son Gohan spoke. Sometimes it's not a good thing to blindly squeeze your body's training. The most direct examples are Son Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta's training method is to constantly squeeze his body in the gravity room and constantly challenge his physical limit. But Son Goku's training method is completely different from Vegeta's. He pays more attention to the combination of work and rest, and rarely squeezes the limits of his body. Perhaps this is also the reason why Son Goku can walk ahead of Vegeta every time. Well, good brother Gohan. I feel that my strength has made a very big breakthrough. It's just that there is no sign of becoming Super Saiyan 2. Trunks clenched his fist and said with a little regret. After all, the gap between myself and brother Gohan is really too big. He wanted to close the gap between himself and brother Gohan as soon as possible. Super Saiyan 2 cannot be achieved overnight. Your current strength is still in the primary stage of Super Saiyan. You should now think about how to achieve the full power of Super Saiyan. Looking at the somewhat regretful Trunks, Son Gohan responded with a smile. In half a year, the basic combat effectiveness of Trunks has indeed been greatly improved. But currently he has not reached the full power of Super Saiyan. Not even Super Saiyan second form. After all, cultivation is really not that easy. Hum rumble. And at this moment, a humming sound suddenly sounded in the sky. Then a jet flew in Son Gohan's direction. Brother Gohan, it seems that Miss Vital is looking for you again. Miss Vital's perseverance is really impressive. Looking at the jets near and far, Trunks smiled and said to Son Gohan. Vital has been here for 3 months. She would come to them almost every day, asking to continue training with them. Trunks knew in his heart that Miss Vital must be in love with Brother Gohan. Advertisement. Onlookers can see this more clearly. It's really on time. Son Gohan also raised his head, glanced at the jet, and then said to Trunks, "You go back first. It seems that if you don't teach her flying technique, she will never end." In this regard, Son Gohan also felt very helpless. She runs here every day, what can she do? Do you pick it up and throw it out? Not too good either. Well, good. Trunks also nodded in a very sensible way, and then his body jumped, instantly turning into a streamer. The jet also stopped firmly in front of Son Gohan. Son Gohan, can you teach me flying technique today? I have already thought about it before I came. I agreed to the conditions you said, and I will be your girlfriend from today on. After getting out of the jet, Vital said very frankly to Son Gohan. It seems that she answered very hastily, but in fact she has been thinking about this answer for half a year. It's not that she doesn't have an answer. But her strong character does not allow her to say that kind of thing. It wasn't until today that she really made up her mind. Perhaps, training has now become her excuse. Forehead. Son Gohan froze for a moment, he was a little unresponsive to Vital's sudden words. In recent days, I have taken him to start training. Today, he suddenly agreed to be his girlfriend. It seems that Vital has fallen in love with him. Student Vital, I think this kind of thing must be cautious. Son Gohan reminded. Cut. I've been thinking about it for half a year. Vital blurted out, and then quickly changed his words, I mean, such a trivial matter, there is nothing to consider. Chapter 19 The energy is completed, go to the past time and space. Seeking data. Cut. Are all women so duplicity? After thinking about it for half a year, I actually say such a thing now. Seeing Vital's stubborn little expression, Son Gohan said with a smirk. Indeed, most women are duplicity. Especially this kind of woman with a strong personality can make this point more vivid. You, stinky rascal, are you ready to repent? Vital immediately said angrily. Just kidding. Okay, I'll teach you flying technique today. But whether you can learn it depends on your talent. Seeing Vital's angry face, Son Gohan said. Anyway, I just give some guidance casually, and I can get a beautiful girlfriend, so I am not at a loss this time around. Another 10 days passed, and after getting along for this period of time, Son Gohan and Vital have completely confirmed their relationship. Chi-Chi didn't take Vital very well at first. Because both of them are women with strong personalities. Two people together are like two bombs, which may explode at any time. But slowly, Chi-Chi also accepted Vital. On this day, Trunks came early. Brother Gohan, the energy source for the time machine has been made. My mother asked me to come over and ask when we can leave. Trunks spoke. In fact, this matter is quite important, even related to the fate of a future time and space. Is it finally finished? In this case, it's not too late, let's set off tomorrow. Son Gohan didn't hesitate either. In the past few months, although I have been training every day. But life is really boring. After all, the only people I can see every day are Chi-Chi, Vital, Ox King and Trunks. Advertisement. So he really wants to meet the protagonists like Son Goku and Vegeta. Okay, alright. Trunks nodded. By the way, Trunks, why don't you come with me? I know you want to meet your father too. After all, you were very young when he was killed by the artificial man, so you probably don't have much impression of him. Son Gohan knew that Trunks still missed Vegeta very much in his heart. He would love to meet his father. Even if his father is not very good in the eyes of others. Although my mother told me not to have any extravagant thoughts about my father, I still want to see him. Trunks nodded and replied. By the way, he also wants to see what the Earth looks like without being destroyed. Okay, then go back and get ready. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Son Gohan continued. Soon Trunks left with some excitement. Son Gohan also told Chi-Chi Vital about it. Although Chi-Chi somewhat didn't want Gohan to go. But thinking about the Earth they lived on before, she didn't want to let everyone in other time and space go through that kind of pain again. Early the next morning, Trunks took the time machine to Bowsy Mountain early. Son Gohan is also ready. In fact, there is no need to prepare anything at all. As long as the time machine has sufficient energy, there is no problem. Gohan, you must protect yourself well. Do you know that something must happen? If you encounter danger, run away as soon as possible. Chi-Chi stared at Son Gohan and said very seriously. There was still a worried look on his face. Well, I will. Son Gohan nodded. I have to say that when watching the Dragon Ball anime, many people saw the bad side of Chi-Chi. Advertisement. But everything she does is to make her children's lives better. It is all out of concern for children that they do those thankless things. After seeing your father, tell him that I miss him, and let him treat me well in another time and space. Chi-Chi carefully arranged, but then smiled helplessly, but there was some happiness mixed with that helplessness, and said, forget it, let's not talk about it. Anyway, with Goku's character, it is considered to be a talk. He won't listen either. Seeing Chi-Chi's expression, to be honest, Son Gohan actually felt very distressed. It's not because I'm called Chi-Chi's mother now. But every woman like this deserves to be loved. Especially her expression of helplessness mixed with happiness just now made people feel more sympathetic. Don't worry, I will, Mom. Son Gohan nodded seriously. Let's go, Trunks. Then, Son Gohan spoke to Trunks. Trunks threw the capsule in his hand, boom, and the time machine appeared in front of Son Gohan and Trunks. Then the two jumped and went straight into the time machine. Woo, Gohan, you must protect yourself. After Chi-Chi watched Son Gohan get into the time machine, it was this time that he reminded him worriedly. Son Gohan nodded again. Trunks then operates the time machine. Choose the time and space, time and place to go back to. And this time they chose the same time and place as in Dragon Balls. It is the same place where Son Goku returned to Earth from the planet Yodrat, also 3 hours earlier. Because in this way, Frieza and his father, King Cold, can be taken care of. Although even if they don't show up, Son Goku can also clean up Frieza and King Cold. But he still wants to see Frieza, the popular villain. The moment a white halo enveloped the time machine, it disappeared directly from Chi-Chi and the others. Chapter 20 Frieza, we are here to kill you, third watch for data. At this time, it is the time and space that Son Gohan and Trunks are going to. Vegeta and Piccolo they already sense that Frieza is bringing another powerful guy into the Earth. Everyone rushed over in the direction of Frieza's breath. Although they were very terrified at this time, their expressions were all very solemn. But they must choose to fight head-on. Otherwise they would have no hope of surviving. Rumble. With a piercing roar, Frieza's universe spacecraft landed on Earth. Fortunately, the landing area is an empty canyon. Otherwise, the landing of such a huge spaceship of the universe would definitely be a disaster for the city. Vegeta and Piccolo have also rushed over. It's just that they have to hide their breath and walk with their own feet. Although this is very uncomfortable for them who are used to flying. But you know, everyone in the Frieza Legion is wearing a combat power detection device. As long as they use breath, they can be detected. At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Frieza, is this where the Super Saiyan is? After stepping out of the universe ship, Frieza's father, King Cold, looked at Frieza and asked. The sound is like a subwoofer, just like the voice of Mr. Satan. Yes, Dad, it's this remote spicy chicken planet. Frieza nodded. At this time, Frieza has been reassembled, and the whole body is covered with patches of various colors, looking a little bit embarrassed. Then he suddenly glanced at the mountain in the distance, and in a daze, he actually saw the figure of Super Saiyan Son Goku. At that moment, a violent breath erupted from Frieza's body. Apparently the guy has been overshadowed by Son Goku at Namek. But, hateful wild monkey. Absolutely. Unforgivable. Clenching his fist tightly, a purple arc flickered around his body instantly, and his sharp nails dug into his palm. Advertisement. The bright red blood flowed down the fist and left on the ground little by little. But Frieza didn't feel it at all. Because this bit of pain is nothing compared to the damage that Son Goku's wild monkey did to his body and self-esteem. Wild monkey, the pain you caused me, I must multiply it hundreds of times and pay back. Seeing Frieza's angry face, King Cold said, don't be so nervous, Frieza. As long as the two of us work together, we will definitely be able to get rid of that Super Saiyan. The #1 universe must belong to our family. This guy, no matter in tone or posture, is very pretentious. It is exactly the same as Mr. Satan. Maybe this guy is a vest of Mr. Satan. That's right, Dad, maybe my current strength can already defeat that wild monkey. Frieza, who was still extremely angry, suddenly had a cold smile on his lips. In this case, let's kill other creatures on the Earth first. When that Saiyan comes back and sees this situation, it should be very painful. King Cold suggested from the side. It has to be said that the ruthlessness of these guys is completely hereditary. Frieza nodded. Then he said to the universe people behind him, you guys, go and kill all the people on Earth. Yes, King Frieza. The people behind nodded immediately. Then get ready to go. At this time, Vegeta, Piccolo and Krillin were completely terrified. With their current strength, it is impossible to be Frieza's opponent. And beside him is an equally powerful helper. Damn it, you've only been resurrected not long ago, are you going to be killed again? Krillin and Yamcha had expressions of fear on their faces. To be honest, the successive deaths really made them feel fear. And after being killed this time, it is not so easy to resurrect. After all, Namek was no longer in his old location, and it wasn't that easy to find. Cut. A bunch of useless waste. Vegeta looked at the few people who were terrified, and sneered. It's just that his heart is also extremely nervous. Advertisement. I haven't become a Super Saiyan yet, and I haven't surpassed Kakarot to become the strongest Saiyan. How can you die in such a place? And the few people behind Frieza jumped up, just when they were about to go to the Earth to kill ordinary people. Whoosh. Suddenly, several energy beams burst through the air. Hoo. In an instant, the energy beam precisely pierced the chests of several universe people. Then they fell to the ground one by one like dumplings, and died without even making a scream. Nani? What's going on? Seeing the sudden scene in front of them, Piccolo and Vegeta were shocked. Who did it just now? Several of them who are relatively strong on the Earth are here, who else has such strength? Whizzing. And when everyone was extremely shocked, suddenly two figures appeared directly opposite Frieza and King Cold. The moment these two figures appeared, both Frieza and King Cold had expressions of surprise on their faces. But that surprise was fleeting. What's the matter with you, Earthlings? Frieza looked at the two with extremely cold eyes and asked. And these two people are naturally Son Gohan and Trunks who traveled from time and space in the future. Nothing special, the purpose of our coming is to kill you. Son Gohan said to Frieza calmly. It's kind of funny looking at Frieza covered in patches. But after seeing these guys, it seems that I am not as excited as I imagined. After all, I have even met the artificial man and Cell. After seeing Frieza, it is really difficult to have big fluctuations in my heart. Chapter 21 Super Saiyan, shocked everyone, and the tragedy tower stunned. 4 more data. What? Frieza was blinded, and King Cold beside him was also blinded. They even wondered if their ears had auditory hallucinations. These two Earthlings who are like ants in front of them dare to say such arrogant and unruly words. What did you say? Kill us. Ho 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 ho. You little bug, I'm afraid you don't know who you're talking to, and you don't know our methods. After being surprised for a moment, Frieza let out a sharp laugh. I haven't heard such stupid words for a long time. I didn't expect to hear such ignorant and stupid words on such a garbage planet. No, that guy's eyes. So familiar. I always feel as if I have seen it somewhere, but I can't remember it for a while. This look is so familiar. The ignorant are the happiest. But this happiness will be quite short-lived, don't you think, Frieza? The corner of King Cold's mouth also showed a playful look. The creatures of this garbage planet are really ignorant and make people feel a little pitiful. That's right, Dad, Frieza's sharp voice echoed. Of course we know who you are. Frieza and your father, King Cold, are you the ones who are ignorant? Son Gohan smiled and said lightly. My understanding of Frieza is much deeper than Son Goku and Vegeta. Oh, didn't expect to know us. It's really an honor for me. I didn't expect that my name, my reputation as the Emperor of the Universe, would have spread to this remote garbage planet. Frieza wasn't too surprised either. These guys know their existence, which means that they are very famous. Even this remote planet knows its existence. Don't be so self-righteous, Frieza. Don't you feel ashamed to say such things shamelessly after being beaten up like this? Son Gohan said in a calm tone. Advertisement. And after his voice fell, Frieza's youth was completely angry. The anger in the eyes is burning even more. Damn it, actually, dare to say such a thing. Absolutely. Unforgivable. Son Gohan's words were like a fuse, instantly igniting all of Frieza's anger. Once again, purple arcs flickered around the body, and the breath also exploded in an instant. Because when he thinks of himself now, he can't help but think of being defeated by that wild monkey Son Goku. For me, this is definitely a great shame and humiliation in my life. Trunks, these two guys are too weak, I have no interest in them. Go and get rid of them. Son Gohan glanced at Trunks, then spoke lightly. At this time, Frieza's combat power is only a few hundred million, and King Cold is even weaker than Frieza. So with such strength, I don't even have the interest to make a move. Yes, Brother Gohan. Trunks nodded. In fact, he thought so too. There is no need for Brother Gohan to take action on this kind of rubbish. Then Trunks clenched his fists and instantly turned into Super Saiyan. Because when fighting, he doesn't like to test the opponent's strength a little bit. Especially this kind of strength is not as good as his opponent at all, so there is no need to make unnecessary temptations. No. Impossible. Super Saiyan, this is absolutely impossible. Seeing that Trunks turned into Super Saiyan, and the eyes are exactly the same as Son Goku. The anger in Frieza's eyes instantly turned into fear. For Super Saiyan, he now has a knee-jerk sense of dread. As that Super Saiyan, King Cold also frowned. Why are there other Super Saiyans in this world besides the Super Saiyan that Frieza said? Yes, Dad. Frieza nodded with an ugly face. Don't be so scared, Frieza. Because I will completely get rid of you in an instant, so you won't feel any special pain. Trunks said coldly. Frieza may be a very terrifying, even invincible existence to the current Earth warriors. But in the eyes of himself and Brother Gohan, his strength is pitifully weak. Advertisement. I am fully capable of killing it in an instant. Sue. Hateful brat. Unforgivable. Frieza clenched her fists tightly. Then a huge energy ball instantly condensed in the palm of his hand, and flung it towards Trunks. Trunks slapped casually, and the energy ball was sent flying. Then the body suddenly flashed, directly in front of Frieza. It's so powerful, so powerful. Who are those two guys? Why can they burst out with such a powerful aura? This aura is no weaker than Goku. Heelan and the others were completely shocked. And Vegeta on the side had the ugliest face. Clenching his fists tightly, he murmured in disbelief, Super Saiyan. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There should be a limit to joking. There is no 5th Saiyan in this world other than me, Kakarot, Tabur, and this half-breed brat. Vegeta really can't believe that there are Saiyans in this world besides them. And this guy can turn into a Super Saiyan. This is the biggest attack on his soul. You must know that you are a majestic Saiyan prince, an elite fighter with the most noble Saiyan blood. But I haven't become a Super Saiyan yet, but these bastards are ahead of me one by one. Thinking of this, he felt aggrieved to death. Super Saiyan. He turned into Super Saiyan. In addition to Dad, there is actually someone who can become Super Saiyan. The little Gohan on the side also opened his mouth in surprise. Are there other Saiyans besides Sun on Earth? Why didn't you know that before? Piccolo was also completely dumbfounded. What is happening? Who are those two guys who suddenly appeared in front of them? Because they were afraid of being discovered by Frieza and the others before, they deliberately hid in a relatively far away position. At this moment, they naturally couldn't see the appearance of Son Gohan and Trunks clearly. Chapter 22 Shock everyone, I am Son Gohan. 8,000 flowers plus more. As for Frieza and his father, King Cold, they were easily dealt with by Trunks within a few rounds. You must know that their strength in this time and space has not changed. However, under the training of Trunks and Son Gohan, the strength is much stronger than that in the original book. So it will be easier to kill Frieza and King Cold. More importantly, Trunks' personality is different from Son Goku's, and he will not procrastinate when fighting. Instead, it was resolved decisively by killing. As for Piccolo and Kling, they were completely dumbfounded. In their eyes, Frieza, who was unshakable like a behemoth, was defeated by that young man with ease. Even the strong man brought by Frieza was instantly killed. Just kidding. Frieza, who is known as the Emperor of the Universe, was dealt with so easily. Who are those two guys? Piccolo and Kling and Tien Shinhan all had their mouths open. The shock in my heart is simply indescribable. Just now they thought they were going to be completely finished, but they didn't expect these two mysterious guys to appear suddenly. Killed Frieza with ease. How strong are they? These bastards, there must be a limit to joking. How could that be DB Saiyan? This is Vegeta with a livid face, very, very ugly. The original fear and anger towards Frieza has been completely transferred to Trunks. He simply cannot accept that there is another Saiyan in this world besides Kakarot who can become a Super Saiyan. Call out. In the next second, Vegeta's body jumped up. Appeared directly in front of Son Gohan and Trunks. This fellow, Vegeta, what are you going to do? Piccolo frowned, and followed suit. The others also hurried over one by one. Just because those two guys who popped up killed Frieza doesn't mean they weren't enemies. It may even be friends that Goku met on other planets, so this is the time to help them. Advertisement. Son Gohan and Trunks also turned around quickly. This is Trunks has returned to normal state of mind. Hey, who the hell are you D? In this world, Saiyan is only me and Kakarot, who the hell are you? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and said with a look of jealousy and anger. He ignored his own younger brother directly. The majestic King Vegeta can only be a foil for others at this time. This kind of mood, this kind of blown self-esteem, probably only he himself knows what it feels like. Sorry, we can't identify ourselves just yet. Trunks glanced at Vegeta, and immediately lowered his head after speaking. Sure enough, my father's personality was exactly the same as what my mother said, with a bit of a temper. At this time, Piccolo and Son Gohan also split up. The moment they saw the other Son Gohan, there was a look of incomparable horror in their eyes. What? Why does he look so much like Gohan? What exactly is going on? Piccolo was the first to make a sound of surprise. Kling and Yamcha, they are not far behind. Indeed, the guy in front of him is too similar to Gohan, especially the eyes are exactly the same. This brother looks like me. Little Gohan was also the puzzled Son Gohan, muttering in his mouth. Could it be? Piccolo seemed to have made an astonishing discovery, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Could it be that the guy in front of me is Gohan from the future time and space? Although such an idea is shocking, it is not impossible. Are you Gohan? With this bold idea in his mind, Piccolo asked impatiently. Because this guy is so similar to Gohan, I can almost be sure of my own thoughts. Advertisement. Uncle Piccolo is really smart. Let me introduce myself, I am Son Gohan from another time and space. Seeing the shock on other people's faces and Piccolo's expectant green face, Son Gohan didn't hide anything, but nodded directly. Because he felt that there was no need to conceal his identity. And comparing myself with little Gohan, I guess anyone who is not stupid can guess it. The reason why Trunks wanted to hide his identity and name was because he was afraid that telling others about it would affect his own birth. But I don't have that scruple, because Son Gohan in this time and space is already 7 years old. So it will not affect the birth of future time and space. OMG. Is he really Gohan? It's really too similar, especially the eyes are exactly the same. Heelan and Tien Shinhan were even more shocked when they heard what Son Gohan said. Unexpectedly, this boy who looks exactly like Gohan is really Gohan. And it's future Gohan. Although it is difficult for them to understand, it is obviously true. No. Impossible. This guy is actually that kid from the Kakarot family. But his aura is terrifying. It's impossible to get in touch with that brat. Vegeta also opened his mouth wide in surprise, his eyes kept darting to the two Son Gohans. Although they look very similar, it is really impossible to connect the two of them. From the body of the guy in front of him, he could feel the decisive killing spirit and fierce breath. But that kid is too kind, he doesn't have such aura at all. Sure enough, I didn't expect Gohan from another time and space to grow so big and become so powerful. I can feel a very beautiful power from your body. This power seems to be beyond my imagination. After getting the correct answer, Piccolo raised the corner of his mouth, and then said to Son Gohan. Indeed, the aura he felt from Son Gohan's body at this time seemed to be stronger than Son Goku's. Chapter 23 Admonitions to Little Gohan, Thoughtful Piccolo. 10,000 flowers plus more. Are you really another me? It really looks like me. Little Gohan looked at Son Gohan straight, and then said in a childish voice. Son Gohan was very cute when he was young. And the voice is also very cute. Yes, I am you in another time and space. Son Gohan walked up to the little Gohan, then touched the little Gohan's head, and said with a smile. In fact, I can say that I am another Son Gohan, or I can say that I am not Son Gohan. Because I have not involved Son Gohan's previous life and experience. You are so strong. If only I could become as strong as you. That way, you will never be afraid of enemies like Frieza again. Little Gohan clenched his fists, his tone was a little naive, and he still said in a childish voice. The envy and admiration for Son Gohan can be clearly heard in his voice. With your talent, it is not difficult to reach my level. As long as you practice persistently, maybe one day you will surpass me. We must remember that enemies will never disappear in this world. If we want to protect the people we like and the earth we love, we must make our fists hard enough and strong enough. I hope you can understand this, and don't give up your cultivation under any circumstances. Looking at the envious and admiring eyes of little Gohan, Son Gohan taught very seriously. In this world where crisis and civilization coexist, I cannot deny that studying is bad. Nor can it be said that reading is useless. After all, if an ordinary person wants to survive on this earth, studying is indeed a way that can directly change his life. But Son Gohan is different, he has a fighting talent that no one else has. So giving up this talent in order to learn knowledge is indeed a very irrational, even stupid behavior. And to put it bluntly, once the earth launches a real crisis, those so-called scientists or doctors or scholars have nothing to do. Even if they create advanced weapons, can they destroy Majin Buu? Can gods of Destruction Beerus be defeated? Advertisement. Obviously impossible, D. In this world, fists are the last word. In the previous life, how many people felt sorry and regretful because Son Gohan wasted his talent? I see, big brother. No matter what happens in the future, I will never give up my cultivation. After hearing this, little Gohan immediately nodded his head seriously. As for him actually calling himself a big brother, this made Son Gohan a little dazed. After all, the two of them are still one person after all. The Trunks on the side also secretly smiled. Unexpectedly, brother Gohan in this time and space is quite cute. Well, your talent is very powerful, as long as you train well, you will definitely become a top powerhouse. Son Gohan nodded and spoke again. Piccolo on the side also looked at Son Gohan with some relief. Seeing that Gohan from another time and space is so powerful, he really felt very relieved. After all, I was Gohan's master when I was a child. Are you, really Gohan? It's unbelievable. At this time, Keelan also hurriedly approached, still asking in disbelief. Gohan can become so powerful. Maybe it surpasses Goku. Well, I am indeed Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and replied with a smile. For the role of Keelan, Son Gohan is actually quite entangled. To be honest, he really didn't like the pitiful face of a chicken thief when he was a child. After growing up, he was timid, but I have to say that he still has a sense of justice and even loyalty in many cases. Another aspect is that Keelan actually married Goddess No. 18. This is simply a cancer in the hearts of most fans. Advertisement. Gohan, who is this boy next to you? Is he also from your time and space? Or, is he also someone's son? Piccolo looked at Trunks, then at Vegeta. I always feel that the eyebrows of these two guys are very similar. Could it be that the boy in front of him is the son of Vegeta in the future? But isn't Saiyan's hair all black? Why is this boy's hair light purple? You misunderstood, Uncle Piccolo. He and I do not come from the same time and space, he is also the Saiyan of your time and space, and I happen to meet on other planets. It's just that we hit it off very well, so we got to know each other. Son Gohan smiled and replied. At the same time, I was surprised, Piccolo is too thoughtful, isn't he? It was obvious from the look in his eyes just now that he was doubting the relationship between Trunks and Vegeta. To be more accurate, he must have guessed that Trunks was Vegeta's son. Of course, as long as Vegeta and Bulma don't know about it, it's not a big problem. After hearing brother Gohan's answer, Trunks also took a grateful look. Because if you tell your own life experience now, it is likely to affect your own life experience. Piccolo shook the corner of his mouth and smiled, but didn't say anything more. As for Vegeta, although he is usually smarter, but now he is so angry that he doesn't care to think about these problems. Everyone, let's go over there and wait for Mr. Goku. He has 3 hours to reach Earth. At this time, Trunks was also afraid that these people had too many problems, and he would be easily exposed, but he said to the others, and finally flew directly towards the place where Son Goku was about to land. Son Gohan followed, and others followed suit. Chapter 24 Show Super Saiyan 2, everyone is shocked to petrification. 1000 evaluation votes plus update. According to the time Son Gohan and Trunks said, Son Goku appeared 3 hours later. Rumble. With a deafening roar and the trembling of the ground, the universe spaceship that Son Goku was driving hit the ground heavily. At this moment, everyone crowded around excitedly. Because they haven't seen Goku for a year, everyone misses him very much. Of course, Vegeta also misses Son Goku very much, he really wants to defeat Son Goku. After coming out of the universe spaceship, Son Goku looked at everyone with a look of astonishment. Ah, why are you all here? Did you know that I would land in this place today? After Son Goku came out, he asked in surprise. The people in front of them obviously came prepared. They sure knew they would land here today. Goku, Gohan told us. Heelin was the first to answer. Huh, Gohan. Son Goku froze for a moment, then looked at little Gohan. How did Gohan know that he was back today? When did you have this superpower? But little Gohan shook his head, then pointed to Son Gohan and said, Dad, it's me in another time and space. Huh, another Gohan. Son Goku looked in the direction that little Gohan was pointing at, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Asking in disbelief, ah, are you Gohan too? Yes, the young man looks exactly like Gohan between his brows. Even the eyes have not changed at all, although much bigger than Gohan. But absolutely right. Yes, Dad, Dad. Son Gohan could only nod with a wry smile, and called out those two words with an embarrassing expression. To be honest, calling Son Goku Dad is really a very embarrassing thing for him. But I have already got Son Gohan's body, and it seems reasonable to call him Dad. Advertisement. It's really Gohan. Wow, it's unbelievable that you have grown so big. And your strength seems to have become very powerful too. Son Goku still had difficulty controlling his surprised expression. It's a long story. Let's talk about this later. I came to another time and space to find you this time, not just to kill Frieza. We have other goals. Son Gohan told the ins and outs of everything after the appearance of space-time androids in the future. After hearing Son Gohan's explanation, everyone showed surprise on their faces. Even Keelan and Yamcha had expressions of horror on their faces. I didn't expect that Dr. Gero could actually create such a powerful artificial human. Not even Super Saiyan can handle it. And what Son Gohan said just now is very clear. With Son Goku's current strength, it must be a bit difficult to deal with two Saiyans. And Son Goku in the future time and space did not participate in the battle because he was infected with a viral heart disease. For them, this is simply a bolt from the blue. It wouldn't seem so incomprehensible that all of them were killed if Goku hadn't been in the fight. Chich, what a pity. I actually didn't participate in the battle. Son Goku clenched his fists, obviously regretting that he didn't fight in the future. Father, this is also the main purpose of our visit this time. In this time period, viral heart disease is indeed an incurable disease, but in the future time and space, a special medicine for this heart disease has been researched. And we came this time with special medicine, in order to prevent another parallel time and space from repeating the tragedy of our time and space. Son Gohan said seriously, then took out the special medicine from his pocket and handed it to Son Goku. Special medicine. Great. In this way, I can join the battle, hee. After receiving the special medicine, Son Goku said happily. And the people on the side who were tense after hearing the tragedy of the future time and space also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Goku doesn't die, anything can be resolved. In their mind, as long as Goku is around, there is no enemy that cannot be dealt with. By the way, Gohan, you should be very strong, right? Advertisement. Can you show me your current strength? By the way, tell me, how big is the difference between the artificial humans you mentioned and the current you? After Son Goku put away the special medicine, he said to Son Gohan curiously. Because he could feel a very huge force from Gohan's body. Even if Gohan is deliberately suppressing this force, he can still feel it. This power is not even weaker than himself. If Gohan's power is not as strong as my own, I won't be too interested. But Gohan's strength is so strong now, so he is also very curious. Piccolo and Keelan were also full of curiosity. They also want to know, how strong is the future Gohan? As for Vegeta, his face was so ugly from beginning to end. It's exactly like a well-cooked pork liver. Oh well. But everyone, don't be surprised, because my strength may far exceed your perception. Looking at the expectant expressions of Son Goku and Piccolo, Son Gohan could only nod his head. Then his face straightened, and golden arrogance erupted from his body instantly. It directly turned into the form of Super Saiyan, and the golden breath lingered crazily around the body. Soon, the golden light disappeared, and the breath was very stable. There is no sign of breath leakage at all. This is the full power form of Super Saiyan. Okay. So amazing. The breath is so strong. Son Goku was shocked, and everyone was shocked by Son Gohan's aura. Such a powerful aura is simply not comparable to Son Goku. This is the full power form of Super Saiyan. It is a very stable form. Next, I will perform a transformation beyond Super Saiyan, which is the form of Super Saiyan 2. After Son Gohan finished speaking seriously, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Complete petrification in place. Chapter 25 Shocking, the horror of Super Saiyan 2. Add more for the self-abandoned brother. What? Did I hear you right? He actually said that he wants to transform into a form beyond Super Saiyan. Son, have you ever heard of this form? It was Piccolo who recovered from the shock first, then looked at Son Goku and asked. However, the look of surprise on his face was still very strong. We must know that Super Saiyan is already at the ceiling level of combat power for them. They are unimaginably strong. How strong is the so-called Super Saiyan 2 that surpasses Super Saiyan? It's unimaginable. I don't know, even the name Super Saiyan was told to me by Vegeta. Son Goku shook his head, then looked at Vegeta, who had an extremely ugly face, and asked, Yo Vegeta, do you know how to surpass Super Saiyan? You know, Vegeta is the Prince of Saiyan. He knows a lot of secrets about Saiyan that he doesn't. Maybe he will know the form beyond Super Saiyan. Cut. Shut up, Kakarot. Vegeta snarled loudly directly at Son Goku. At this time, his heart was full of anger. Seeing Son Goku and his son, it was like seeing the killing of the father and the enemy. Jealousy has completely distorted his heart at this time. Kakarot surpasses himself alone, even if he becomes Super Saiyan. Unexpectedly, Kakarot's son turned into Super Saiyan. And according to his tone, he was able to surpass again in the form of Super Saiyan and become the so-called Super Saiyan 2. This is simply a great humiliation to himself, the Saiyan Prince. How could such a B*********** D happen? You guys are too grumpy, you just say it if you don't know, why are you so angry? Son Goku glanced at Vegeta, and then muttered. In fact, he also knew very well why Vegeta was angry. You know he has always called himself the proud Prince Saiyan. Saiyan's elite fighters. When he didn't break through Super Saiyan, he and Gohan actually broke through Super Saiyan one after another. Advertisement. For Vegeta, who has a strong self-esteem, this is indeed a very humiliating thing. Heck, stop talking nonsense to me, D. Vegeta bared his teeth, wishing he could go up and beat up the two father and son. But there is no way, my current strength is too weak. Even Kakarot has to beat himself easily. Not to mention that half-blood kid who is stronger than Kakarot. This guy, Vegeta, doesn't he have too much self-esteem? Goku and Gohan becoming Super Saiyan is a huge good thing for the whole planet. Klein muttered softly. He didn't dare to say such words loudly in front of Vegeta. After all, he never considered Vegeta their friend. It's just that this guy is temporarily living on the Earth. The reason why they appeared together this time is just because they have the same purpose to fight Frieza together. In the shocked and expectant eyes of everyone, Son Gohan suddenly clenched his fists, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes again. Aha! The moment the deep voice came out of his throat, Son Gohan's breath surged again. Rustle. In an instant, the golden flame became more violent and turned into a jet. The breath continuously gushes out from the body. Rumble. With Son Gohan's aura rising, the whole ground began to tremble violently. With Son Gohan as the center, cracks like spider webs began to appear, spreading in all directions. Gravels on the ground floated directly in midair. What kind of breath is this? It can almost fill the entire earth. Heelan and Yamcha were completely dumbfounded, with their mouths open enough to stuff a goose egg. Eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Wow, this is too strong. The whole earth is trembling violently following this breath. Advertisement. Son Goku clenched his fists with excitement. With Son Gohan's aura rising, while the earth was shaking, the Saiyan blood in his body began to boil crazily. Although he had felt a huge force in the criminal's body before. But he never thought that Gohan's strength could be so strong. It is no exaggeration to say that it is impossible for me to be Gohan's opponent. Even this breath is like a bottomless pit. See Lala. Blue arcs flickered around Son Gohan's body. The bangs swayed in front of his eyebrows, and his eyes were sharper than when he became Super Saiyan. Giggle. B*************. D. There must be a limit to joking. Damn brat. Looking at the appearance of Son Gohan, feeling the vast aura of the universe, Vegeta roared crazily in his heart. Originally, all the honors, all the admiration and astonishment should belong to him. Because I am the most talented and purest Saiyan prince. But Kakarot, the father and son, actually stole the limelight over and over again. Call. This is Super Saiyan 2 beyond Super Saiyan. I hope this display will help you break through this boundary in the future. After becoming Super Saiyan 2, Son Gohan looked at Son Goku and Little Gohan and said calmly. Although this is just a show, it doesn't do Son Goku and Son Gohan any favors. But let them know that there is a Super Saiyan 2 on top of Super Saiyan. Let them know in advance the unknown territory. This has been of great help to them. Because after they reach the full power of Super Saiyan, they will not have any sense of confusion. Chapter 26 Comb the center of the earth, Gohan is outrageous. Happy holidays. The artificial man I told you before is indeed very powerful, but it is far behind me now. Of course, even so, you must not take it lightly. Because the artificial man is still very powerful. Son Gohan said to everyone. Everyone opened their mouths in shock, but Son Goku recovered from the excitement. Gohan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. However, your strength makes my blood boil. Can I compete with you a little bit? Son Goku suppressed his excitement and the boiling blood in his body, and said to Son Gohan. In fact, Son Goku at this time, although he also likes fighting very much. After encountering a strong person, he can't help but feel excited. But he is completely different from the Son Goku in Dragon Ball Super who was fighting and throwing himself away. He wanted to propose a competition at this time, mainly to understand Son Gohan's strength more clearly. And in such a competition, maybe he can also comprehend some opportunities and mysteries of becoming Super Saiyan 2. No problem at all, but I won't show mercy. Son Gohan smiled and nodded in agreement. Although Son Goku, who was able to become Super Saiyan during this period, is already very strong. But there is a world of difference between him and himself. After all, his basic combat power is not weaker than Son Goku, and he can become Super Saiyan 2. What's more, the perfect Ultra Instinct is not something the current Son Goku can imagine. Huh, a father-son duel. This is something to watch. Yeah, Goku and Gohan are both strong, and I'm looking forward to seeing them fight. Who says no? But speaking of Gohan's strength, it's unbelievable. Heelan, Tien Shinhan and Yamcha all said curiously. The duel between Son Goku father and son really made them feel very interesting. And it's a duel between two Super Saiyans. Compared with the curiosity of the few of them, Vegeta really wanted to get into the cracks in the ground at this moment. In this way, the past will make your self-esteem feel better. Ah, don't keep your strength, let me feel your strength. Son Goku also nodded with a smile. If Gohan needs to release water to compete with himself, then I feel a little embarrassed. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, he clenched his fist and became Super Saiyan. Golden arrogance swirled crazily around his body. Vegeta was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Then I'll come, Gohan. After Son Goku said with a smile, his body suddenly flashed, and he was directly in front of Son Gohan. Obviously, he showed no mercy. Because he knew that Gohan was far stronger than himself, so he didn't need to hold back at all. Then he punched Son Gohan. It's just that when the fist was half a meter away from Son Gohan, his body suddenly circled behind Son Gohan like a ghost. This scene shocked the Trunks on the side. Unexpectedly, Uncle Goku's straight punch just now was just a feint. You must know that Son Goku's speed was very fast just now, and his movements were almost done in one go. It is obvious that the move just now was able to achieve that speed after countless times of tempering. This is combat experience, an ability that the current self does not possess at all. And Piccolo and Keelan couldn't see Son Goku's movements clearly at all. The moment he circled behind Son Gohan, Son Goku swept past with a whip kick. Call out. There was a slight noise in the terrifying wind-shaken air. Son Gohan remained motionless. He casually raised his right arm. Snapped. It is easy to block Son Goku's whip leg. Slightly. Unexpectedly, Gohan blocked the kick he had charged so easily. Then the body did a backflip and landed 3 feet away. Kamehameha wave. Son Goku really didn't intend to keep his hand. After a trial, the Kamehameha wave is cast directly. You know, this is his famous trick. Nani, that Goku guy is fighting Gohan, and he's going to use Kamehameha waves. Keelan and the others muttered in confusion. Advertisement. Still, they were curious, would Gohan be able to follow Goku's Kamehameha wave? In the eyes of everyone's expectations, Son Gohan turned his head and directly extended his right hand to block the Son Goku Kamehameha wave. The body is still motionless. It is undeniable that the power of Kamehameha waves is indeed great. It's just that the gap between the two of them is really too big. That's simply not what Kamehameha waves can make up for. After catching Kamehameha wave easily, Son Gohan pushed upwards with his palm, and Kamehameha wave rushed directly to the sky. Sure enough, not even the Kamehameha wave has any effect. Haha, Gohan, this guy is really good. Son Goku could only smile helplessly. The strength I encountered has reached a level that I can hardly imagine. At the same time, Son Gohan's body suddenly disappeared. The reappearance has come to Son Goku. Then punch out. Rustle. The air was shaken with ripples. Fist brushed against Son Goku's ear. Rumble. Dozens of mountain peaks behind Son Goku were instantly smashed into powder by the fist wind. The ground was directly plowed into a shocking trench. It looks like the earth is directly coned in the middle. Grunt. Gululu. For a moment, the sound of swallowing saliva came and went. Didn't use any ki blast, just punch the wind, and directly combed the center of the earth. Gohan, this guy is outrageous and a little too much. Piccolo blinked and murmured. Chapter 27 Unexpected Visitors, Supreme Kai and Jebet gauging. That boy Gohan, what kind of things did he go through and what kind of training did he go through to reach this level? Keelan and the others also said with a smile. Behind a person's strength, there must be countless heartaches and efforts to reach such a level. So you can't just look at how strong a person is, but also think about how much effort he has put in to become stronger. Trunks on the side looked at his father Vegeta. In fact, it's not a good feeling in my heart. According to Mom, Dad's self-esteem is very strong. Today I saw that all 3 of them can become Super Saiyan, but he, the Saiyan Prince, cannot become Super Saiyan. This must have dealt a huge blow to his self-esteem. Hope this blow can push him to become Super Saiyan as soon as possible. Okay, Gohan, let's call it a day. Your strength is stronger than I imagined. Son Goku smiled, and continued, it seems that we have to train as soon as possible to become stronger to be able to deal with those artificial humans. In fact, the victory and defeat have just been decided. If it was a real fight just now, Gohan's punch would be enough to kill himself. Son Gohan nodded, and then the two directly became normal. Dad, our purpose of coming here has been achieved, I think we should go back too. The main purpose of their visit this time is to bring special medicine to Son Goku. Now that this matter has been completed, it doesn't make much sense to stay here. The point is that at this time, everyone who should be seen has already been seen. And no one can be his opponent. So it's time to leave. Are you leaving so soon? Don't you want to play for a few more days? Son Goku also said in surprise. I didn't expect Gohan to leave so hastily. No, by the way, Dad, let me take some photos for everyone. I can show Mom and the others after I go back. Advertisement. You must know that in the future time and space, Son Goku and the others have been killed for more than 10 years. So Chi-Chi also misses Son Goku and the others very much. And Master Roshi, they must also miss Son Goku and Keelan very much. After all, these two guys are his disciples. Son Goku nodded, and Keelan and the others also came over. Son Gohan naturally invited Vegeta to take a photo together, but this guy refused decisively. Trunks was a little disappointed, but this kind of thing can't be forced. After taking the photo, Son Gohan went to Kalanta to get some senpei for a rainy day. Because in the future time and space, the immortal Kalen has been killed, and the immortal beans have also been used up. Keeping a little on hand can also prevent some accidents from happening. After a simple farewell, Son Gohan and Trunks took the time machine and returned directly to their own time and space. After going back, when Son Gohan showed the photo to Chi-Chi, she was really happy, with tears in her eyes. The boring time goes by day. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 6 months, they basically have nothing to do except training every day. On this day, Son Gohan suddenly felt 2 unusual breaths. The unusual reason is that these 2 breaths are the breath of God. The mountain behind Bowsy Mountain. Son Gohan, who was training with Trunks, suddenly stopped what he was doing. This is God's Chi. After suddenly feeling these 2 breaths, Son Gohan showed a look of surprise on his face. You must know that Ultra Instinct is a skill of God, so after mastering Ultra Instinct, you can naturally feel the breath of God. There should be only 2 people with divine aura that appeared during this time period. That is Supreme Kai Asen and his bodyguard Jebet. Because the gods of Destruction Beerus and Angel Whis are definitely not so weak. What's wrong, Brother Gohan? Advertisement. Seeing the change in Gohan's face, Trunks asked immediately. Could it be that there are new enemies appearing? I suddenly felt 2 very strange breaths just now, let's go and have a look. Son Gohan spoke to Trunks. Then the body jumped up and directly turned into a streamer. Trunks is also close behind. If the divine aura I felt just now is really Supreme Kai Asen and his bodyguard Jebet, then they must have come for Majin Buu's business. In Dragon Ball Super, Trunks once said that Majin Buu from the future time and space did not appear. That's right. Without enough energy, even the magician Bafity can't wake up Majin Buu. Son Gohan thought to himself. Half a minute later, the provocative body had already appeared in the wilderness. In front of their eyes, 2 figures also appeared. Both of them have silver white hair, and one of them looks like a teenager with a punk head, a height of 1.5 meters, and a pair of elf ears with light purple skin. And the other is a big man with a red Chinese character face. What the 2 have in common is that they both wear a pair of strange earrings. Whoosh! The sudden appearance of Son Gohan and Trunks caused a look of surprise on their faces. Sure enough, it's Supreme Kai Asen and Jebet. Looks like there's a sneaky guy here, probably because of Majin Buu. The moment he saw the 2 of them, Son Gohan said with confidence in his heart. What happened to those 2 humans? How did you find us, Lord Supreme Kai? Jebet also quickly found Son Gohan and Trunks who suddenly appeared behind him, and looked at Supreme Kai Asen with a surprised face and asked. Maybe. They just happened to pass by. We are gods, and mortals can't feel our breath at all. Supreme Kai Asen also said in surprise. Chapter 28 The Supreme God. Let them know who is calling the shots on this earth. Seeking data. Sir Supreme Kai is right, you are a god standing at the tip of this universe, how could mortals feel our breath? Jebet also said in a haughty tone. This big man's personality has always been like this, and he always feels that they are gods and are superior to others. Little do they know that their strength is not worth mentioning compared to the soldiers of the earth. Brother Gohan, these 2 guys look and dress so strangely. It doesn't look like a person from Earth. Trunks spoke in a wary tone. And I can't feel any breath from their bodies, not even a little bit. You must know that even ordinary people have breath in their bodies. Even a newborn child can feel the presence of breath. But these 2 guys in front of them have no breath at all, and their outfits are too strange. Well, they are indeed not Earthlings. Son Gohan nodded and replied. In fact, he didn't like these 2 guys very much. As a god, it is simply too embarrassing for God. A Majin Buu almost scared the 2 of them to death. Of course, Majin Buu's strength is understandable, after all, that guy is too outrageous. But a demon Lord Dabra can scare the 2 of them into shivering. You must know how arrogant they were in front of Son Goku when they first met Z fighters. It even threatened to defeat Frieza with 1 finger. Not to mention whether he has such strength. Just this kind of pretentiousness and the gap between the front and the back, people can't like it. Hey, who are you 2? What are you doing here on Earth? Son Gohan walked up to the 2 of them and asked indifferently. For these 2 guys who didn't like it, he naturally didn't have a good tone. More importantly, neither the former Son Gohan nor the current self are familiar with them. Nani, are you asking us? Jebet took a step forward, looked at Son Gohan with a straight face, and asked back. Do you think there is anyone else here? Son Gohan's tone was still indifferent. Advertisement. Cut. This human being, what kind of attitude is this? Supreme Kai Asen didn't feel anything wrong. After all, it is normal for humans not to know the existence of their Supreme Kai. But Jebet couldn't stand it. These guys don't have the slightest bit of respect for the gods. Mortal, the one standing in front of you is the Supreme Kai in this universe. You actually talk to Lord Supreme Kai with this tone. Jebet immediately said with a dark face. There was always a superior tone in his voice. Regardless of this guy's personality, or that he deserves to be beaten, Son Gohan doesn't like it a bit. Stop it, Jabbit. The purpose of our coming to Earth is not to show off our identities to the people on Earth. Supreme Kai on the side said in a low voice. The purpose of their coming to Earth this time is mainly to see the situation of Majin Buu. They had already discovered in previous years that Majin Buu was brought to Earth by Babiti's son Babiti. Then collect energy through this Earth in an attempt to revive Majin Buu, who was sealed by Babiti. I don't know how much energy that guy has gathered so far. Will it revive Majin Buu, the demon who can destroy the world? But, these two mortals are really rude. Jabbit seemed unwilling to say. He has always felt that there is a gap between gods and humans. The gods are high above, especially Supreme Kai, who is the head of the gods. But these two guys lack due respect for Supreme Kai. Brother Gohan, who the hell are these two guys? Trunks asked. The tone and attitude of that red-faced man just now made him feel very uncomfortable. Supreme Kai. Never heard of such a name. Are they gods? Supreme Kai. Advertisement. What a disgusting tone and gesture. Trunks, teach me a good lesson and let them know who is in charge of this Earth. Son Gohan was very disgusted by Jabbit's condescending tone and gesture just now. That being the case, let them see how strong mortals are. By the way, let them understand a truth. On this Earth, it is not their so-called gods who have the final say. If you want to be arrogant here, you are thinking about farting. What? Teach me. After hearing Son Gohan's words, Jabbit seemed very surprised, and even appeared momentarily stupefied. A mere human being, even though he said such arrogant and unruly words. Want to teach yourself a lesson? Sure enough, the ignorant are happy. Yes, Brother Gohan. Trunks nodded immediately. For Brother Gohan, he absolutely obeys it unconditionally. Moreover, the tone of the red-faced man and his superior attitude just now really made him very uncomfortable. Maybe it's because I've been with Brother Gohan for a long time, and my personality seems to be getting closer to Brother Gohan little by little. In this case, that's like Brother Gohan said, let them know that this Earth is not up to anyone. Trunks took a step forward and clenched his fists. Aha! With a low growl, golden flames erupted from his body instantly. The light purple hair instantly turned golden, dancing with the wind. Straight into Super Saiyan. Since the two guys in front of me say that they are gods, it means that they are still very strong. If the ordinary state wants to compete with them, it may not be easy. And my character is not the kind of person who likes to test. Chapter 29 Despicable Guy, Shunsukon Supreme Kai and Jabbit. Seeking subscription. What? Are you kidding me? How could a mortal possess such terrifying energy? What the hell is going on with this guy? Master Supreme Kai. Sensing the powerful aura suddenly erupting from the Trunks, Jabbiter, who was still aloof, suddenly showed a panic look on his face. Then, watching Supreme Kai Asin asked in disbelief. In his impression, the gods are aloft. It is absolutely impossible to be comparable to a human being, and it is even more impossible to be surpassed. But the power erupting from the body of this little mortal in front of him is really too strong. The breath is still on me. This is something I never thought of anyway. Not to mention him, even Supreme Kai on the side was shocked beyond measure. Looking at Trunks, whose body was surrounded by golden arrogance, Supreme Kai's pupils constricted continuously. It's unbelievable that the power of a mortal can reach this level. But we didn't find him at all before. Supreme Kai Asin also said in surprise. The panicked and horrified expressions of the two were originally expected by Son Gohan. It's just that Trunks isn't going to give them time to be surprised. You were too unreasonable to Brother Gohan just now, so you must be taught a lesson. After Trunks' voice fell, the body flashed out directly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Jabbit, and then punched out directly. Jabbit was still in shock. I never thought that Trunks would launch an attack so decisively. And with his speed, it is impossible to dodge at all. I can only raise my arms to block at the fastest speed. Boom. He punched out, and the fist directly hit Jabbit's arms heavily. The terrifying power suddenly burst like a flood. Jabbit's body was blown away with a punch. Boom. Rumble. Jabbit's body slammed into a big mountain behind him, accompanied by a piercing roar. Cracks appeared on the mountain behind him, and then under the astonished eyes of Supreme Kai Asin, the mountain collapsed and turned into pieces of rubble. The dust flew up immediately, and Jabbit felt as if his internal organs had been displaced at this time. Are you kidding? Is this really a power that humans can master? Jabbit's face just became more dignified. Advertisement. The power of human beings has actually reached this level, which is simply a humiliation to the gods. At the same time, he also completely changed his view of human beings. It seems that humans are not as weak as they thought. The strength of this guy in front of him has obviously surpassed himself. Magic Flash. Trunks was very decisive and sharp. After blowing Jabbiter away with one punch, he didn't continue to chase. Instead, he directly cast the Magic Flash to attack. Jabbit, get out of the way. Supreme Kai Asin quickly opened his mouth to remind. The energy condensed by the young man in front of him is terrifying. If Jabbit was hit, he would be badly wounded, if not killed. Hearing the reminder, Jabbit flew out to the other side in a panic. Boom. The powerful magic flash directly hit the position where Jabbit was just now, and a huge sinkhole was blasted out of the ground. A mushroom cloud of dust rose into the sky. Call out. Trunks had apparently predicted that Jebbet would attack. At the moment when the magic flash blasted out, the body disappeared like a ghost. When it reappeared, it had already reached the top of Jebbet's head. He clenched his fists and slammed it heavily on Jebbet's head. What? This speed. Jebbet has been completely confused. The moment he raised his head, it was Trunks' clenched fists that met him. Boom. There was no chance to dodge at all. Trunks' fists hit Jebbet's forehead heavily. Call out. Rumble. After being hit hard, Jebbet's body suddenly plunged into the ground in a straight line of blood. Once again, a huge hole was smashed out of the ground. Ha. Then Trunks formed palms with both hands, and the energy balls shot out from the palms continuously, blasting towards Jebbet's position. Rumble. The ground continued to explode, and cracks spread in all directions like spider webs. Advertisement. The dust became more and more intense, and Supreme Kai Asen could clearly feel that under this terrifying energy attack, Jebbet's aura began to weaken rapidly. The power of this human being is so terrifying. It seems that my understanding of this universe is too shallow. After frowning tightly, Supreme Kai Asen immediately stretched out his hands. At that moment, a strange energy wave directly restrained Trunks' body. This is a special superpower possessed by Supreme Kai. Can imprison the opponent for a short time. Of course, this kind of confinement can only work on people whose strength is equal to or weaker than his own. Once the opponent's strength is much stronger than your own, then your daily superpowers will be useless at all. My body is out of control. Is it that guy's fault? After Trunks felt that his body was out of control, he also showed a serious expression on his face. It seems that these two guys are not idle people. Being able to restrain one's own body is no longer something that ordinary people can do. Call out. And just after Trunks' body was restrained, Jebbet's body in the center of the explosion suddenly jumped up. There is also a long tail of dust trailing behind. The fist smashed directly at Trunks. Cut. Despicable guy. Seeing Jebbet's actions, Son Gohan frowned. Then the body suddenly disappeared in place. Boom. In the next second, there was a muffled sound in the air. Jebbet was kicked and flew out, and his body slid on the ground for a distance of nearly 100 feet. A shocking mark was plowed on the opposite side. Jebbet passed out directly. Jabbet. Supreme Kai Asen exclaimed, and when his voice just fell, Son Gohan appeared directly in front of him. Without any signs, the knee was heavily pressed against Supreme Kai Asen's lower abdomen. Wow. Puff. A mouthful of acidic water was sprayed out of the mouth, and Supreme Kai Asen's body also flew upside down. Chapter 30. Is this the Supreme God? It seems unreliable, seeking data. Wow. Son Gohan's simple kick of the knee directly made Supreme Kai feel his stomach turn over, and he couldn't stop vomiting. Is this really the power that humans possess? So strong. If he wants to kill me and Jebbet, he can do it in an instant. Supreme Kai vomited crazily, thinking very fearfully in his heart. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful guy among human beings. As Supreme Kai, I never knew such a thing existed. At this time, Jebbet, who was hundreds of meters away, also struggled to get up, and half of his face was completely swollen. The breath is weak. Obviously, Son Gohan didn't show much mercy in that attack just now. Master. Supreme Kai. Even dragging his exhausted body, Jebbet walked slowly towards Supreme Kai. It can be seen that although this guy's form is a bit despicable, and his attitude is a bit arrogant. But for Supreme Kai, I still have great respect. I'm so sorry, Brother Gohan. I was a little too careless just now. At this time, Trunks also fell in front of Son Gohan, and then said with an embarrassed face. Originally, I wanted to teach these two arrogant guys a lesson for Brother Gohan. But I didn't expect that in the end, Brother Gohan would come to save me. He did feel a little guilty in this way. It's okay. They were the ones who cheated first. Son Gohan shook his head and said, if Supreme Kai hadn't suddenly used his superpower to control Trunks just now, he wouldn't have shot. Since these two guys are going to play 2 against 2, I definitely won't spoil them. Trunks nodded. Then the two jumped up, and they were in front of Supreme Kai and Jebbet in an instant. Advertisement. Supreme Kai stood up forcefully enduring the severe pain from his abdomen. Then, he looked at Son Gohan with pain and said, Misters, please forgive Jebbet for his rudeness before. We didn't intend to offend the two of you. We do have a very important purpose for coming to Earth this time. And this matter may be related to the survival of the Earth. If possible, we hope to get the help of the two gentlemen. Supreme Kai's voice was full of fear. Because the strength of these two guys in front of them is too strong. It would be easy for them to kill themselves and Jebbet if they wanted to. But they can't die here now. If he dies here, once Majin Buu recovers, no one will be able to stop him. The entire Earth, and even the entire universe is likely to be destroyed by that horrible guy. Son Gohan stared at Supreme Kai indifferently, but did not speak. And this made Supreme Kai and Jebbet even more worried. If the two people in front of them kill them both without saying a word, then they will die too unjustly. Then Supreme Kai quickly introduced. Gentlemen, I am the Supreme Kai of this universe, and this is mine as Jebbet. His behavior was indeed a bit reckless before, please forgive me, gentlemen. It can be said that Supreme Kai's tone and posture are very low. There is no way if they are not low, because if they continue to be arrogant before Jebbet, maybe they will stay on this planet forever. He never doubted that. Gentlemen, I apologize to you for my previous stupid and ignorant actions. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't look down on human beings, let alone talk to the two of you in such an arrogant tone. Jebbet also took the initiative to stand up at this time, also keeping his posture very low. You know, even Lord Supreme Kai has put down his posture. It would be a bit unreasonable if I continued to be arrogant like before. Brother Gohan, I don't think the two of them look like bad guys. Although I spoke disrespectfully before, I have apologized now, why don't I forgive them? Trunks looked at the two with sincere faces, and then asked Son Gohan tentatively. In fact, I know Brother Gohan better than anyone else. He has a soft heart and a kind heart that breaks up. Although these two guys were very arrogant just now, they are not guilty of death. Advertisement. Brother Gohan will definitely not kill them just because of a few words. At most, it is to teach them a lesson and let them know that the earth is not a place for them to run wild. Son Gohan nodded. I didn't even think about killing Supreme Kai. After all, this guy is tied to gods of destruction. If Supreme Kai dies, so will the gods of destruction of the 7th universe. I also count on that guy as my opponent to improve my strength. Master Supreme Kai, right. What is the purpose of your coming to Earth? Then he looked at Supreme Kai and asked lightly. To be honest, we came to Earth this time to find out about a demon. A while ago, he was brought to Earth by a magician. His strength is very strong. If he wakes up, he can easily destroy a planet, and it will even be a catastrophe for the entire universe. Supreme Kai spoke with a serious face. This matter is no small matter. Even if they are dead, they must not revive Majin Buu. Because by then, it will be a disaster for the entire universe. So have you detected them? Or have you found their hiding place? Son Gohan asked in an indifferent tone. Not yet. Supreme Kai said awkwardly. Cut. Is this the supreme god of the universe? It seems unreliable. Son Gohan cast a contemptuous look and said. 2FG Chapter 31 Gohan's idea. Go to the past time and space again. Seeking data. A word from Son Gohan made the two of them blush immediately. That guy Barbie is hiding really well, even if he uses Supreme Kai's superpower, he can't find this guy's lair at all. What I am most afraid of now is that guy is secretly gathering energy, and I don't know when Majin Buu will be able to wake up. He has a deep-seated fear of Majin Buu, because when I was young, I saw the 4 Supreme Kai in front of my eyes, and they were killed by Majin Buu one by one. That has also become a fear that I will never forget. So many millions of years later, I still have an indelible fear of Majin Buu. I'm ashamed to say it, Supreme Kai Asin could only reply in embarrassment. Then he asked again, by the way, the two gentlemen don't know how to address them. My name is Son Gohan and he's Trunks. Son Gohan replied in a flat tone. Mr. Gohan and Mr. Trunks are so powerful, can you help us find Majin Buu together? As long as I find him, I have the ability to seal him completely. Supreme Kai Asin said with a pleading tone. That guy Barbie is an evil magician just like his father. Although its own strength is not very strong, but he has mastered evil magic and can control some evil souls. Then help Barbie do things. This is also the thing I fear the most. If there are some powerful evil fighters around him, he and Jebbet may not be able to deal with it. He has seen the strength of Son Gohan and Trunks before. As long as there are two of them to help, then even if there are some evil fighters around Babidi, he can handle it. I have other things to do, so I don't have time to help you. But you can take Trunks with you, Son Gohan said lightly. I don't want to help them find Majin Buu, but have another plan. As for Trunks, let him hone with Supreme Kai and the others. After all, Babidi controls the Demon Lord Dabra. Let the current Trunks help in the past, which is also a very good experience for him. Advertisement, forehead, okay, thank you Mr. Gohan. Supreme Kai Asin was stunned for a moment, then nodded his thanks. Trunks is also very strong, at least much stronger than Jebbet. With the help of Trunks, the odds are better against Barbie. As for Son Gohan, he naturally hopes to join, but if he doesn't agree, he has nothing to do. After all, with his own strength, he couldn't force him to do anything at all. I see, Brother Gohan. Trunks nodded. As long as Brother Gohan wants to do something himself, he will do it without hesitation. Okay, then you guys should look for the traces of Majin Buu, I have other things. After finishing speaking, Son Gohan jumped up and disappeared in front of the three of them in an instant. Then Mr. Trunks. After seeing Son Gohan leave, Supreme Kai said respectfully to Trunks. Sir Supreme Kai, don't be so polite, just call me Trunks from now on. Trunks smiled and replied. To be honest, I have never been called Mr. So he always felt a little uncomfortable, and I also think this guy is the real Supreme Kai, the real god. Okay. Supreme Kai Asin nodded. It seems that Trunks is much more talkative than Mr. Gohan. At this time, Son Gohan has returned to Bowsy Mountain. He decided to go to the past time and space again. This time the past has mainly two purposes. The first is to see if Son Goku has taken special medicine. Second, it is aimed at Android 18. This is my main purpose, and there is nothing to hide. Because in the past time and space of Android 18, that is the absolute #1 goddess of Dragon Ball. As a time traveler, he didn't intend to let the number 18 of the past time and space go and leave her to Keelan. Advertisement. Although Klin is known as the strongest Earthling, it still seems a bit far-fetched to match the number 18. Open black lens bracket ding. The system task has been released. Please host to go to the past time and space cell first Budokai to sign in. Reward. Time and space ability, close black lens bracket. Not long after Son Gohan arrived at Bowsy Mountain, the electronic synthesis sound of the system rang in his mind. Has the mission appeared? It's really time to deliver umbrellas and water when I'm thirsty in the afternoon. This task comes at a really good time. Son Gohan felt that this system task came very timely. When I was about to go to the past, the task of the system appeared. What confuses him is that the place to sign in this time is the venue of the world's #1 martial arts association held by Future Spacetime Cell. In this case, let Cell complete the complete body first. And the necessary condition for him to complete the complete body is to absorb androids 17 and 18. It seems that this task is a bit difficult to complete. After thinking of this, Son Gohan smiled helplessly. The attraction of time and space ability is indeed very attractive. But to watch android 18 being absorbed by Cell, I'm afraid I can't do it. Let's see the situation at that time, Son Gohan muttered to himself. After making up his mind, Son Gohan went straight to the Trunks house. Yo, it's Gohan. Why did you come here alone? Didn't Trunks come with you? After seeing Son Gohan appear, Bulma asked in a gentle tone. Well, Trunks went to work on something else. Aunt Bulma, I am going to go to the past time and space again to see how the situation is. Some time ago, I asked you to develop some energy sources for the time machine. How are you preparing now? Son Gohan nodded, then asked. Well, I was ready half a month ago. Bulma nodded, and then asked again. What, are you going to go to that time and space alone this time? Trunks has other things to do at this time, so I'll just go by myself. Chapter 32 Number 16. He is ridiculously powerful, seeking data. Then, you must protect yourself, Gohan. You and Trunks are all of us relying on now, you two must not have anything happen. Otherwise Chi-Chi and I and all Earthlings will be very sad, you know? Bulma had a gentle face, and said to Son Gohan in a serious tone. You must know that in the entire future time and space, the only remaining fighters are Gohan and Trunks. Trunks have been able to turn into Super Saiyan though. But his strength and his insight are far inferior to Gohan. So Gohan is what everyone on Earth relies on. If Gohan is gone, if there is another crisis in their future time and space, no one can resist it. The Earth will once again fall into dire crisis. In fact, in my mind, Gohan and Trunks are the same, they are both very good children. Don't worry, Aunt Bulma. It's absolutely impossible for me to have something to do, and I won't let you worry about it. Son Gohan smiled, looked at Bulma and said, in fact, he can understand Bulma's mood very well. There are only 2 real warriors left on Earth. Any failure or accident in any of them will be a devastating blow to the entire Earth. And maybe because Son Gohan is Son Goku's son, Bulma's concern is also very reasonable. Well, that's good. Come here, I'll take you to get the time machine. After speaking, Bulma took Son Gohan from the living room to the research room. Then handed the time machine in the capsule to Son Gohan. Be safe. Bulma finally couldn't help but said. Son Gohan nodded, then threw the capsule on the ground, and the time machine suddenly appeared. I am leaving, after Son Gohan said, he started the time machine and disappeared in front of Bulma instantly under the wrap of white light. After looking at the direction where Son Gohan disappeared for a while, Walmart also returned to the room again. Advertisement. And when it appeared again, Son Gohan had already reached the past. I can feel the breath of Vegeta and others, it seems that the battle has begun. I can't feel Son Goku's chi, is it because I didn't use special medicine? Son Gohan stood in midair, and after feeling the breath of Vegeta and Piccolo, he said to himself. At this point the battle begins, if Son Goku hadn't withdrawn from the fight due to a heart attack. Then I must be able to feel his anger. At this moment, I couldn't feel his anger, which could only mean that that guy didn't take heart disease seriously at all. Just like in the original book, I didn't take the special medicine I brought before. Son Goku is really a little worried, Son Gohan muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, this time and space brought him special effects 3 years ago, and this guy didn't go there for 3 years. Don't wait until the heart attack recurs. Call out. The next second, the body flashed suddenly, and Son Gohan's body disappeared in place again. It reappeared a few minutes later, already in a remote canyon. At this time in the canyon, Vegeta and the others are fighting androids 17 and 18. Numerous wounds, large and small, appeared all over Vegeta's body. The breath also began to weaken rapidly. Obviously, he is no match for android 18 at all. As for Piccolo, Tien Shinhan and Keelan who went up to help, they were easily knocked down by number 17. Call out. Son Gohan suddenly appeared. Because he didn't deliberately hide his aura, Piccolo and Vegeta discovered Son Gohan the moment he appeared. Woo! Gohan, that brat? He's here again. All eyes are on Son Gohan. Then there was hope again on his face. They are no match for artificial humans at all. Advertisement. Maybe Gohan can be comparable to them. After all, 3 years ago, Gohan has far surpassed Goku's strength. Great, it's Gohan. Clint looked excited. Looking at the eyes and expressions of other people, androids 17 and 18 also cast their gazes over. Huh? Who is that guy? Why don't I have any information about him in my database? Android 17 glanced at Son Gohan, followed by a puzzled look on his face. You should know that Dr. Gero has entered the information of all Earth warriors in his database. But this guy in front of him is very strange. I don't have any information about him in my database. Oh. I don't know, I don't have any information about him in my database either. Android 18 was also taken aback, shook his head and said. At this time, number 16, who had been playing with the birds, also looked at Son Gohan, frowning slightly. Then, he said to number 17 and number 18, according to my database data, his energy is far stronger than the two of you, so you'd better not provoke him. After hearing No 16's voice, number 17 and number 18 were both stunned. This guy has only said one sentence since he was released by them. I didn't expect that this time I would take the initiative to speak. What he said was so outrageous, he is stronger than the two of them. This is simply a joke. In this universe, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to be stronger than them. I thought you were an idiot, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to say such a thing. What a disappointment, Delta. It seems that your database has been broken. Number 16, there is no way someone stronger than me exists in this universe. Number 17 raised the corner of his mouth, and then said to number 16 confidently. That's right, number 16, it seems like Dr. Gero said, you are indeed a failure. Your so-called database seems to be just a decoration. Number 18 also teased lightly. Chapter 33 Confident number 17, defeated in seconds, seeking data. You better not be careless, he is completely different from Vegeta and Piccolo. Hearing the ridicule and disdain of Android 17 and 18, Android 16 did not show any displeasure, but continued to remind lightly. Your own database will never make any mistakes. The guy who suddenly appeared in front of him was extremely powerful, and it could even be said to be outrageous. If the 17th and 18th insist on conflicting with him, then they must be the ones who suffer in the end. But the conceited number 17 and number 18 naturally wouldn't believe what number 16 said. The body of number 17 flashed and appeared directly in front of this Son Gohan. Then he asked with a sneer, hey, who is this guy? Why isn't there any information about you in my database? He is also very curious about this. If this guy is an Earth warrior, then it is impossible for him not to have his information. Cut. Stop talking nonsense with this guy, number 17. Let's go find Son Goku, these guys are so boring. Number 18 said impatiently from the side. Originally, they wanted to have a good time after they came out. But guys like Vegeta are too blind, even though they want to make trouble for them. So I had to teach them a lesson, and their next target is Son Goku. I hope that guy's strength can be a little stronger. Otherwise, there would be no fun. Don't worry, number 18. Since number 16 said that this guy's energy is terrifying, let me try it out. By the way, tell number 16 with the facts that his database is broken. Number 17 smiled lightly, and then said to number 18 lazily. Anyway, being idle is idle, and they have no goals. If this is the case, let's play with this guy and see what kind of strength he has, so that he can be worthy of no 16's words. Cut. Boring. Number 18 curled his lips, then withdrew his body and sat directly on a rock. He hugged his knees with his hands, tilted his head, and looked bored. Hey, let's compete. Don't worry, even if your strength is weak, I won't kill you. Because I have no interest in killing people. Advertisement. Number 17 turned his head and said to Son Gohan with a smile. Although he is an artificial human, he still retains his human nature. So I will not easily attack humans, let alone kill humans. And the reason why he is competing with this guy in front of him now is mainly to have some fun. Well, I'm sure you wouldn't do that. Son Gohan nodded, and Yang Weiyao said at the corner of his mouth, besides, you don't have that ability. 17s want to fight themselves to have some fun, and I haven't fought for a long time, so I can just move my body. Oh, you guys seem to be just like Vegeta just now, you are too self-righteous. But how confident you are now, you will be miserable in a while, understand? See, Vegeta over there just said something more arrogant than you. Number 17 glanced at Son Gohan in surprise, then pointed to Vegeta lying on the ground and said with a smile. Vegeta lying on the ground is indeed miserable. Now he has lost all his combat power, and one arm has been kicked off by number 18. Gritting his teeth tightly, his face was full of pain. Bring it on. After Son Gohan glanced at Vegeta, he waved towards number 17. I am different from Vegeta. It is no exaggeration to say that his current basic combat power far exceeds Vegeta's strength after becoming Super Saiyan. After becoming a Super Saiyan, even if the 3 androids in front of him join forces, they are no match for him alone. Cut. Arrogant guy. Seeing Son Gohan's confident posture, number 17 pouted. Lifting the palm of anyone, an energy ball shot directly at Son Gohan. And Son Gohan's neck was deflected, and the energy ball flew past his ear. Call out. In the next second, the body of number 17 flashed out and rushed directly towards Son Gohan. And at that moment, Son Gohan's pupils suddenly turned light green. The moment the golden arrogance erupted from the body, the hair immediately turned golden. What? This guy is also Saiyan. Number 17 glanced at Son Gohan in surprise. Because he is exactly the same as Vegeta after transforming. Advertisement, it seems to be called Super Saiyan. Number 18, who ran away, also showed a look of surprise. There doesn't seem to be any other Saiyan in their database other than Son Goku and Vegeta and that brat Son Gohan. But the guy in front of him can become the Super Saiyan that Vegeta said, which means he is Saiyan. This made her feel even more strange. Surprise is surprise, number 17 has no intention of keeping his hand. A punch hit Son Gohan's cheek. Son Gohan raised his right hand lightly and easily blocked No 17's fist. No. Impossible. Why is this guy's strength so strong? The moment his fist was grabbed, No 17's face changed suddenly. In just this second, he already felt the terrifying power in the body of the guy opposite. This power is like what number 16 just said, it must be stronger than myself. Otherwise, if he punched hard, it would be impossible for him to catch it. Just when number 17 was surprised, Son Gohan directly kicked number 17 heavily in the lower abdomen. Boom. Call out. Wow, the three voices sounded almost simultaneously. Number 17's body was kicked into the air, and bitter bile was spit out from his mouth. Call out. Son Gohan jumped up and appeared over No 17's head. Then a simple undersplit hit No 17's back. Whoosh. Rumble. The body of number 17 suddenly hit the ground heavily like a falling meteorite. There was a burst of violent dust directly on the ground, and a deep pit was smashed out of the ground. And number 17 has obviously lost the battle. After all, infinite energy cannot be obtained from an immortal body, and it does not mean that he will not be injured. Chapter 34 Vegeta, are you teaching me how to do things? 14,000 flowers plus more. Giggle. Lying at the bottom of the deep pit, Android 17 made an unwilling sound. Unexpectedly, as number 16 said, he was no match for that guy. And he has a strength far above himself. Damn, how could such a B*********** D happen? Number 17 hammered the ground hard, venting his dissatisfaction and unwillingness. At this time, number 18, who was originally going to watch the battle from the sidelines, opened her beautiful eyes and blinked, with an unparalleled look of shock on her face. Unexpectedly, number 17 was actually defeated, and in such an easy way? No. Impossible. How could number 17 be defeated by that B*************************************** D? Are you kidding? This is absolutely impossible. After speaking, he jumped off the rock suddenly. Lu Mei frowned, with a serious look on his face. Although it was difficult for her to accept the fact that number 17 was defeated in an instant. But everything that happened in front of my eyes was the truth. Number 17 was really defeated, and it was defeated in an instant. You must know that your strength is slightly weaker than number 17, and even number 17 can be easily defeated. Wouldn't he be even more of a match for this guy? What to do next? Is his purpose the same as Vegeta's? Did he come to destroy himself and number 17? Don't be so nervous on the 18th, I know you are not big treacherous people. So I never thought of hurting you. Take number 17 and get out of here first. Son Gohan glanced at number 18, who frowned tightly, and said in a flat tone. The android 17 and 18 of this time and space are indeed completely different from the future time and space. The artificial man in the future time and space is a tool without the slightest emotion and only knows about killing and destruction. But android 17 and 18 in this time and space have retained their own humanity. This prevents them from killing innocent people indiscriminately, but android 17 cares about the environment very much. So much so that after entering the Dragon Ball, his job is to protect the environment and endangered wild animals. For such an artificial human, I really don't have any murderous intentions. What? You want to let us go? Advertisement, are you sure you want to let us go like this? I can tell you clearly, even if you let us go now, I will never thank you. Number 18 looked at Son Gohan in surprise, and then said in a cold tone. He really didn't expect that this guy could easily beat number 17. Now let them go. You must know that before Vegeta and the others, they were determined to kill themselves in number 17. Could it be that the guy in front of him is not in the same group as Vegeta? I let you go, but I didn't intend to ask for your thanks. Let's leave now before I repent. Although I may not kill you all, maybe I will do some other more egregious things in a while. Son Gohan looked up and down, on the 18th, then he said with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. She has short blonde hair, and light blue eyeballs are set in the eyes like gems, although the development is not particularly surging. But at least the figure is relatively well proportioned. Number 18 is indeed very attractive, not only her appearance and figure, but also the temperament of number 18. Of course, although the book also adds a lot to her popularity. But, hateful rascal, what kind of eyes are those? Seeing Son Gohan sizing him up with such eyes, number 18 suddenly became annoyed. But now she couldn't get angry. You must know that the lives of yourself and number 17 are now in the hands of others. If that guy is unhappy, he might kill himself and number 17 directly. After that, he could only grit his silver teeth and jumped in front of number 17. Then he supported number 17 and flew away directly. The 16th is also coming soon. Before leaving, he glanced at Son Gohan with a smile on his face. That smile is so warm, you know how I feel and my mood can't help but change. Perhaps this is the character and charm of Android 16. But after all the androids left, Klin, who was the least injured, stood up. Then he took out the fairy beans and distributed them to everyone. After eating the fairy beans, all injuries on everyone's bodies were healed. At this moment, Vegeta walked up to Son Gohan angrily. At this moment, Vegeta's face was so gloomy that he could squeeze out ink. Damn it! You stinking brat, you actually let those 3 rags go. Do you know what you did? Advertisement Vegeta's voice was hysterical, and then he grabbed Son Gohan's collar. That feeling is completely a sin. After everyone saw this scene, their faces changed slightly. This guy Vegeta doesn't seem to understand the situation at all. Although the Gohan in front of him is also Son Gohan, he is not the Son Gohan of this time and space. And it can be seen from the eyes that Son Gohan in front of him is definitely not a good person. It is impossible for the character to be as timid as Gohan at this time. Are you teaching me how to do things, Vegeta? Being grabbed by the collar by Vegeta, Son Gohan narrowed his eyes slightly, emitting a gloomy light. Looking down at Vegeta with a condescending attitude, he asked in a cold tone. This guy doesn't seem to have figured out the situation yet, he's not that familiar with these few. His behavior made him feel very uncomfortable. Please watch your attitude, Vegeta, we don't seem to have gotten to this level yet. Son Gohan continued with a cold tone. If it weren't for the fact that he is Bulma's husband and Trunks' father, I would have kicked him away. Smelly brat. Vegeta obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter and was about to speak. Only this time, Son Gohan didn't give him any chance at all, grabbed Vegeta's wrist, and then pulled it hard. Vegeta's entire body sank directly to the side. Then Son Gohan hit the top with his right knee, boom. Click. Wow. The moment the knee touched Vegeta's waist, a mouthful of blood spurted out directly from Vegeta's mouth. The body suddenly bent into a cooked prawn. Then Son Gohan landed a knife on the back of Vegeta's neck with a cold expression. Snapped. Forehead. Vegeta froze for a moment, his pupils dilated for a moment, and then he closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Chapter 35 The second form of Cell, there is another parallel world, seeking data. Cut. Vegeta, a meddlesome guy, has no idea what's going on right now. Piccolo glanced at Vegeta, who was already unconscious on the ground, then frowned and said in a low voice. Although it is Gohan in front of him, it is not the Gohan of their time and space. And it can be seen at a glance that the character of the Gohan in front of him is completely different from the little Gohan in their time and space. Vegeta's behavior and tone just now are simply looking for trouble for nothing. Then Kling and Piccolo came over. Thank you so much just now, Gohan. It's a pleasure to see you again, Piccolo smiled and spoke. Although he was sure that the person in front of him was Gohan, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. And dare not treat him like Gohan of this time and space. Well, I haven't seen you for a long time, Uncle Piccolo. In fact, you don't have to be so polite to me. Son Gohan smiled and spoke. It may not be a long time for him, but 3 years have passed at this time. Yo Gohan, your strength is really too strong. I didn't expect that you just became a Super Saiyan and easily defeated the artificial man. You must know that Vegeta is also a Super Saiyan, but in front of that artificial human, he is simply vulnerable. At this moment, Keelan ran over and said happily, if it wasn't for Gohan's sudden appearance just now, they really don't know what will happen next. After all, according to what Gohan said before, the future time and space are destroyed by artificial people. But they also couldn't figure it out. Why did Gohan let them go when he clearly had the ability to kill artificial humans just now? Ha ha, Son Gohan smiled and didn't continue talking. After a few more casual chats, Piccolo headed to the Temple of Heaven. To be honest, this time it hit him hard, because Piccolo's self-esteem is also very strong. After being defeated now, I must feel uncomfortable and I will try my best to improve my strength. Kling and Tien Shinhan also left. Son Gohan went to Shidu, found a house, and waited for Cell to appear. In a flash, 7 or 8 days passed. Advertisement. In addition to simple training questions, Son Gohan often watches TV these days. See if there is any news about Cell, but it was strange that there was no strangeness or breaking news on TV. Cell doesn't seem to absorb humans, and artificial humans rarely destroy everywhere. The Earth is a peaceful scene. How could this be? According to the original book, Cell should have begun to absorb humans to evolve itself at this time. Is it because I cleaned up the cells in the future time and space, so the cells in this time and space did not appear? In the rental house, Son Gohan said to himself, perhaps there is such a possibility. Because the cell in this time and space is just an egg. The cell that appeared at this time is actually the future time and space that killed the Trunks and traveled by time machine. And the cell in the future time and space has been killed by himself. So it is very likely that my actions have affected this time and space. It seems that the task of signing in this time cannot be completed. Son Gohan said to himself. If there is no cell in this time and space, it is even more impossible to have a cell game. So I am afraid that I will not be able to play with the system team this time. However, at the moment when his voice fell, suddenly felt a very strong, very evil breath. What? This is Cell's anger. That's right, this breath suddenly appeared, exactly the same as the previous Cell's breath. It's just that this breath is very powerful at this time. It is definitely not comparable to the Cell of the future space-time. How is it possible? This guy's breath is much stronger than the future time and space. Couldn't it be that the 17th and 18th were absorbed? Thinking of this, Son Gohan frowned. If this is the case, the situation is quite bad. Before he had time to think about it, Son Gohan went straight out of the rental house and flew towards the direction the breath came from. In half a minute, it had already appeared on a small island north of Shidu. At this time, Android 16 has been beaten to the ground and lost its combat effectiveness. Advertisement and Android 17 has been swallowed half of the body by Cell. The craziest struggle with the remaining 2 legs, but apparently to no avail. Number 18 on the side was trembling with fright, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. Call out. Son Gohan suddenly appeared, and then looked at Cell in surprise. Because at this time Cell has not completely absorbed number 17, but he is already in the second form. What's the situation? Why didn't this guy absorb number 18, and he was able to change into the second form? After seeing the second form of Cell, Son Gohan looked puzzled. The cell in front of me is definitely not the cell of my time and space. In other words, there is one more parallel time and space. And this is Cell, which is another cell in parallel time and space. Perhaps in another time and space, it has absorbed one of the 17th and 18th, so it has already reached the second form. Thinking of this, Son Gohan suddenly realized. No wonder there is no news about Cell absorbing humans these days. If, as I thought, Cell was already in the second form when it reached this time and space. Then he doesn't need to absorb ordinary humans to improve his strength. Grunt. And just when Son Gohan was surprised, Cell completely absorbed No. 17. Because number 17 is known to have no ability to resist in front of the second form of Cell. And at this time, Android 18 also saw the sudden appearance of Son Gohan. The body subconsciously moved towards Son Gohan. She must not be absorbed by such an ugly guy. Cell naturally also found Son Gohan, but he didn't pay attention to Son Gohan at all. Because after absorbing Android 17, he will be able to achieve the full body he dreams of. Become the ultimate cyborg. There will be no one in this world who can be his opponent. Chapter 36 Me. I am the one who wants to kill you, seeking data. Haha. After Cell completely absorbed Android 17, it roared crazily. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling white light circle directly wrapped Cell's body in it. At that moment, the whole earth began to thunder and lightning, and fell into hellish darkness. The breath of Cell is indeed very powerful, almost able to fill the entire earth. See Lala. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and Cell's aura also expanded more and more. Obviously, at this time, he is about to become a full body. The face of Android 18 has changed dramatically. The body also walked in front of Son Gohan involuntarily. Because of a strange coincidence, he felt that the guy in front of him made him feel safe enough. It's over. This world is about to end. At this time, the injured number 16 said in despair. The main purpose of each of them is to kill Son Goku. But the Cell in front of him is completely different. He is to conquer the whole world, and may even destroy the whole world in the end. Please help take care of number 18, they are all good people with kind hearts. Please. Android 16 crawled up to Son Gohan with his broken body, and then asked Son Gohan gently with his eyes. After spending 7 or 8 days with the 17th and 18th, he knew that these two were good people. Although they usually go to grab some clothes, and then don't give money for meals. But it never hurt any innocent human being. Don't worry about the 16th, I will. You'll be fine, trust me. Looking at No 16's gentle eyes, Son Gohan said firmly. In fact, Android 16 is also a character he likes very much. Kind-hearted and loves nature. And Cell can be eliminated. Android 16 actually played a big role. If he hadn't let Satan throw his head over for Shalu to crush, it wouldn't have inspired Son Gohan to become Super Saiyan 2. Thank you, number 16 said with a smile. Advertisement. But at this moment, the dazzling white light in front of him has slowly begun to disappear. The originally turbulent earth also began to subside slowly. But Cell's breath shows no signs of weakening. On the contrary, it became more and more intense. Whoosh. And at this moment, Keelan and Piccolo also sensed this terrifying aura and rushed over. What the hell is going on? What is this huge evil aura? Keelan and Tien Shinhan had terrified expressions on their faces. This aura is too powerful, they have never felt such a powerful aura before. Except, of course, for Super Saiyan 2, which was partially shown 3 years ago. Monster Cell. Son Gohan just replied lightly. Under everyone's gaze, the white light completely disappeared. At this moment Cell's body exudes golden rays of light. With the disappearance of the light, the appearance of the complete body Cell is also presented in front of everyone. Piccolo and Keelan were even more surprised. Because they've never seen this guy before. Oh, is this the power of a perfect body? It's unbelievable. I have finally completed the full body I dreamed of. This power is really comfortable. Gently shaking his fist, Cell said to himself. There was a look of surprise and excitement on his face. After feeling the huge power in his body, Cell turned his gaze to this side. Piccolo, Kling and Tien Shinhan, and who is that guy? Why haven't I seen it? The future time and space seemed to have never appeared. When Cell looked at Son Gohan, there was a little surprise in his eyes. Because he traveled from time and space in the future. In the future time and space, Android 18 was absorbed by itself, but the 17th was killed by Trunks. In anger, he killed Trunks himself, and then used his time machine to come to this time and space. But in the future time and space, there is no such guy in front of him. Advertisement. But, damn it, just letting that guy take a look, I actually feel scared. This guy is too strong. Even stronger than artificial humans. Both Keelan and Tien Shinhan whispered with serious expressions on their faces. Aren't Son Goku and Vegeta here? In this case, let me try the strength of the full body first. The corner of Cell's mouth raised an evil arc, and then a huge energy ball suddenly shot out from his fingertips. Call out. The energy ball blasted directly towards Son Gohan and the others. Piccolo and the others looked even more ugly. Although it's just an energy ball thrown by Cell, it's definitely not what they can follow. And Son Gohan waved his hand, and the energy ball was instantly sent flying. Oh, interesting, that guy seems to be much stronger than others. Is it Saiyan 2? Cell said in a little surprise. Then, Cell walked towards Son Gohan step by step. Piccolo and Keelan were extremely nervous. Hey, who are you? Why have I never seen you? Cell walked up to Son Gohan, and then asked in a flat tone. Me, I'm the one who wants to kill you. Son Gohan grinned and said with a smile. Cell was startled. Then the corners of his mouth grinned. What a stupid thing, it seems that you don't understand how strong I am, that's why you say such stupid and ignorant words. After finishing speaking, Cell looked at number 18, and continued. Although I have absorbed you in another time and space, even if I absorb you again, it will not increase my power too much, but your fate it should be absorbed by me, so, accept your fate. Number 18. Anyway, the 17th has already been absorbed by me, so let's reunite on the 17th and 18th. This is also my kindness to them. Chapter 37. Is this the complete Cell? Vulnerable, seeking data. Looking at Cell's ferocious smile, the look of fear on No 18's face was even worse. She is not so afraid of death, but she is absolutely unacceptable to be absorbed by this kind of guy in that way. But I couldn't resist at all, Cell's strength was too strong. It is simply not an existence that can be dealt with by oneself. I don't even have the ability to escape. Don't worry, he won't be able to absorb you if I'm here. Feeling the fear of No 18, Son Gohan turned his head, smiled and said. Number 18 raised her head, surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. There should be no intersection between myself and this guy in front of me. But why is he willing to help himself? And last time, he and number 17 were spared. In an instant, her affection for Son Gohan also increased a lot. If the guy in front of me today can prevent himself from being absorbed by Cell, then he will be his savior. Whoa, are you trying to stop me? Stop wishful thinking. In front of my complete body, Yi is just a small reptile. How dare you say such big words? After hearing Son Gohan's words, Cell said with a sneer. The moment he became perfect, no one in this world was qualified to be his opponent anymore. Even Son Goku and Vegeta couldn't do it, let alone this guy in front of him. Really, since you are so confident, you can come and try. Son Gohan smiled and said to Cell. It seems that this guy perfectly inherited the arrogance and self-righteousness of Frieza and Vegeta. He thought that after becoming a perfect body, he was really omnipotent. Cut. A lifeless thing. Since you want to die, then I will kill you first. Cell pouted and said, become a perfect self, and have no interest in killing these ordinary people. I prefer to look at the look of despair and fear on their faces. But this guy wants to court death, so I will fulfill him. Call out. As soon as the words fell, Cell's body flashed out. The speed is very fast, directly splitting the space. Advertisement. Throw a punch directly at Son Gohan. With this punch, he has absolute confidence that he can knock down the lifeless guy in front of him. Snort. Son Gohan snorted coldly, and golden flames erupted from his body instantly. Straight into the form of Super Saiyan 2. His eyes are sharp, and the bangs in front of his eyebrows are constantly dancing. With a sway of his body, it was easier to dodge Cell's attack. What? Was? Dodged. Unexpectedly, the guy in front of him actually dodged his attack. A look of surprise appeared on Cell's face. You have to know that you didn't show mercy just now. This guy was able to dodge it. It seems that he has some ability. And can become Super Saiyan. It seems that this battle will not end so easily, I can experience the fun of fighting for myself. A complete Cell, is this the speed? Son Gohan said calmly with calm eyes. After the current self becomes Super Saiyan 2, he is even stronger than the Super 2 Kid Gohan in this time and space. How could Cell be his opponent? You ecstatic thing, do you think you can be defiant if you escape one of my attacks? Even if you become Super Saiyan, I can still crush you hard. Cell clenched his fist, and there was a little anger in his eyes. This guy actually dared to provoke his complete self, and he would have to make him pay a heavy price. Call out. In the next second, Cell's body flashed again. It's just that at the moment when her body just moved, Son Gohan had already arrived in front of him. It was so fast that even Cell didn't see what was going on. You are too weak. The corner of Son Gohan's mouth raised, and then he punched Cell directly in the chest. Click. At the same time as the crisp sound of bone cracking, a fist appeared in Cell's chest, and it collapsed. The body was also blown away by a punch. Feet wiped the ground and immediately retreated hundreds of feet. It slid all the way to the surface of the sea before stopping. A smear of purple blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Advertisement. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cell was completely dumbfounded. This is absolutely impossible. I have become the strongest complete body, the most powerful ultimate artificial human. How could this be asterisk 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 D hurt me? Damn. With a piercing roar, Cell's eyes suddenly turned red. With a sudden step on both feet, a huge ripple instantly appeared on the surface of the lake, spreading in all directions. The waves aroused were as high as tens of feet. Cell rushed to Son Gohan again. Die to me, damn Saiyan. He punched out, but was easily caught by Son Gohan. I said, you are too weak. This kind of power still wants to kill me. How naive. Son Gohan shook his head, then grabbed Cell's fist. Then it hit the ground hard. Rumble. A large area of the ground began to collapse, and Cell's body was directly embedded in the ground. This is when the breath of Cell begins to weaken rapidly. Son Gohan opened his hand, and the light blue energy instantly condensed. It directly blasted down at the place where the ground collapsed. Rumble. The whole earth trembled violently. Rewind. Piccolo said a word, then quickly retreated. Others followed suit. In the next second, the terrifying shock wave directly spread out. The nearby mountains were directly cut off in the middle and turned into rubble. And Cell was once again presented in front of everyone. At this time, Cell and the others were at the bottom of the huge pit, their bodies were covered with purple blood, and there were shocking scars. The breath is even more disordered. Is this the complete body Cell? Cut. Vulnerable. Son Gohan said coldly, and directly exited the Super Saiyan form. Chapter 38 Bulma. Are you really Gohan from the future? 1500 evaluation votes plus update. Giggle. There was a painful groan in Cell's throat, and then he struggled to stand up, but after standing up, the wound on his body began to heal gradually. After all, this guy has Piccolo's cells, so as long as he doesn't suffer fatal damage, he can recover completely. How could such a thing happen? Obviously I have become a perfect body. I should have the most powerful power in this universe. How could I lose to a Saiyan? Cell couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, the current self should have the strength above the entire universe. But why can a Saiyan beat himself up so embarrassingly? He even has no power to fight back in his hands. Is this Gohan's strength? The monster was easily defeated. How strong is he? Piccolo and the others have been completely dumbfounded. The breath of that monster was unimaginably powerful to them. Even being stared at by him can feel despair. Unexpectedly, in front of Gohan, there was no resistance at all. It was easily knocked down in a few strokes. How could such a D happen? Absolutely unforgivable. Blazing anger burned in his eyes, and Cell's breath began to expand again. But soon his breath calmed down. Because reason told him that if he continued to entangle, then he would only die. Cell, I will give you a chance to live, and I will also give you a chance to beat me. Tomorrow at noon, we will hold a competition similar to the No. 1 Budokai in the world at this place. If you can beat me in the competition. No, this is a bit too difficult for you. As long as you can continue in the competition, I'll do 10 tricks, and I'll let you go. Seeing Cell, whose breath gradually calmed down, Son Gohan said lightly. Now that the full body Cell has appeared at this time, the task of signing in can be completed. What? This B ******************************** D, how could he know the previous thoughts in my heart? Cell was dumbfounded again, because the moment he became a perfect body, he thought about it. It would be too boring to just kill all the Earthlings and Son Goku's Earth warriors. So he planned to hold a competition similar to the No. 1 Budokai in the world. Slowly torture those guys during the game. Let them feel despair and fear, and then be killed by themselves little by little. But this matter, I have no chance to tell anyone. Advertisement. Why does this B *********** D in front of him seem to know what he thinks? You must know that the current him has no such plans at all. Being able to survive now is already something to be thankful for him. Didn't you hear clearly? Or, do you want to die now? Looking at Cell with a surprised face, he didn't answer his own words. Son Gohan's tone became a little indifferent, and he spoke again. Listen clearly. Cell could only grit his teeth tightly, and replied with a heavy tone. Although I may not be able to improve too much strength in one day. This day is also a good opportunity for myself. Besides, I should be able to follow this guy's 10 moves. Then hurry up and get ready. Get the ring in order. Don't even think about running away, because I will catch up with you in an instant, and wipe you out completely by the way. Son Gohan threatened Cell coldly again. Giggle. Cell gritted his teeth, but dared not speak out. I didn't expect that after becoming a perfect body, I would be so aggrieved. If I had known this earlier, I might as well stay in my own time and space. Take number 16 and let's go. Son Gohan said to number 18 behind him. Number 18 also nodded obediently. You must know that Son Gohan in front of you is now your savior. If he just saved his life, he wouldn't thank him. But he prevented Cell from being absorbed in that extremely shameful way, so he was very grateful. Secondly, the strength of this guy in front of him is outrageous, there is no doubt about it. So I still don't dare to provoke him in my heart. Then he carried number 16 and left the place. Piccolo and Keelan also went back soon. This matter must be notified to Goku as soon as possible. Goku's heart disease has almost recovered, so he should participate in tomorrow's world number 1 martial arts tournament. Son Gohan went straight to Dream Capsule with number 18 and No. 16. Advertisement. You said you are Gohan from the future, is that true? In the capsule company's villa, Bulma's eyes widened as he looked at Son Gohan in disbelief. Because 3 years ago, I didn't go to the place where Frieza landed. So this is also the first time I saw Gohan in the future time and space. But just now I heard that Gohan said that he came from the future time and space, and that he was a time machine made by himself, so he was extremely surprised. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Hey, it's really unbelievable, the future me can actually make something like a time machine. But you and Goku look really similar. No, you're a little more handsome than Goku. Surprised, but Bulma believed Son Gohan's words. Ha ha. Son Gohan smiled. His eyes and facial features are indeed very similar to Son Goku. By the way, isn't Vegeta here? Son Gohan asked. That guy, he hasn't been seen for 7 or 8 days, and he doesn't know where he died. Bulma complained. Then he asked again, by the way, Gohan, you should know what happened to the violent vibration just now. The vibration just now was definitely not an ordinary earthquake. It must be that some difficult enemies have appeared on the earth again. It was a turmoil created by a monster, but it was almost cleaned up. I'm here to ask you for a favor. Son Gohan also said straight to the point. Facing the young Bulma in front of him, he really couldn't say the word ant. Well, tell me, as long as it is something within my ability, I will definitely help. Bulma also nodded very loyally. It's actually very simple, can you please fix number 16? That's where Son Gohan came in. In the whole earth, apart from making a wish like Shenron, only Bulma and her father, Dr. Breves, can repair no. 16. Chapter 39. No. 18. Please save no. 17. 16,000 flowers plus more. Is that him? It looks like he was seriously injured. My father and I must do it together. Bulma walked in front of number 16, then looked at it seriously, and said. Although he is indeed a mechanical genius, the design and structure of the artificial human in front of him is too incredible. There is no way for him to recover on his own. At the same time, Bulma was also shocked. Dr. Gero is indeed the greatest scientific genius. It's a pity that that guy went astray. Well, how long will it take to fix it? Son Gohan asked. It's hard to say, about 3 to 5 days. Bulma just gave an approximate time. Because it is a very ambitious project to fix Android 16. It is estimated that even if I rush to work overnight with my father, it will take at least 3 days. Okay, then I will trouble you. Son Gohan nodded. After leaving the Dream Capsule Company, Son Gohan randomly found a restaurant to eat something. And number 18 has been silently following behind him. What to eat? After entering the restaurant, Son Gohan turned his head and asked. In fact, he can still understand the feelings of number 18 at this time. Before, he was always with number 17 and no. 16. When the three of them are together, they won't be so boring. But now, number 17 has been absorbed by Cell. And number 16 is also seriously injured and is being repaired, and she alone feels that she has nowhere to go. A sense of loneliness also arises spontaneously. And the appearance of Son Gohan saved her from Cell. It would be a lie to say that there is no gratitude in my heart. After all, number 18 still retains his human emotions. Casual. Advertisement. Number 18 glanced at Son Gohan, and then said in a relatively flat tone. After ordering, the two randomly found a table and sat down. Number 18 stared at Son Gohan, as if he had something to say but couldn't say it. If you have anything to say, just say it straight. There's no need to hold yourself back so much. Looking at No 18's expression, Son Gohan spoke directly. Number 18 was dazed for a while, and could only say, can you please save number 17, he is my younger brother and my only family member. When saying this, number 18 gritted his teeth tightly. After all, it is really difficult to ask for help like this. And he had nothing to do with Son Gohan, and he saved his life before. So in her opinion, this kind of pleading is no different from begging. But number 17 is his own younger brother, even if there is a glimmer of hope, he will never give up no. 17. I will try my best when I see Cell tomorrow. Okay, the food has been served, let's eat something first. After saying that, Son Gohan started to gobble it up. Saiyan has a bad place, that is, the appetite is really too big. The average family really can't afford their food expenses. Number 18 did not continue to dwell on this matter. After all, Son Gohan went to the 17th because of affection, and it was also his duty. I can't force him, and I don't have the strength to force him to do anything. And at this time at the house of Son Goku in Baozi Mountain. Son Goku, who has taken special medicine, has awakened, and after hovering on the edge of death for a while, his strength seems to have improved again. Krillin and Tien Shinhan told Son Goku what was going to happen tomorrow. By the way, he also told Goku that Gohan easily defeated Cell. Goku, so what are you going to do now? Actually, I think that as long as there is Gohan, solving Cell is not a problem at all. Heelin looked at the thoughtful Son Goku and spoke. Gohan from another time and space is too strong. Advertisement. Cell is like a child in the kindergarten class in front of him. I'm going to take Gohan to the spiritual time room. Son Gohan turned his head and said to the two seriously. But I heard that the environment in the spiritual time room is very bad. Another Gohan can completely solve the Cell, there is no need for this, Goku. Tien Shinhan also said from the side. You are wrong Tien Shinhan, this is very necessary. Gohan's strength is indeed very strong, but after all he is a person from another time and space. We don't know when a new crisis will appear at this time, so it is necessary to improve our strength. Gohan from another time and space can become so powerful, I think Gohan can do it too. Son Goku smiled and said to Tien Shinhan. It wasn't in his character to look to others to help them out in a crisis. Even future space-time's own son cannot help them all the time. If you want to protect the Earth from harm, you must improve your own strength. He has always thought so. I see. Tien Shinhan nodded awkwardly. Looks like Goku has a lot more going on than they thought. In the following time, Son Goku took Son Gohan directly to the spiritual time house. Although Chi-Chi tried his best to stop him, he couldn't hold back Son Goku in the end. Outside the spiritual time room, the hours of the day seemed to pass in a flash. At 11 a.m. the next day, Son Gohan brought number 18 to the place agreed with Cell yesterday. This guy is also very trustworthy. Of course, the main reason is that he dare not run away. At this time, the ring has been set up, standing on the ring and waiting for the arrival of Son Gohan. At this time, Cell's face was very ugly, because it was very clear that he might die in this place today. Not bad, Cell. I didn't expect you to arrive early. It's really beyond my expectation. Son Gohan looked at Cell and said with a smile. Chapter 40 Full Power Son Goku's Complete Cell. 18,000 flowers plus more. Whispering sound. Cell clenched his fists tightly. He never thought that he, who has become a perfect body, would suffer such a shame. This unbearable but helpless feeling is really too aggrieved. Whoosh. But at this moment, there were a few more piercing sounds. A few beams of light approached quickly, and after a few seconds, they landed in front of them. It was Son Goku, Little Gohan and Keelan. Yo Gohan, long time no see. Son Goku waved to Son Gohan, then greeted with a smile. Several other people also greeted Son Gohan one after another. Well, it's been a long time. Both of you have greatly improved your strength. It seems that you have already been to the spiritual time room, right? Son Gohan glanced at Son Goku and Little Gohan, then spoke. If they hadn't been to the spiritual time room, the strength of the two of them would not have improved so much. Especially Little Gohan, he can also feel a huge amount of energy from his body. What is certain is that he will definitely be able to become a Super Saiyan now. And Son Goku is even stronger, and has probably broken through the boundaries of Super Saiyan. Ah, indeed. Because I have to face such a powerful enemy, I can't think of any other way to quickly improve my strength except for the spiritual time room. Son Goku nodded and said. Not many people know about the spiritual time house. This is the sacred place for cultivation on Earth. 1 year of cultivation inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. And I and Gohan have been practicing in it for nearly a year. Shish. 2 more piercing sounds sounded, and Vegeta and Piccolo also appeared together. Yo Vegeta, thank you for what happened last time. After seeing Vegeta appear, Son Goku greeted Vegeta. The last time he fought against an artificial human, if Vegeta hadn't suddenly appeared and saved himself. I'm afraid that I might fall into the hands of artificial people. Cut. Stop being so sentimental, Kakarot. I saved you because you D can only die at the hands of me, Vegeta. Vegeta glanced at Son Goku coldly, and said indifferently. Son Goku just smiled at this. Vegeta's character, he has now fully mastered it. So it's no surprise to say that. Advertisement. Son, it seems that you and Gohan have achieved good results. Piccolo said from the sidelines. Because of the fact that Goku and Gohan entered the spiritual time room, I am aware of it. During this year, the strength of both of them has been greatly improved. Ah, you're good too, Piccolo. Son Goku said with a smile. Watching several people chatting constantly, they completely forgot about their own existence. Cell gritted his teeth with anger. But with Son Gohan around, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble. The only extravagant wish in his heart now is to escape from this place today without being killed. After a few brief chats, everyone turned their attention to Cell on the ring. That guy is the monster Cell. The strength is really outrageous. Even if I am, I may not be able to defeat him. Son Goku glanced at Cell and said. This guy is really strong. If he hadn't trained in the spiritual time room for a year, he probably wouldn't even be qualified to fight in Cell. Gohan, can you let me fight Cell first? His strength makes me feel excited. Son Goku turned his head and said to Son Gohan. Anyway, Cell has no chance of winning today. If he says he can't beat him, Gohan can also eliminate him. So this first battle, let yourself fight it. Son Gohan nodded. The main reason why he asked Cell to play this Cell game was to sign in. As for fighting him, Son Gohan really doesn't have much interest. Because this guy's strength is too weak for him. Whoosh. With a flash of his body, Son Goku appeared directly on the ring. Cell, right, let me experience your strength. Son Goku smiled slightly and said. Son Goku, don't overestimate yourself here. With your strength, are you worthy of fighting me in full? Cell said to Son Goku with a heavy tone, with disdain mixed in his tone. That strange D, he was indeed no match for him. But apart from him, there is absolutely no one in this world who can be his opponent. Even Son Goku is the same. If it wasn't for that guy standing here, I would have cleaned up all these bastards one by one. Advertisement. Hey, that's not necessarily the case. I have also trained hard in the past year. Son Goku didn't change his mood because of Cell's words. Without a year of training in the spiritual time room, this sentence is indeed not Cell's opponent. But now, it's really not certain who wins and loses. Aha! With a clenched fist, Son Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan's full power form. If you want to fight this guy Cell, you can't be careless. Cut. Since you want to court death, then I will fulfill you. The moment the voice fell, Cell's body rushed directly towards Son Goku. Then deal with Son Goku first, and then fight that guy well. No matter what, I can't die in this kind of place today. Brush. Cell punched out, piercing directly through Son Goku's body. Afterimage. In the next second, Son Goku's body appeared behind Cell like a ghost. Then a side kick directly amputated Cell's body in the middle. But obviously, Cell's body is also an afterimage. The speed of the two is almost the same. It's so fast, I can't keep up with their movements at all. Klin on the side can no longer keep up with the speed of Son Goku and Cell. But others could barely see the movements of the two clearly. Vegeta's face turned liver-colored again. Search. Damn it. Damn Kakarot, the strength has become so much again. Damn, B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* and the terrifying speed displayed at this time. Vegeta felt that his lungs were about to explode, and he roared crazily in his heart. The father and son actually improved time and time again. Time and time again, I trampled myself, the Saiyan Prince, under my feet. This kind of B*********** D behavior is absolutely unforgivable. Whoosh. In the arena, the bodies of Son Goku and Cell turned into two black lines that were constantly interlacing. Bang bang bang. Every time there is a collision, there will be a huge sonic boom circle, and the hard ring will be shaken out of a deep hole by the shock wave. Chapter 41. Complete the sign-in and reward the space-time ability. 2000 evaluation votes plus update. Whoosh. The bodies of the two are still intertwined. Boom. Cell punched Son Goku hard in the face, and while Son Goku backed up, he also kicked Cell's chin with his toe. The bodies of the two flew upside down at the same time. Each fell on the edge of the ring. You guys are really strong. Son Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but raised an arc of excitement. To be honest, he still felt a little regretful that he didn't have a good fight with the artificial man last time. This time, I can finally enjoy some battles. And Cell is indeed a very good opponent. Cut. The face of the opposite Cell is really quite ugly. If there is no Son Gohan on the battlefield today, Cell will definitely be quite arrogant at this time. Because he feels that Son Goku is not his opponent at all, and no one will be able to compete with him by then. But now, that guy is standing there. It made him feel great pressure. Even in his heyday, he was no match for that guy, and if he wanted to defeat Son Goku, he would have to consume a lot of physical energy. At that time, I have no chance of winning. Come on Cell, let's continue. Son Goku said a word, and rushed towards Cell again. Cell can only bite the bullet and fight. The two fought fiercely together again. The hard arena was constantly being destroyed, and the battle between Son Goku and Cell soon reached a fever pitch. Bang bang bang. The two kept exchanging punches, and the corner of Son Goku's mouth overflowed with blood again. Damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** smaller. Son Goku must be dealt with as soon as possible. During the battle with Son Goku, his energy was draining rapidly, and Cell began to get nervous. Boom. The two punched each other again and separated. Advertisement. Kamehameha Wave. Cell directly cast Kamehameha Wave this time. Because the longer such a protracted war drags on, the more unfavorable it will be to oneself. What? Does this guy know my Kamehameha Waves too? That's amazing. Son Goku looked surprised, but soon made the signature move of Kamehameha Wave. Kamehameha Wave. It is also the key blast that condenses the horror. Ha, ha. In the next second, both of them roared angrily, and the Kamehameha waves in both palms pushed out at the same time. The space of the terrifying stomata rippled in circles. Boom. The moment the two terrifying ki blasts came into contact, the shock wave spread instantly. The arena, which was already fragmented, was directly torn apart in the middle. A startling gap has emerged. TCH. Son Goku gritted his teeth tightly, as if he had reached the limit of his strength. Cell's Kamehameha wave has completely gained the upper hand, and the energy contact point is constantly moving closer to Son Goku. And at this moment, a sinister arc flashed in Cell's eyes, and then his body suddenly disappeared. Almost instantly, he appeared behind Son Goku. Call out. Kicking with all his strength, Son Goku didn't have a chance to react at all, and was directly kicked in the waist. Boom. Ah. Son Goku screamed and threw his body out of the ring. It rubbed against the ground and slid for a distance of more than 10 meters before stopping. Wow, you guys are too insidious. However, Son Goku was obviously not injured, and immediately stood up, and then said to Cell with a face of reluctance. I didn't expect this guy to do such a thing when he was fighting Ki Blast. There was no chance for him to react at all. Goku. Son. Advertisement. Kakarot B asterisk 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 D. Seeing Son Goku lose so carelessly, everyone frowned. They knew Goku was careless, but they didn't expect him to be so careless on this occasion. Son Goku, this guy. On the side, Son Gohan just smiled and shook his head. Because he could feel that in the battle just now, Son Goku didn't fight with all his strength. And how could Cell's careful thinking just now be fooled by Son Goku, who has rich combat experience? This is simply impossible, and Son Goku's loss can only be explained for one reason, and that is that the guy deliberately wanted to lose. As for why he deliberately lost the game, it is unknown. Gohan, I lost. The next thing is up to you, hee hee. Son Goku smiled shamelessly and said to Son Gohan. Pretentiously, Oscar owes you a statuette. Son Gohan also smiled. Son Goku could only scratch his head in embarrassment. Others simply don't have the ability to fight Cell. Even the little Gohan should have just become Super Saiyan not long ago. So he doesn't have the ability to fight Cell at all. And at this time, there was no chance that could make him angry. Son Gohan leapt to the top of the ring in an instant. Come on, Cell, whether you can survive today depends on your own strength and fortune. After jumping onto the ring, Son Gohan said to Cell in a flat voice. And almost at the same time as his voice fell, the electronic synthesis sound of the system also sounded in my mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task. Reward, space-time ability. Close black lens bracket. Have you signed in successfully? Son Gohan thought about it, but it was to be expected. And this is one of its main purposes. Chapter 42. Rescue No. 17 and destroy Cell, seeking data. But, hateful B***************** D. Cell clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of anger. But when I see Son Gohan, I still feel inexplicable tension. In just one day, his strength has not improved in any way. This also means that the result of today's battle will not be any different from yesterday's. B************************ D, I'll fight with you. After Cell roared, he rushed directly towards Son Gohan. At this time, he could only hold the idea of breaking the boat. Even if I was killed by him today, I would definitely not make this guy feel better. Just when Cell rushed over, Son Gohan closed his eyes slightly, then opened them again. Golden light erupted from his body in an instant, and the golden hair was bundled up high. See la. There were crackling electric arcs around the body. Obviously, Son Gohan didn't mean to procrastinate, but to quickly get rid of Cell. Because this kind of battle really didn't have any excitement for him, so he couldn't arouse much interest. And his main purpose is to sign in, and now the sign-in has been completed. Then, let's completely solve the Cell. At the moment when Cell rushed over, Son Gohan jumped up and avoided Cell's attack directly. And Cell also touches the ground with both feet, and the body also follows. It's just that there is a world of difference between his speed and Son Gohan's. Get out of here. The moment Cell flew high, Son Gohan stepped heavily on Cell's forehead. And Cell's body suddenly sank into the ground. Rumble. The ground shook violently, and Cell's body jumped up again. But at this moment, he was already panting heavily. After all, the battle with Son Goku just now had consumed a lot of his energy. At this time, he can no longer exert the power of his peak period. Damn, physical fitness has dropped so much. Cell's face became more and more ugly, and he even seemed to have foreseen his own future. Call out. And at the moment when the Cell broke through the ground, Son Gohan's body appeared in front of the Cell like a ghost. Advertisement. Then, he punched him heavily in the lower abdomen. Boom. Cell was blown out by another punch. Puff. Wow. A mouthful of purple blood spurted out of his mouth. Cell kneeled on the ground with his feet arched, and began to vomit violently. Bile and acidic water were constantly spat out from the mouth, and Cell's facial features were distorted. Blue veins that squirmed like little snakes appeared all over his body. Gohan's strength is really too strong. Cell has no resistance in his hands at all. Son Goku commented from the side. He thought that after he came out of the spiritual time room this time, his strength should be able to reach the level of Gohan. But now it seems that it is too simple to underestimate Gohan's strength. Even after training desperately for a year in the spiritual time room, I still can't feel the height of Gohan. Well, Gohan's strength is really ridiculous. It looks like the Cell will be dealt with soon. Piccolo also nodded at the side and said, this is a battle without any suspense. On the other hand, Vegeta's face became more and more ugly. These bastards are actually stronger than themselves. That B************* D Kakarot doesn't know what kind of training he has undergone in the past few days, and his strength is much stronger than himself. This fact made him completely unacceptable. After all, he is the proud prince of Saiyan, the elite warrior of Saiyan. Now he can only watch Kakarot and his son fight, but he is not even qualified to fight. At this time, his kind of anger, his kind of season, no one can understand. Whoa. Cell is still vomiting heartbreakingly. And at this moment, Cell spit out Android 17 directly. After all, number 17 was absorbed by him yesterday, and he didn't have time to completely digest it. Number 17. Great. Number 17 was spit out. Seeing the scene in front of him, Android 18 showed a look of surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan really did it, he really saved number 17 for himself. Advertisement. No, how can such a goddamn thing happen? Damn, hate. After number 17 was spit out, Cell directly changed back to the second form from the full body. At this time, he was crazier and more desperate. Even if he is a complete self, he is no match for this guy at all. Now that guy punched him and spit out number 17, and he also returned to his second form. In this way, I will be even more lifeless. Thinking of this, Cell began to grab number 17 and stuff it into his mouth. But it's useless now. Son Gohan's body walked in front of Cell step by step. Then he directly kicked the number 17 in Cell's hand aside. Then he stood in front of Cell, looked down at Cell lying on the ground, and said calmly, "It's over, Cell. You in another time and space were also killed by me, so you go with him." After Son Gohan's voice fell, his palm was aimed directly at Cell's forehead. Terrifying energy instantly condensed from the palm. "No. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. No matter what you ask, I can promise you, just let me go." Feeling the fear of death, Cell begged for mercy. "It's useless, you shouldn't exist. Or, hell is more suitable for you." Son Gohan said indifferently. Then the energy ball in the palm blasted out instantly. Ah, damn it. With fear mixed with heart-piercing roars, Cell's body was instantly swallowed by energy, and disappeared without a trace like a candle in the wind. And in front of Son Gohan, a long ravine appeared, and it was pitch black inside. Call. I don't know if I killed Cell, will there be another parallel world? Son Gohan thought for a while. But at this time, she didn't want to care about so many problems. Because since the moment I traveled through, many times have changed. Chapter 43. Get ready, go back to the future time and space. Seeking data. Is it solved so easily? Piccolo and the others looked at Son Gohan in surprise. The battle just now happened a little too fast, so that they didn't even react. You must know that the strength of that monster Cell is still very strong, and it was dealt with by Gohan so easily. And Gohan doesn't sloppy at all. Killing decisively is completely different from Goku. After finishing Cell, Son Gohan jumped and landed directly in front of Son Goku and the others. Does this kill Cell? Son Goku also looked at Son Gohan a little incomprehensibly. Originally, he thought that Gohan would more or less have a stalemate with Cell. Even if his strength is much stronger than Cell. But I didn't expect Gohan to be so decisive. Well, there is no need to procrastinate the enemies who can be dealt with quickly. Son Gohan nodded and said, "This is not a question of whether to wave or not to wave. The main reason is that these guys are too weak, and I can't play back and forth with them like Son Goku. Hey, originally, I wanted you to compete with you after the battle with Cell. However, it seems that the gap between us is still very large. So let's wait for the next time." Son Goku smiled and said to Gohan. "In fact, in the battle between me and Cell just now, I really didn't use all my strength. He has been retaining his strength, and wants to wait for this game to compete with Gohan again. But from the battle between Cell and Gohan just now, it can be seen that Gohan is much stronger than himself. Even if they try again, it is estimated that the ending will not change in any way. So at this time, he can only give up the idea in his heart. Haha, okay. Now that the Cell has been resolved, let's do other things first. Everyone please go ahead." Son Gohan spoke to Son Goku and the others, and then left towards the 17th and 18th. After Son Gohan left, Vegeta couldn't wait to come to Son Goku. Grabbed Son Goku by the collar. Advertisement. Now this guy has no long memory. Then he yelled at Son Goku. "Kakarot, what the hell is going on with you B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* this. What did you do? Tell me quickly. Vegeta's tone remained the same, as if ordering others. But Son Goku seemed to be used to Vegeta's intensity and tone. So I didn't care about it, but smiled and said to Vegeta, "Don't be so excited, Vegeta, the main reason why my strength has improved so quickly is because I went to the spiritual time room. 1 year of practicing in that room is equivalent to 1 day outside, so in fact, Gohan and I have been practicing for a year." Son Goku was honest and said to Vegeta without any concealment. In fact, last time he really wanted to take Vegeta in with him. But after thinking about it, he finally took Gohan. What? There is such a place on the earth. Damn bastards, you actually did such a thing without telling me. Vegeta gritted her teeth tightly. Seems very upset that Son Goku didn't bring him in too. Hurry up and take me to that place. After I practice there for a few years, I will definitely defeat all of you. Vegeta couldn't wait and said to Son Goku. Since there is such a good holy place for cultivation, he only needs to practice in it for a few years. At that time, Kakarot and Son Gohan, the kid, will never be their opponents. Don't worry Vegeta, everyone can only enter the spiritual time room for 2 days in their life. If it takes more than 2 days, it will be left in that space forever. Since you want to go, then I will take you there. Piccolo, why don't you go in together this time, so you two can have company? Son Goku looked at Piccolo and said. In fact, he knows that Piccolo is also a person with strong self-esteem. Like Vegeta, he desperately wants to become stronger. It's just that he didn't behave as directly as Gita. HMPH. Let me go in with this guy, then I might as well not go in. Piccolo folded his hands on his chest and said coldly. I and Vegeta have never met each other, how could I go to training with him? Fine, then grab my shoulder Vegeta, and I'll take you there. Son Goku didn't force it, and then said to Vegeta. The bodies of the two disappeared instantly. Advertisement. ... Meanwhile, Son Gohan returned to the fantasy capsule with numbers 17 and 18. The repair task of Android 16 is still in progress. And Son Gohan borrowed Bulma's Dragon Ball radar. After number 17 was absorbed by the cell, although it was not directly digested, there were no vital signs at all at this time. So if you want to revive it, you must use the Earth's Dragon Ball. At this time, the gods on the Earth are still there, so the Dragon Ball on the Earth can only fulfill one wish. This made Son Gohan a bit embarrassed. After all, there is an energy emergency controller in the body of number 18. For number 18, this is equivalent to installing a time bomb in his body. However, after discussing with number 18, they decided to revive number 17 first. In less than an hour, Son Gohan had collected 7 Dragon Balls and successfully revived No. 17. For this, number 18 and number 17 are naturally very grateful to Son Gohan. If it weren't for Son Gohan, it is estimated that the two of them would have been absorbed by the artificial man long ago, and there was not even residue left after digestion. Another 5 days have passed. Bulma and Dr. Breves also finally fixed number 16. Son Gohan is naturally preparing to return to the future time and space. I left Trunks in that time and space, and I don't know what's going on now. If Majin Buu recovers, Trunks can't handle it alone. Gohan, are you really planning to go back so soon? Do you want to play with us for a few more days? Bulma also opened his mouth to persuade him to stay. Gohan is still the same as when he was a child, very polite. So you have to like it too. No, Aunt Bulma, after all, I am not from this time and space, and if I stay here for too long, the Trunks of the future time and space may be in danger. Son Gohan smiled and refused. Oh, in that case, you should hurry back. Bulma no longer wants to stay. After all, whether it is this time and space or future time and space, Trunks are their own children. Chapter 44 Huge Disaster in Future Time and Space. Seeking data. Gohan, please take care of me in the future, and Trunks. I think in the future time and space, they must have suffered a lot. Afterwards, Bulma asked sadly. According to Gohan's previous description, the future time and space suffered a very tragic disaster. Vegeta and the others have all died in battle. In contrast, I am much happier. At least Vegeta is still alive, at least their lives are stable and stable. At least Son Jun and Vegeta can solve the problem after encountering danger. Don't worry, even if you don't ask me, I will do it. They are now one of my few relatives. Son Gohan also nodded firmly. Then he turned his head to look at Android 18 and 17, and said, I didn't belong to this time and space, and now I'm going back to my own time and space. What are your plans for the future? I have to ask their wishes. After all, this kind of thing, I can't force them. Android 17 and 18 glanced at each other, as if they wanted to see the decisions they made from each other's eyes. It's just that before they could speak, Android 16 was the first to speak. Without your help before, we would have been killed by now. So I hope to be by your side in the future. By the way, thank you Ms. Bulma and Dr. Breves for fixing me. After speaking, number 16 stood directly beside Son Gohan. Because for him, no matter where he is, it is the same. This time it was Son Gohan who saved himself, and also saved number 17 and number 18 at the same time. So I will follow him in the future, and I can also help him with some trivial things, which can be regarded as a kind of reward. The approach of number 16 surprised Son Gohan. He didn't expect number 16 to be the first to say that he would follow him. Number 17, what's your opinion? Although that guy beat you before, maybe you have some grudges against him. But if it weren't for him, we might have been completely absorbed by Cell, and he made a wish with the Dragon Ball to bring you back to life. I think we should do something in return. Advertisement. Number 18 looked at number 17. Although her tone was still very cold, it could be heard that she wanted to follow Son Gohan. Because perhaps Son Gohan saved himself from Cell before, and during the day spent with him, he made me feel extremely at ease and very comfortable. Besides, for her and number 17, it's the same no matter where they are. Because they no longer have family members, and have become artificial humans that everyone looks at differently. Both of you have already made such a choice, what else can I say? After all, we are all cyborgs, and if we are together, we have a companion. Besides, for people like us, it doesn't matter which time and space we are in. How could number 17 fail to hear the subtext of number 18, so he shrugged, smiled and said. In fact, the three of them knew very well in their hearts that no matter where they were or in which time and space, it didn't make much difference to them. Looks like the three of you are going to leave with Gohan too, right? Fair enough. Bulma naturally heard the meaning of the three people, they were willing to leave this time and space with Son Gohan. That's fine, after all, they are artificial humans, and this time and space may no longer be able to accommodate them. It's just that what she doesn't know is that people in the future time and space are more hostile to artificial people. When I see it, I have to think of a way too. Okay, if this is the case, then everyone follow me to the future time and space. After seeing the three people make a choice, Son Gohan said directly. In fact, my purpose is just to take number 18 to the future time and space. However, it is completely fine to follow on the 17th and 16th. This just added 2 more fighters to the future time and space. At that time, I will explain it to Trunks and the others. Everyone, please grab my body, let's go. Son Gohan said to the 3 of them on the 17th and 18th. In fact, I don't want to use the ability to travel through time and space now. But 4 people couldn't fit in one time machine, so right now they could only use the ability to travel through time and space. It's just that I still don't know if there are any special restrictions on my ability to travel through time and space. Advertisement. It's best not to use this ability lightly until you don't have the strength to protect yourself. You must know that creating a time machine that can travel through time and space is already a violation of the laws of time and space. It is a felony. This is something Gabby and Angel Whis have said. Then, a mere human has mastered the ability of time and space. If it is known by those big shots, it may bring very unfavorable factors to oneself. Although it may be impossible for those big people to take such a small grain of sand in their eyes, it is their own worries. But it is always right to be careful when sailing for thousands of years. At least until one's own strength has not reached the level of gods of destruction, try not to use the space-time travel ability as much as possible. The three of them on the 17th and 18th also put their hands on Son Gohan very obediently. Then the bodies of the three disappeared in the Dream Capsule Company in an instant. Bulma is already used to such things as disappearing suddenly. So she was not surprised at this time. But at this time in the future time and space, very terrible things are happening. Supreme Kai Asen and the others have found Babiti's underground spaceship. But what they didn't expect was that Dabra, the Demon King, had also been controlled by Bafity. That guy is ridiculously strong, even if Trunks joins forces with Jebbit and Supreme Kai. It is not his opponent at all. And that guy has a very perverted superpower, that is, after spitting on a person, he can immediately petrify a person. At the beginning of the battle, Jebbit died heroically. At this time, Trunks and Supreme Kai were also in a panic. There is a possibility of being killed by Dapra at any time. Chapter 45 Trunks. Come back soon, Brother Gohan, seeking data. It's over. We're all going to be killed now. I'm so sorry, Trunks, to involve you in this incident, and I can't guarantee your safety. Supreme Kai Asen was lying on the ground covered with scars, and said to Trunks with great guilt. This matter has nothing to do with Trunks. It was because I wanted him to help, they were looking for Babiti's lair, that's why this result happened. To be honest, he felt extremely guilty. If Trunks dies, the universe will be missing a powerful warrior. Woo, Brother Gohan, come back quickly. I really can't hold on anymore, come back quickly, Brother Gohan. Trunks gritted his teeth tightly. Numerous wounds appeared on his body, big and small. His clothes were also tattered, and blood kept spilling from the wounds. His right hand tightly held his left arm, and at this time his left arm had completely lost feeling. I don't have the ability to fight anymore. If Brother Gohan doesn't come, they all have to die here. Maybe the whole Earth will suffer another catastrophe. I'll take a look, Isn't this Supreme Kai? It looks like you're in pain, what happened? Oh, looking at you, you really look a bit miserable. This is not what a person standing at the top of this world should look like. The magician Babidi walked in front of Supreme Kai, and then stepped on Supreme Kai's face, teasing in an extremely cold and evil tone. Ah, chi. A painful groan came out of Supreme Kai's mouth. But at this time, he no longer has any power to refute, no power to resist. How is it? The taste is not bad. I've been waiting for this day for years. Then let me see you off for the last time. After the magician Babidi's voice fell, he wanted to kill Supreme Kai directly. Killing the most cutting-edge figures in this world is something that makes people feel proud. Ah, Supreme Kai screamed in pain again, struggling to stand up, but no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Because he was seriously injured. Aha, advertisement. At this moment, Trunks directly erupted with its final strength. One kick directly kicked Barbie away. At the same time, Demon Lord Dabra also punched Trunks in the face. Trunks was directly blasted out. This time, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Because the last counterattack just now had made her use up all her strength. Ah, I'm so mad. I'm going to kill you two bastards. Feeling the burning pain on his face, the magician Babidi became even more angry. Originally, he didn't like Supreme Kai very much. And this guy killed his father, so I must kill him completely today. Master Babidi, why bother you to do such a trivial matter as killing the two of them? Let me replace it, Demon Lord Dabra at the side said in a respectful tone. This guy has a wicked, like mark between his brows. This means that it has been controlled by the magician Babidi. Don't worry too much, I'm going to kill this guy with my own hands. Babidi glared at Demon Lord Dabra, and then walked towards Supreme Kai step by step again. A heavy kick landed on Supreme Kai's chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Slowly ravaging and slowly killing this guy is the most painful thing. And at this time, on the other side, the space suddenly shook. Then a void crack appeared, and 4 figures suddenly flashed out from the void crack. And these 4 people, of course, are Son Gohan, number 16, number 17 and number 18, who returned through the ability to travel through time and space. Not good. Trunks is injured, and very badly. Jebbit's aura has completely disappeared, and East King Kai's aura is also very weak. Could it be that Majin Buu appeared? Advertisement. After feeling the breath of Trunks and East King Kai, Son Gohan frowned suddenly. But after careful observation, it seems that there is no too strong aura. There are only 2 evil chi, one of which is actually stronger than Trunks. There is another one that is even more evil, but the breath is very ordinary. Not even Piccolo, and they are completely inferior. Follow me. After Son Gohan said to the 3 people behind him, his body disappeared in a flash. Although they didn't know what happened on the 17th and 18th, they looked at Son Gohan's eyes just now. Shouldn't it be a good thing? They also hurriedly followed. Call out. In the next second, Son Gohan's body suddenly appeared. At this time, Trunks and East King Kai were lying on the ground dying. Woo, brother Gohan. Trunks saw Son Gohan with closed eyes. It's just that his consciousness has begun to blur at this time, and he saw several shadows of Son Gohan. He didn't know if he was in a delusional fantasy at this time, or if brother Gohan really came back. Huh, what? Is someone here again? It's really disappointing. I just wanted to get rid of the two of them completely. Naturally, Babidi and Dapra sensed Son Gohan immediately. Then he cast his gaze over with some displeasure. He was tired of playing just now, and wanted to completely kill East King Kai and that lifeless human. Unexpectedly, another troublesome guy appeared at this time. Lord Babidi, leave this brat to me. You can rest assured that you can ravage the East King Kai. Demon Lord Dabra said with a face of loyalty. Chapter 46 Trunks, call me back if you lose. Seeking data. Fortunately, we caught up. Looking at the dying Trunks and East King Kai lying on the ground, Son Gohan also breathed a sigh of relief. If the two of them had been completely killed, then it would not be an easy task for him to revive them. Namek must be found in the huge universe, and then use Shenron to resurrect them. But if they still have a breath left, they can use the fairy beans to revive them. Ah, then this brat will be handed over to you Dabra. Barbie didn't take Son Gohan seriously either. You must know that you have already defeated Supreme Kai who stood at the apex of the universe, and he can only linger at his feet. As for a mere human being, I didn't take it seriously at all. As long as the Demon Lord Dabra is around, they will not pose any threat at all. Hey, don't worry, Mr. Babidi, I will definitely make him unforgettable. At the same time as the voice fell, the corner of Demon Lord Dabra's mouth raised a cruel arc. Then he jumped up and laughed at Son Gohan directly with his machete. Go to hell, poor kid. With a roar like a ghost, Dabra's body swooped down, and the machete seemed to want to cut Son Gohan in the middle. Beep. The machete pierced through the void, directly splitting Son Gohan's body in two. What? It's an afterimage. Why is this kid so fast? When did he dodge? Unexpectedly, his attack was in vain. The Demon King Dabra was instantly surprised, and at the same time felt that he couldn't hold back his face. A mere brat can actually dodge his own attack. This is simply slapping oneself in the face, especially in front of Lord Babidi. Brush. When Son Gohan reappeared, his body was already in front of Trunks and East King Kai. At this time, Son Gohan's body was surrounded by a golden halo, and he suddenly changed into the form of Super Saiyan. Trunks, hurry up and eat the fairy beans. Son Gohan lifted Trunks up, and then fed the jelly beans into Hao's mouth. Boom boom. It seemed that the subconscious heard Son Gohan's voice, and Trunks quickly chewed a few times. At that moment, the injuries on his body disappeared instantly. Trunks, who had already lost consciousness, also opened his eyes suddenly. Advertisement. The moment I saw Son Gohan, tears of excitement swirled in my eyes instantly. Woo, brother Gohan, I'm not dreaming. Are you really back? Trunks looked at Son Gohan excitedly, he suspected he was dreaming. Or is it the lantern before his death? Well, I'm back. It's good that you can persist until this time. Son Gohan nodded as well, and then handed the other fairy bean to Trunks. Then have him feed the East King Kai. Although I didn't like this guy before. But after all, he is not a bad guy, and in the Dragon Ball Super manga, the East King Kai in the future time and space, but fought his own life to save the Trunks, and because he fought his own life, Majin Buu was not revived. The future time and space also escaped. I have to say that this guy from future time and space is still relatively great. Maybe it's because he was too useless in Dragon Balls. That's why I don't like it so much. After handing the fairy beans to Trunks, Son Gohan looked directly at Demon King Dabura. The strength of this guy seems to be about the same as that of a full body cell. Hey Dabra, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and kill this kid, do you want to be punished? The magician Babidi gave orders to Dabra loudly. And hearing the word punishment, the face of Demon Lord Dabra changed suddenly. Revealed deep jealousy and fear. Although he is a demon king, he is very clear about the severity of Babidi's punishment. Because he has been controlled by Babidi, he can use his mind to kill himself at once. Cut. Brat, you are dead. Afterwards, Demon Lord Dabra roared. He raised his machete and slashed at Son Gohan again. Only this time Son Gohan didn't evade. Instead, he directly grabbed Dabra's machete. I don't have any strength at all, so you want to kill me? Things beyond our control. Advertisement. Son Gohan suddenly squeezed his palm hard, and with a click, the machete was pinched into several pieces in an instant. Then he punched out, directly hitting Dabra's abdomen. Boom. Call out. Dabra's body was blown away by a punch. It directly smashed 4 or 5 mountain peaks, and then stopped. A smear of purple blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, even an easy punch has already injured Dabra. But he didn't want to kill Dabra directly. Trunks, get up wherever you fall. Keep fighting for me, defeat that guy, this time I will definitely not help you. If you can't defeat him, then be killed by him. After knocking up Dabra easily, Son Gohan said to Trunks in a serious tone. If Trunks does not feel the pressure and despair, he will not be able to break through the boundaries of Super Saiyan and reach Super Saiyan 2. Since in the future time and space in the Dragon Ball Ultra manga, Trunks can reach the level of Super Saiyan 2. Then the Trunks in front of you can definitely do it. Yes, brother Gohan. After hearing the words of Truffle Rice, Trunks has no complaints. Instead, he nodded very firmly. Release the anger in your body, knowing that you are completely angry. Think about what would happen to Earth if I wasn't here today. Could it be that you alone can't protect the Earth? Son Gohan continued with a serious tone. In Trunks' eyes, there was also violence. Yes, you can't rely on Brother Gohan to save yourself every time. If Brother Gohan is not around, he must also stand up to protect the Earth. I am not a small flower in a greenhouse, and I cannot be guarded by Brother Gohan every day. Chapter 47 Breakthrough, Super Saiyan 2 Trunks for data. Haha. Trunks began to howl crazily, golden arrogance erupted from his body in an instant. With him as the center, circles of air waves spread in all directions, and the ground began to shake violently. Okay. So angry. Trunks have become more powerful than before. What the hell is going on? Mr. Gohan. Sensing the aura erupting from Trunks' body at this time, Supreme Kai beside him couldn't help asking curiously and surprised. Although Trunks was strong before. But the breath is definitely not as strong as it is now. Unexpectedly, Mr. Gohan can improve Trunks so much with just a few words. Saiyan has a characteristic, that is, every time he recovers from the brink of death, his strength will be greatly improved. Saiyan's blood flows in Trunks' body, so it naturally has such characteristics. Perhaps it was because of my appearance that it also stimulated him, so he was able to exert such a powerful force. Son Gohan explained from the side. I see. I didn't expect Saiyan to have such a characteristic. East King Kai was obviously very surprised. Although Supreme Kai, as a universe, is the supreme god in this universe. But he didn't realize that Saiyan had such a characteristic at all. At this time, the breath of Trunks was still rising. What? This kid's anger also began to expand rapidly. What the hell is going on? If this continues, I have no chance of winning. The Demon King Dabra at the side started to panic. Because in the contest with another kid just now, he didn't take advantage at all. Instead, his own sword was crushed by him with bare hands. From this point, it can be seen that there is a big gap in strength between them. And the kid in front of him who was trampled by him before had such a powerful force erupting from his body. It's unbelievable, unbelievable. I will definitely defeat you. I will definitely not let Brother Gohan down on me. Trunks clenched his fists at this time, his veins were bulging, and his grin was extremely ferocious. Damn kid, give me enough time. Seeing that the aura of the Trunks was still rising crazily, the Demon King Dabra on the opposite side finally couldn't bear it anymore. Then a purple magic ball hit Trunks directly. Advertisement. And it is necessary to completely get rid of this brat, and then go all out to deal with another one. In this way, he may have a chance of winning. Otherwise, when the two of them join forces, I am afraid that the chance of surviving will be very slim. Boom. The magic ball exploded instantly, and the Trunks were directly swallowed by the huge shock wave. But soon, the smoke cleared and Trunks' body reappeared. At this time, he obviously did not suffer any injuries. The golden breath is still surging crazily. No. Impossible. It didn't work. The energy ball just now should be enough to kill this kid. The Demon King Dabra was completely taken aback, and he already had a strong sense of timidity in his heart. Tui. Then, Dabra directly spit towards Trunks with a mouthful of thousand-year-old thick phlegm. This is not a humiliating method that cannot be defeated. It's because as long as it touches his saliva, it can be instantly petrified. That is also a superpower that only belongs to me. Most people don't know at. At this time, Trunks, who was raising his breath, dodged his body and directly avoided a mouthful of thick phlegm. He has seen the power of this guy's saliva before. Jebet was accidentally hit by his saliva, and then directly turned into a stone statue. Then it was smashed by his fist. I must kill you. Trunks roared frantically again, and almost at the moment when the tearing roar fell, blue electric arcs suddenly appeared around the body. At the same time, the gas flames around the body also completely turned into jets. See Lala. The blue arc flickered frantically. At this time, Trunks has suddenly become the form of Super Saiyan 2. Has it finally been reached? It seems that the serious injury just now is not a bad thing for him, but it is a very good opportunity to help him reach Super Saiyan 2. Watching Trunks become Super Saiyan 2, Son Gohan didn't feel too surprised. Because in the past year, the strength of Trunks has continued to improve. Already stabilized in Super Saiyan full power form. He recovered from his serious injury just now, and his strength has been greatly improved. Advertisement. Coupled with the stimulation I gave him, it is a matter of course to become Super Saiyan 2. But something surprised him a little bit. Trunks who became Super Saiyan II may be stronger than Son Goku who also became Super Saiyan 2. But think about it. You must know that in the Dragon Ball Super manga, Trunks can surpass the existence of Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku in the form of Super Saiyan 2. Oh my god, what a huge amount of energy this is. Compared to just now, earth-shaking changes have taken place. East King Kai was completely shocked, his mouth opened wide and he couldn't close it for a long time. Call. Is this the realm of Super Saiyan 2 that Brother Gohan has achieved? After becoming Super Saiyan 2, Trunks stopped continuing to raise his chi, then looked at his body and felt the surging breath in his body, and whispered excitedly to himself. I didn't expect that I finally reached this level. But soon, a violent look appeared in Trunks' eyes, and he stared fiercely at Demon King Dabra. This guy is absolutely unforgivable. Call out. With a flash of Trunks' body, he was behind Dabra in an instant. There was no chance for Dabra to react at all. Then he kicked Dabra heavily on the back of the neck. Boom. Dabra's body jumped out, and his body slid a distance of 100 feet by rubbing against the ground. There was no chance for him to react at all. Trunks jumped up and was in midair in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Then one after another, the energy blasted directly at Dabra. Rumble, rumble. The ground trembled violently, and the explosions continued to spread in all directions. However, this place is deserted, so it will not affect innocent humans. Dabra. Babidi, who was standing not far away, was completely dazed. Unexpectedly, Demon Lord Dabra was powerless to fight back. Why did the inhuman kid who was trampled by them just now undergo such an earth-shaking change? Chapter 48 Number 17. Are we that guy's father killing enemy, seeking data? The billowing smoke slowly disappeared, the ground stopped vibrating, and Dabra's body once again appeared in everyone's sight. It's just that Dabra at this time looked very embarrassed. His clothes were all in tatters, and his body was full of scars. Curled up at the bottom of the Tianking, it was obvious that he had almost lost his combat effectiveness. Trunks, who has become Super Saiyan 2 and is in anger, is quite terrifying. Dabra is completely out of class with him now. No, what's going on? Dabra, stand up quickly and kill all these bastards. Babidi was still yelling from the sidelines. It's just that at this time, Dabra can't stand up. Call out. With a flash of his body, Trunks picked up the broken knife on the ground. Then mercilessly pierced Dabra's chest. And Dabura just received the boxed lunch. Success. Success. Amazing. Trunks is amazing. Seeing that Trunks had easily dealt with Dabura, East King Kai couldn't be more excited. But Son Gohan looked calm. Because this is completely expected. Dabra's strength is about the same as that of a full body cell. After becoming a Trunks after Super Saiyan 2, he can easily kill him. Seeing that Dabra was killed, the magician Babidi also began to panic. Because he has no power at all. There is only some evil magic, but in the face of real power, such magic is useless at all. And obviously, none of these people in front of him can control himself. His evil magic can only control some extremely evil guys. Call out. After finishing off the Demon Lord Dabra, Trunks' body flashed again. Appearing directly in front of Babidi, without any hesitation, an energy ball blasted out of his palm. Boom. The energy wave instantly swallowed Babidi's body. Before even making a scream, Barbie was completely destroyed by the energy. Call. Advertisement. Finally solved. After getting rid of Dabra and Babidi, Trunks finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then also directly quit the transformation of Super Saiyan. Walked in front of Son Gohan. Brother Gohan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by now. Trunks said very sincerely. Say such polite words to me. Okay, it's a happy thing that you can become Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder with relief and said. Although Trunks turned into Super Saiyan 2, it was to be expected. But in any case, this is something to be thankful for. At this time, a stronger fighter appeared again. Whoosh. But at this moment, 3 bursting sounds suddenly sounded. Then, Android 16, 17, and 18 popped up. And the moment the 3 of them appeared, Trunks' complexion changed suddenly, and biting anger burst out instantly. Cyborg. Trunks clenched his fist tightly and instantly turned into Super Saiyan. Why are they still alive? It's just that he was very puzzled very soon. Obviously number 17 and number 18 have been solved by himself and brother Gohan. Why can they still appear here intact? What's more, there was another artificial human in front of him. Because the logos on the artificial man's clothes are too obvious. Who is that kid? Why does it look like we are his father killing enemies? Android 17 glanced at Trunks, who was full of anger, with doubts in his heart. I don't seem to have seen this guy before. Number 16 and number 18 also looked blank. Don't get me wrong about Trunks, they are not artificial humans at this time. They are artificial people from the past time and space, which are completely different from this time and space. They are not bad people. Looking at the angry Son Gohan and the puzzled number 18 and no. 17, Son Gohan explained. This situation was also within his expectation. Advertisement. What? Brother Gohan, what's going on? Trunks turned his head in astonishment, looked at Son Gohan and asked. Even if they are cyborgs from the future, why did Brother Gohan bring them to this time? I don't believe these guys are good people. Because they are too impressed with themselves. Cruel, vicious, without a little bit of humanity. It is simply a killing machine that takes killing for fun. As I said, they were not bad people in the past time and space. I brought them to this time to make this time and space more powerful fighters. If I am not here in the future, you will have a helper in today's situation. Trunks explained again, although this is not the real reason for bringing them here. But with Trunks, it has to be said. But. Trunks hesitated to speak, although he believes that Brother Gohan is telling the truth. But after seeing these 2 faces of the man-made man, he couldn't help being angry. HMPH. That guy seems to dislike us very much. Could it be that we in this time and space have done something to hurt him? Number 17 asked with a puzzled look. I don't know. Number 18 replied indifferently. Trunks, let's go back first. I'll talk to you when I get back. And later on you'll see why I did it. Seeing Trunks' anger still unquenchable, Son Gohan continued. In fact, he can understand the mood of Trunks very well. Because he lived in fear of artificial people for 13 years in this time and space. Even if the man-made man on the opposite side is not the man-made man who once brought them fear. But after all, they are exactly the same. After seeing them, they will naturally think of the fear and anger in their hearts. Chapter 49 Vital. Why are you with the artificial man? Seeking data. Mr. Gohan, can you not go back now? Go with me to check on Majin Buu's situation first. If that guy breaks the seal, it will definitely be very, very troublesome. Maybe it will bring a huge disaster to the entire Earth. Hearing that Son Gohan was going back now, East King Kai turned and said immediately. Although now the magician Babidi and the devil Dabra have been solved. But the most powerful boss, Majin Buu, has not been completely solved yet. And even if it is Majin Buu that can't be solved, I have to confirm whether Majin Buu has not broken the seal. Only in this way can I rest assured. All right. If that's the case, let's go and have a look. Son Gohan followed suit and nodded. I didn't feel a powerful and evil aura. It means that Majin Buu should not wake up yet. But just in case, it's better to make sure. After finishing speaking, several people directly entered the underground spaceship of the magician Barbie D. When he saw the huge purple-pink egg, East King Kai felt relieved. This shows that Majin Buu did not break the seal. Barbie didn't collect that much energy. Although Jabit sacrificed, Majin Buu did not recover, which is already a very fortunate thing. Great. Majin Buu hasn't broken the seal yet. There is no magician now. If Babidi collects energy for her, Majin Buu should be sealed in this giant egg forever. Wiping the sweat from his brow, East King Kai thankfully said to Son Gohan and the others. That's good. Son Gohan also nodded along the way. For myself, it doesn't really matter whether Majin Buu will recover or not. Because of his current strength, if he used Ultra Instinct, he would be far stronger than Majin Buu. So even if he really paid, he wouldn't feel worried at all. Then he doesn't have any regrets for himself if he doesn't pay. After all, as said before, Majin Buu's strength is definitely not as good as his own. So even if it's combat skills, it won't be much fun. Who is that guy? Isn't this too timid? Number 17 glanced at East King Kai, and then said with some disgust. Those who can get involved with Son Gohan and the others should also be guys who have seen the world. But looking at his expression, it's really embarrassing. Advertisement. After coming out of the underground spaceship. Master Supreme Kai, you have worked so hard for so long, why don't you come to our house and have something to eat? After a good meal, go back. Trunks looked at East King Kai and warmly invited. To be honest, when he first saw these two guys, he really didn't like them. But after being in touch with this period of time, he feels that Supreme Kai and Jabit are still very good. Alright. By the way, in the next 2 days, I can just continue to observe the situation of Majin Buu. Supreme Kai Asen did not refuse, nodded and said. If there is any change in Majin Buu in the next few days, you can also try your best to seal it. Brother Gohan, why don't you go with me too? Trunks said to Son Gohan. Never mind, I'll go home first and settle them down by the way. Son Gohan shook his head and said. It is not so easy to settle number 18 and them. After all, even Chi-Chi hates androids. That's fine. Then let's go first, Brother Gohan. Trunks said respectfully. After speaking, Trunks and Supreme Kai Asen flew away. Let's go too. Son Gohan spoke to them on the 18th. Then the four of them flew directly towards Baozi Mountain. And after returning home, Chi-Chi's attitude is no different from the previous Trunks. Because at this time, many people hate the artificial man to the bone. But after listening to Son Gohan's explanation, Chi-Chi's mood eased a lot. This plane encounters much more than other planes. So many things are more open. Just like other time and space, Chi-Chi will not let Gohan take the initiative to train at all, but study hard. But Chi-Chi in this time and space will make Gohan pay attention to safety. It seems that you don't welcome us in this time and space. Why does everyone feel like seeing a demon when they see us? Cut. I always feel like I was tricked by you. Advertisement. Number 17 smiled, looked at Son Gohan and said. Number 18 is also staring at Son Gohan. It always feels like they were cheated by this guy. Although in their time and space, those Earth warriors knew them. But ordinary humans do not know them, and are not afraid of them. But in this time and space, it seems that everyone is afraid of them and hates them. But obviously, they didn't do anything. Haha, it's a little bit, but I'll get used to it later. Son Gohan also smiled and said. The next step is to arrange some accommodation for them. With his prestige on Earth, it is very easy to get a few villas over here. And just when they were about to leave for Exedu, call out. Vital came suddenly. This is the last result Son Gohan wants to see right now. Human. Artificial human. The moment he saw number 18 and no. 17, Vital's face showed a look of horror. There is no one on this Earth who does not know artificial humans. Vital is no exception. Woo. Gohan. What the hell is going on? Haven't the artificial humans been wiped out? Why are you with them? Vital stared closely at Son Gohan with horrified eyes, and asked. It's more troublesome to explain. Anyway, they look like artificial humans, but they are not artificial humans, you know. Yes, you can understand it this way. Son Gohan scratched his head and said awkwardly. After all, Vidal and himself have already established a relationship between men and women. So he feels that everyone can explain to them casually. Many people don't even have to explain it to them. Not Vidal, because I didn't just bring number 18 and them over. It is very likely that the number 18 will become her older sister in the future. Chapter 50. The unexpected kiss on the 18th. Seeking data. Do you think I'm stupid? Can you see the difference between them and artificial humans? Whether it's their looks or their clothes, they are exactly the same. Son Gohan, you tell me what the hell is going on here. Vidal asked obviously angrily. First of all, I am Son Gohan's girlfriend. He should have more or less the right to know about his affairs. Although I don't want to ask him a lot of questions. For example, why is his strength so strong, and what is Saiyan in the end? You don't have to ask these questions yourself, because you want to be a qualified and virtuous girlfriend. But what happened today really made her feel too unbelievable. Son Gohan is actually involved with artificial people. It's really not what you think. They really aren't destroying the city and killing innocent artificial people indiscriminately. Son Gohan could only bite the bullet and say. And Android 18 on the side looked at the two of them. I thought to myself, this girl seems to be Son Gohan's girlfriend. HMPH. You have brought us into this time and space, and made us disliked by so many people for no reason. If that's the case, let's give you some small punishment. Then, the corner of his mouth bit into a bad arc. Go straight up a few steps, shoulder to shoulder with Son Gohan. Then, with a provocative arc on the corner of his mouth, he said to Vidal, are you curious about the relationship between me and Son Gohan? Look at you so poor, even Son Gohan didn't tell you, so let me tell you. After finishing speaking, under Vidal's surprised eyes, Android 18 actually hugged Son Gohan's arm very intimately. Then with a kick of toes, red lips were printed on Son Gohan's face suddenly. Boo, slightly crisp sound. Son Gohan won as a whole, and he never recovered. Then he looked at number 18 who was holding his arm with a look of astonishment, incredible. This guy, what the hell are you doing? Then he saw the smirk on no 18's face. Son Gohan really didn't expect that the 18th would suddenly come out like this. Advertisement. This doesn't match her previous cold personality. Even Android 16 and 17 on the side are also very surprised. I didn't expect that the 18th would actually do such a thing. This is simply a naked provocation to the girl opposite. You, what are you doing? Son Gohan asked in a daze. But the soft feeling on his cheek just now really made him feel a little bit of enjoyment. As you can see, I'm Son Gohan's girlfriend. I've never heard him mention you. Does he not care about you? Number 18 smiled nicely and stared at Vidal with a provocative tone. After finishing speaking, both hands hugged Son Gohan's arm even tighter. His chest was tightly pressed against Son Gohan's arm, and there was a strange feeling in his arm. I have to say, this feeling is pretty good. And Vidal is completely stupid. Incredible. Gohan got hooked up with a cyborg. God, it was something she could never have imagined, or even dreamed of. You. Vidal pointed to Android 18, stuttering angrily for a long time, unable to speak. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan went to the past time and space to do such a thing. Vidal, don't listen to her nonsense, there is no such thing. Son Gohan hurriedly explained with a smile and tears. This wave of operations on the 18th really fooled myself and Vidal. Now I do have ideas about number 18, but the development is too fast, right? Son Gohan, you be ****************. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Vidal cursed at Son Gohan angrily, then gave a hard look, then turned around and flew away. After seeing this result, the smile on No 18's face became even brighter. The mind is also more comfortable. Especially when I saw Son Gohan's frown, I was even more proud. Number 18, what you did just now was too exciting, right? Advertisement. It just seems a little inhumane. Anyway, Mr. Gohan is our savior, and it's obviously inappropriate for you to treat him like this. But, it's really pleasant to look at. Android 17 also seems to be gloating. After all, Son Gohan really cheated them. Forehead. Number 16 looked at the two of them speechlessly. HMPH. Who told this guy to cheat us before? It's a little bit of punishment for him to bring us to this place where nobody likes us. Number 18 immediately lifted his proud chin and said triumphantly. Call. Son Gohan took a long breath. Then looked back at number 18. The serious look in his eyes made number 18 a little scared. Will Son Gohan kill himself because he is so serious? Did I take my joke a little too far? Looking into Son Gohan's eyes, number 17 seemed to realize that the joke was a little too big. After all, he is their savior. Son Gohan's face is getting closer. You, what are you going to do? The smug look on No 18's face disappeared instantly, then Lu Mei frowned, and asked Son Gohan. I was just joking, what are you going to do? Number 18's expression became even more flustered. What am I going to do? Aren't you my girlfriend? Then I naturally do what a boyfriend should do. After finishing speaking, Son Gohan directly embraced No 18's thin waist, and gently pulled number 18 into his arms. He kissed No 18's red lips without hesitation. Boo. Now, it's even. Chapter 51 Majin Buu's sudden recovery. Supreme Kai is frightened, seeking data. Son Gohan's speed is like lightning, and his movements are extremely coherent and done in one go. Number 18 was not given any time to react and evade. At this moment, No 18's eyes widened, and he looked at Son Gohan in disbelief. Originally, she thought that this guy's girlfriend had just run away, so she was very annoyed and angry with herself. Maybe he will scold himself, or beat himself. But he actually did such a thing. Responded to himself in the same way. Number 17 and number 16 behind them also looked surprised, completely unresponsive. It seems that Son Gohan is not angry. And he seemed to be the one who took advantage. Ah, Son Gohan you be asterisk 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 D. After being stunned for half a minute, Android 18 made the same sharp roar as Vital just now. When I molested Son Gohan just now, I just wanted to punish this guy. But now he actually kissed him back. And it was my first kiss. Hateful. This guy has taken advantage of it. But now he has lost his wife and lost his army. ... In the following time, number 18 tried every means to punish Son Gohan. But Son Gohan's strength is far above her, that is simply impossible. So in the end she had to give up the idea. And Son Gohan also bought a large villa in Exedu. That way, all of them could live in it. Because the house in Bowsy Mountain is small, if there are 3 more people at once, it really cannot accommodate them. For this kind of big villa, number 18 is very satisfied. Although she was transformed into an artificial human, he is also a little girl after all. It's similar to what other little girls like, shopping, beautiful clothes, and big villas. And just 5 days later, East King Kai is also preparing to return to the Supreme Kai world. Because he thinks Majin Buu is no longer a threat. As long as there is no magician to input energy for him, then he will never be able to recover. Advertisement. Mr. Gohan, Trunks, then we will meet later, this time I really thank you too. East King Kai Asin is also a sincere thank you to Son Gohan and Trunks. If it wasn't for the two of them helping each other. It is estimated that Demon Lord Dabra alone can eliminate him and Jebet. Master Supreme Kai, you are welcome. If I have time in the future, I will often come to Earth to play. Trunks also said very politely. After getting along for so many days, he feels that Supreme Kai is indeed a person with a very good personality. After all, as the most cutting-edge god in the universe, he is so approachable, which left him with a lot of goodwill. Well, I will. East King Kai nodded. Then prepare to leave the Earth. And just when he was about to leave, suddenly an evil aura swept over the sky. It seems that in the entire instant, the evil breath directly filled the Earth. What? This evil air. The moment he felt the evil aura, East King Kai's face changed suddenly, revealing a frightened look. Because of this breath, he is too familiar. That's right, it's the breath of Majin Buu. I will never forget this breath in my life. Naturally, Son Gohan and Trunks also felt this evil breath at the first time. Very powerful, simply outrageously strong. As Majin Buu resuscitated, what's going on here? Son Gohan frowned slightly. The magician Babidi has been completely wiped out, why does Majin Buu still recover? Which link is wrong? No. Impossible. How could such a thing happen? East King Kai had a terrified expression, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Because Majin Buu left an indelible fear in his heart. Even if he felt the slightest bit of his breath, he couldn't control the fear in his heart. It's so strong. It completely surpassed me. Trunks also frowned. Advertisement. You must know that you have now become the form of Super Saiyan 2. It is impossible for ordinary people to be their opponents. But this evil breath completely surpassed himself. Look, the color of the sky has changed. When everyone was in shock, number 17 suddenly raised his head, pointed to the sky and said. Then everyone looked up at the sky, and saw that the clouds in the sky had completely turned pink. Exactly the same complexion as Majin Buu. It's over. Majin Buu is still awake. All of us will be killed. Supreme Kai almost sat limp on the ground. Even Demon Lord Dabra still has the desire to fight. But Majin Buu is totally different. Is it an invincible existence at all? Know that none of your big Supreme Kais are Majin Buu's opponents, and were absorbed by him. It is undeniable that Mr. Gohan and Trunks are both very strong, but they will definitely not be able to handle Majin Buu. This universe is in danger. Brother Gohan, this aura is too powerful. Trunks also looked at Son Gohan nervously. This kind of pressure is even stronger than the pressure brought to him by the artificial man back then. In the face of this breath, he has no chance of winning. Take it easy Trunks, Majin Buu is no big deal. Son Gohan said calmly. Although at this time Majin Buu's sudden recovery surprised him. But he didn't pose any threat to himself. With perfect and comfortable mastery, ultimate instinct can kill him easily. Well, seeing Son Gohan's calm, unwavering expression, Trunks' heart also calmed down. Brother Gohan is so calm, it means that he doesn't take the so-called Majin Buu seriously. Gululu. And at this moment, pink clouds in the sky began to gather little by little. Eventually, the shape of a fat man is formed. Chapter 52 The Birth of Majin Buu, the terrifying ability to regenerate. Seeking data. Looking at the chubby silhouette made up of pink clouds, East King Kai was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, and subconsciously backed away. A deep, frightened sound came from his throat. The evil breath is getting stronger and stronger. What kind of monster is this? Damn it. Before the battle started, I actually felt fear. Trunks looked at the huge pink silhouette, clenched his fists tightly, and a few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. When facing artificial humans before, what I felt was despair. But facing such an evil guy at this moment, he can clearly feel his incomparably huge evil aura. So the sense of fear keeps rising. Looking at the appearance of the two of them, it seems that a very incredible guy will be born next. Android 17 and 16 also frowned, and 17 whispered. You must know that I have seen the strength of Trunks before. This guy's strength is also ridiculously strong, far surpassing himself and no. 16. Even with such a look of fear on his face, it is obvious that this guy who is about to appear is absolutely ridiculously strong. Well, it's really scary. Android 16 nodded, then looked at Son Gohan solemnly, and said, Gohan, I can feel that this guy's energy is stronger than yours, are you sure you can handle it? There is an energy sensing device in your body. With your own strength, there may be a big gap with them. But they can feel the energy gap in their bodies. Although Gohan's strength can already be regarded as ridiculously strong. But the evil energy in front of him is even more incalculable, and it surpasses Gohan. Majin Buu's breath is stronger than mine, it's normal. But I want to kill him, it is also a very simple thing. Son Gohan said lightly. There was no change in expression. Indeed, although his current basic combat power is very high. But after all, I just mastered the form of Super Saiyan 2. So from the perspective of number 16 to analyze the strength of energy, Majin Buu is indeed stronger than himself. But I still have the perfect Ultra Instinct at the bottom of the box. Advertisement. As long as he used Ultra Instinct perfectly, he could easily get rid of Majin Buu. Even with his infinite regeneration ability, it can never be recovered. Mr. Gohan, are you really capable of handling Majin Buu? I think you'd better not underestimate Majin Buu, that guy is ridiculously strong. A long time ago in our universe there were 5 Supreme Kais, but 4 of them were killed by Majin Buu. Among them is Supreme Kai who is tens of millions of times stronger than me. Seeing how confident Son Gohan was, East King Kai immediately reminded him. He didn't want Gohan to lose his life because of his overconfidence. How strong and terrifying Majin Buu is, he knows better than anyone else. And while everyone was talking nervously, Majin Buu has fully emerged. Chubby appearance, pink skin, wearing a small black vest, blue cloak. A pair of white crotch pants. Magic. Majin Buu. Even seeing Gohan's self-confidence, East King Kai's face turned purple when he saw Majin Buu's true face. The deep-rooted fear in the heart cannot be eliminated in a short while. Oh, Majin Buu's body was like a light and fluttering feather, slowly falling to the ground. Oh oh oh. Then bouncing and bouncing, a strange sound came from his throat. It looks a bit naive, and a little cute. Perhaps this is true in the eyes of others, but Supreme Kai is very clear about how powerful and terrifying this guy hides under this simple and honest appearance. Is this thing really powerful? Seeing the little cutie bouncing around in place, number 17 raised doubts. I can't see the appearance of any strong person, just like a little cutie with an immature mind. Yi, Majin Buu is still bouncing around in front of everyone. But when he turned his head suddenly, Lien Sheng suddenly showed a cruel smile. His eyes narrowed into 2 crescents. Advertisement. There was a terrifying light. Chich, so many candies. I'm going to turn all of you into candies and eat them. After Majin Buu's voice fell, he bounced towards Son Gohan and the others again. This B asterisk 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 D. Trunks gritted his teeth tightly, and then transformed into Super Saiyan 2 with a clenched fist. Aha! After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Ki Blast directly blasted Majin Buu. I have to say that the attack of Trunks is quite good. Ki Blast instantly blasted a huge hole in Majin Buu's abdomen. Success! Success! Trunks was overjoyed to see that his attack worked and punched a hole in Majin Buu's abdomen. Whoa, just let it go, the attack on Majin Buu's abdomen healed automatically. There is no trace of injury at all. What, are you kidding me? Did my attack just now have no effect at all? Seeing that Majin Buu healed automatically, Trunks was immediately overwhelmed. You must know that in the attack just now, I didn't show mercy at all, but directly went all out. Get ready to kill Majin Buu with all your might. But now this guy is actually intact, without any trace of injury. Trunks, Majin Buu has a very terrifying recovery ability. As long as he still has a cell intact, he can recover. Supreme Kai on the side hurriedly explained. It is precisely because of this that Majin Buu is the most difficult enemy. Because if you want to kill him completely, you must have a much stronger power than him. Because of this, he has the ability to completely destroy all his cells in an instant. Chapter 53 Ultra Instinct. Ignore Majin Buu's ability. Seeking data. What? How could there be such a monster in the world? In this case, wouldn't our attack have any effect on him? Trunks' face instantly became serious. This demon's own strength is ridiculously strong, and he also has such abnormal abilities. Then they simply can't completely solve this guy. I'm afraid even Brother Gohan can't do this kind of thing. After all, although Brother Gohan is much stronger than himself, the two of them are still at the level of Super Saiyan 2. It is absolutely impossible to be much stronger than Majin Buu. In this way, it is impossible to solve Majin Buu at all. You, make me hate it, turn it into chocolate for me. Obviously, what Trunks did just now angered Majin Buu. His eyes narrowed into two crescents again, and there was a terrifying light in his eyes. Then, the pink tentacles above its head aimed directly at Trunks. A purple ray shot out from the tentacles. Seeing this, Trunks quickly dodged and dodged. But where Trunks stood just now, the hard ground directly turned into chocolate. Are you kidding? What kind of ghost ability is this? It can turn stones into chocolate. As this guy turning human eyes into chocolate. On the 16th, they looked at the chocolate on the ground, and their eyes suddenly showed panic. Whoosh. At this moment, purple beams of light continuously shot out from the tentacles. Trunks can only dodge constantly. Brush. In the next second, Son Gohan's body flashed out. He arrived in front of Majin Buu in an instant, and then kicked Majin Buu heavily in the face. And Majin Buu's obese body was kicked dozens of feet away. The ground was plowed out a long trace. Then Son Gohan clenched his fist, and a brilliant silver halo erupted from his body instantly. And at that moment, the pupils turned silver gray, and the hair directly turned silver white, moving with the wind. To completely eliminate Majin Buu, the strength of Super Saiyan 2 is definitely not enough. Advertisement. And ordinary energy simply cannot dispose of all the cells of Majin Buu. Then only Ultra Instinct can completely eliminate this guy. Woo. Brother Gohan. Is this also Super Saiyan's transformation? Trunks looked at Son Gohan in shock. I have known Brother Gohan for such a long time, but I didn't know that Brother Gohan has an important transformation. And after Brother Gohan became this form, I couldn't feel any breath from his body at all. What exactly is going on? You must know that every time Super Saiyan performs a boost, his aura will skyrocket. But after Brother Gohan's transformation this time, his aura didn't increase at all. Instead, it disappeared completely, and I couldn't perceive it at all. In contrast, East King Kai on the side was even more surprised. It can even be used to describe his shock at this time. This is the breath of God. How is this possible? Mr. Gohan is obviously a human being. Why does he have the aura of God in his body? And it's so powerful. At this time, the breath of God released from Son Gohan's body really shocked East King Kai thoroughly. Others can't feel the breath of God, but I can feel it very clearly. The breath in Mr. Gohan's body is definitely the breath of God. But why does a human being have the breath of a god? And it's so huge. This was something he had never seen before, or even thought about. Number 16, do you know why Son Gohan looks like this? Number 17 on the side also asked curiously. Because there is a database in the body of number 16, and most of them are about Son Goku Saiyan. Maybe he will know something. I don't know either. Number 16 shook his head. And Son Gohan on the side heard the curiosity of Trunks and no. 17. Then he replied lightly. This is not Saiyan's transformation, but a kind of God's realm. Anyway, if you tell them Ultra Instinct directly, they won't know. Advertisement. God's realm. Trunks was even more surprised. I have known Brother Gohan since I was sensible. But I have never heard him say that he can still reach the realm of God. If he could reach this state, why was he suppressed so badly by the artificial man a few years ago? Even several times almost died in the hands of man-made. Sure enough, Mr. Gohan has reached the realm of God. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to have the breath of God in his body. East King Kai on the side also solved the doubts in his heart. However, it is not that simple for a human being to reach the realm of a god. If Mr. Gohan can do it, it means that she is not an ordinary human being. He has very powerful potential. Maybe Mr. Gohan can really get rid of Majin Buu. Chi-Chi. At this moment, Majin Buu, who was kicked away, stood up again. A bloodthirsty arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he wiped his cheek lightly. The original scratches also recovered instantly. You look even more delicious. Turn it into a delicious cake for me. At the same time as the angry voice fell, a purple lightning wave was emitted from Majin Buu's tentacles again. Son Gohan didn't even hide, he didn't pay attention to this ability at all. When the purple lightning wave was 1 meter away from Son Gohan's body, it disappeared without a trace. What? How is it possible? Seeing the scene in front of them, Majin Buu and Supreme Kai Asen showed shocking expressions at the same time. Majin Buu's ability has no effect on Mr. Gohan. Chapter 54 Freedom of mind is more than just the ability to dodge. Flowers plus more. Majin Buu, your ability is useless to me. You'd better use your real strength, let me see. Looking at Majin Buu with a surprised face, Son Gohan raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly. Yeah. After hearing Son Gohan's provocation, a sharp cry came from Majin Buu's mouth. The scream was obviously full of anger. Unexpectedly, the guy in front of him dared to provoke him. This was the most unbearable thing for him. In the next second, Majin Buu's body flew directly towards Son Gohan. Boom. The speed was astonishingly fast, and even Trunks, the most powerful among them, could not see Majin Buu clearly at all. When I saw it, my fist had already hit Son Gohan's chest. It's just that this punch didn't seem to have any effect. Son Gohan's body is as tough as steel. Not only did Majin Buu's fist not cause any injury to him, but Majin Buu's fist was directly deformed by the shock. This is a joke. Or am I dreaming? It must be so. Otherwise, why would Majin Buu's attack have no effect at all? Instead his arm was shaken and deformed. Supreme Kai Asen wiped his eyes vigorously, he suspected that he was dreaming. Even if Mr. Gohan is really strong. Even if he has reached the realm of God. But gods shouldn't be so powerful. He took Majin Buu's angry punch abruptly, not only did nothing, but broke Majin Buu's arm. This also means that Mr. Gohan's physical strength has reached an almost terrifying level. You must know that Majin Buu can easily penetrate the entire earth with one punch. You read that right, Lord Supreme Kai. This is the power of Brother Gohan, a power that none of us can imagine. After seeing Supreme Kai's surprise, Trunks said proudly. That kind of pride, it feels like he has such power. Even more than that, advertisement. In fact, he was also extremely shocked. Brother Gohan has mastered the realm of God, and his strength and physical strength have reached such a level. That is to say, even if Big Brother Gohan is standing here and letting himself fight, it is impossible for him to kill him. This is simply reaching a level of perversion. This guy, Son Gohan, looks really strong. Although I had already imagined him to be very strong before, this guy refreshed my perception once again today. Android 17 on the side is also extremely shocking. That guy called Majin Buu, obviously, is incredibly powerful. If this punch landed on them, it would probably kill them in minutes. It can even destroy their bodies. Well, yes, Gohan is indeed terrifyingly strong. Android 16 is also a nod. At this time, his own energy monitoring device was completely unable to monitor Gohan's energy. Majin Buu punched hard, but after it didn't have any effect, he withdrew his body back a distance of 5 or 6 feet. Then there was a sharp roar. It's not because of pain. Majin Buu will not feel pain at all without absorbing the human cocoon. The reason why he let out a sharp roar was mainly because of the anger in his heart. Even at this moment, he can only be instinctively angry. Not even the emotion of fear. Go ahead, Majin Buu. Son Gohan waved to Majin Buu, indicating that he could continue to attack. Majin Buu, who was provoked, suddenly became furious. Charged towards Son Gohan again. Then he used both fists and kicks to attack Son Gohan continuously. But obviously his attack still has no effect. Even after a minute, I got myself covered in bruises and was in a mess. HMPH. That's the power of the Ultra Instinct. Advertisement. Son Gohan said to himself secretly in his heart. If Ultra Instinct is just regarded as a realm of instinctively avoiding crises, it would be a big mistake. Whis once said that after fully mastering Ultra Instinct, the body will be able to adjust the strength of the body without authorization. After feeling the danger, the physical strength will increase. In the Dragon Ball Ultra Season 2 manga, Son Goku has mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, and even Mara can't hurt him. Even Mo Luo's powerful punch directly broke his arm. Countless attacks did not achieve any results, and after he was bruised all over his body. Majin Buu let out a sharp roar again. Obviously, this time he was completely angry. A large amount of white air suddenly burst out from the small holes on the top of the head and body. The white breath instantly gathered into a pure white cloud. But Son Gohan and Trunks could clearly feel that this white aura contained a very terrifying and evil aura. Even more evil and powerful than Majin Buu just now. What's going on here, Master Supreme Kai? Why can I feel 2 breaths of Majin Buu at the same time? And the breath that suddenly appeared seems to be more evil than the Majin Buu in front of me. Trunks immediately asked in surprise after feeling the huge evil weapon suddenly produced. Could it be that there is more than one Majin Buu? This is impossible. There is only one Majin Buu, there is absolutely no second Majin Buu. East King Kai Asen's head shook like a rattle. There is absolutely no second Majin Buu in this world. But I really felt 2 strands of Majin Buu's anger. What is happening? To be honest, he was completely dumbfounded at this time. Chapter 55 completely obliterate the original Buu. Evaluation ticket plus update. Chirp woo woo. Accompanied by the sound effect of boiling water, a large amount of white air continued to emerge from the small holes on Majin Buu's body. And Majin Buu seems to be holding his head in pain. At this time, more and more white auras gathered in the sky, and the Majin Buu aura that suddenly appeared became stronger and stronger. This guy, are you going to start separating? Son Gohan was not too surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. Because in the original Dragon Balls, Majin Buu also gave birth to Black Skinny Buu because of extreme anger. But if it was the thin Buu, his strength should not be much stronger than the fat Buu. But the breath at this time is very evil and very strong. At this time, Majin Buu, after being angry, was like a deflated ball, and his breath weakened a lot. The large amount of white gas in the sky began to condense rapidly, condensing into the shape of a person at a speed visible to the naked eye. Look, those white auras have changed again. What exactly is going on? Seeing the white breath in the sky instantly condense into a human form, Android 17 exclaimed again. Could it be that there is Majin Buu appearing? What? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It is absolutely impossible for there to be a second Majin Buu in this world. Supreme Kai was still shaking his head frantically. He felt that such a thing was absolutely impossible. But in his disbelieving eyes, the white aura has been completely condensed, and the facial features have slowly emerged. In the end, the skin also turned purple, with ferocious facial features, and a short body that looked unusually powerful. What the hell is going on? Accordingly, shouldn't he separate the skinny Buu? But why did he separate the original Buu? Looking at the short and strong Buu in front of him, Son Gohan was also very surprised. This is nothing like what happened in Dragon Balls. Chi chi chi. The moment the original Buu appeared, he bared his teeth and stared angrily at Son Gohan. Advertisement. Now he has been locked as an enemy. After Fat Buu separated the original Buu, he sat limply on the ground. It is estimated that it will be difficult to return to the peak state in a short time. Yeah, Primordial Buu also let out a piercing scream. Then, it flew directly towards Fat Buu. His intention is obvious, that is to eat Fat Buu completely. In this way, he can return to his most perfect form. The most powerful pure evil Buu. After all, without Fat Buu, although his recovery ability will be faster, almost to the level of immortality. But the strength will be greatly reduced. That guy, that's right, that guy, the real Majin Buu. Majin Buu who doesn't have a little bit of kindness, only destroys and kills. The moment he saw the original Buu, Supreme Kai Asen backed up in fright. If Trunks hadn't supported him, he would have fallen to the ground long ago. The original Buu in front of him was the Buu who left a deep fear in his heart. It was he who killed all the Supreme Kai with ease, and finally absorbed the South King Kai and the Big Supreme Kai. That's why he became Fat Buu. Is this Majin Buu? Trunks is a bit confused, what is going on? If this little guy is the real Majin Buu, what was that guy before? Didn't Master Supreme Kai say that he is Majin Buu? This directly confused Trunks. And just when the original Buu wanted to eat the Fat Buu, Son Gohan suddenly stretched out his right palm. And almost at that moment, a group of silver halo directly restrained the body of the original Buu. After being wrapped in a silver halo, the primitive tribe's body could not move at all. And Son Gohan began to clench his fist slowly. And with the contraction of Son Gohan's palm, Majin Buu's body was actually compressed a little bit. Advertisement. The heart trembled upon hearing the sharp roar. The body of the original Buu shrinks and shrinks, getting smaller and smaller, as if he is about to be crushed to death. Boom. In the end, as if unable to bear the enormous pressure, Primal Buu's body exploded instantly. The terrifying shock wave directly knocked Trunks, Supreme Kai, and number 17 back by a distance of more than 10 feet. The ground was even shaken out of a huge sinkhole. And the body of the original Buu directly turned into small pink pieces the size of pinpoints. Then little by little they began to gather together. Majin Buu, you should disappear completely. There is no need for your existence in this world. Son Gohan glanced at Fat Buu who had been sitting limply on the ground, and then glanced at Fat Buu who had turned into pieces of meat, and said to the original Buu who gathered together. In fact, the Fat Buu in front of him is not bad at all, but his character is childish and innocent, his knowledge and cognitive ability are limited, he is greedy for food and play, he has no judgment and tendency of good and evil, and he fights and destroys with a purely fun mentality. If guided correctly, Majin Buu will become a great force on Earth in the future. He will also become one of the warriors who protect the Earth. After all, in this future time and space, there are not many fighters, if I didn't bring back number 16, number 17 and number 18 from the past. The real fighters are only myself and Trunks. If Fat Buu joins, then the overall strength of this warrior group will naturally be higher. And in Fat Buu's body, there are South King Kai and Big Supreme Kai. It will definitely be useful in the future. As for the original Buu, it was pure evil. A very pure machine for killing and destroying, it is not an existence that can be led on the right path at all. So on this earth, there is simply no room for such a bloodthirsty monster. After the voice fell, Son Gohan's palm was directly aimed at the wriggling meat paste on the ground. After the burst of divine energy, the raw meat of Buu was completely evaporated. This time, not a single cell was left. Chapter 56 Bulma's Envy, it's nice to be young. Seeking data. It really is Big Brother Gohan. Even Majin Buu, whom Supreme Kai is so afraid of, can be completely wiped out with a snap of his fingers. Seeing that Majin Buu was easily taken away by Son Gohan, Trunks thought triumphantly in his heart. However, Brother Gohan's strength has become so powerful, which is indeed completely beyond his cognition. After all, 1 or 2 years ago, Brother Gohan suffered a lot before the 2 artificial humans. Does this solve the original Buu? Supreme Kai blinked vigorously. Obviously, it was difficult to comprehend what was happening in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Gohan has completely eliminated the original Buu. And that Fat Buu also completely lost the ability to fight at this time. It can be said that Mr. Gohan can easily solve it. I have been worried about Majin Buu for so many years, but I didn't expect to be solved directly by Mr. Gohan in a moment. This is indeed something he never even dared to think about before. Cut. If only that Majin Buu was nothing special. Number 17 pouted, and said lightly. But I was still very shocked in my heart, but I just didn't want to admit it. At this time, Son Gohan has already withdrawn from the realm of Ultra Instinct. Trunks could feel his breath again. Mr. Gohan, there is another Majin Buu that has not been resolved. Supreme Kai thought that Son Gohan had forgotten about Fat Buu, so he took a few steps forward and reminded him. After seeing Majin Buu, there is always a feeling of dread and fear in his heart. So he hoped that Gohan would get rid of the other Majin Buu as well. Only in this way can Majin Buu completely disappear. You don't need to worry about it, this guy is not bad in nature, as long as he is guided correctly, I think he will become our partner in the future and become a powerful fighter. Son Gohan also glanced at Fat Buu, and then spoke. Hearing that Son Gohan didn't think of killing another Majin Buu, Supreme Kai's expression changed immediately. But he stopped talking. Because Son Gohan is simply an insurmountable mountain for him, and his strength is no longer what he can imagine. To be honest, even if I am the Supreme Kai in this universe, I would never dare to say no to Son Gohan. He can even easily kill Majin Buu, whom he fears the most. Then killing a Supreme Kai like yourself is simply a matter of moving your fingers. Okay, that's it for now. You don't have to worry about Majin Buu from now on, I will train him naturally. If he can't be trained by then, it won't be too late for me to eliminate him. Son Gohan directly made the decision. Although Supreme Kai still had his own ideas, he didn't dare to say anything at this time. After all, it is Mr. Gohan's decision. And if you want to get rid of Majin Buu, Mr. Gohan must do it. Number 16, that little fat man will follow you from now on. He stays with you, and I think you two will have a good time and have an extra partner for each other. Then, Son Gohan spoke to No. 16. Because the character of Android 16 is absolutely simple and kind. This is absolutely incomparable to others. Because it is a pure robot, not transformed by humans. So there are not so many small thoughts. I see, Gohan. Number 16 also nodded without hesitation. Then they brought Fat Buu to Exedu's villa. Then let him exchange feelings with number 16. And at this time in a villa in Orange Star City, Vidal was venting his emotions frantically. Son Gohan, you be ***********************, idiot, scoundrel. You have a relationship with a robot behind my back. Damn, it's really too hateful. I'm your girlfriend, okay. Vidal kept kicking the sandbags, one foot heavier than the other. It wasn't until the sandbag was kicked out that he wiped the sweat from his forehead. What Son Gohan did this time really made me angry. Even if he wants to find another girlfriend, don't look for artificial humans. Miss Vidal, Mr. Satan wants you to go over. At this moment, one of Satan's apprentices walked in with his head poking around, Vidal said with some trepidation. Because they all know that Vidal's mood is not stable today. It would be bad if he took out his anger on them at that time. Get out and tell Dad I'm training. Vidal said directly and coldly. Advertisement. And that guy was very obedient and quickly slipped out. Son Gohan, I'm P************ D off. You're so P********* D off. Is it because I'm not good enough? Vidal felt a surge of anger simmering in his chest with nowhere to vent. Even if he kicked all the sandbags in the house, the anger in his chest would have nowhere to vent. But this idiot didn't come to find him. This really D me off. But is it possible to let yourself withdraw so voluntarily? No. This is absolutely impossible. It is not in my character to withdraw voluntarily. And I really like Son Gohan, so she can't do it like this. Damn, I won't lose to you. My conditions in all aspects are not bad. Gritting his silver teeth tightly, Vidal said to himself. If I stay at home alone and get angry now, it will only make me feel particularly uncomfortable. And Son Gohan will be handed over to Android 18 by himself. This is absolutely impossible. If you do something like this, then you won't be called Vidal anymore. Damn, isn't it just an artificial human? I will not lose to you. I must take Gohan back. Vidal also made a thorough decision at this time. If I complain and vent here, I will only lose Son Gohan. It will only make Android 18 feel that she is a bit stronger. I will not allow this to happen. Think about it. Vidal took a hot shower and flew directly towards Son Gohan's house. I am not a third party, why should I voluntarily withdraw? But after arriving at Bowsy Mountain, he found that Bowsy Mountain was empty at this time. Then Vidal went to Exedu again. Because she felt the breath of Son Gohan. At this time in the villa in Exedu, Son Gohan has settled everyone down. And today is considered a big reunion day, so Son Gohan decided to throw a party. Brother Gohan, why didn't you see Miss Vidal today? Did you guys quarrel? Trunks was careful, then looked at Son Gohan and asked. You must know that Ms. Vidal used to pester Brother Gohan often. And today is such an important day, it's a bit abnormal that she didn't come here. It's not a quarrel, it's just a little misunderstanding. It's all about the 18th. Son Gohan smiled and spoke. If it weren't for the passionate kiss before the 18th, Vidal probably wouldn't be so angry with himself. If it's just a misunderstanding, just make it clear. Miss Vidal is indeed a very rare good girl. Trunks said seriously. You kid, you better think about your life's event. Son Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder and said with a smile. On a day like today, Vidal, as his girlfriend, naturally cannot be absent. So he was going to get Vidal back. After the contradiction is clearly explained, he must not be too angry with himself. And at this moment, Android 18 also came over with a drink, and then looked at Son Gohan jokingly, and asked with a shallow smile, what? Did you miss your little girlfriend? Go find it if you want, don't take my feelings into consideration. After finishing speaking, number 18 lightly sipped the juice in the glass. Maybe it's because I'm more familiar with Son Gohan, or maybe I just want to tease Son Gohan, so no 18's personality is not as cold as it was at the beginning. Stop being narcissistic, I didn't take your feelings into consideration. Of course I want to bring her back. Son Gohan glanced at number 18 and said. Cut. Number 18 also pouted, and at this moment. Suddenly, a light spot flew towards this side. The speed is not very fast. After feeling the breath, both Trunks and Son Gohan looked up. It's Miss Vital, I didn't expect him to come by himself. Advertisement. It seems that the misunderstanding between you is not that deep, brother Gohan. Trunks smiled and said, since Ms. Vital was able to take the initiative to find her, it meant that the misunderstanding between them was not that deep. And tell the truth, from the heart, he liked Miss Vital more than Android 18. Perhaps it was because the artificial man had left an indelible fear in his heart. So for a while, it is not so easy to accept. Call out. The moment the breaking wind sounded, Vital appeared directly in front of Son Gohan and the others. You came, Son Gohan said with a smile. Cut. Vital gave Son Gohan a big roll of the eyes. He didn't intend to forgive this guy so soon. Miss Vital, please come inside. Trunks said with a quick smile. Yo, I thought you were about to quit. It seems that you are a little stronger than I thought. 1 year on the 18th said defiantly to Vital. Hey, can you figure out what's going on? You are the third party between me and Gohan, okay. Why should I quit? How are you better than me? Even if someone quits, it's you who quits. Vital picked his chin, and then said to number 18 very unconvinced. The only advantage of Android 18 is that it is stronger than its own strength. As long as I train well, I will definitely surpass him one day. Third party. After hearing these 3 words, No 18's expression was obviously stunned, but he quickly returned to normal, and said with a smile, you can say whatever you want. After finishing speaking, he directly embraced Son Gohan's arm again, with an affectionate smile on his face. You, shameless. Vital's teeth itched with anger, but she kept telling herself not to be angry. Because if I am angry now, it is equivalent to admitting that I have lost. This is absolutely impossible. I have never lost much since I was a child. This time, it is absolutely impossible to lose to the artificial man. Then, Vital took Son Gohan's other arm without hesitation. Looking at number 18 with his chin up, he also looked provocative. You must not be angry at your home court. Once you get angry, you will be at a disadvantage. You, Number 18 seems unable to stand such a provocation. The two of them have similar personalities, and they are both very competitive people. Then he directly pulled Son Gohan to his side. The whole arm clings to her body in an instant. And Vital, not to be outdone, pulled Son Gohan over in the same way. For ordinary people, this kind of treatment is something that many people dream of. But at this time, Son Gohan felt a lot of helplessness. Well, the Trunks on the side were stunned. At this moment, only one word came to his mind. That is, DK. Brother Gohan is a real DK. After the two chatted left and right, Son Gohan walked into the house. After seeing this scene, Bulma and Chi-Chi showed surprise expressions on their faces. This, Gohan, what's going on? Chi-Chi looks at the three in disbelief. The feeling is that Vital and number 18 are fighting for Gohan. Bulma on the side smiled, and said, unexpectedly, Gohan's attraction is really great. At the same time, I also sighed in my heart, it's so good to be young. If I could be 20 years younger, I might be even crazier than them. After all, Gohan is just too good. Whether it's his strength, his reputation or his appearance, they are all in line with the aesthetics of young girls. Chapter 57 Drunk Vital. Gohan don't leave me. Seeking subscription. That's right, Bulma, actually, I never thought that Gohan could find a girlfriend by himself. It's just that now it seems that the situation is a little bit bad. Chi-Chi nodded, then glanced at the three of them, and said. If only Vital was alone, she would indeed feel very happy. Because the little girl Vital has a pretty good personality, and she is quite similar to herself when she was young. Although at the beginning, both of them had stronger personalities, so there were some contradictions. But then the two of them got along more and more harmoniously. During the period when Gohan was not around, it was Vital who chatted with him every day to relieve boredom. Gradually, I also fell in love with this little girl. And their current family background seems to be very solid. This is what I value more. But now the sudden appearance of Android 18 caught him off guard more or less. Although after a few days of contact, I feel that Android 18 is indeed not as evil as the artificial man in this time and space, not that kind of demon. But after all, they are artificial humans. I really can't accept it for a while. What's the matter? Android 18 is actually not a robot, but transformed from a normal person by Dr. Gero. So she also has all the functions of a normal person, and it's completely fine to get married and have children. And number 18 is so powerful, if he is the child of Gohan, he will be even stronger, don't you think? Bulma on the side is obviously more open-minded than Chi-Chi, and said with a smile. 3. I haven't thought about it that much. Chi-Chi could only smile awkwardly and said. At this time, Bulma looked at the three of them again. Smile. That smile is more or less envious. I also kind of miss their youthful days. But now all of this has passed, and youth no longer belongs to them. You have to make your Trunks go faster too. The two of us might become grandmas together by then. When artificial humans were rampant, this was simply a luxury for us. Chi-Chi then spoke to Bulma. Although Trunks is 7 or 8 years younger than Gohan, it's time to talk about a girlfriend. That kid doesn't have Gohan's charisma. Bulma joked. My son is naturally the best in my mind. But I have to admit that there is still some gap between Trunks and Gohan. I said can you two let me go first? In front of my mom and Aunt Bulma, aren't you a little too rude? Son Gohan looked helplessly at the two people on the left and right, and said helplessly. This feeling of hugging left and right doesn't seem to be that enjoyable. The two glared at each other fiercely, and then obediently let go of Son Gohan's arm. But the secret contest will definitely not be calmed down because of this. I was very happy to have this reunion dinner. Everyone also drank some wine more or less. By the time the party was over, it was already evening. Vidal is a little drunk now. Because in comparison, only Chi-Chi and Bulma are normal people. Because Chi-Chi and Bulma are getting older, they also control their drinking. Advertisement. But Vidal was already in a bad mood, so it was easier to get drunk when he drank. And even when drinking, she is constantly competing with No. 18. You know, number 18 is a modified artificial human. In terms of drinking capacity, how can she be the opponent of No. 18? Already in a state of complete intoxication. Gohan, then I will go back with my mother and Lord Supreme Kai first. Take good care of Miss Vidal, she seems to have had a little too much to drink today. Trunks said to Son Gohan. Obviously, among Vidal and No. 18, I like Vidal more. Well, don't worry, then go back first, Aunt Bulma. Master Supreme Kai, when you are about to leave the Earth one day, let me know. Son Gohan nodded, and then said to Bulma and Supreme Kai respectively. The reason why I let Supreme Kai tell me, it's because I want to go to the Supreme Kai world. Maybe Supreme Kai doesn't even know that there is a big boss hidden in Supreme Kai's sword. That's the old Supreme Kai. This guy's knowledge is very broad. He is very clear about many things. And more importantly, it can help others develop their potential. In Dragon Balls, he helped Son Gohan develop his potential, allowing Son Gohan to realize his potential. The state of the mystical Gohan is achieved. And this form of Son Gohan is even stronger than Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3. It can be said to be the strongest single player in Dragon Balls. Therefore, he naturally did not want to miss this opportunity to improve his strength. Ultra Instinct itself can be regarded as a whole card. It's like Son Goku from the Dragon Ball Ultra manga. Normal opponents don't have to cast Ultra Instinct at all. Therefore, it is very necessary to improve one's own basic strength. And to improve my basic strength, the help of the old Supreme Kai is very important to me. Well, I see, Mr. Gohan. Supreme Kai was also very respectful and nodded. You must know that in this world where strength is the most important thing, even if he is the Supreme Kai, he would not dare to do anything wrong in front of Son Gohan. This is the benefit of strength. By the way, Gohan. Both Vidal and number 18 are good girls. I can see that they are both interested in you and like you. So Aunt Bulma thinks you must not let them down. Bulma also said to Son Gohan very seriously. Maybe I really didn't like artificial humans before. But the android 18 in front of me is just similar to them. Personality is completely different. I can feel that she is a good girl, and she will become a good woman in the future. Well, I will. Son Gohan also nodded heavily. I like Vidal and number 18 very much. So I will not give up on any of them. Okay, let's go then. Bulma smiled and spoke. Then under the leadership of Trunks, they left directly. Advertisement. Number 16 also brought Fat Buu back to their room. Soon, only Son Gohan, number 18 and the drunk Vidal were left in the compound. I'm going to send Vidal to the room now, do you want to go with me? Son Gohan held Vidal, who was already drunk, and looked at number 18 and asked. Cut. I'm too lazy to go. Number 18 curled his lips, and then went straight back to his room. And Son Gohan took Vidal to another room. After tidying up the bedding and the bed, he put Vidal on the bed. Get some sleep. Son Gohan gently kissed Vidal's forehead. Then prepare to leave. But the moment he turned around, Vidal grabbed his hand. Son Gohan doesn't know if Vidal is drunk or not. She is conscious, which means she is not conscious at this time. Gohan, don't leave me. Vidal still had his eyes closed, but there were tears in the corners of his eyes. Don't worry, I won't leave. Son Gohan nodded. The next morning, I felt refreshed. I got up early on the 18th and saw Son Gohan who had just walked out of Vidal's room. I was inexplicably very uncomfortable 710, very disappointed and very angry. After giving Son Gohan a hard look, he went elsewhere. Number 18 doesn't really like me already. Looking at the angry expression on the 18th just now, it is obvious that he is suspected of being jealous. I always felt that number 18 was just trying to sabotage myself and Vidal. But now it seems that it is not the same thing. And Aunt Bulma also told herself yesterday that number 18 seems to like her too. Aunt Bulma's eyes are more poisonous than her own. It shouldn't go wrong, right? After Vidal went out, his whole face was radiant. It's a completely different person from yesterday. There seems to be a charm from her that was not there before. Gohan, wash up. I didn't come home all night last night. Dad must be very worried about me. It's the first time I don't come home at night when I grow up. After breakfast, Vidal said to Son Gohan. Well, be careful on the road. I'll go to your house when I'm free and see you recover from your sores. Son Gohan nodded, then said to Vidal. After all, if I want to date her, I must discuss it with Mr. Satan. Although I don't like that character. But if that guy becomes his father-in-law, he has to accommodate a bit. My dad will love you very much. He told me before that to find a boyfriend, you must be stronger than him to be eligible to be his son-in-law. I believe that no one in this world is more qualified than you. Vidal said with a smile like a flower. It can be seen that she is in a very good mood at this time. Totally different from yesterday. Well, I'll do my best. Son Gohan gently kissed Vidal's forehead, and said in a gentle tone. Chapter 58 Sign in successfully, the Excalibur is broken. Seeking subscription. Looking at the appearance of Vidal and Son Gohan, number 18 was making breakfast in front of him. Obviously, she is not in a good mood at this time, and it is very bad. Vidal left, but number 18 felt that he couldn't be happy at all. Looking at her sister's appearance on the 17th, she also understood that her sister might have completely fallen. She really likes Son Gohan. However, he still approves of Son Gohan, his brother-in-law. If the two of them can come together, it is also something I am very happy to see. Ding. The system task has been released. Close black lens bracket. Please host to sign in at the Supreme Kai realm, reward unlimited instant transmission and healing ability. Close black lens bracket. And at this moment, the electronic synthesis sound of the system rang in his mind. As the mission released, the task was released in a timely manner. I'm planning to go to the Supreme Kai world these 2 days. After hearing the electronically synthesized sound of the system, Son Gohan was more or less pleasantly surprised. Unlimited instant transmission, although it can't improve his combat effectiveness much. But it is a very good skill. Whether it is used to drive or escape, it is a very powerful skill. And if he mastered the healing technique, the fairy beans would be useless to him in the future. You must know that these two abilities are all abilities possessed by Supreme Kai and Jebet. And at this time, East King Kai Asen also found Son Gohan. Mr. Gohan, I'm going to think about Supreme Kai now. As soon as we met, Supreme Kai explained his purpose of coming. I have been on the earth for a long time. I have to go back to the God realm, because this universe is vast and boundless. Besides Majin Buu, there are many places that need to be managed by themselves. So you can't stay in this place for a long time. Eliminating Majin Buu this time, although the harvest is indeed great, has eliminated a major disaster for this universe. But Jebet's fall also made him feel very painful. After all, Jabiter has been by his side for a very long time, and there is also a strong relationship between the two. Suddenly, he was the only one left in the God realm. Thinking about the empty God realm still made him feel very lonely. Okay, this time I will go to the ghosts with you. I have something to do over there. Son Gohan also said straight to the point. Going to the God realm by yourself has two main purposes. The first is to release the old Supreme Kai, let him help him develop his potential, and let himself reach the state of the mysterious Gohan. He and Son Gohan from another time and space are actually the same person. If he has the potential to achieve that state, then he will definitely be able to achieve it. The second is to go to the God realm to sign in. Unlimited instant transmission and the ability to heal are quite attractive to me now. Ah, are you going to God realm? After hearing Son Gohan's words, Zheng Wangshan was obviously taken aback. But soon he nodded and agreed, okay. Although under normal circumstances humans are not allowed to enter the God realm. But Son Gohan did himself such a big favor this time. Without his help, it is estimated that he would have been killed by the demon Lord Dabra long ago. So now that he was going to the God realm, he would naturally change the rules for him. Then when shall we go there? Factory. Supreme Kai then asked. Let's go now. Anyway, nothing happened on Earth recently. Son Gohan spoke. There is nothing to do on the Earth now, and staying here by myself is just a waste of time. In this world of time and space, the King God has not died yet. That means gods of destruction they may appear at any time. Because in Dragon Ball Super, Supreme Kai was sleeping for 39 years. Advertisement. But according to current calculations, Beerus seems to have been asleep for 41 years. So he may wake up at any time, and may come to the so-called Super Saiyan God at any time. So before Beerus finds the Earth, he must do everything possible to improve his strength. No one could have predicted that Beerus would destroy the Earth. After all, comics are more or less different from reality. I don't want to be directly destroyed by gods of Destruction Beerus as soon as I meet. Although I am fully capable of completely solving this concern. That is, I just kicked the Supreme Kai in front of me right now. In this way, Beerus, the beast of destruction, will never wake up. But in this case, the world seems too monotonous and boring. Now I have almost no rivals among human beings. The only opponent worth looking forward to is Beerus the Destroyer. If he exists, it will double his motivation to train. Standing there like a goal, I will try my best to surpass him. If Gods of Destruction Beerus disappears, this dynamic will also be weakened. Okay, alright. Then Mr. Gohan please grab my shoulders, I'll pass by instant transmission. After speaking, Sun partially grabbed Supreme Kai's shoulder. Then, the bodies of the two disappeared in place in an instant. When it appeared again, it had reached the Supreme Kai realm. The world of Supreme Kai doesn't look much different from Earth. It is also a planet with a relatively good environment and green vegetation everywhere. The only difference is that there are not so many high-rise buildings and various buildings here. There is only one relatively monotonous Supreme Kai Hall. The decor is beyond words. The door is a big, Gia, character. Then there is the biggest tree in front, and below is a place to enjoy the shade. There is also a table, 2 benches and some tea sets below. Mr. Gohan, we've reached Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai Asen said. Son Gohan nodded. Almost at the same time, the electronic synthesis sound of the system sounded again in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in the Supreme Kai world. The sign-in is successful. Reward. Unlimited instant transmission and healing ability. Close black lens bracket. Regarding the rewards of the system, Son Gohan didn't feel any surprise either. After all, this is not the first time such a task has been done. So what are we going to do next? Supreme Kai didn't know what Son Gohan's purpose was, so he asked. Do you have a Supreme Kai sword in God Realm? I want to see if it is suitable for making a handy weapon. Son Gohan also directly stated his purpose. After all, that's why he came here. Of course his purpose is not the Supreme Kai sword, but the old Supreme Kai inside the Supreme Kai sword. After hearing Son Gohan's words, Supreme Kai's face suddenly showed unparalleled shock. Then, he immediately asked in surprise, how did Mr. Gohan know that we have a Supreme Kai sword in the Supreme Kai world? He really felt very puzzled. Because there have never been any humans in the Supreme Kai world before. I and Jebet have not had too much contact and communication with the human beings outside. As for the Supreme Kai sword, they will not tell any human beings. Why would Mr. Son Gohan know about this? This really made him feel incredible. You don't need to ask about this, I just know anyway. If there is, take me there to see. Son Gohan spoke. Advertisement. Even if he doesn't give Supreme Kai Asen any reason, he can't do anything about himself. Good. Despite all the surprises and doubts in his heart, Supreme Kai Asen nodded. But then reminded. Mr. Gohan, the Supreme Kai sword is very heavy, even Jabba and I can't pick it up at all, it may be a bit inconvenient to use it as a weapon. But after he finished speaking, he immediately realized that what he said didn't seem right. Mr. Gohan's strength is not comparable to that of himself and Jebet. Just because he and Jebet couldn't pick it up doesn't mean that Mr. Gohan couldn't pick it up. Go check it out. I'm curious. Afterwards, the two jumped directly to the mountain where the Supreme Kai sword was placed. Supreme Kai Asen said, Mr. Gohan, this is Excalibur. If you can pull it out and use it smoothly, it means that you have a destiny, so use it as a weapon. Anyway, for Supreme Kai, this sword has been idle here. Because I can't move it at all. Didn't even know what kind of abilities it had. It's better to give a sword to a hero and sell a favor. If there is a problem that I can't solve in the future, I will trouble Mr. Gohan a little bit. Son Gohan held the hilt of the sword, feeling a bit heavy indeed. Then he pulled it out forcefully, and with a crisp clang, the entire blade was pulled out directly. The ground suddenly cracked one after another, like a spider web, spreading in all directions. Rumble. In the next second, the columnar mountain collapsed instantly, turning into pieces of rubble and directly forming a small stone pile. The bodies of Son Gohan and Supreme Kai Asen jumped up and appeared in the middle of the sky. Shish. Son Gohan held the Excalibur and made several gestures in the void. It seemed that the air was cut by the powerful sword energy. Good sword. Although Son Gohan has never touched a sword before, I have to say that this piece is really good. Especially sharp, and moderate in weight. If it weren't for the old Supreme Kai that can help him improve his potential, I really don't want to ruin such a good sword. It's amazing. The Excalibur has become so light in the hands of Mr. Gohan. Jia obtained, King God secretly said in his heart. You must know that even if he and Jebet join forces, this divine sword cannot be pulled out from the crack in the stone just now. But at this moment in the hands of Son Gohan, it is just like an ordinary toy. Haha. In the next second, Son Gohan directly changed into the form of Super Saiyan. Because his main target is not Excalibur, but the old Supreme Kai in Excalibur. The moment the breath erupted, the divine sword was directly shattered. Click. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the Excalibur broke directly in the middle. Ah, God. Excalibur is broken. Seeing that the Excalibur was actually broken by Mr. Gohan, Yin Wangshan's face was terrified and at the same time extremely regrettable. That pitiful expression was like breaking his DK. Ah, what's going on? Why is this Excalibur so brittle? It's broken. It's not a fake, is it? Son Gohan also said, pretending to be aggrieved. At this time, Supreme Kai Asen didn't notice. A ray of breath emerged from the break in the God realm. Then appeared directly behind the two of them. And all this Son Gohan naturally sees clearly. Soon, a stooped figure appeared behind Son Gohan and Supreme Kai Asen. Ahem. A dry cough sounded. Supreme Kai Asen quickly looked behind him. Just saw a wretched, strange figure. Chapter 59. Hard or soft? Help develop your potential. Please subscribe. And all of this was completely expected by Son Gohan, so there was no surprise on his face. Then, that, old man, who are you? Why did you appear in the God realm? Supreme Kai Asen asked with a look of surprise. You must know that this is the Supreme Kai world, and ordinary people cannot come to this place at all. Unless guided by Supreme Kai, or mastering a certain ability like instant transmission can reach the Supreme Kai world. But the old gentleman in front of him obviously doesn't have that ability. And her dress is very similar to their Supreme Kai, and it can even be said to be exactly the same. Could it be that he is also Supreme Kai? But it's impossible. I have been in this world for a long time. But I have never seen such an old man. Are you talking about me? My name is Peter Toro, I should be you. Supreme Kai 15 generations ago. The old Supreme Kai counted with his fingers, and then spoke. I have to say that the old Supreme Kai is really ugly. Skinny, it feels like the whole body is completely skinny, and there is no trace of flesh on the body. The two eyeballs are also completely protruding. Inside the two half-closed slits, there was a wretched look all the time. Yep, this guy is old Supreme Kai. That wretched and lustful level is not weaker than the existence of Master Roshi. What? Supreme Kai 15 generations ago. Hearing this, Supreme Kai was no longer calm. The whole person opened his mouth wide, and his chin almost squatted on the ground in surprise. The mouth can directly stuff a dinosaur egg. He felt that this guy's clothes were very similar to Supreme Kai's. But I didn't expect him to be the Supreme Kai 15 generations ago. But why did he suddenly appear? And I have never seen him before. 950. Cut. What a fuss guy. Did you break the Excalibur and release me from it? Supreme Kai walked towards the two of them step by step, then squinted his eyes and asked faintly. I have been sealed in the Excalibur for a long time. Unexpectedly, someone finally rescued himself today. The air outside is so fresh. And when he thinks that he can use his clairvoyance to see those bikini beauties on the beach in the future, he feels very excited. Master Patriarch, it was Mr. Gohan who broke the Excalibur. Supreme Kai Asen quickly answered. After feeling the power of God in the opponent's body, he no longer doubted the identity of the old Supreme Kai. Huh, human. Is it actually a human who released me from the Excalibur? It's really ironic. I thought it was some Supreme Kai who rescued me from the God realm. It seems that the world has really changed a bit. The old Supreme Kai walked up to Son Gohan, looked at it, and then looked at Supreme Kai Asen with a look of disdain, and said. You know, in the era before me, Supreme Kai is the existence of the Supreme. It is simply impossible for a human being to surpass it. But judging from the current situation, the strength of human beings seems to have surpassed Supreme Kai. I'm so sorry. Supreme Kai Asen immediately apologized embarrassingly. Also, how did you bring a human being to the God realm? Then the old Supreme Kai continued to ask. Advertisement. According to regulations, humans are not allowed to enter the God realm. Of course, there are some very special cases. This is a special case, my Lord Ancestor. Mr. Gohan is very powerful. A few days ago, he helped me kill a Majin Buu who could destroy the universe. He wanted to come to God realm to train for a while, so I made an exception and brought him here. Supreme Kai Asen spoke immediately. Demon. Majin Buu. He killed Majin Buu. A human. After hearing Supreme Kai Asen's words, the old Supreme Kai's wretched eyes suddenly burst into sharp light. He has heard of Majin Buu's name for a long time. This is their most powerful Supreme Kai, which may not be able to kill Majin Buu. That guy is a monster that existed in ancient times. It is simply not something that ordinary people can destroy. But this human being in front of him actually killed Majin Buu, so how powerful it must be to be able to do it. Well, indeed, Mr. Gohan is very powerful, I can't even imagine how powerful he is. Supreme Kai Asen said with a determined face. It is estimated that even Master Supreme Kai, the most powerful Supreme Kai I have ever seen, is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of Mr. Gohan. It seems that this world has really become a bit unfamiliar. The old Supreme Kai shook his head, although it was difficult to accept, but he also felt that this little Supreme Kai should not dare to lie to himself. Master Supreme Kai, can you help me improve my strength? The crisis in this world will never end, so I hope that I can become stronger. Seeing that the two of them were almost chatting, Son Gohan spoke. Help you improve. My superpower can indeed help you improve your strength, but what kind of benefits can I get? The old Supreme Kai squinted, looked at Son Gohan and asked. If this guy can't change the benefits he is interested in, I will not help them improve their strength casually. After all, I am a majestic Supreme Kai, so I naturally have the arrogance of Supreme Kai. If you can help me improve my strength, I can give you a photo book with colors. They are all very hot VM, please look upside down, beauties. Son Gohan said very seductively. His interest in this old man is very clear. Same as Master Roshi, same lewdness, same wretchedness. So this should be considered very attractive to him. It's just that the old Supreme Kai shook his head, and then said, I can observe all the beauties around the world through my clairvoyance, so your photo book can't seduce me. Supreme Kai naturally has Supreme Kai's superpowers. Watch what happens next, it's one of a kind superpowers, Adeb. So things like photo books really don't have much temptation for me. If you can let yourself touch it, maybe you will think about it carefully. First, Master Ancestor, if you can help Mr. Gohan improve his strength, please help. If Mr. Gohan hadn't helped this time, maybe I would have been killed by Majin Buu. Hearing that the ancestors had rejected Mr. Gohan's request, Supreme Kai Asen immediately interceded. The reason why I intercede for Gohan is because Gohan has saved my life. I should help Gohan myself. Secondly, Mr. Gohan's character is unpredictable. It's definitely not a good thing if you make him angry. With his strength, he can kill himself and the ancestors in an instant. It is estimated that the ancestors still think that they are Supreme Kai, and think that Mr. Gohan should not do this. Advertisement. But I feel that if he gets angry, Mr. Gohan is likely to do so. Saving you is your own business, if you want to repay yourself, go and repay yourself. Old Supreme Kai is unimpressed. Son Gohan's complexion also changed slightly. I was quite polite to the old Supreme Kai just now. It seems that we can only give courtesy first and then soldiers. Who knew that this old head was a smelly and hard stone in a latrine? Son Gohan clenched his fist and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan. Terrifying air waves swept in all directions, and the bodies of old Supreme Kai and Supreme Kai Asin were directly blown away by the terrifying aura. Then Son Gohan looked at the old Supreme Kai with cold eyes and said, Master Supreme Kai, I think you'd better find out the situation for me. I rescued you from the sword, so I have the grace to save your life. I can save you from it, and I have the ability to bring you back into it again. If you don't believe me and want to try it, I have no objection. That's right, it's a naked threat. My polite discussion with him was rejected by him. This is the only way to do it first. The old man has been locked up for so long. According to the direction of the future development of time and space in the original Dragon Ball, the Excalibur will be petrified by the saliva of the Demon King Dabra. Then directly into gravel. The old Supreme Kai died too. The appearance of Son Gohan can be said to have saved his life invisibly. And now, Son Goku has freed him from Excalibur too. Although he has his own purpose in doing this, it is undeniable that if Son Gohan hadn't broken the Excalibur, in this time and space, he may stay in the Excalibur forever. Now this old man is still so arrogant and self-righteous. Son Gohan is naturally unhappy. Sensing Son Gohan's overwhelming aura and cold eyes, the old Supreme Kai's expression froze instantly. A solemn look suddenly appeared on his face. As for Supreme Kai Asin, his complexion has completely changed, flickering with fear. Please don't be angry, Dr. Jufin. Master Ancestor, he didn't mean that, he can definitely help you practice. After seeing Son Gohan angry, Supreme Kai Asin also begged immediately. Because he knows Mr. Gohan's strength better than anyone else. Maybe he can destroy the entire God realm in an instant. A human being can reach the realm of a god by his own efforts, and if he thinks about it with his toes, he will know how terrifying he is. Master Ancestor, hurry up and agree. Mr. Gohan does what he says, he is not joking. Supreme Kai hurriedly said to the old Supreme Kai again. Then Supreme Kai looked very ugly. Unexpectedly, the majestic Supreme Kai will be threatened by a human being. And more importantly, they don't even have the ability to resist. The power erupting from this guy's body has far surpassed their Supreme Kai. So what he said has absolute credibility. All right. After thinking for a moment, the old Supreme Kai could only nod his head. I don't want to go back to that broken sword again. Then thank you Supreme Kai-sama. Just now, how offended. Quote. Seeing the old Supreme Kai agree, Son Gohan instantly withdrew his breath and became normal. Then he said in a more polite manner. Then I will use my superpower to stimulate the potential in your body and let you break through your limits. As for what level you can achieve, it depends on your own potential and good fortune. Chapter 60 Mysterious Gohan, the breath shocked the earth. Seeking subscription. After finishing speaking, the old Supreme Kai looked Son Gohan up and down again. It seems that this human boy is really not that simple. In a place like Supreme Kai, he actually dared to threaten himself. This is definitely the first human being. But just now I heard that this guy can eliminate Majin Buu, so he really has his own arrogant capital. And after hearing that the ancestors agreed to Mr. Gohan, Supreme Kai's complexion also looked a lot better. He was afraid that the ancestors would be stubborn, and the situation would be quite bad at that time. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. Then let's start now. You just sit there and don't move, your potential seems to be very strong, so it may take 3 to 5 days to fully develop it. The old Supreme Kai spoke again. Son Gohan is naturally very cooperative. After all, this time will definitely help him improve his strength a lot. After Son Gohan sat cross-legged on the spot, the old Supreme Kai began to circle around Son Gohan's body. If Son Gohan hadn't seen his strange posture of developing energy before, he would really have regarded this guy as a charlatan. In this way, time goes by day by day. 5 days passed quickly. Of course, it wasn't easy for Son Gohan to just sit and wait for 5 days. Okay, I've helped you develop your potential. Next, you feel your own strength. Has it been improved? The old Supreme Kai is obviously exhausted because of helping Son Gohan improve his strength these days. Okay, thank you Supreme Kai. Son Gohan is a man of right and wrong. Since others have helped you, it is necessary to thank you. But, I don't seem to feel the change in Mr. Gohan at all. Will his strength really improve? Supreme Kai on the side muttered with some doubts. It's not that he doesn't believe in the ability of the ancestors. It's because I really don't feel any change in Mr. Gohan. Advertisement. Even his aura didn't improve in any way, that's why he had such doubts in his heart. Cut. If you, an idiot, can feel it, then my level of superpower is too low. Then Supreme Kai gave Supreme Kai Asin a big white eye, and said with a look of disgust. Then I'll try. Son Gohan stood up. Then, his eyes suddenly became serious. Then he clenched his fists, and a terrifying breath erupted from his body. Quote. A deep roar came from his throat. Accompanied by Son Gohan's roar, the entire Supreme Kai world began to shake violently. Small stones began to fly all over the sky. Huge rocks also began to suspend in midair. With Son Gohan as the center, the terrifying air waves spread in all directions. The ground under his feet was directly cracked with spider web-like cracks. The bodies of Supreme Kai and the old Supreme Kai were blown away by the terrifying air wave again. The entire God realm was in turmoil, like a flatboat in Wangyangzhong. It seemed that it might be destroyed at any time. Okay. What a terrifying energy. Is this really the Nengwang emanating from Mr. Gohan's body? How strong is this? Supreme Kai Asen is completely stupefied. He really didn't expect that Gohan, after developing his potential, hadn't become a Super Saiyan yet. Even without turning into that silver-haired form, just an ordinary form can burst out such a powerful force. This power has completely surpassed him, becoming the power of Super Saiyan. It seems that the ancestors are not bragging, but really have terrifying superpowers. HMPH. This guy has been fully inspired by my superpower. His current strength is outrageous, we can't even imagine it. The old Supreme Kai on the side said triumphantly. Of course, he does have proud capital. Because after helping Son Gohan improve his strength, his aura has indeed undergone earth-shaking changes. Advertisement. But at the same time, he was also extremely shocked. This Son Gohan was able to reach such an astonishing level of strength after developing his potential. To be honest, except for the sleeping adult, I have never seen anyone with such a powerful force. 0. Ask for flowers. Even the gods in the past never possessed such terrifying power. And at this time, on Earth, Trunks, who were originally trained in the gravity room, also felt this incomparably huge force. Then, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. What? This is Brother Gohan's anger. How is it possible? How can it be so huge? And Brother Gohan didn't go to the Supreme Kai world. Could it be said that this energy was directly transmitted from the Supreme Kai world to the Earth? Trunks immediately stopped training after feeling Son Gohan's strong presence. Then, he muttered to himself in shock. Brother Gohan's aura was already too strong at this time. And if it is the power transmitted here from the Supreme Kai world, it can be described as horror. What kind of thing happened in the Supreme Kai world that could make Brother Yufan's power so hugely promoted? It's just unimaginable. Great, Brother Gohan has become so powerful, then our Earth will be more stable in the future. But after a moment of shock, Trunks' face showed a look of joy. Brother Gohan is like a god in his mind. The stronger Brother Gohan is, the safer the Earth will be. But I can't stop myself just because Brother Gohan has become stronger. I also want to work hard to improve my strength. Even if I can't feel Gohan's footsteps in this life, I will definitely not hold him back. After talking to himself, Trunks showed an extremely determined look on his face. I must be like Big Brother Gohan and become so powerful. This is not because I am jealous of Brother Gohan, but because I cannot hold back Brother Gohan in the future. 3FG Chapter 61 Attention and Shock from Angel Whis, seeking subscription. Brother Gohan, I will try my best to follow in your footsteps. Trunks looked very resolute, and said to himself, and then began to train very seriously. Haha. At this time, in the Supreme Kai world, Son Gohan is still constantly improving his aura. He felt a steady stream of chi being born in his body, and then released it through his roar. What is certain is that his current power has completely surpassed the mysterious Son Gohan in Dragon Balls. Absolutely stronger than him. Rumble, accompanied by the ascension of Son Gohan breath. The mountains around the Supreme Kai began to collapse continuously, and the river water began to surge wildly. It was like a scene of the end of the world, and Son Gohan's aura didn't seem to stop, and he was still improving in March 20th. What's going on? The breath is getting stronger and stronger. And the power in the body is still pouring out continuously. It stands to reason that no matter how strong Son Gohan's potential is, it is absolutely impossible to reach this level. At this moment, even Son Gohan himself was shocked by the power he erupted. And he feels that this is not all his strength. If he hadn't controlled it by himself, the Supreme Kai world would have collapsed by his breath. Could it be the reason why I have already mastered the extremely easy skill? Or is it because he is a time traveler? Of course, this is just his guess. He really couldn't figure out what was the reason for her strength to rise to such a level after her potential was developed. Mr. Gohan, please stop raising your aura. If this continues, the entire God realm will be destroyed. Supreme Kai stood up tremblingly, and shouted loudly at Son Gohan in a horrified tone. He really didn't expect Mr. Gohan's strength to reach such a level after being developed by the ancestors. This is definitely the most powerful of all creatures I have ever seen. This brat, is he going to destroy the God realm? If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have developed his potential. Advertisement. The old Supreme Kai's stern body was lying on the ground, and his face was also very ugly. If the God realm was destroyed because of this, then he would be a sinner through the ages. Unexpectedly, the human beings whose potential has been developed by themselves will destroy the entire God realm. Mr. Gohan, please stop continuing to improve your aura. Supreme Kai Asen shouted in horror again. If this continues, the God realm will definitely be destroyed. And heard the shout of Supreme Kai, and the devastated God realm destroyed by his own breath. Son Gohan let out a long breath of relief. Afterwards, his breath began to weaken little by little. The hurricane that was constantly blowing in all directions also began to weaken a little bit. The rocks in midair and those small broken stones also began to fall to the ground. This power is really strong and boundless. Would it be possible that the power I have now has reached Super Saiyan God, or even surpassed Super Saiyan God? Son Gohan looked at his body, felt the boundless power in his body, and thought secretly in his heart. It is estimated that even if I have not reached the level of Super Saiyan God now, I am definitely not far from this level. As long as you practice a little, you will definitely be able to reach or even surpass this kind of God state very quickly. And I don't even need to be a Super Saiyan God at all. Feeling that the shaking of the God realm stopped a little bit, the expressions of Supreme Kai Asen and the old Supreme Kai also eased a little bit. They were afraid that Gohan could not control his new power just now, which would lead to the destruction of the entire God realm. At that time, both of them will become sinners through the ages. After half a minute, the entire God realm returned to normal. At this time, the God realm has been destroyed beyond recognition. The Supreme Kai Temple has been crumbling and the surrounding trees and mountains have been completely destroyed. The originally emerald green vegetation was also turned into a powder directly by the breath at this time, and turned into a bare appearance. Forehead. I'm so sorry, Lord Supreme Kai. It might have been because my strength had increased too much just now, so I was a little excited and I didn't control my strength well. Advertisement looking at the God realm destroyed by himself. Son Gohan also said with some embarrassment. This is indeed not intentional, he was so excited just now because he suddenly acquired such a powerful force. So he constantly wants to feel the limit of his own strength. That's why the God realm was destroyed like this. Forget it, it's a good thing the God realm has not been destroyed by you little guy. The old Supreme Kai also climbed up, which meant that he didn't want to blame him at all. Now he only hopes that this time bomb can leave the God realm as soon as possible. If he had been left in the God realm would have been destroyed at some point. Mr. Gohan, I didn't expect your strength to reach this level after being exploited by the ancestors. What kind of nation is the Saiyan? It's really confusing. Supreme Kai walked up to Son Gohan in shock and said with surprise on his face. He used to think that human beings were absolutely incomparable with gods. But only now did he realize how short-sighted his previous knowledge and vision were. To be honest, I was also quite surprised, Son Gohan said with a smile. Now I have been able to reach a mysterious state. He has been thinking about a question: if he becomes Super Saiyan in a mysterious state, what kind of reaction will he have? After all, the strength of the mysterious state is ridiculously strong. Even Son Goku from Super Saiyan 3 can surpass it. But after all, this is just an ordinary form. 0.6 should be able to become Super Saiyan in this form. There will definitely be a qualitative improvement in strength at that time. This is also the direction he wants to work towards in the future. And at this time in the distant world of gods of destruction, Angel Whis is watching what happened in the Supreme Kai world through the projection of the staff in his hand. The picture played in the video is the scene where Son Gohan is constantly improving his aura, making the entire God realm tremble crazily. Whoa! Who the hell is that little guy named Son Gohan? His power surpasses most of the gods. It's just unbelievable that a human being possesses power beyond that of a god. This kind of human has not appeared in the 7th chapter 62 super race in mysterious form, indescribably powerful, seeking subscription. Unexpectedly, just relying on the aura produced by itself can shake the entire Supreme Kai world. You must know that there are not many people who can do such a thing in the entire universe. Even Supreme Kai themselves can never achieve this level. But that guy named Son Gohan can do this. It seems that we must take a good look at this little guy. Maybe he may become a candidate for gods of destruction in the future. Whis spoke to himself. Then he glanced at Master Beerus. This guy is still sleeping. I took a nap for 41 years, different from hyperspace. So in gods of destruction, only Master Beerus can sleep like this? After the voice of Whis fell, the staff in his hand lightly tapped the ground, and the projection in front of him disappeared without a trace. Then he walked directly towards the gods of destruction hall. It seems that if there is a chance, it is time to find that guy named Son Gohan. Let's see if he has the qualifications to become the gods of destruction of the 7th universe in the future? And at this time in the God realm, Son Gohan's goal has been achieved, and he feels that there is no need for him to stay in this place. Even if he continued to stay in the God realm, it would not have much effect on improving his strength. Master Supreme Kai, I'm leaving the God realm today. Thank you for helping me improve my strength. If you need me in the future, just ask. Son Gohan said to Supreme Kai Asen and Lao Jia, Wang Shen. I am a person who knows how to reciprocate. Since they helped me, if O3 encounters any difficulties in the future, I will definitely help. Although there was a little conflict with the old Supreme Kai before, but now his strength has improved so much. That little conflict can be completely forgotten. Okay Mr. Gohan, thank you in advance. If we encounter some problems in the future that even we can't solve, we will definitely ask you for help. Just don't feel troublesome when the time comes. Supreme Kai Asen said very bluntly, because he knows Gohan's strength better than anyone else. To be honest, he feels that there are not many people in this world who can surpass language. At least in my own perception, no one can surpass Gohan. The old Supreme Kai on the side also nodded repeatedly. It's just that what he thinks in his heart at this time, Coco Supreme Kai Asen is completely different. This guy's son Gohan is too dangerous, his strength is too strong. If you stay in the God realm, it will be like a time bomb, maybe it will explode suddenly? And the power of this explosion is quite large, it is very likely to endanger the safety of the entire God realm. So it's better for such a guy to leave as soon as possible. Of course not. So farewell. Son Gohan waved his hands towards the two, and then with a thought, his body swayed twice in place. Instantly disappeared without a trace. He couldn't even catch his breath in an instant. What? Isn't this instant transmission? How did you guys impart Supreme Kai's abilities to him? The old Supreme Kai saw that Son Gohan disappeared suddenly, and at a glance, he could see that what Son Gohan had just used was Supreme Kai's instant transmission ability. You must know that this ability is impossible for anyone other than Supreme Kai to learn it. Although in that place called Yadrod Planet, those people will also have the ability of instant transmission. But their instant transmission is not as good as Supreme Kai's instant transmission. And the instant transmission that Son Gohan just mastered is definitely Supreme Kai's skill. Advertisement, I didn't teach it. Supreme Kai Asan also looked dumbfounded. I have not taught Mr. Gohan instant transmission. It's just that when he came to God Realm, he demonstrated it in front of his eyes. When Mr. Gohan was about to leave just now, I was thinking of using instant transmission to send him off. But he didn't expect him to learn instant transmission directly. When exactly did he learn it, or did he know instant transmission before? This really surprised him. If Mr. Gohan learned it after seeing himself cast the ability of instant transmission, then his talent is too enchanting, right? Never taught. The old Supreme Kai was also a little confused. Who the hell is this Son Gohan? It always feels like he knows a lot of things. Why would he be able to release himself from the God Realm? And knowing that I can help him develop his potential. It seems that this little guy is really not simple. He may know a lot of things that even Supreme Kai doesn't know. Call out. When it reappeared, Son Gohan's body had already arrived on Earth. This time he took Trunks directly and went to the spiritual time room for training. He must improve his strength as soon as possible, because he feels that the crisis is constantly approaching. Earth, Temple of Heaven. Brother Gohan, didn't Mr. Popo say that during the spiritual time, dust can only enter for 2 days in a lifetime, and if it exceeds 2 days, you will be trapped in it forever? If we still want to go in now, is it really okay? Trunks looked at Gohan with some puzzlement and asked. You know, there is no danger on Earth now. Majin Buu, the artificial man and Cell have been completely eliminated. The Earth has also restored its long-lost peace. Why doesn't Brother Gohan take a good rest? Don't worry about that, Trunks. With my current strength, I can break the dimension wall and come out of the spiritual time room. Son Gohan just said briefly, and then walked directly to the spiritual time room. And Trunks followed suit, because he believed in Son Gohan's words. It's this familiar sense of boredom again. After walking into the spiritual time room, looking at the white space, Son Gohan whispered. Then started training with Trunks. At this time, the strength of Trunks has reached the early stage of Super Saiyan 2. I hope that through this period of training, his strength can reach the level of Super Saiyan 3. And Son Gohan has ideas of his own. That is now based on the mystical state. Then transform into Super Saiyan based on this mystical state. In this way, one's own strength will definitely be greatly improved. Time passed day by day. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. For those outside, 5 days passed in a flash, but for Son Goku and the Trunks in the Spirit Time Room, that's 5 full years. And during these 5 years, the two of them practiced desperately every day, practicing against each other. Strength has also been greatly improved. Advertisement. Come on, Trunks. Let me feel your strength. Son Gohan waved to the opposite Trunks, then said with a smile. After 5 years of training, the strength of Trunks has undergone qualitative changes. Although he still has no signs of breaking through Super Saiyan 3, his strength at this time is not weaker than Son Goku of Super Saiyan 3 in Dragon Balls. Well, I can finally compete with Big Brother Gohan. Trunks also nodded and then clenched his fists tightly. Aha! Accompanied by a low shout, terrifying golden flames erupted from Trunks' body in an instant. See Lala. There were bundles of golden electric arcs around his body, and his aura also instantly became incomparably high. It has to be said that the Trunks in the future time and space are indeed geniuses in cultivation. Being able to improve his strength to such a level in just a few years is definitely not something that ordinary Saiyans can do. You must know that it took 7 years for Vegeta to advance from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2. And Trunks couldn't even become Super Saiyan 7 years ago. Brother Gohan, don't you need to transform? Because I will fight with all my strength. Trunks asked in surprise when he saw that Son Gohan didn't want to become Super Saiyan. Although he knows that Brother Gohan is really strong, but he doesn't need to become a Super Saiyan to deal with his current self in 1993, he feels somewhat uncomfortable. No, come on, Son Gohan shook his head and said. All right, then I'm here. After the voice of Trunks fell, his body rushed towards Son Gohan directly. I have to say that the Trunks at this time are really fast and powerful. It's just that such speed and strength are not worth mentioning in front of the mysterious Gohan. Because at this time, Lunch has completely used the mysterious form as a normal state. So before the battle, there is no need to burst out of breath. Shish. Trunks kept attacking with all her strength, but every attack of her was easily blocked by Son Gohan. In this way, he quickly realized that the gap between the two of them was still irreparable. Even Big Brother Gohan doesn't need to change into Super Saiyan form, he is not an opponent at all. After a few minutes of fighting, Trunks declared defeat. Because the gap between myself and Brother Gohan is too huge. This gap is simply irreparable. Brother Gohan, how strong are you now? I'm really interested. After the battle, Trunks looked at Son Gohan curiously and asked. Unexpectedly, Brother Gohan has such amazing power under normal conditions. So after he becomes Super Saiyan, how low-key will he be raised to? Okay, then I'll let you see it, Son Gohan nodded. Then the eyes were closed, and the black hair suddenly became windless and automatic. The moment the eyes opened, the pupils suddenly turned golden, and a terrifying airwave instantly sent Trunks flying. Aha! Accompanied by a low cold drink, the terrifying golden flame instantly rendered the entire spiritual time room golden. And the breath of Son Gohan filled the entire spiritual time room in an instant. And his aura has completely confused Trunks. Powerful. Indescribably powerful. Chapter 63 Angel Whis comes to Earth. Unperceivable breath, seeking subscription. The entire spiritual time room, the entire temple of heaven and even the entire earth trembled violently because of Son Gohan's breath. At this time, Son Gohan only changed into the form of Super Saiyan, and did not become Super Saiyan 2. Because after being able to become Super Saiyan in the mysterious form, it is naturally possible to change into the second form of Super Saiyan. It's alright Brother Gohan, I already know your strength. Hurry up and take back your breath, if this continues, the entire spiritual time room will be shaken down by the breath. Trunks on the side felt the huge vibration in the spiritual time room and immediately spoke. Brother Gohan's aura is too strong, and I can clearly feel that Brother Gohan didn't show his full aura at this time. If he increases his strength to the limit, what kind of level will he reach? It can be said without hesitation that it will be difficult for anyone in this world to be an opponent of Big Brother Gohan. Of course, the main reason for this is because Trunks has never seen a real strong man. For example, gods of Destruction Beerus, and other gods of destruction, even Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, those he has never seen. That's why I think Son Gohan is invincible. But in Son Gohan's own heart, he knows better than anyone that his current strength is not omnipotent at all. On the contrary, my current strength is far worse than those real masters. Take gods of destruction as an example, one's own strength will definitely not be able to defeat gods of destruction. And gods of destruction is not only amazing in power, but also masters the power of laws in the entire universe. It is too simple for them to destroy a human being. And on top of gods of destruction, there are more powerful angels, grand priests, Xeno's bodyguards and Xeno standing at the apex of the universe. If you don't want to be easily eliminated by those guys, you must constantly improve your strength. Only in this way can we ensure that we can survive in this world. After hearing the voice of Trunks, Son Gohan also withdrew his breath. It quickly changed back to normal. Of course, this is his normal state as the mysterious state. It's unbelievable, Brother Gohan, you're too strong now, aren't you? I don't think there is any opponent for you in this world. Trunks said to Son Gohan without hesitation in his praise and surprise. To be honest, Brother Gohan is definitely one of the most powerful beings in my cognition. Don't underestimate the world, Trunks. Although I am considered an invincible existence on Earth during this period of time, after leaving Earth, there are still many unknown masters. Advertisement, they even have the ability to kill us in an instant. That's why you must never stop during your cultivation. After hearing Trunks' praise, Son Gohan on the side said very seriously. Trunks don't know gods of destruction exist. If he knew that gods of destruction and even Xeno existed, he probably wouldn't have said such a thing. Yes, I see, Gohan Tiangong. Trunks nodded quickly. Brother Gohan is right, this world is indeed very dangerous, maybe there will be many enemies. Just like the Universe Emperor Frieza they met at the beginning, and the artificial people they experienced. And Majin Buu from a while back, the enemies they encountered became stronger each time. Maybe what kind of terrifying enemies will be encountered in the future. Okay, we're almost done practicing now, it's time to get out of this place. Seeing Trunks' earnest expression, Son Gohan spoke. Staying in this place for 5 years was indeed a torture for them. But in order to survive better in this world, in order to protect the people they want to protect, they must endure this kind of torture and boring. After Trunks nodded, the two left the spiritual time room directly. But at this time in the universe, a figure is urgently hired. Taking a closer look, it was Angel Whis from the 7th universe. At this time, his speed was extremely fast, and he shelled through hundreds of planets in an instant. Seeing the direction, it is obviously heading towards the northern Milky Way. A few minutes later, Angel Whis has come to the Earth of the 7th universe. Is that little guy named Son Gohan living in this place? Angel Whis stood in midair, looked down at the Earth, and said lightly. It seems that this planet seems to be a little backward. But he was really surprised to be able to cultivate such a powerful human being. Let's go down and get to know that little guy first. By the way, I don't know if there are any delicacies on this planet, maybe I can let him be my guide and introduce it for me. Advertisement Whis suddenly said to himself. If you think about it this way, this is a way to get the best of both worlds. Then the body flashed and disappeared in the original position in an instant. At this time in the Temple of Heaven, Son Gohan and Trunks just walked out. Just saw a very familiar figure. Backquote this is, Angel Whis? How is it possible? What kind of joke is this? Why did this guy suddenly appear on Earth? Did Beerus come too? But I didn't feel any breath of God just now. The moment he saw Angel Whis, Son Gohan's face suddenly revealed a look of incomparable horror. Indeed, in the Temple of Heaven on Earth, Angel Whis was suddenly seen. This is indeed an appalling thing. You know, before Beerus and the others arrived on Earth, they didn't even know there was such a remote planet as Earth. But why did Whis suddenly appear? And he wasn't following Beerus. More importantly, I didn't feel any breath of God before. Even Whis is standing in front of me, but I can't, Wang Jiaohao, feel his spirit. He is like a transparent person without any vitality. Brother Gohan, who is he? Why can he come to the Temple of Heaven? And our previous Earth has never seen him. Trunks looked at Angel Whis and asked with a puzzled expression. You must know that ordinary people simply cannot reach the Temple of Heaven. And this guy is definitely not from Earth, because he has never seen such a guy close to him on Earth. Son Gohan didn't answer, just shook his head. Of course he couldn't show the expression that he knew Whis. I can't seem to feel his anger. Is this guy also a god? Trunks questioned again. Except for the breath of God, which cannot be felt by itself, any living creature can feel the breath by itself. Then it is obvious that this guy should belong to some kind of god like Lord Supreme Kai and the others. Chapter 64 Angel Whis goes straight to court, seeking subscription. Son Gohan shook his head again. He knows the origin of Whis better than anyone. But at this moment, he can't show that he knows Angel Whis, because in this case, Angel Whis is likely to suspect him. If it is gods of destruction, if you fool around a few words, you may be able to fool around. But Angel is not so easy to fool, these guys are very shrewd. Ho 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 ho. This must be Mr. Son Gohan? Whis was the first to ask with a smile. Obviously, he was asking knowingly, how the hell does this guy know about me? Could it be that the powerful force I erupted in the Supreme Kai world made him feel my presence? But in Dragon Balls, Son Gohan didn't get Whis' attention. Son Gohan was very puzzled. It is not a good thing for him to be noticed by these guys too early. Thankfully Gods of Destruction Beerus didn't come, otherwise it would have been quite a headache. Thoughts flashed through your mind. Afterwards, Son Gohan nodded and said, I'm Son Gohan, I don't know what this gentleman is. Of course, he also asked the question knowingly, you can consider me a friend of Supreme Kai. Angel Whis still said with a smile, because if you tell them Gods of Destruction, they may not know it. To know the existence of Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus, even the 160 young Supreme Kais may not be able to figure it out. Let alone a mere human being. They don't even know the existence of Gods of Destruction, let alone the existence of Angel. Oh, that's how it is. Son Gohan nodded, but what Whis said is somewhat reasonable, he did know Supreme Kai too. Especially the old Supreme Kai and Supreme Kai world. Ah, so you are a friend of Master Supreme Kai and the others. No wonder I couldn't sense your breath just now. That's really great. Speaking of which, Brother Gohan and I have a good relationship with Supreme Kai. Trunks immediately relaxed his vigilance after hearing that he was a friend of Lord Supreme Kai. If so, it makes sense. Since he is a friend of Lord Supreme Kai, it is obvious that he is also a god. In this case, it's not too strange that I can't feel any breath from his body. And it seems that the guy in front of him has the same hair color as Supreme Kai. He has a warm smile and is easy to approach. Advertisement. Who is this? Whis only focused on Son Gohan at the time. The strength of Trunks is not worthy of his attention. So naturally he didn't know the existence of Trunks, a Dex. But it seems that this kid's strength seems to be very good. Those who can reach this level among human beings are already considered rare. My name is Trunks, and I am also a friend of Lord Supreme Kai. Trunks spoke. Hello. You guys call me Whis from now on. Whis said to the two with a smile. No one could see the slightest hint of malice from Whis' expression. And even then, even Son Gohan knew that Whis had no real power in the universe. But he still felt a little nervous. Why did Angel Whis suddenly come to Earth? And if you come directly to yourself, then there must be some purpose. Mr. Whis, what is the reason you came to Earth? Or is someone asking you to do something? Son Gohan stared at Whis and asked tentatively. I don't know if the Gods of Destruction Beerus in this time and space has woken up, and I don't know whether Whis came this time by himself, or under the orders of Beerus. It's nothing. I heard Lord Wang Shen said that the Earth is a very good planet, so I'm here to travel around. And I heard that Mr. Son Gohan is a rare human warrior in the universe, so I was naturally very curious, so I stopped by to have a look. Whis doesn't even bat an eye when he lies, all right. After hearing Whis' answer, Son Gohan could only give up the temptation. If this guy doesn't want to tell me, I have nothing to do with him. By the way, Mr. Gohan, do you have any delicious food on this Earth? Whis looked at Son Gohan eagerly and asked, because he and Gods of Destruction Beerus are two typical big foodies. Even the two of them can do some things that violate their duties in order to eat delicious food for a long time. For example, once they restored the Earth that had been destroyed. Of course, our Earth can be called the food kingdom in this universe. There are countless delicacies here, and they are definitely the best delicacies you have never tasted before. If Mr. Whis wants to taste it, come with me. Son Gohan nodded and said lightly. He still knows a lot about Whis, a big foodie. Advertisement. If there was one thing that could stir his emotions, it used to be Zeno and Grand Priest and food. Really? That's a big thank you to Mr. Gohan and Mr. Trunks? A look of surprise appeared on Whis' face. Obviously, he didn't expect that there are really gourmet delicacies on Earth. You must know that this planet looks extremely backward. I just hope that the delicious food I have returned will not disappoint me too much. Of course, let's go, Son Gohan said, and then his body flashed. Trunks and Whis followed suit. After arriving in Western capital, Son Gohan found a restaurant. Then ordered some food. To be honest, he thinks the food in this city is not good at all. It's not as real as a braised rice bowl, because there are some sushi, tamagoyaki, fish balls and tempura. Soon, a large table of dishes was delivered, and Whis looked at a large table of dishes, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he sniffed vigorously with his nose. The strong fragrance makes Whis' face full of enjoyment. To be honest, he had never smelled such good food. Even if he has lived for hundreds of millions of years. It can be distinguished from this taste alone, these are definitely the best delicacies. Please use it, Mr. Whis. Looking at Whis' face that has never seen the world, Son Gohan said. In fact, Whis and Beerus are sometimes quite pitiful. Stay forever on a planet bigger than Nappa, and the food you eat is really amazing. Especially gods of destruction Beerus, always have to beware of the danger of being cleared by Master Zeno. These delicacies look really tempting, so I'm not welcome. Whis was also not polite at all. After talking to the two of them, he immediately started. When he put a fresh shrimp tempura into his mouth and chewed it a few times, he was taken aback. The delicious food shook left and right. A scream like, "Gao Chow," came out of his throat. Ah! It was so delicious. This cry directly resounded through a street in Shidu. Chapter 65 Whis. Mr. Gohan, do you know gods of destruction? Seeking subscription? A sharp cry instantly attracted everyone's astonished gazes. Son Gohan and Trunks can only bow their heads quickly. This is so G shameful. Anyone who saw it knew what was going on. If you didn't see anyone, you would have thought that you and Trunks had done something to Whis, that men added men to men, and men who knew men would go up to them. But that guy's scream just now was too suspicious. That. Mr. Whis, next time it will be delicious, can you stop making such strange noises? Because it's easy for people to think that me and Trunks have done something wrong to you. Please, restrain yourself. Son Gohan covered half of his face, and reminded Whis in a low voice. Whis was stunned for a moment, and then continued. The food on Earth really surprised me, and it's so delicious, so I can control it just now. After finishing speaking, he wolfed down and ate like he had never seen the real thing in 8 lifetimes. After a few minutes, a table of food was wiped out by Whis, exhausted. And this guy still looks like he still has something to say. This. Mr. Whis, how long have you not eaten? Sir Supreme Kai, how can you treat your friends so badly? Trunks looked dumbfounded. There's no way this guy is half distracted. If he wasn't dressed gorgeously, he really thought this guy was a beggar on the street. Just some sushi, tamagoyaki and tempura, he can eat so cleanly. It's not that I haven't eaten anything, it's mainly because the food on other planets is too bad. There is no comparison with the cuisine of the Earth. After Whis finished speaking, he looked at Son Gohan and said, Mr. Gohan, can you get some more food? To be honest, he really didn't eat enough just now. Eating is not for them to fill up, because Angel doesn't feel hungry even if she doesn't eat. They eat just to enjoy the process of enjoying the food. Mr. Whis, of course it's okay to bring some more food. But you also know that there is no free lunch in the world, you have to pay something to get delicious food. Son Gohan smiled and said, advertisement anyway, now I just need to treat Whis as an ordinary Supreme Kai friend. Whis looked at himself, except for himself and the staff, he was poor and useless. Before Whis could speak, Son Gohan said first, since Mr. Whis is Supreme Kai's friend, it means that he still has very strong strength. How about this, we can give you endless food, and even let you take it home with you. We can also deliver on a regular basis. But the premise is that you need to help me and Trunks conduct special training for a period of time. Such a deal shouldn't be too much, right? This is Son Gohan's plan. You know Whis is Angel. Being able to conduct special training under his hands for a period of time, one's own strength will inevitably be improved again. And this is a very rare opportunity for Trunks, although I can rely on the system to quickly improve my strength. But his ability to teach is really bad, this. Angel Whis had a tangled look on his face. You must know that his identity is Angel. It is the master of gods of destruction, only responsible for training gods of destruction, or a candidate for gods of destruction. If you go to train other people, this in itself is a violation of Angel's principles. But the food in front of him was really delicious, and he also remembered the main purpose of coming here this time. Isn't it just to see if Son Gohan is qualified to be a candidate for gods of destruction? After struggling for a moment, Whis nodded. Okay, let's make a deal. But if I want to eat delicious food in the future, you must satisfy me. Whis smiled, and the tangle on his face completely disappeared. Just in time to train the two of them to see if the two of them are qualified to be candidates for gods of destruction. Son Gohan is indeed the best candidate, because his strength has fully reached the level of being a candidate for gods of destruction. But another Trunks seems to be a very good choice, this guy also has the top human strength. 0. Ask for flowers, if he is trained, his strength will reach an inestimable level. Advertisement, certainly, Son Gohan also nodded with a smile. For him, this deal is still very cost-effective. After the meal, Son Gohan brought Whis home again, and after an introduction, everyone went about their business. At this time, only Son Gohan and Whis were left in the room. Mr. Gohan, I wonder if you have heard of gods of destruction? Whis asked suddenly from the side. He always had a very strange feeling. That is Son Gohan, he seems to know a lot of things, maybe this guy even knows his own existence. But it's a strange feeling. I don't have any evidence to prove this. Gods of destruction? What is that? It sounds like some kind of god. Son Gohan looked at Whis with a surprised look on his face and asked. Of course, these experiences are completely faked. I have to say that his acting skills are quite passable. Well, so to speak. The gods of destruction and Supreme Kai are also the supreme gods in this universe. But their responsibilities are completely different. Supreme Kai is responsible for the creation and gestation of planets in the universe, but Gods of Destruction is responsible for clearing some unnecessary planets. Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai go hand in hand. So in every universe, there is not only the Supreme Kai, but also the Gods of Destruction. Whis nodded and spoke seriously. So which one is stronger, Gods of Destruction or Supreme Kai? Son Gohan asked. Gods of Destruction is stronger. But speaking of it, the big Supreme Kai from before is also very strong. Whis smiled and said, in general, the Gods of Destruction in the 12 universes are stronger than Supreme Kai. Oh, that's how it is. Son Gohan nodded perfunctorily, with a look of sudden realization. Chapter 66 Rejecting Whis, Trunks went to the world of Gods of Destruction, for subscription. Since Mr. Whis is so familiar, he should also know Gods of Destruction in this universe, right? Son Gohan looked at Whis and asked, to be honest, I actually hid you and Trunks before. I do know Supreme Kai and the others, but my real identity is not their friend. I am the entourage of Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus. Angel Whis also chose a direct showdown at this time. Anyway, if Son Gohan and the others knew about the existence of Gods of Destruction, then there was nothing to hide about his identity as a follower of Gods of Destruction. Of course, I have another identity. That is Angel, a wizard from the universe, and mentor to Gods of Destruction Beerus. Ah, there is such a thing, 880, is really surprising. I didn't expect you to be related to Gods of Destruction. It's really amazing. Son Gohan said to Whis, pretending to be surprised. The acting is a bit exaggerated, but Whis didn't notice it either. Actually, I came this time because I saw the strength and potential of Mr. Gohan in the Supreme Kai world. So I want to ask Mr. Gohan, do you have any interest in being a candidate for Gods of Destruction? Whis asked. In this way, not only can we find a powerful candidate for Gods of Destruction for the 7th universe, but also we can eat the delicacies of the earth by ourselves in the future. And even if he couldn't get away in the God realm, Son Gohan would definitely send him here. Come to think of it, it's the best of both worlds. Candidates for Gods of Destruction? Has something happened to Gods of Destruction? Or is there some incurable disease, so we have to choose a candidate? Son Gohan asked with a serious face. Of course not. How can I explain this to you? Angel Whis was asked directly by Son Gohan and didn't know how to answer. The reason why I like him is that I want him to be the candidate for Gods of Destruction. He wanted to let Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus take charge of the 7th universe after he retired. Advertisement, but unexpectedly, according to Son Gohan, Master Beerus encountered an accident and got an incurable disease. If Lord Beerus heard this, with his violent personality, he would probably cause a lot of trouble again. Alright, Son Gohan was just joking just now. Then he said seriously, Mr. Whis, my personality is actually not suitable for Gods of Destruction. However, I think Trunks is more suitable. As long as you train him well, his potential is also very good. The reason why Son Gohan said this is because in a Dragon Ball fan animation, Trunks became the Gods of Destruction of the future time and space. And he who became Gods of Destruction claimed to be the most powerful Gods of Destruction ever. Although those may not be true, but Trunks' talent is very clear to him. As long as Whis guides it well for a period of time, it is entirely possible to achieve Super Saiyan blue color or a higher level. Mr. Trunks would be a good fit, too, if you put it that way. It appears that Mr. Gohan has no interest in being a candidate for the position of Gods of Destruction. Whis naturally heard what Son Gohan meant. Clearly, he has no interest in being a Gods of Destruction candidate. In this case, there is no need to force yourself. This was originally a free thing. Yeah, right now I'm really not interested in being a Gods of Destruction candidate. Lunch also nodded and said without hesitation, I don't want to be Gods of Destruction at all, and I don't even want to be a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Because in this way, it seems that the status is indeed noble. In charge of the life and death of all things in a universe. But if you experience it carefully, you will feel that Gods of Destruction is actually like that. Spending most of the time in that little Gods of Destruction world, and if Gods of Destruction doesn't do a good job, Zeno and Grand Priest will blame. If any sentence is unreasonable, it is likely to be destroyed by Zeno on the spot. Others don't know this, but Son Gohan knows it very well. Advertisement so Gods of Destruction is not so easy to be. Also subject to people. There is an unknown system in one's own body, which is a secret that no one can discover. If Whis stays by my side for a long time, and I often deal with guys like Zeno and Grand Priest, there will always be 10 days when they will discover these secrets of themselves. For him, that was a devastating disaster. So before there is no absolute self-protection strength, it is best to keep a proper distance from these guys. Okay, then let me take Trunks to the God realm to practice. Maybe he's a good candidate for Gods of Destruction too. Whis could only say with a smile, although in my heart, Lunch is the best candidate. But Son Gohan is now categorically rejecting it, then the second choice fell on Trunks. After all, there are not many powerful humans in this universe. Well, then the practice of Trunks, please choose Whis. Do not worry. The next time we meet at 0.5, the strength of Trunks will definitely surprise you. Whis said confidently. Contrast Son Gohan does not refute either. Whis is angel and trained gods of destruction, then the ability to guide training must be far beyond his own. This, undeniably, after a few more brief conversations. Whis packed a lot of delicacies and then took Trunks to God Realm. Although Trunks also doesn't have much interest in the position of gods of destruction. Because gods of destruction, it doesn't sound like a positive character. But in order to catch up with Brother Gohan as soon as possible, in order not to hold back Brother Gohan, he eventually chose to go to the gods of destruction world with Whis. Chapter 67 continued to practice and break through the method of Super 4, seeking subscription. After Whis and Trunks left, the house was still somewhat empty. But after knowing that he had come out of the spiritual time room, Vidal rushed over immediately. It is obvious that after tasting the fruit for the first time, I fell in love with that feeling. After Vidal came, number 18 was obviously a little unhappy. It can be seen from her attitude that she is definitely jealous. Another 2 or 3 days passed. On the 18th, it seems that he didn't take the initiative to talk to Son Gohan in the past 2 days. Apparently there was a quarrel in my heart, however, Son Gohan did not take the initiative to break this situation. Since number 18 has such a performance, it means that she has fallen in love with him and has begun to be jealous of him. There is no need to take the initiative to deal with the next thing. It may be a good way to boil the frog in warm water. Let the two of them have a good fight. After a long time, the two of them will gradually get used to it. At that time, we may be able to accept each other. After resting for a few days, Son Gohan felt that 03 should also start to improve his own strength. If this continues, if Gods of Destruction Beerus wakes up, it will be difficult for him to contend with him. Maybe Trunks will improve by leaps and bounds under the guidance of Whis. As a big brother, I can't stand still after being inspired by the potential of the old Supreme Kai. His strength has indeed been greatly improved. But this is not enough. After all, the Super Saiyan form I have now is only Super Saiyan 2. I must master the method of Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4 as soon as possible. And if you want to master Super Saiyan God, you must have 5 kind-hearted Saiyans to inject their hearts into the body of another Saiyan. Only in this way can the Super Saiyan God be created. But in the future time and space, there is no such condition now. But if I want to become Super Saiyan 4, I almost have the conditions now. The way to become Super Saiyan 4, as long as you can master the form of Super Saiyan, and then let your tail grow back. But now he's not sure he'll be able to control his emotions in his gorilla form. If you can't control your mind, you can't become a Super Saiyan. After all, unlike Vegeta, I don't have that kind of royal blood in my body. So it is easy to lose your mind when you become a gorilla. The Dragon Ball on Earth has disappeared, advertisement. But the Dragon Ball model on Earth is still there. In this way, as long as a new god is found from Namek, the Dragon Ball can be recreated. And if I want to grow a tail, I must rely on Shenron's power. Looks like I'm going to visit Namek in a while. In the living room, Son Gohan said to himself, after arriving at Namek, not only can he grow his own tail. At the same time, it can also restore the Earth's Dragon Ball. Although there is another way to grow your own tail, but that method is too cruel to me. It is more comfortable to make a wish directly. Why are you sitting here alone? What are you thinking about? At this moment, Vidal came out of the room, saw Son Gohan who was thinking, and asked. I plan to go to other planets for a while, I have something to do. Son Gohan turned his head and glanced at Vidal, and replied. Ah, going out again. I'm going out for a few days this time, will it be a long time? After Vidal heard the news, he was obviously a little unhappy. Unexpectedly, he and Gohan had only been together for 3 days, and he was about to leave again. It's hard to say, it will take half a month at most. Son Gohan thought for a while and said, I'm not sure how long it will take to go out this time. If you just use the Dragon Ball of Namek to grow your own tail, it only takes half a day. But I have to become Super Saiyan 4 in other places. Because changing to Super Saiyan 4 on Earth is too much movement and too dangerous. Once you can't control your own consciousness after transforming, it will definitely be a huge catastrophe for the Earth. In order not to destroy the Earth, I must go to some barren planets to transform. It's been so long, then you must pay attention to safety and protect yourself when you are outside. You can't get hurt, understand? Vidal said to Son Gohan with a serious face. Although she knows that Son Gohan is very powerful, she still can't help but want to care. Don't worry, there are not many people in this universe who can hurt me. Gently touching Vidal's cheek, Son Gohan said with a smile. Advertisement in the entire 7th universe, the only people who can hurt themselves are Gods of Destruction Beerus and Angel Whis. These Angel Whis knew each other, and Beerus should still be asleep. So now I have almost no opponents. Anyway, just be careful yourself. If I see you get hurt after you come back, I won't forgive you. Vidal said coquettishly at the side. She has a strong character, but that's only in front of people who don't have relationships. In front of the person she loves the most, she naturally has a cute little woman side. Okay, promise you will never get hurt, Son Gohan smiled helplessly and said. But this feeling of being cared about is indeed very good. That's about the same. Vidal pouted, then hugged Son Gohan's arm. It seems that she is afraid that someone will snatch Son Gohan away from her. At this time, Android 18 suddenly came in. Seeing the scene in front of him made him very angry. His face suddenly became cold. Afterwards, Son Gohan also stood up in embarrassment. As long as the two of them are together, Son Gohan is the most awkward person. Because the cause of the whole thing is because of myself. On the 18th, I will be away for a few days. In the past few days, I will trouble you to take care of the big and small things at home. Especially Majin Buu and number 17, Tien Wan, don't let them go out and cause trouble. After walking in front of number 18, Son Gohan said with a slight smile. Number 18 did not refuse this time, nor did he say anything else. After replying coldly, he walked into another room. And Vidal's expression on the side is not right again. Obviously, I am the hostess of this house. Why did Son Gohan leave such a thing to the 18th, shouldn't it be the hostess job? But she didn't ask Son Gohan either. You have to appear generous. Chapter 68 I want to borrow your wishing beads. Seeking subscription. Then I'll go first. You have been staying here for the past 2 days. I guess your father should be in a hurry. Why don't you go home first? Son Gohan said to Vidal. You must know that in this family, androids 16 and 17 must be heading towards 18. After all, they are also artificial humans. What's more, the 17th and 18th are still siblings. Majin Buu, that guy is simply a guy who only knows how to eat and has no brains. So don't expect him to have a good relationship with Vidal either. If number 18 and Vidal were allowed to stay together, something might really happen if I wasn't around. At that time, it will be a little difficult to clean up. Fine. Then I'll go back after you leave. If you're not here, it's meaningless for me to stay here. Vidal nodded, also knowing what Gohan was thinking. After saying goodbye to everyone, Son Gohan directly used instant transmission to Namek. The infinite instant transmission of Supreme Kai is completely different from the instant transmission of the Adriatics mastered by Son Goku. The instant transmission of the Yodrith star needs to sense the breath before he can use the breath instant transmission to his side. But Supreme Kai's instant transmission, as long as you know the place, you can go there immediately. Call out. After Namek appeared, Son Gohan looked around. The original Namek was a green and beautiful planet. But the new Namek at this time is surrounded by bare scenes. Although there are small saplings one after another, they haven't grown up yet, so the whole planet looks a bit barren. A few Namek youths were planting trees, and when they saw Son Gohan suddenly appearing, they were surprised. You? Who are you? How did it suddenly appear on this planet? One of the young Namekians asked. My name is Son Gohan, I don't know if you still have any impression. I'll find your great elder and end. Son Gohan replied in a more polite tone. The Namek people have always been more peaceful, so Son Gohan still has a good impression of them. Son Gohan. Advertisement, are you the kid who came to Namek more than 10 years ago? A look of surprise appeared on the young man's face. Of course they also remembered the name Son Gohan. Although they were relatively young at that time, they will never forget the big battle in Namek. Those who participated in the battle, they still have fresh memories. The most memorable ones are Son Goku and Frieza. Son Gohan was a kid at the time, but they can still remember. Yes, I am that child. So I hope you can take me to meet your great elder. I have some things that I need to ask the great elder for help. Son Gohan said again in a polite tone. The Namek people in front of them naturally know that Son Gohan's strength is very strong. When he was a child, he possessed a power that ordinary people could not match. This power far exceeds all the genius of their Namek. Although the other party's tone was polite, they did not dare to offend at all. Then the young Namek man went on to say, I was a child when I saw you, and I thought you had grown up so much. Please come with me, I will take you to find the great elder. After finishing speaking, Guoqing's Namek body jumped up. He flew directly towards the place where the great elder lived. Because from Son Gohan's body, she didn't feel anything evil. That's why I took him to find the great elder. If there was an evil aura in his body, even if he was killed, he would definitely not take him to find the great elder. After a few minutes, the two came directly to a residence. The architectural style of the house is a bit like a snail. The biological fan also felt 2 breaths from inside. But these 2 breaths are very weak. Great elder, Son Gohan, please see me. After walking to the door of the residence, the young Namek spoke respectfully. I already know, let him in. An older voice came from inside. Mr. Gohan, you can go in. After the young man said something to Son Gohan, he stood aside respectfully. Thanks. Advertisement. After saying thanks, Son Gohan entered the house. After walking in, I did see 2 Namek people. One of them is very old, obviously the grand elder of all Namek. And the other was a young Namek. Great elder, it's really Gohan. The young Namek beside him couldn't help but said excitedly. Originally, he thought that he would never have the chance to see Gohan in this life, but he did not expect to see him again now. The meeting again naturally made him feel very excited. And this young Namek man is none other than Dend. Although Son Gohan has grown up a lot compared to 10 years ago, he has completely grown into an adult. But his eyes didn't change in any way, so Dend can be absolutely sure that the person in front of him is Gohan. The same Son Gohan who saved himself from Frieza as a child. Ah, are you Dend? I didn't expect you to grow up so big, I almost didn't recognize it. Son Gohan looked at Dend with some surprise. Dend was almost as tall as himself at this time. But the Namek people look too much alike. Especially young Namek people like them, many of them are simply carved out of the same mold. So it's not that easy to identify, Gohan sauce. Den still nodded excitedly. At this time, the Great Elder also looked at Son Gohan. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Shocked, Qian Didi said in his heart, is this young man really Son Gohan? In just over 10 years, his strength has improved so much. I can't feel his limit at all, and Saiyan's talent is too terrifying. You must know that Son Gohan was still a child more than 10 years ago. At that time, I was only the elder of a village, not the great elder of the entire Namek. Although they are also stronger than all the Namek people. But it is definitely not on the same level as now. Gohan, you must be here this time for something, right? If you have something to say, just say it. The great elder looked at Son Gohan and said straight to the point. Yes, I do have something to do. I came here this time to borrow Namek's wishing bead, and I hope that the great elder can make it come true. Since the great elder had already cut to the chase, Son Gohan felt that there was no need to hide it, and directly stated his intention for coming. Chapter 69 Summon Shenron, Resurrect Son Goku, Seeking Subscription. For what Son Gohan said, the great elder didn't seem to be surprised, more like he expected it. He didn't say yes directly, instead, he said to Son Gohan, Gohan, I felt unfathomable power from your body just now, maybe you already have the power above this universe, although I don't know that you want to use the wishing bead what to do, but I hope you can use this power to protect those human beings who love peace, and don't use this power to endanger this. The great elder's words are very sincere. It was because the person standing in front of him was Son Gohan, and I didn't feel any evil from his body. That's why he dared to say such a thing. And the Son Gohan they met when they were young really had the same heart of kindness and integrity as they did. Relax. I will never jeopardize this universe, Son Gohan nodded and said. Although he does not consider himself a saint, but with a powerful self, I will never destroy this universe. Even more will not allow other people to destroy those who love peace. Well, I'm relieved then. The great elder nodded, and then said to Dend who was beside him. You go to the elders of each village to bring the wishing beads. 127. Because they are afraid that bad people will come to snatch the wishing beads, so they will not put all the wishing beads together. If they are placed in each village separately, they may not be able to find them all. That's great, Dend nodded, and then went to inform the other elders. An hour later, Dend and other elders rushed over. Moreover, each elder held a wishing bead the size of a football in his hand. Gohan, all the wishing beads are here now. Let Dend help you summon Shenron. I still say the same thing, your current power is unfathomable. I hope you can use this power to benefit the entire universe. The great elder said to Son Gohan again, because he knows very well that the power that Son Gohan has now is their unimaginable existence. If he goes astray, then this power is enough to destroy the entire universe. I see, thank you great elder for your reminder, Son Gohan also said politely. Then followed Dend out. After finding an open space, Dend took out the Dragon Ball. Advertisement. Then Ula Ula said a few words to the Dragon Ball, and the surface of the Dragon Ball instantly emitted a golden light. And those rays of light gathered directly from the sky into a golden dragon shape in an instant. As the golden halo gradually disappeared, Shenron Palanga had appeared. I have to say that Namek's Shenron Bolin is really ugly, like a green toad. Whoever summoned me, speak your wish, any wish, I can help you realize 3. Palanga spoke to Son Gohan and Dend in a thick tone. Gohan, what wish do you wish for? Dend on the side asked. My wish is actually very simple. The first wish is for my tail to grow back. The second wish is for me not to lose my will after I transform into the giant ape form. Son Gohan stated his 2 wishes without hesitation. This is also a wish that I have thought about in advance. In fact, the main reason for coming to Namek this time is to allow my own tail to grow. Then use this to reach the level of Super Saiyan 4. Okay. Dend nodded, and then Ula Ula said some incomprehensible words. Shenron Palanga nodded. This is very simple. A bright red halo flashed in his eyes. Then he continued to speak. Your wish has been fulfilled, and you still have a chance to make one last wish. With the sound of Shenron Palanga falling, Adab, a brown tail grew suddenly behind Son Gohan. Flexible start swinging. Shenron of Namek is able to grant 3 wishes. In fact, Son Gohan has never considered what kind of wish he should make. Immortality, having an immortal body, or endless money in the past life, no matter which one is absolutely full of temptation for me. But after arriving in this world, these things seem to be unable to arouse his desire too much. Because whether it is immortality or immortality, in front of the gods of destruction and Xeno, it doesn't have much effect. They master the rules of a universe. This kind of immortal body has no effect at all. Advertisement. As for the honor of money and beauty, I don't lack it now. Gohan, one more chance to make a wish. What kind of wish are you going to make? Dend continued to speak from the side. Is it possible to revive the Earth warriors who were killed by artificial humans more than 10 years ago? After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Son Gohan spoke. I really can't think of other desires that will actually help me. But in this time and space, there are very few fighters. It would be a very good thing if Son Goku and the others can be revived. Dend asked Shenron Palanga. Then he said to Gohan. Palanga has already said that it can be resurrected, but a wish can only resurrect one person. Of course, only those soldiers whose bodies are well preserved can be resurrected. Those without bodies cannot be resurrected. Fine. Then bring Son Goku back to life. Son Gohan nodded, and after thinking about it, he prepared to resurrect Son Goku. Because in these days of becoming Son Gohan, I also know that in Chi-Chi's heart, I miss Son Goku very much. So resurrecting Son Goku is also a reasonable thing. As for Vegeta, he was not a good person when he was killed by the artificial man. So he shouldn't be able to go to King Kai's place to train like Son Goku and the others. The body will not be preserved, and he will definitely not be resurrected. Okay. Den nodded. Then he spoke to Shenron Palenga for a while. Okay, this wish is also very simple. After Shenron Palenga said, a bright red light flashed again in his eyes. But Son Gohan was a little nervous. This wish of his own actually made him feel very entangled. On the one hand, if Son Goku is resurrected, it will undoubtedly be a good thing for the entire planet. There will be one more powerful warrior on Earth. But at the same time, I somehow got a father. Chapter 70 Son Goku refuses to be resurrected and leaves Namek, seeking subscription. After several attempts, a big drop of sweat appeared on Shenron Palenga's forehead. What's wrong? Could it be that this wish cannot be fulfilled? Seeing that Shenron Palenga didn't seem to have changed much, Son Gohan asked. Dend on the side is also very surprised. If Shenron can realize the wish, then the wish has been fulfilled for such a long time. At this time, Shenron Palenga's thick voice also sounded. It's not that the wish cannot be fulfilled, but that the wish was rejected by Son Goku. He doesn't want to be resurrected. When they heard Shenron Palenga's words, both Son Gohan and Den showed incomparable surprise on their faces. Resurrection Son Goku was rejected by Son Goku. This. I can't help it now Gohan, if Mr. Goku refuses to be revived, even Palenga can't revive him directly. Den on the side looked at Son Gohan with an uneasy face and said. He knows that Mr. Goku is Gohan's father, so at this time, he couldn't revive his father, and Gohan must feel very uncomfortable. That's fine, since he doesn't want to be resurrected, let's do it for now. After a moment of shock, Son Gohan was relieved. That's the case with Son Goku. In the original book, after Son Gohan defeated Cell, he also thought about resurrecting Son Goku. But he was also rejected by that guy, and at this moment, a very familiar voice suddenly sounded from his mind. Yo Gohan. The voice is very upbeat, obviously Son Goku's voice. Son Gohan froze for a moment. Don't be surprised Gohan, I'm talking to you now through the ability of Lord Kai. I want to tell you that we are all dead, this is the law of nature, everyone will die, so there is no need to resurrect us again. And we also met a lot of masters in the underworld. The life here is not lonely, in fact, it is the same as the life on Earth. Hey, but speaking of which, your current strength is too strong, right? Although you can't see me, sometimes we can see you from the underworld. I didn't expect a guy named Majin Buu, who is so strong, can be solved by you 2 times. But now that you have become so powerful, I feel more at ease, because you already have enough ability to protect the Earth. Advertisement Son Goku's voice is very optimistic, and it doesn't sound like there is a little bit of resignation after death. After all, this guy voluntarily gave up the chance to be resurrected. For him, it seems that there is no difference between the Earth and the underworld. Fine, Son Gohan doesn't know what to say at this time. Since Son Goku and the others don't want to be resurrected, then forget it. Anyway, for me, whether Son Goku and the others can be resurrected is not a big problem. Just a bit too poor for Chi-Chi. Well, don't tell Chi-Chi about this. I'm already a dead person, so I don't want her to be sad when she hears about me. Alright Gohan, keep practicing and protect the Earth. Master Realm King's abilities are limited, so I can only say so much. After finishing speaking, Son Goku's voice has completely disappeared. It seems that Son Goku is doing well in the underworld. Didn't miss Son Gohan and Chi-Chi too much, but it's right to think about it, Piccolo, Keelan, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha are all there in the underworld. It's true that Son Goku wouldn't be alone if he had those guys by his side. But as the wish could not be fulfilled, Shenron Palenga directly turned into 7 golden beams and disappeared in a different direction. Gohan, I'm so sorry. Dend lowered his head and said to Son Gohan with some shame. He does feel guilty for not bringing Son Gohan's father back to life. Okay Dend, you don't have to feel any guilt, that's what he didn't want to be resurrected. Son Gohan patted Dend's shoulder and comforted him with a smile. It's the feeling of guilt because of being too kind. Then Dend and Son Gohan returned to the residence of the Great Elder again. Son Gohan thanked the Grand Elder. By the way, he still has a problem that has not been solved. Great Elder, our Earth lacks a god. 0, ask for flowers. Since the old gods of the Earth were killed by man-made people, Piccolo is killed. The gods will die too. Our Earth has no gods. So I want to bring Dend back to Earth this time and make him the new god of the Earth, is that okay? Advertisement Son Gohan also asked very politely. Whether it is the Great Elder or other Namek people, each of them has a kind heart. When talking to such a person, he will try to use a polite and peaceful tone. Dend, what do you think? Do you want to go to Earth and become Earth's new god? The Great Elder didn't answer directly, but looked at Dend and asked. Well, if I can help people on Earth, I'm willing to go and hide for a long time. Point 0 Dend nodded firmly. As long as it can help others, I am willing to do anything. That's fine. Then you follow Gohan to Earth, the Elder said. Anyway, Dend's stay here is just to take care of some of his daily life. This kind of thing can also be done by other clansmen. And if Dend goes to the Earth, he can exert more of his energy and help more people. Okay. Dend nodded happily. To be honest, he had been to Earth 19 years ago, when Namek blew them up and they had nowhere to go. He also likes the planet Earth. Thank you, Great Elder. Then, let's go first. Son Gohan also doesn't want to waste too much time on this place. He now wants to become Super Saiyan 4 as soon as possible. Because after becoming Super Saiyan 4, I have truly entered the ranks of masters. Perhaps in this way, I and those gods of destruction can also have the power to fight. Well, Dend will take care of you, Gohan, the Great Elder nodded. Well, I definitely will, Elder, take care. Dend also said with some sadness, after all, I have taken care of Grandma Dajong for more than 10 years. It is indeed a bit sad to have to leave all of a sudden now. Chapter 71 Breakthrough, Super Saiyan 4, thanks to Hong Hong for the reward. You can go at ease, Dend. Fulfill the duties of a god. The Elder said to Dend with a gentle and kind face. Although there was no reluctance on his face, he was actually a little bit reluctant in his heart. After all, Dend is also a child I like very much. On weekdays, you listen to yourself very much and take care of yourself meticulously. Well, I will be the Great Elder. After Dend agreed, he and Son Gohan left Namek directly. After the two left, they did not go directly to Earth. And lost a relatively barren planet in other galaxies. Because Son Gohan is going to transform into Super Saiyan 4 form here. If he went to the Earth, he was afraid that the noise would cause panic. It is even possible that when you can't control your reason, you will completely destroy the Earth. Although Shenron has already said that he, 133, can maintain his own consciousness after turning into a giant ape. But it's also for safety's sake. Gohan, aren't we going to Earth? What are we doing here? There doesn't seem to be any sign of life on this planet. Dend looked at the bare environment around him, looked at Son Gohan in surprise and asked. He has been to the Earth before, even if the Earth has suffered a big blow, it is absolutely impossible to become like this. We may have a little delay. Before going to Earth, I want to do a kind of Saiyan transformation. Son Gohan said to Dend. Oh, Dend nodded. But he didn't quite understand what Son Gohan said about completing a Saiyan transformation. Don't be nervous, Dend, I'm pretty sure about this transformation. There shouldn't be any danger. If it's dangerous, I can't bring you here. Looking at Dend, who seemed to understand, Son Gohan smiled and comforted him. Although Dend can be regarded as his good friend. But after all, he knew Son Gohan before, and he is also very kind and peace-loving. So I will definitely not hurt him. Well, I trust you, Gohan. Dend also smiled and said, if he didn't believe in Son Gohan, he wouldn't follow Son Gohan out of Namek either. Now then, let's get started. Son Goku's face became firmer little by little. Advertisement. Then he stretched his right hand forward, and a mass of silver-white energy instantly condensed out from his palm. This group of energy is not very strong, but it can be used as moon energy. Then he raised his hand lightly, and Naang most directly appeared in midair. On the other hand, Dend looked puzzled. He doesn't know what the hell Gohan is doing. I don't know what he will do next. At the moment when the artificial moon was condensed, Son Gohan raised his head slowly. Then he stared closely at the moon. Boom boom boom. Then he could clearly feel his heart start to speed up. The energy in the body also began to riot. Boom boom boom. The heartbeats one after another, faster and faster each time. A violent emotion was born in his mind, but Son Gohan was completely able to suppress this violent emotion. Boom boom boom. As the time passed by every minute and every second, Son Gohan's heartbeat sounded like a war drum, and his chest kept rising and falling. And his complexion also slowly changed. Chi-Chi. A low voice came from the throat. Woo, Gohan. Seeing that Son Gohan's face became more and more ferocious, Dend started to worry from the sidelines. Dend, step back a bit more. If you get too close to me, there may be some danger. Son Gohan turned his head and said to Dend. Seeing Son Gohan's ferocious expression at this time, the local quickly retreated a distance of hundreds of feet obediently. Boom boom boom. Hoo. Son Gohan felt like his heart was beating so fast that it was about to come out. At this time, he himself hadn't noticed that some brown hairs had appeared on his face. Bark. In the next second, the martial arts suit on his body was instantly torn apart, and his body began to expand rapidly. Brown hair also grows rapidly from all over the body. Click. As Son Gohan's body continued to swell, the ground beneath his feet collapsed instantly. Ho 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 ho. With a roar like a beast, Son Gohan directly turned into a gorilla several feet tall. He hammered his chest hard, and the pupils that disappeared after turning into a gorilla quickly returned to their original shape. Advertisement, great, no loss of consciousness. It seems that Shenron's ability is still very useful. Feeling that his consciousness is fully awake, Son Gohan showed a look of joy on his face. If you can't control your consciousness, it is not easy to become a Super Saiyan 4. But now that I can perfectly control my consciousness, it will be much easier to become a Super Saiyan. Woo. Gohan. Dend looked worried. Unexpectedly, Gohan directly turned into a gorilla as tall as a hill. Even though it is Gohan, he will not hurt himself, but he still feels frightened. Because the gorilla in front of me is really big. It was right in front of him, as small as a small gravel. Roar. There was another beast-like roar, and golden light burst out from around the body of the creature fan. A golden beam of light was born from the soles of the feet and spread out in all directions. Then those originally brown-black hairs directly turned into golden. Success. After seeing that his hair had completely turned golden, Son Gohan showed excitement again on his face. Then, next, you can easily become Super Saiyan 4. With a thought, a golden halo instantly enveloped Son Gohan. The whole body immediately formed a golden giant egg. See Lala. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and the entire sky became dim at this time. And those lightning bolts surrounded that golden giant egg. Haha. There was another low roar. The terrifying airwaves spread in all directions. The surrounding gravel was blown away directly, and the golden halo around Son Gohan's body also dissipated with the vibration of the airwave. After all the golden halo dissipated, a figure appeared in Den's sight. At this time, Son Gohan has completely changed. The upper body is covered with red hair, the black hair is thicker than before, and the bangs in front of the eyebrows are also moving with the wind. The tail behind it also turned red, swinging back and forth flexibly. Red eye sockets, golden pupils. The eyes are firm and fierce. As this is Super Saiyan 4, it's amazing to feel the energy pouring out of your body. Chapter 72 Surprise Surprise, Super Dragon Ball, seeking subscription. Feeling the gushing breath in his body, Son Gohan said excitedly. Although he knows that after becoming Super Saiyan 4, his strength will definitely be greatly improved. But I didn't expect this kind of improvement to be able to reach this level. At this time, he felt that as long as he clenched his fist slightly, the power would flow out like a flood that burst a bank. It's definitely not something that Son Goku's Super Saiyan 4 can compare to. I don't know if this has something to do with the mysterious form. But what is certain is that after becoming a Super Saiyan 4, he has far surpassed Son Goku and Vegeta's Super 4. Gohan, are you really Gohan? Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Son Gohan in front of him, Dend also walked over and then asked with some uncertainty. Because Gohan has completely changed, it's not just the color of his hair. His body is much bigger than before, and the eyes look completely different from before. Son Gohan's eyes looked very kind before, but now they look very sharp. Of course I am Gohan. It's just breaking through to a higher level. Don't worry about Dend, I'm still the old Gohan. Son Gohan raised the corner of his mouth, and with a familiar smile in his eyes, he said to Dend. To be honest, after transforming into the form of Super Saiyan 4, this power really makes people feel very comfortable. Even if it is Super Saiyan God or Blue, it is absolutely impossible to have such a huge power. He couldn't help but want to find an opponent to test how strong he is now. To what extent has it been reached? Great, you have become so powerful. When Dend saw the smile on Gohan's face, he immediately confirmed that it was Gohan. Although he has become more powerful, his appearance has also undergone some changes. But this is Gohan, you can't go wrong. Compared to before, my strength has indeed improved qualitatively. After becoming Super Saiyan 4, it is no longer the previous Super Saiyan, and the two can be compared. Son Gohan seems to be answering Dend's words, and seems to be talking to himself. After I became Super Saiyan 2 on the basis of mystical form before, my strength has become ridiculously strong. If you were strong at that time, then the current self can no longer be described as strong. Advertisement the strength has simply undergone a qualitative change. Now he is almost confident that even if he meets the real gods of destruction, he will never compromise. Of course, this is just his own thoughts at the moment. As for the gap between his own strength and gods of destruction, it will take a test to know. But that day will come. Then Son Gohan raised his palm, and a golden energy ball instantly condensed from the sole of his foot. Then blasted out towards the mountain peak not far away. Rumble. The peak that was originally as high as hundreds of feet, instantly turned into billowing smoke under the explosion of energy. Not even a piece of gravel was produced, it was directly smashed into powder by the energy. This power really makes people like it. Son Gohan looked at the place where the explosion happened, and then looked at his current body, and said to himself with a smile. Now I have mastered this power, plus the perfect Ultra Instinct words I mastered before. Then even if I meet the gods of destruction, I will definitely be worthy of them. Of course, the only thing that made him feel afraid now was the destructive power of gods of destruction. You must know that power is the power of rules, it is not comparable to ordinary energy at all. Even all the energy will disappear into nothingness under their destructive energy. Unless you also master the power of some rules, you can compete with it. And while Son Gohan basked in the joy of his Super Saiyan IV powers, the thick smoke from the explosion site just now has begun to disappear. Afterwards, streaks of golden light shot out from the cracks created by the explosion. Gohan, you will see, why is there a golden light over there? At this time, Dend reminded in surprise. Son Gohan also hurriedly felt the pain, but he saw the golden light shoot out from the crack in the ground. What happened? Why does the ground emit a golden light after the explosion? Son Gohan also had a look of surprise on his face. He has never encountered such a situation. Could it be said that there is a golden mountain under this planet? This is absolutely possible too, because this universe is vast and boundless. The planets that have been explored are just a fraction of the universe, and there are many unexplored planets. Advertisement. So even if a planet is really made up of a gold mountain, it doesn't seem impossible. After all, in a universe, anything strange is possible to discover. Then the two of them made an appointment, and flew towards the direction where the golden light radiated. Look at Gohan, it's all yellow under the surface. This planet must be composed of some mysterious substance. It's quite possible that's why there's nothing growing on this planet. Seeing the golden rays of light continuously emerging from the ground, Dend on the side spoke hastily. Such a planet is indeed difficult to live on, because I don't know what kind of mysterious substance is underneath. Could it be? Looking at the golden color under the surface, Son Gohan's face suddenly revealed a look of incomparable horror. A bold idea also emerged. If this planet is not a 230 gold mountain, is this planet a Super Dragon Ball? Because for Dend, he doesn't know the existence of Super Dragon Ball. But Son Gohan knows it all. There are a total of 7 Super Dragon Balls, which are distributed between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. And the size of each Super Dragon Ball is about the same as the volume of an Earth. The size of the planet just in front of me seems to be a little bit bigger than the Earth, not a lot bigger. There is a good chance that this planet is the Super Dragon Ball. Super Dragon Ball? After thinking of this, Son Gohan didn't have any hesitation. Then an energy ball condensed out of the palm again and blasted down towards the crack. Rumble. There was another huge explosion on the ground. And the golden beam of light also shot out. Through the golden light, Son Gohan soon saw traces of red in that gold. That's right, this is the Super Dragon Ball. Unexpectedly, what a coincidence, I actually found a Super Dragon Ball. For this unexpected joy, Son Gohan is naturally willing to accept it. His main purpose is to transform into Super Saiyan 4 and find the Super Dragon Ball. But this thing has already appeared in front of him, so naturally he will not let it go. Chapter 73 Uninvited Guests, Champa and Vados, Seeking Subscription. You must know that the ability of the Super Dragon Ball is not comparable to the Dragon Ball of Namek or the Dragon Ball of Earth. Both the Dragon Ball of Namek and the Dragon Ball of Earth have limited wishes. But Super Dragon Ball is completely different. Super Dragon Ball is said to be able to fulfill any wish. Just like in Dragon Ball Ultra manga, Zamasu can directly replace Son Goku's body with Super Dragon Ball. Immortality can also be obtained with the Dragon Ball. Although such an immortal body also has a lot of flaws, Zeno can easily wipe out Zamasu completely. So this is not true immortality. But even so, it can make the protagonists such as Son Goku and Vegeta very anxious. And the Super Dragon Ball can also revive the universe that was wiped out by Zeno. This is enough to explain the power of the Super Dragon Ball. It is far from being comparable to Namek and Earth's Dragon Ball. It seems that this Super Dragon Ball must be put into the system backpack. Otherwise, even if my strength is very strong now, if I run around with such a planet on my back, I will be regarded as a fool by others, and I may not be able to move it. Son Gohan is going to put the Super Dragon Ball in his system backpack. If you put it in the system, you won't feel any weight. And it's hard to be found by others. Gohan, what the hell is this? Looking at the color, it seems to be very similar to our Namek wishing beads. Dend at the side also found some clues, so he asked curiously. Indeed, the color of the Super Dragon Ball and the Namek Dragon Ball are exactly the same. Because the Dragon Ball of Namek should be regarded as the leftovers produced during the production of the Super Dragon Ball. I don't know. Anyway, let's take it back and talk about it. It should be a good thing. Son Gohan shook his head, and didn't tell Dend that it was Super Dragon Ball. It's not that he's afraid to tell Dend what's going to happen. It's because after telling Dend, he probably will have a lot of questions, and it will be more troublesome to explain. It's better to just tell him that he doesn't know. For Son Gohan's words, Dend is also convinced. Because I haven't seen this thing myself, presumably Gohan hasn't seen this kind of thing either? Advertisement, Dend, I'm going to take this thing off next. After taking it away, we will be in a vacuum, and I will use instant transmission to get us out of here in a split second. Son Gohan reminded Dend on the side, although the current self has a very powerful force. But he's not sure he can survive in a vacuum. Even if he could do it himself, Dend beside him would certainly not be able to survive in a vacuum. So the moment he gets back the Super Dragon Ball, he will cast instant transmission and then return directly to Earth. Now that what I have to do has been done, it is time to return to Earth. Although Dend is still confused, how is Gohan going to take back such a big planet? Is he going to carry it back with his own hands? This is obviously a bit unlikely. However, he nodded quickly. And just when Son Gohan had a thought and was about to put the Super Dragon Ball into his system backpack. Suddenly, an electric arc flashed directly in his mind. Of course, this is not a real arc, but a subconscious reaction caused by a nerve reflex. Aura of God? Son Gohan's surprising parentage. That's right, he did feel a very powerful breath of God at that moment just now. This divine aura is definitely not comparable to Supreme Kai. In this universe, there are very few who can possess the breath of God, even stronger than Supreme Kai. So it's a good guess, it's definitely gods of destruction. Because the last time I saw Angel Whis, I never felt any chi in Whis' body. This meant that with his current strength, he still couldn't feel Angel's aura. I can only feel the breath of gods of destruction. There is no doubt that this breath is definitely gods of destruction. Call out. It's just that before Son Gohan could react, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air. Along with a colorful beam of light, two figures suddenly appeared in front of Son Gohan and Dend. And these two people, Son Gohan is quite familiar. Not the 7th universe's gods of destruction, advertisement. Rather, it is the gods of destruction Champa of the 6th universe, and Angel Vados, the wizard of the 6th universe. What's going on here? Gohan. Who are the two of them? Why did they suddenly appear here? Seeing the sudden appearance of Champa and Vados, Den's face showed a look of surprise and fear. No energy fluctuations could be felt from both of their bodies. But being able to appear here suddenly shows that they have very strong strength. Turning his head to look, he saw that Gohan's face was also a little dignified. He was even more sure that the two people who suddenly appeared in front of him must not be simple. Hey Vados, it really is a super wishing bead. But what's going on with these two humans? Are they humans from this planet? Gods of Destruction Champa of the 6th universe glanced at Son Gohan and Den, and then said with a look of surprise. You must know that this kind of planet itself is a super wishing bead. They don't have any resources to survive. So on this so-called planet, there should be no grass. It is even more impossible for any vegetation to survive, let alone human beings. Impossible. Master Champa, how can there be living things on the super wishing bead? Vados spoke softly. Human beings are different from gods. If they want to survive, they must have some conditions and resources for survival. The super wishing beads simply do not have these conditions. By the way, when we passed by just now, didn't we feel a very strong energy fluctuation? Hello from Lee. From his body, I felt the same energy fluctuations. It seems that the energy just now was released by him. When looking at Son Gohan, Das's eyes flashed a look of surprise. They came to the 7th universe quietly this time. The main purpose is to find the whereabouts of the super wishing beads. In fact, they had already passed by this place just now. The whereabouts of Super Dragon Ball were not found at that time. But when they passed by this place, they felt a very huge energy. This energy far exceeds that of human beings, and can be compared with gods of destruction. But because they followed the principle of not wanting to cause trouble in the 7th universe, they ignored it directly. After all, the main purpose of their visit this time is to secretly take away the super wish of the 7th universe. If something happens that alarms Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus, it will be more troublesome to collect all the super wishing beads. Chapter 74 Vados. I am very attractive, 3,000 evaluation votes plus more. What? Did you say that the breath just now erupted from the human body in front of you? After hearing this, Gods of Destruction Champa's face suddenly revealed a look of surprise. Then he carefully looked up and down Son Gohan. The breath is indeed very similar, but it seems to be much weaker now than it was then. Cut. It's unbelievable. Humans in the 7th universe can reach this level. I've never heard of it before. Because at this time, Son Gohan, although he maintained the form of the Super Saiyan 4. But he has restrained most of his breath, so naturally there's no such horror as when it just became Super Saiyan 4th. When I first became Super Saiyan 4, my breath was at its peak. At this moment, Son Gohan has restrained a lot of energy. It's really surprising, in our 6th universe, no one can reach this level. By the way, maybe there is one person who can reach this level. Vados said lightly from the side. In their universe there is also a very powerful human being who has lived for 1,000 years. That is Hit, the first killer of the universe, which is very famous in the 6th universe. His own strength is already very strong, beyond the reach of most human beings with a score of 423. What's more, he also mastered the ability to jump time, so he was allowed to sit firmly in the position of the number 1 killer. Thousands of years, no one can shake. However, judging from energy alone, the human beings in the 7th universe in front of them must be stronger than Hit. But if Hit used the flash time skill, the result would be a bit unpredictable. Beerus's universe is amazing, Champa said lightly. But every universe is vast. Even if there are some races with powerful talents, this is not difficult to understand. Gohan, who the hell are these two? Den on the side asked again with a puzzled look. They are gods, and they are very powerful gods. Son Gohan lowered his voice and said to Den, Gods of Destruction is indeed a supreme existence in the universe. Although they cannot be compared with Zeno and Grand Priest. Advertisement, but in this universe, the gods of destruction have the power of life and death. God? Idea? Den froze with surprise. I never thought I would meet God today. And still, a very, very powerful god. According to my inherent impression of gods, gods should all have that kind of amiable appearance. But although that guy who looks like a cat can be called vicious, it can be seen that he is by no means a good person. Such a guy can actually become a god. This really refreshed his understanding of God. Hey, he seems to know that we are gods. It seems that this little guy is a bit uneasy. Although Son Gohan's voice is very low, but Angel Whis can still hear clearly. There was a look of surprise on his face. If it is considered normal for a human being in the universe to know Supreme Kai, then knowing gods of destruction is enough to make people feel surprised. Because under normal circumstances gods of destruction will only come to a planet when it destroys that planet. And most of the humans who have seen gods of destruction have almost been destroyed. So the possibility of humans wanting to know gods of destruction is very low. More importantly, Lord Champa is the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, not the gods of destruction of the 7th universe. Now the humans of the 7th universe actually know the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, which in itself is a very frightening thing. Of course, another possibility is that he can feel the breath of God. So he only knows that Master Champa is a god, but he doesn't know which universe's god it is. He doesn't even know how many universes there are in this world. The corner of Champa's mouth twitched. By this time Son Gohan had recovered from the shock. Judging from the current situation, gods of destruction Champa and Angel Whis from the 6th universe appear in the 7th universe. Then there is only one possibility, they came for the super wishing beads of the 7th universe. Because in Dragon Ball Super, gods of destruction Champa does a lot of that. Then, he turned his gaze to Vados who was on the side. Because in comparison, he is more interested in Angel Vados. Advertisement. Although Angel has a light blue skin that is different from that of people on Earth. But it is undeniable that Vados can be called a beauty no matter in figure or appearance. At this time, the real person of Vados appeared in front of him, and Son Gohan felt that Vados was more beautiful than in the anime. With a tall figure of more than 1.7 meters, with protruding front and back, it is almost a perfect match. A pair of dark green stockings set off the two long legs even more slender. I have to say, let alone abandoning the light blue skin. Vados is definitely a goddess-level existence. Huh? Are you looking at me? Does he know me? Seeing that Son Gohan's gaze stayed on him, Vados was surprised this time. However, this idea was immediately denied by her. In my memory, there has never been such a person. Human beings absolutely cannot accept the existence of Angel. What's more, there is a universe between them. Vados, that guy is looking straight at you, he seems to be interested in you. Champa joked with a smile. Really? Then I will be really happy, which shows that my charm is still great. Only Master Champa doesn't know how to appreciate. Boom. Vados was not angry at all, instead he joked with a smile. As angels, they actually don't take appearance seriously at all. They have never even considered the love between human beings. Because it is impossible for Angel to touch those things. Cut. Champa pouted, then he turned his gaze to the super wishing bead. This is the real purpose of their coming to this planet. Little guy, have you seen enough? Do you know that it is very impolite for you to keep looking at a woman like this? When Son Gohan was still looking at Vados, he did hear Vados' teasing voice. Afterwards, he quickly came back to his senses. Looking at Vados, he said with a smile. Everyone has the so-called love of beauty. When I see beautiful women, I should look twice more, it shouldn't be too much. Chapter 75 Gods of Destruction Champa. You told me first come first served? Seeking subscription? Forehead. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly said such a sentence, and Vados didn't think about how to answer it for a moment. After all, she seldom talks with humans, and she never thought that the human in front of her would be so courageous. Openly flirting with Angel, but think about it, he didn't know he was Angel. So it doesn't seem particularly strange to say such a thing. Moreover, he is boasting about his beauty. This little guy has a much better aesthetic than Master Champa. Hee. This guy actually said you were beautiful. Tisk tisk tisk. I really feel sorry for his aesthetic, Vados. Champa on the side almost burst out laughing, but in the end he still held back, but Heban's ridicule was naturally unavoidable. Master Champa, are you talking like this to plan not to eat for the next few days? After hearing Champa's ridicule, Vados' tone was angry, and he directly threatened with a cold voice. Although he is the gods of destruction, he is his guide angel. In the eyes of outsiders, he may be his servant. But Angel's strength far exceeds that of gods of destruction. So even if he abused Mr. Champa a little bit, he couldn't do anything about it. Anyway, even if he borrowed some courage from him, he would not dare to complain to Mr. Boxing Champion and Mr. Grand Priest. Sure enough, Vados' threat was quite effective. After speaking, although gods of destruction Champa looked unhappy, he did not continue to refute. One must know that his daily routine of eating has always been taken care of by Vados. Furthermore, his own strength is far inferior to Angel Vados. Even if he fights with him himself, he will be beaten black and blue, and it will not take half of the advantage. Forget it. Let's hurry up and get the super wishing beads and go. If Beerus wakes up, it will be more or less troublesome. Champa could only change the subject very cleverly. Because he knows that although Vados is an angel, he is also a woman. Continuing to discuss the previous topic will not do me any good. Maybe she will really catch her and stop cooking for herself for a few days. Snort. Vados naturally knew what Champa was thinking and just snorted arrogantly. Then Champa looked at Son Gohan and Dend and said, "You two get out of this planet." Advertisement. If you continue to stay here, it will do you no good. He felt that this was already his best tone. Usually, he would never speak so calmly to the humans of the 6th universe. Once there is a human being who is not going well, I will immediately destroy him and his planet completely. But now it's the 7th universe, so I can't come here casually. Although Beerus wouldn't notice normally, because the guy must be sleeping. But if you find out by any chance, it will be unfavorable for you to find the super wishing beads. Gohan, what shall we do? Looking at them, it seems that they are not easy to mess with. Dend on the side asked with some concern, because he didn't like fighting in the first place. If Gohan doesn't leave now, maybe there will be a fight next. And the opposite is God, it is very likely that Gohan will suffer. This is also something I don't want to see. I'm so sorry, both of you. We were the first to discover this planet, so I think it should be first come, first served. Son Gohan glanced at Dend and signaled him not to be nervous. Then he said to Champa in a polite tone, "The strength of gods of destruction is indeed ridiculously strong. Although I haven't fought them personally, I can imagine it. After all, for a gods of destruction standing at the apex of the universe, it would be a lie to say that it is not strong. Even if Champa has not practiced for hundreds of years, this guy is definitely a skinny camel. However, after becoming Super Saiyan 4, he wanted to test how strong he is now. Ordinary people can no longer be their opponents. It is estimated that even if you become Super Saiyan Blue or become Super Saiyan, Son Goku and Vegeta, it is absolutely impossible to be your opponent. And Gods of Destruction is definitely the best place to test your strength. What? A surprised expression appeared on Gods of Destruction Champa's face. Obviously, he suspected that he had heard the wrong words. Because I haven't heard such stupid words for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years. A mere human being is actually talking about such a stupid and ridiculous thing as first come first served in front of himself. Advertisement 0. Asking for flowers. I really haven't heard such a joke for a long time. You actually told me, first come, first served? Champa looked at Son Gohan in disbelief. This guy is definitely the first human being who talks to himself like this. Because no one has ever dared to talk to himself like that. Hey, it seems that something bad will happen next? Vados on the side looked at the situation in front of him and said lightly. This human does not seem to know the existence of the Gods of Destruction. Perhaps he didn't even know the power of Gods of Destruction, so he said what he just said. But obviously, saying such words at this time will make Master Champa feel angry. Master Champa has a fiery temper, and he will definitely not accept first come, first served things. As long as it is something he likes, it must be taken as his own. Unless it is those existences that he really can't beat. Is there a problem? We discovered this planet first, and if I'm not wrong, you should not be the owner of this planet? So why not first come, first served? Looking at the disbelieving Champa, Son Gohan spoke. Gods of Destruction has the high profile of Gods of Destruction which he fully understands. Because a big man standing at the top of the universe, if he doesn't have a little bit of his own arrogance and temper. That's what's not normal. If I hadn't become Super Saiyan 4 today, I would have given up Super Dragon Ball very wisely in this situation. Even if that would make you look stupid. But sometimes it depends on the occasion, and when it's time to be cowardly, I really have to be cowardly, but today is very unfortunate. I just turned into Super Saiyan 4, and he just wanted to try how strong he is after becoming Super Saiyan 4. And there is no doubt that Gods of Destruction is my best choice. So what happened today was indeed very coincidental. I most hope that there is someone who can practice with me, and Gods of Destruction Champa appeared. And among all the Gods of Destruction, his strength is not outstanding at all, and he may even be the bottom batch. So this guy is definitely the best candidate for me to practice now, she. Chapter 76 Vados kind reminder, a fierce battle broke out, seeking subscription. Chi-Chi. Champa gritted his teeth, obviously what Son Gohan said just now made him very upset. You must know that Gods of Destruction is an existence high in the clouds, a height that ordinary humans can reach. In the eyes of their Gods of Destruction, human beings are no different from ordinary kittens, puppies or even a small bug. Destroying a planet casually can kill hundreds of millions of human beings. So they don't take ordinary humans seriously at all. I didn't expect that a guy like a small bug would actually tell me something first come, first served. This is simply the funniest joke I've ever heard. Human, do you know that in my eyes you are just a poor reptile, not even a reptile? You are here to tell me that first come first served. If you fancy something from a worm, do you think you will discuss it with a worm? Is it first come, first served? Gods of Destruction Champa, 823, grinned. Although his words are very ugly, but Son Gohan also knows that this guy is telling the truth. In their eyes, human beings are like reptiles. It is easy for them to trample a reptile to death. So what I just said made Gods of Destruction Champa angry, which is also expected. Taking something from a human is like taking food from a bug. How could you discuss it with him? Well, you're right. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. Then he continued. In this case, let's have a competition. If you beat me, you can take this planet away. Anyway, now I don't have too many thoughts about Super Dragon Ball. Even if he got this one Super Dragon Ball, there are still 6 Dragon Balls that he didn't get. Perhaps 5 of them are already in the hands of the Gods of Destruction Champa. It is obviously impossible to snatch the other Super Dragon Balls from his hands. So I can just take this opportunity to try how strong my current strength is. What's the difference between Gods of Destruction and Gods of Destruction? Huh? What? Is there something wrong with my ears? Or are you just not awake at all? Full of nonsense. Gods of Destruction Champa picked out his ears, he even suspected that he might have auditory hallucinations. Otherwise, why should a human being talk to himself like this? Advertisement at the beginning, what this guy told himself was first come, first served. Now I really want to compete with myself. It seems that this guy is simply looking for death. A mere little bug actually dared to provoke Gods of Destruction. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Oh, isn't that a wise decision? You may not know that standing in front of you is the Gods of Destruction standing at the tip of a universe. He has the ability to destroy the entire galaxy in an instant. After hearing Son Gohan's words, even Angel Vados on the side was surprised. After a look of surprise appeared on his face, he said in a surprised tone. Apparently, Vados is reminding Son Gohan that he is now messing with someone he can't afford. Ah, Gods of Destruction, no wonder you have such a big temper. Son Gohan feigned surprise. But when Dend at the side heard this, indeed, his face suddenly turned pale. What kind of existence is it that can destroy a galaxy in an instant? I just can't imagine it. You must know that a person who can destroy a planet at will is already considered a real universe-level powerhouse. In such an instant, someone who can destroy a galaxy can no longer be described as strong. It's just like an abyss of fear. Vados was a bit surprised to see Son Gohan's feigned surprise. Could it be that he hasn't heard of gods of destruction? So don't know the horrors of gods of destruction? Or is it that he feels that his strength is too strong, so he is a little too confident? Gods of destruction is definitely not an existence comparable to any human being. Among the 12 universes, perhaps only the 11th universe can surpass gods of destruction with pure basic strength. Of course, this only refers to the basic combat power. You must know that gods of destruction has mastered the power of God. It is still very simple to kill a human being. I just reminded him kindly, didn't this guy hear it at all? Mortal, are you sure what you just said is serious? Gods of destruction Champa narrowed his eyes and asked. For hundreds of millions of years, I have never heard such stupid and ignorant words. Advertisement, this guy is just asking for death, of course I'm serious. If you defeat me, this planet will be yours. If you accidentally lose, then I'm sorry, this planet belongs to me. Son Gohan said calmly, anyway, there is no loss for myself. Fighting with such a real strong man is also something I dream of. After all, no matter what, the blood of the fighting nation Saiyan flows in his body. When meeting such a powerful opponent, the blood in the body began to boil, especially after becoming Super Saiyan 4, this feeling became more and more intense. You are looking for death, mortal. Gods of destruction Champa's face became indifferent. I didn't expect to be provoked by a human from the 7th universe today. Looks like the humans of the 7th universe are just as cocky as Beerus, getting carried away a bit too much. Master Champa, why don't you drive them away? After all, we are now in the 7th universe. If Master Beerus finds us, the situation may be a little bit worse. When the time comes, our search for super wishing beads may have to be postponed again. Vados on the side seemed to have seen that Gods of Destruction Champa was completely angry, so he opened his mouth to mediate. HMPH, stop talking about such bastards here, Vados. A mere mortal dares to challenge the majesty of Gods of Destruction, then I will definitely let him experience what it is like to anger Gods of Destruction. It just so happens that I haven't exercised properly for a long time. Didn't you tell me that exercise can help you lose weight? Gods of Destruction Champa snorted coldly, then twisted his neck, and moved his wrist and fist again. Speaking of it seems that I haven't fought with others for 0.5 years. Today this mortal delivered it to his door by himself, so I will teach him lesson. Show him how horrible Gods of Destruction really is. Hey, do you understand my call fee so well? Vados could only sigh helplessly. Since they both want to fight so much, let them fight. But in the end, it's better not to make a fuss. Come on mortal, let me see where is your arrogant capital. Champa waved at Son Gohan and said with contempt. To be honest, he would not pay attention to any human beings. Even more will not regard them as opponents. The guy in front of him did burst out with a very powerful aura, but this aura was not enough to compete with Gods of Destruction. In front of Gods of Destruction, he is at most like a mouse in front of a cat, just playing around. Chapter 77 Super 4 with all strength, shaking the air of the world, seeking subscription. Vados, can I trouble you with something? Son Gohan didn't prepare to make a move, but looked at Angel Vados at the side, and then spoke. Huh? How did you know my name is Vados? Vados was a little surprised. Didn't he just call you Vados? Son Gohan smiled, and Vados on the side suddenly realized. If he himself was a little confused, Master Champa just kept calling his name. So it's not surprising that the guy in front of me heard it. It's the same with giggling. Tell me, what's the matter? But even if you want to repent now, it's probably too late, because I can't stop Master Champa. Vados smiled, then said seriously. It can be seen from the situation in front of him that Master Champa will definitely punish the human being in front of him. After all, Gods of Destruction will always feel that he is aloof. God's face and majesty are absolutely not allowed to be provoked. Even if I am an angel, I can't stop what happened today. Because I really don't have that responsibility. Don't worry, I just want you to help take care of Dend. His strength 03 is relatively weak, and if he fights in a while, the shockwave may kill him. So please help protect me. Son Gohan glanced at Dend, then said to Vados very seriously. Dend's strength is very weak. Even so far, the combat power is estimated to have not broken through 2000. To be honest, in this kind of battle, even a sliver of shockwave can wipe out Dend. And as a friend, I will definitely not allow such a thing to happen. It turned out to be this matter, of course it's no problem. Vados nodded. As long as I don't let myself take action, as long as I don't stop Mr. Champa, I can still agree to such small things. And the Gods of Destruction Champa on the side didn't care about this kind of thing. Anyway, the green kid didn't offend himself. I just need to clean up this red-haired guy and vent the anger in my heart. Gohan, you must be careful. Dend reminded. Don't worry, with my current strength, he shouldn't be able to hurt me now. Advertisement Son Gohan smiled and signaled Dend not to worry. Even if his own strength can't reach the level of Gods of Destruction Champa, after performing the free and easy skill, he is absolutely helpless to himself. Have you explained everything about your funeral? Also, Champa smiled coldly, and the grin was quite annoying. Haha. After Dend found the back of Vados, Son Gohan directly clenched his fists. Accompanied by a deep roar, golden flames erupted from his body in an instant. Rustle the air knocked down by the breath swished, and the ground even spread out in circles of airwaves in all directions. Boom. The planet is shaking violently. Even some of the surrounding planets have been affected by the Son Gohan gas, thus causing a slight shift in quality. At this time, he had no reservations, and raised his aura to the peak. Because I want to fight gods of destruction, I must not have any reservations. Even so, it may not necessarily be a match for gods of destruction. Hey, it's really unbelievable that the aura has been raised to such a level in an instant. It seems to be more powerful than the breath I felt just now. Is this little guy really human? This is the first time I've seen such a powerful human being, and he doesn't seem to be very old. Feeling Son Gohan's breath, watching the big movement made by Son Gohan, Vados on the side said in surprise. At this time, Son Gohan's aura was stronger than when they felt it before. A human has such great power, which is something they have never seen before. As for gods of destruction Champa, his friend showed a shocked look on his face. But, damn, why is this guy so powerful? There is such a pervert in Beerus's universe. After a moment of shock, Champa showed a serious look on his face. The aura erupting from the mortal on the opposite side is much stronger than he imagined. If I want to defeat him, it seems that it is not so easy. Although if you use your destructive power, you can easily destroy him. But to deal with a human being is still destructive. If it reaches Beerus's skinny ears, he will die laughing. Rustle the golden gas flame is in the shape of a spray, constantly spraying out from the body. And Son Gohan also felt that a steady stream of power was born from his body, and it burst out uncontrollably. But there is no energy consumption or the feeling of physical energy consumption. Because Super Saiyan 4 itself is a very stable state, not much different from the normal form. Advertisement: even if he is seriously injured, he will not easily exit the form of Super Saiyan 4. This is also an advantage that Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan Blue do not have. Come on, let me feel the excitement and wrath of gods of destruction. After bursting out with all his breath, Son Gohan's self-confidence also reached an unprecedented height. This unimaginably powerful force can really make people's self-confidence burst. Cut. Do you really think that you can compete with gods of destruction? Soon I'll tell you, you're not far off, mortal. Seeing Son Gohan's confident look, Champa gritted his teeth. Then with the same thought, purple flames erupted from his body in an instant, filling the entire planet with divine energy. Is this the power of gods of destruction? The vast power of God is like the stars of the universe. Son Gohan of Son Gohan was also surprised when he felt the divine power coming out of gods of destruction Champa's body. 110 According to the description of the Battle of Gods of Destruction in the Dragon Ball Super manga, gods of destruction Champa's strength should be at the bottom of all gods of destruction. But even this bottom-of-the-line existence still possesses such terrifying power. So, as Beerus, the strongest gods of destruction, how strong will he be? But after a brief surprise, at noon, I felt the blood in my body start to boil. Super Saiyan 4 itself is a line of bloodline evolution. So at this time, his neutrality as a Saiyan is naturally more obvious. When you meet a strong opponent, you can't help being excited. Wake up, mortals who don't know how to live or die. Gods of destruction Champa said coldly. Then the palm was raised high, and a huge purple energy ball condensed from the palm in an instant. The energy ball contains the power to destroy the world. Then throw it straight at Son Gohan, Kamehameha wave. Son Gohan quickly clasped his hands together, and the palms of his feet condensed terrifying energy. Then head towards Champa's purple energy ball, boom. Rumble. Click. The moment the two energies collided, huge shockwaves spread in all directions. The surrounding mountains were instantly razed to the ground. The ground quickly cracked like a spider web, extending. A golden light also shot up into the sky. A large area of Super Dragon Ball appeared in the line of sight of the four people. Chapter 78 Human. Unprecedented level, seeking subscription. Whoosh. The moment the explosion just happened, the bodies of the two people flashed out at the same time, and rushed directly into the billowing smoke. Boom. Accompanied by a low crashing sound, the billowing smoke instantly vibrated in all directions. The surface of the entire planet was once again directly lifted, and gravel was scattered everywhere. Seeing this, Vados tapped the ground lightly with the staff in the play. A grass-green energy barrier appeared in front of him, blocking all the gravel in an instant. And Dend, who was behind Vados, saw the scene in front of him, and his mouth opened wide in shock, unable to close it for a long time. At this time, amidst the thick smoke, the bodies of Son Gohan and Gods of Destruction Champa flew out at the same time, dragging a long tail of dust. Aha! Rustle the impact of the punch not only did not reduce Son Gohan's energy, but instead made him more excited. The energy instantly dispersed the thick smoke around his body, and an unparalleled look of excitement appeared on his face at this moment. You know, since he traveled to this world, he hasn't met a real opponent yet. The confrontation with Gods of Destruction Champa just now made him feel unprecedented excitement. This is the fight he's dreamed of. Perhaps at this time no one can understand how excited he is. Perhaps this is the blood of the fighting nation Saiyan at work. But he likes this feeling very much, very, very much. It's awesome, the power, it's unbelievable. Just becoming Super Saiyan 4, my strength has improved so much. Then if I break through a higher limit in the future and become the form of Super Saiyan 4 breaking through the limit, or become the form of Super Saiyan 5, what level will my strength reach? While Son Gohan was shocked, he was also excited to think about it. If you can break through your own boundaries one more time, then there is no doubt that he can easily defeat all gods of destruction. But, damn it, what is going on with this B************* D human? Why does he have such great power? I didn't feel any divine breath in my body, but the power was astonishing. Advertisement on the other hand, gods of destruction Champa on the opposite side, his face is slightly dignified at this time, and his heart is extremely heavy. Originally, he thought that this human being was against him, and if he proposed to compete with himself, he would simply seek his own death. A human being is like a bug in front of him. I can strangle him to death at will. But after the confrontation just now, he had a new evaluation of the power of the human being in front of him. His strength is outrageous, even far beyond his imagination. It seems that it is not an easy task to completely defeat him without exerting all his strength. Originally, I just wanted to exercise my muscles and bones, but it seems that things are not that simple today. Come again. Son Gohan shouted excitedly. The body immediately shot out like an arrow from the string. It was in front of Champa in an instant, and the speed was astonishing. Then he punched Champa without hesitation, whoosh. The whole space was shaken with ripples, but for such an attack, Champa did not choose to resist it head-on. Because even if you don't get hurt like that, the pain will definitely be unavoidable. Although Champa looks like a fat man weighing more than 200 kilograms, his body is very flexible. With a relaxed body dodging to the right, he dodged Son Gohan's attack. Then, G-sweeping legs swept directly towards Son Gohan's back. And Son Gohan also flashed his body. It is to avoid Champa's attack. Obviously in this contest, the speed of the two is not much different. Oh, I really didn't expect him to be so powerful. Humans can reach this level, it is already a very remarkable existence. Vados also looked at the two in surprise and said, I don't know when such a powerful human appeared in the 7th universe. I remember when they came a few times before, they had never felt that human beings had such a powerful aura. Advertisement, but imagine being able to hide your energy. Maybe he just didn't burst out with his energy at that time. Master Immortal, will Gohan win? If Gohan loses, will you kill her? Dend on the side couldn't see the speed of the two of them at all, and asked with a worried face. To be honest, he's especially worried about Gohan right now. After all, these two guys in front of them are gods. What's more, they only have one shot now, and the other one didn't join the battle. If the two of them join the fight 2-on-1 at that time, Gohan will definitely lose. And his own strength is too weak, so he can't help at all. After hearing Den's question, Vados turned around and said with a smile, so his name is Gohan. After a slight pause, Vados continued, it is undeniable that the human named Gohan is indeed very powerful, and his strength may even have reached the level of gods of destruction. However, if you want to defeat Master Champa, it is not that simple. After all, the power of gods of destruction is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As for whether Master Champa will kill him, I'm not sure about it, because it seems that Master Champa is really angry, good money. To be honest, in recent years, I have never seen Master Champa so angry because of a human being. Moreover, Mr. Champa's temper is quite hot, and the battle will enter a fierce stage. Master Champa might actually kill him. This, after hearing Vados' answer, Den's face became more serious. It seems that today they did provoke a very impressive opponent group. At this time, the battle between the two became more intense. Shish. The two figures in the sky are constantly colliding, and the feet of the house are constantly colliding. Every time there is a collision, a huge sonic boom circle will appear in the sky, and then the ground will continue to collapse. Bang bang bang. Time keeps passing. From the beginning, the two were probing and avoiding each other, and now they have begun to attack with fists to the flesh. Chapter 79 Full Strength Gods of Destruction, the strength is too much, seeking subscription. Bang bang. Two deep collision sounds sounded almost simultaneously, and it was seen that Son Gohan and Gods of Destruction Champa hit each other's chest at the same time. And the bodies of the two also flew out at the same time. Directly withdrew a distance of several tens of feet. Slightly. Son Gohan grinned slightly. It has to be said that the power of Gods of Destruction Champa is indeed astonishing. This punch felt like it directly shifted my internal organs. But the more this happened, the more excited he felt. At this moment, the Saiyan blood in his body was gradually waking up like a lion that had been sleeping for a long time. This feeling is very real, he can feel it completely. And the face of Gods of Destruction Champa on the side is not very good looking. It is obvious that Son Gohan's punch also made him feel the pain. This was something he hadn't even dared to think about before. A mere human being is like a bug in my own eyes. I can destroy hundreds of millions of people with a single raise of my hand, but today this guy has actually become my opponent. And the strength is quite powerful. I have to say that the 973 guy in front of him is different from ordinary humans. His strength has even surpassed the human ceiling, infinitely close to the level of Gods of Destruction. Mortal, your strength really makes me feel incredible. Now I admit that you do have the capital of arrogance, but the power of Gods of Destruction is beyond your imagination. Next, I will let you fully understand the extremely stupid behavior of angering Gods of Destruction Kai Duomao. Gods of Destruction Champa first affirmed the strength of the income fan, and then his face became more and more gloomy. If I can't defeat this human being today, it will have a great impact on my reputation. If other Gods of Destruction know about this matter, they will definitely make themselves a laughing stock. More importantly, if this matter reaches the ears of gods of Destruction Beerus. This guy sure laughs at himself about it from time to time. Thinking of such a B********* thing, he is absolutely unforgivable. Anyway, today I must beat this guy to the ground. Haha. Advertisement. A sharp voice came directly from his mouth. Accompanied by gods of destruction Champa's shrill cry, his divine aura began to explode crazily. The purple flames around the body directly turned into a cyclone, soaring into the sky. Wherever the cyclone went, the gravel instantly turned into dust. Didn't this guy fight with all his strength just now? Could it be said that this is the full power of gods of destruction? It is so strong that it is unbelievable. This time, it was Son Gohan who was shocked. After a boost of breath, Champa's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. At this moment, he is almost certain that after becoming Super Saiyan 4, it is impossible to be gods of destruction Champa's opponent at all. Master Champa is serious. It looks like things are not going well. After feeling Champa's turbulent spirit, Vados frowned slightly and said, Master Champa seems to have never used his full strength to treat a human being. This little guy named Gohan is definitely the first person ever. But then if that Son Gohan does not have a stronger power, the situation will become quite bad. Maybe he will be killed by Master Champa because of this. You must know that Master Champa is a gods of destruction of the universe. Even if he was the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, killing a human in the 7th universe would not have any effect at all. Although Lord Beerus and Lord Champa have always been at odds, they are brothers whose blood is thicker than water after all, and he will never completely fall out with Lord Champa for a human being. It can be seen from this that the situation of Son Gohan, Addy, is quite bad. Feeling hopeless. Mortal. The power of gods of destruction is absolutely unimaginable, and what I have to tell you is that, to fight against an opponent like you, I will never use the god skills of gods of destruction, because there is no need for that. Then enjoy the anger of gods of destruction and end it. After raising his aura, the solemnity on gods of destruction Champa's face just now disappeared. Being able to use all of his powers except for the gods of destruction skill, this human being in front of him is already something to be proud of. After all, since I became gods of destruction, no human being has been able to do this step. Now I feel that killing him is such a pity. It's really ridiculously strong. It seems that I underestimated gods of destruction a little too much. Advertisement. The stronger the strength, the more I feel the blood in my body boil, and the more excited I will be. You become stronger, I will become stronger than you. After a moment of surprise, Son Gohan immediately smiled. The gods of destruction Champa at this time is indeed incredibly strong. The current self is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. But because of this, such a powerful opponent also made him more excited. Cut. Would it be D who doesn't know how to live or die? Now that this is the case, are you still stubborn? But soon you won't be able to talk hard anymore, because I will make him speechless forever. Originally, Champa fantasized that the guy in front of him would beg for mercy, so he was trembling from fright. But this scene did not appear at all. On the contrary, after feeling the gap between his formidable strength and them, this guy can still laugh. This made him very unhappy. Call out. As soon as the words fell, the elephant's body flashed out. In an instant, the body seemed to pass through the space directly, completely disappearing. Even Son Gohan just saw an afterimage flash by. Afterwards, he could only quickly raise his arms to protect his head as quickly as possible. Boom. In the next second, the vast force of the Japanese stock market hit directly like Wang Yang. There was no time to react at all, and the body instantly flew backwards at the speed of a meteorite falling. Boom boom boom. In an instant, his body smashed into more than a dozen mountain peaks, and his feet slipped a distance of hundreds of feet on the ground. Shout. This power is a little too much. Feeling that his arms were almost numb, Son Gohan gritted his teeth tightly. Although he knows that the power of gods of destruction Champa has been improved a lot. But I didn't expect the power of a punch to be so powerful. Of course, it wasn't just him who was surprised. Champa also looked surprised. Chapter 80 Ultra Instinct, Shocking Vados, subscribe. How is this possible? That D was hit by me with all my strength, but he still stood there firmly? Are you kidding me? Gods of destruction Champa looked shocked. You must know that I punched myself just now, but I didn't have any way to reserve strength. According to his guess, even if this punch couldn't kill the human being in front of him, it could at least hit him, lying on the ground unable to move. But the result now is that not only was this guy not killed by his punch, he was actually able to stand there straight. Obviously, this seemed like a huge humiliation to him. As gods of destruction, he didn't kill a single human being with his full blow. This kind of thing has a lot of influence on the gods of destruction brand. You ignorant little ant. Champa's complexion changed, and he raised his palm to point at Son Gohan, and then a purple energy ball blasted over in an instant. Shish. Then one after another energy balls continued to coax Son Gohan. Son Gohan quickly raised his arms to block. Boom boom boom. The energy ball exploded continuously, and his body was constantly repelled by the energy explosion wave. Cut. The successive explosions made his arms numb, and the corner of Son Gohan's mouth raised a violent arc. Give me enough time. He clenched his fists violently, and with a roar, golden arrogance erupted from his body in an instant. Those energy balls that bombarded him one after another were directly shattered by the terrifying flames. There was a violent explosion in an instant, and a huge crater was blown out of the ground. Call out, and Son Gohan cast instant transmission directly, and the body immediately appeared behind Champa. A kick went straight to the back of Champa's neck. Brush. The leg sweep directly cut through the air, splitting Champa's body in two. Obviously this is the afterimage of Champa, and after he exerted all his strength at this time, his speed has reached the extreme. Even Son Gohan of Super Saiyan 4 can't keep up with Champa's speed. Stupid thing, do you really think that this strength can compete with gods of destruction? At this moment, Champa's faint voice sounded from behind. There was simply no chance for Son Gohan to react. Advertisement. Champa stomped directly on Son Gohan's back. Boom. Rumble. Son Gohan's body suddenly hit the ground like a meteorite, and the ground was once again smashed into a huge crater. And the golden light of the Super Dragon Ball also shone from the bottom of the pit. Gohan, Dend yelled with a sad face, although he couldn't see the speed of the two of them clearly. But at this moment he also knew that Gohan was no match for that fat cat at all. If this goes on like this, Gohan will definitely lose, and may even be killed by him. Please, save Gohan. Stop this fight. At this point he didn't know what to do. Because this kind of thing is not something he can stop at all, so he can only look at Vados, who is praying aside. Hopefully Vados can make a move and stop this fight. From the previous conversation between Vados and the fat cat, it can be heard that the fat cat is still quite afraid of Vados. If she speaks, the battle is likely to come to an end. I can't. I'm just Lord Champa's servant, I can't order him to do anything. Vados shook his head and spoke. What a pity for a good seedling. If he trains well, in a few years he may have strength beyond gods of destruction. But now he's a bit too sharp. At this time, Son Gohan also climbed up from the bottom of the pit. At this time, the clothes on his body were already torn. Although I can withstand the terrifying attack of gods of destruction, the clothes on my body can't bear it. Scoff. Then, he tore off the clothes on his upper body and threw them aside. What? Are you still going to do indifferent resistance? But no matter how much you resist, the final result will not change. I told you a long time ago that the power of gods of destruction is unimaginable for you ants. Advertisement? God wants to kill you, and he can do it with just a few fingers. Do you still not understand? Gods of destruction. Champa stood in midair, looked down at Son Gohan, and said condescendingly. 0. Asking for flowers. At this time, he obviously felt that he had the chance to win. Although the human being in front of him is really good in strength. But as long as gods of destruction moves at full strength, he will become vulnerable. Gods of destruction, really strong, but if you only have this level, I'm really sorry, you may not be qualified to defeat me. Although Son Gohan suffered some minor injuries, the corner of his mouth raised a disdainful arc. Super Saiyan 4 is his latest form, but it is not his whole card. Since my own Super Saiyan 4 forms cannot defeat gods of destruction, then I can only use the power of Ultra Instinct. After thinking this, Son Gohan exited his Super Saiyan 4 form. 0 because I can't cast Ultra Instinct on the form of Super Saiyan 4. But one day, I will definitely be able to do this step. Cut. Your blunt attitude is really annoying. It's obvious that I can't even maintain the transformation. It looks like I have to knock you down completely before you realize how powerful gods of destruction is. Although it's a bit boring, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm too sorry for the title Gods of Destruction. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan was still so stubborn at this moment. Gods of Destruction. Champa once again showed anger on his face. This guy is definitely the most ignorant and self-righteous opponent I have encountered so far. Then I will teach him a good lesson today. Let him know that there is no comparison between human genius and gods of destruction. The moment the sound fell, Champa's body was like an eagle hitting the sky, condescendingly rushing towards Son Gohan. And at the moment when gods of destruction Champa rushed over, Son Gohan suddenly raised his head. The moment he raised his head, a brilliant silver halo suddenly appeared around Son Gohan's body. A silver arc flashed across the pupil for an instant, and then the entire pupil turned silver gray. After seeing this scene, Angel Vados was the first to show a look of incomparable surprise. What? What? That's... no way. It's the Ultra Instinct pill. Chapter 81. The perfect, comfortable, and humiliated Champa, seeking subscription. No. No way, Son Gohan is just an ordinary human being, how could he master Ultra Instinct? Vados frowned slightly, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Their angel is more familiar with Ultra Instinct than anyone else, because this itself is their angel's divine skill. And they can maintain this Ultra Instinct state anytime, anywhere, all the time. For Angel, Ultra Instinct is really very simple, and every angel can easily master it. But for other gods or for other humans, Ultra Instinct is definitely a height they cannot reach. You must know that among the 12 gods of destruction, only the 7th, gods of Destruction Beerus of Universe, can master Ultra Instinct. And he has only 1 foot on the threshold of Ultra Instinct. 973, didn't master the perfect Ultra Instinct. From this we can know that Ultra Instinct is definitely not so easy to master. For a human being, this is more like a ceiling without gourds. 99.99% of humans don't even know what an Ultra Instinct is. Why does this guy in front of me not only know about Ultra Instinct, but also master this realm? Although it is not yet certain whether he has mastered the perfect freedom. Who the hell is this guy? Could he be Whis' apprentice? But I've never heard Whis talk about accepting an apprentice. After a moment of shock, Vados reacted immediately. It is absolutely impossible for human beings to know Ultra Instinct, unless Angel Whis from the 7th universe, that is, his younger brother, told him and guided him to practice. Otherwise, a human being will never be able to master Ultra Instinct. But why would Whis do this? Could it be that there is something special about this human being? Or was he grooming this guy in front of him as a candidate for gods of destruction? If that's the case, it's really not too much to instruct him to train Ultra Instinct. But even with Angel's guidance, it is still very difficult to master Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct not only needs to have the talent for training, but more importantly, the mind must be very peaceful. This is the main reason why Ultra Instinct keeps all gods of destruction out. Because most of the characters of gods of destruction are relatively irritable, and after already possessing the most powerful power in the universe, they don't even think about practicing Ultra Instinct calmly. Advertisement in each gods of destruction has its own god skills. At this time, after Son Gohan tore off his shirt, he revealed a very strong body. The chunks of firm tendon made Angel Vados couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Maybe it's because I spent too long with Master Champa, so after seeing this perfect figure, I couldn't help but make a comparison. In comparison, Master Champa is simply ugly, call out. At the same time, Champa aimed his fist directly at Son Gohan's face. There was a sound of piercing through the air, but his body flew directly past Son Gohan's body. Didn't touch Son Gohan at all. What? Divine Chi? Are you kidding me? Champa's body froze in place. Because he suddenly felt the breath of God from Son Gohan's body. Are you kidding? This B******************, D, has he mastered the Ultra Instinct? But soon he reacted. That guy's hair turned white in an instant. There is a lot of God's breath around the body. I can almost be sure that this guy definitely cast Ultra Instinct. Otherwise, it would be impossible to dodge his own attack so easily. The surprise in his heart was stronger than that of Vados at the side. A mere human being has the aura of a god in his body, and it seems that he can reach the Ultra Instinct state. You must know that this is an area that even gods cannot touch among them. This kind of behavior is like a slap in the face of their gods of destruction. Even if that kind of pain is acceptable, but that kind of humiliation makes him completely unbearable. Damn D. He turned around and saw that he had completely changed his appearance. Son Gohan, gods of destruction Champa with an extremely calm face is also completely angry. Advertisement because what Son Gohan did at this time is completely slapping them in the face of gods of destruction. What they value most is face, and now this guy is not giving himself face in person. It's just a human being, and it looks like an ant in their eyes. To be able to master the domain of gods, to dare to master Ultra Instinct, this is the greatest humiliation to them. But at this time, Son Gohan on the other side didn't care so much. He cast Ultra Instinct just to clean up gods of destruction Champa. After taking a long breath, the silver halo around his body disappeared little by little. This also means that he has completely reached the level of perfect Ultra Instinct. Whoa, really perfect Ultra Instinct, how did this little guy do it? Judging from his appearance, he is just a normal human being, and his age should not exceed 100 years old. It's amazing to be able to master Ultra Instinct perfectly at this age. Looking at Son Gohan who has achieved perfect ease, Vados on the side said in surprise again. Although at the moment Son Gohan erupted with the aura of God, he knew that Son Gohan should have realized the ease of ease. But according to his guess, Son Gohan should have only reached the entry level. That is, Ultra Instinct Mega 0.4 level. Unexpectedly, at this time, he has mastered the real perfect Ultra Instinct. In this way, it seems that the next battle will undergo some changes. Ultra Instinct is enough for Son Gohan to change the disadvantage in front of him. Bring it on, the battle is just beginning now. As you can see, the real Ultra Instinct, Son Gohan turned around and said to gods of destruction Champa. Although his expression is calm, his desire to fight is getting higher and higher. Ultra Instinct does require that the mind of the caster must be extremely peaceful. But after all, Son Gohan's Ultra Instinct was not obtained by him through cultivation, but directly rewarded by the system. So that kind of request naturally has no restrictions on him. Chapter 82 Beyond the Strength of Gods of Destruction, Champa panicked, seeking subscription. Gohan, what the hell is going on? Why did his hair suddenly turn silver? Never seen him like this before. At this moment Dend looked at Son Gohan dumbfounded. He remembered that Saiyan can turn into Super Saiyan. And after becoming a Super Saiyan, the hair will turn golden. But is this silvery white hair also the transformation of Super Saiyan? This kind of state is called Ultra Instinct. Ordinary human beings can't reach this kind of state at all. It seems that Mr. Son Gohan is an exception. After hearing Den's doubts, Vados opened his mouth to explain. Angel and gods of destruction are completely different, especially the 6th and 7th universes. Angel will not despise Den's weak strength and is unwilling to talk to him. On the contrary, even if the strength is weak, he will not be disgusted by it. Ultra Instinct? Naturally, Den had never heard of this name. I don't even know what Ultra Instinct means. But at this moment, when gods of destruction Champa saw Son Gohan's calm gaze from O3, his face became even more ugly. Shangshang's anger surged in his heart. A damn human being dares to be so self-righteous in front of himself. Smug B*********D. Do you think that mastering Ultra Instinct qualifies you to be the opponent of gods of destruction? It's just that you have learned some god skills. Do you think you can truly become a god? Then let me tell you now, you are still far from God. Champa narrowed his eyes slightly. It was obvious that he was completely angry at this time. This is a human being, just a bug in his own eyes. How dare you show off your might in front of yourself? You've said that more than once or twice. Hurry up and use all your strength. I just want to feel how strong gods of destruction is at full strength. I hope you don't disappoint me too much. Seeing the angry gods of destruction Champa, Son Gohan said calmly. In fact, I didn't have any problems with gods of destruction Champa before. Today I mainly want to use gods of destruction to test the extent of my current strength. Court death. After squeezing out 2 words between the teeth, gods of destruction Champa launched an attack again. The body flashed out again. Compared with before, the speed seems to be a bit more refined. But in the eyes of Son Gohan, his speed is no longer a speed that makes him unable to see clearly. Advertisement instead, Son Gohan could see his movements very clearly. When his fist hit, Son Gohan's body subconsciously made a dodge movement. Although Son Gohan's body does not seem to move much and the speed is not fast, but it can easily dodge Champa's attack. This may be the subtlety of Ultra Instinct. Able to avoid the opponent's attack with the minimum physical energy and the shortest distance to move. Boom! Champa's fist hit the ground, and a large crater was smashed out of the hard ground instantly, and the gravel was shot in all directions like bullets. Hateful. I didn't expect my attack to fail again. Champa roared angrily. You know, at this time, I have brought my strength and speed to the extreme. But he didn't expect that he still couldn't touch this guy's body. This is definitely a humiliation that he has never felt before. Your speed is a bit too slow for me. Ultra Instinct is more powerful than you think. Looking at Champa, who was roaring with anger, Son Gohan said in an extremely calm tone. At this time, Champa's strength and speed were widened by himself. Without using the power of destruction, it is absolutely impossible for him to defeat himself. Don't become self-righteous. Gods of destruction Champa roared again. Roaring like an angry beast, accompanied by his roar, waves of air suddenly appeared around him. The surrounding gravel was shaken into powder by the roar. Then the body rushed over like lightning again. Angry Champa, looks like Li Wangwen has lifted her up a bit. Brush. Punch. Miss. Brush. Another punch, still missed. Brush. The successive attacks missed Son Gohan, and Gods of Destruction Champa immediately launched a flurry of attacks. Advertisement where the two were fighting, a terrifying hurricane had already surged, spiraling upward like a tornado. Rumble. Even if the two do not have direct contact, there is no shockwave of contact. Just the single attack of Gods of Destruction Champa caused the entire planet to shake. The surrounding planets also vibrated. The attack of Gods of Destruction is indeed very terrifying. But even at this time Champa has shown all his strength, without the slightest reservation. But all his attacks still failed to hit Son Gohan. This guy is like a slippery loach, any attack will pass by his body. Swipe swipe. Champa used both fists and kicks, constantly launching sharp attacks. But each attack was a few millimeters off, and then slashed around Son Gohan's body. After hundreds of thousands of attacks, Champa has completely collapsed. Hoo. After attacking thousands of times, Champa finally stopped what he was doing, and then withdrew his body backwards. It landed a few dozen feet away, then, he gasped heavily. Obviously, there have been some problems with his physical fitness. 697. Since he became Gods of Destruction, he didn't care about cultivation at all. Rather than practicing, he prefers to contend with Beerus, and then look for all kinds of delicious food. So this also caused him to have no systematic training for a long time. At this time, his physical fitness was completely unable to keep up with this kind of evenly matched or even disadvantaged battle. Hey, it seems that the situation is not good. Under the continuous attack with full force, Mr. Champa's physical fitness has already had a big problem. But there's no way. Who told me to tell him to be lazy during training? Looking at the panting Champa, Vados on the side spoke lightly. I also let Mr. Champa do reasonable exercise and training from time to time. But he doesn't listen every time. It is often said that Gods of Destruction does not require training at all. Because they don't pay attention to human beings at all. But Master Zeno, Grand Priest, and Angel, they didn't even think about going beyond. So training is simply superfluous for them. Even if they don't train, they are already the supreme gods in the universe. Why should they practice hard? Isn't it delicious to be a carefree salted fish? But he never thought that something like today would happen. Chapter 83 The Freedom of Horror. Gods of Destruction Champa lost instantly, subscription required. Give up, Champa. Now you can't be my opponent at all. Looking at Champa, who was out of breath, but the anger on his face remained undiminished, Son Gohan still said calmly. It is undeniable that the strength of Gods of Destruction Champa is indeed very strong. Even after becoming Super Saiyan 4, he still cannot match it. But after using the Ultra Instinct perfectly, his strength has far surpassed that of Gods of Destruction Champa. Even if he continued to fight, he would never be his opponent. And even if he mastered the power of destruction, he couldn't kill himself. You must know that you have now mastered the ability of time and space and unlimited instant transmission. If you want to leave this place, Gods of Destruction can't leave you alone. Damn. Smug little bug. Champa gritted her teeth angrily. But he also had to admit that the current situation was very unfavorable to him. All his attacks just now have already exerted all their power. But he didn't even touch the opponent's body. This is enough to prove that there is a big gap in speed between them. And this gap cannot be made up by the current self. More importantly, after fighting for a long time and having not practiced in recent decades, his physical fitness has already suffered a lot. At this time, it is simply impossible to exert the power of the peak period. Win or lose, it will come out soon. You have been attacking for a long time just now, and you must be tired, so I will replace you next. Son Gohan said lightly, his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Call out. In a flash, the body turned into a silver-white afterimage. It's like a slow motion of a movie frame by frame. Boom. Without giving Champa any chance to react, Son Gohan's fist landed on his chest. The moment the deep collision sounded, the body of Gods of Destruction Champa flew backwards like an arrow from the string. Boom boom boom. After smashing dozens of rocks one after another, his body finally stopped. There is a clear fist mark on the chest. You must know that after using the perfect Ultra Instinct, not only dodge ability and speed have been greatly improved. The strength and hardness of the body will also be changed by the body without authorization. This punch was like an iron fist hitting the chest, and Champa suddenly felt a feeling of chest tightness. No. Can't forgive. I will never forgive you. B*****************. The heart-piercing pain made Champa roar angrily again. Advertisement. You must know that during these tens of millions of years, I have fought and fought countless times with the gods of destruction of the seventh universe. But even if he was in his hands, he had never suffered such a loss. I didn't expect to be in the hands of a human from the seventh universe today, making me feel unprecedented pain. If the guy the first didn't fight today is looking for teeth all over the place, it will be difficult to calm down the anger in my heart. Call out. It's just that when he roared angrily, Son Gohan's body was already in front of him. Hateful. Champa threw a punch, but was easily caught by Son Gohan. His physical fitness is declining rapidly, and his strength is not even 1 in 10. Then Son Gohan pulled back with his palm, and Champa's body was pulled over uncontrollably. Then the right knee went up heavily. Boom. The moment the low collision sound sounded, Gods of Destruction Champa's body was directly pushed into the air. The expression of grinning teeth seems to be telling the pain of Shanghai at this time. Whoosh! Before Champa could straighten himself up, Son Gohan was once again on top of him. The look in his eyes changed and became fierce in an instant. Clenching his fists together, his strength suddenly exploded from his body like a raging Wang Yang. Then hit Champa hard on the back. This time he used all the strength in his body. But he is very clear that even this kind of power is definitely not enough to kill Gods of Destruction. Boom. Call out. Rumble. The three voices sounded almost simultaneously. Champa's body directly laughed like a meteorite and smashed heavily into the ground in a straight line. Then it was inserted directly into the hard ground. Cracks spread in all directions, and each crack was like a giant snake. A golden beam shot out from the crack. At this time, the entire planet has become riddled with holes, and the carapace on the surface of the planet has also begun to fall off. If it weren't for the fact that the body of this planet is a Super Dragon Ball, it is estimated that such a battle would have caused the planet to collapse long ago. Oh. Looks like the battle is over. Even I didn't expect that the end result would be like this. However, this is also good. Maybe it can stimulate Mr. Champa, and maybe he will train obediently in the future. And the guy named Son Gohan was not killed, so it's a good ending. It's just a little bit wrong, Mrs. Champa. Advertisement. Looking at Champa, who was knocked down by one blow, Angel Vados whispered to himself. This ending really surprised her. After all, Gods of Destruction was defeated by humans, which is definitely the first time it has happened. There is no record of any human defeating Gods of Destruction before. But she felt that such an ending was quite perfect. After Master Champa is defeated this time, he may train seriously in the future. And it also avoided the tragedy of a genius falling. It's just that she can't figure it out. Why doesn't Lord Champa use destruction? His character is a very cautious one. For him, he suffered such a huge humiliation today, and he was a little surprised that he didn't use damage. Who? Great, Gohan won. Seeing the ending at this time, Dan at the side finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he was really afraid that Gohan would be killed. But now the situation changed suddenly. Oh, I actually won Gods of Destruction. At this moment, Gods of Destruction Champa once again stood up. At this time, he was in an extremely embarrassing state. The Gods of Destruction suit on his body was already in tatters, and there were many scars on his obese body. There was also a smear of purple blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and his breath was disordered and extremely weak. This is definitely the most embarrassing time he has ever had. Call out. Son Gohan's body suddenly appeared in front of Champa. Looking at the embarrassed Champa, he has lost the interest in fighting. Because the idea at this time is simply impossible to be his opponent. Even if he uses the power of destruction, I can easily get rid of him. This planet is yours. Son Gohan Papaya and Tone said extremely calmly. Super Dragon Ball is not the goal at all. All he wants to do is fight Gods of Destruction Champa. Now his purpose has been achieved, and he has also verified his strength, which has surpassed Champa. That means that his strength has surpassed more than half of Gods of Destruction. It's just a Super Dragon Ball, it doesn't have any effect on me now. And even if he gave this Super Dragon Ball to Champa, he couldn't gather 7 Super Dragon Balls. The fact that the unknown planet is the last Super Dragon Ball is probably something that Champa would never have imagined. If the sequence of development of this world is also the same as that of the Dragon Ball Superworld, Beerus will have an inter-universe duel with Champa. Then in the end, the Super Dragon Ball still has a way to fall into his own hands. So now that I give him the Super Dragon Ball, I just let him keep it for me first. Chapter 84 Gods of Destruction Champa's last stubbornness, seeking subscription. Giggle. After hearing Son Gohan's bland words, Gods of Destruction Champa's complexion became even uglier. At this moment, his nervousness became like that of a pig's liver, and he could beat the ink at any time. His fists were clenched tightly, but at this moment, he knew better than anyone else that in his current state, he was no match for this guy in front of him at all. This fairer battle has already been lost, brush. Seeing that the battle was almost over, Vados also flew over with Dend. Although Master Champa finds it difficult to accept the current result, it is still a very good ending. The human named Son Gohan was not killed, and Master Champa didn't suffer any serious injuries? Explain that Son Gohan just wanted to fight with Champa because he was afraid that he would be abnormal, and had no intention of hurting Mr. Champa. Otherwise, he can take advantage of the victory and pursue it now. Lord Champa, let's go back. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered that there is a kind of bird's egg that is very delicious on a planet in our 6th universe. He can definitely be regarded as the superb delicacy of our 6th universe, and eating some delicacy will make you feel much better. Vados said with a smile on the side. If this matter continues to evolve, it may be necessary to intervene by yourself. This is something I don't want to do, oh. Champa still gritted his teeth tightly at this moment. Although he was full of anger, he couldn't say a single ruthless word now. After all, he has already been defeated by others, and everything he says now will become a kind of humiliation to himself. Come here today, this planet is for you. If you still want to challenge or take revenge in the future, you can do it anytime. After Son Gohan said a word, he grabbed Dend, and then his body faltered a few times before disappearing in place. After using instant transmission, it is impossible for even Angel to catch up with him. Hey, even Supreme Kai's instant transmission has been mastered. This little guy from the 7th universe will definitely achieve very good results in the future. Vados said in a somewhat surprised heart. Advertisement. At this time, Champa's anger was hard to vent. He felt his internal organs were burning with anger. Idea. Master Champa, why didn't you use Destroy just now? This is Gods of Destruction's signature skill. If you use Destruction from the beginning, maybe that Son Gohan can't beat you at all. Vados asked curiously. Stop talking about such bastards, Vados. I am the mighty Gods of Destruction, facing a human challenge. Do you think I should use Destruction? Wouldn't I be more ashamed then? Champa said to Vados angrily. From the very beginning when fighting this guy, I didn't intend to use the power of destruction. If you need to use the power of destruction to fight a human being, this is a greater humiliation for yourself. Hey, Master Champa said such a thing, it really made me feel admiration. A surprised look appeared on Vados' face. Indeed, what Champa said just now surprised him. Such a narrow-minded guy, he didn't expect to be enlightened all of a sudden. Shut up and shut up. Do you know who you are? When you saw that I was about to be defeated just now, why didn't you come out and help me save my face? If you dare to speak out about this matter, I will never let you go. Gods of Destruction Champa gritted his teeth and said. As long as Angel Vados makes a move, he can definitely beat that Son Gohan easily. But this guy just watched himself being beaten, it was a bit too much. Hey, giggle. Please rest assured, Lord Champa, if you didn't make me unhappy, I would definitely not tell Lord Beerus about this matter, let alone other Gods of Destruction. Looking at Champa's gnashing of teeth, Vados said with a smile on the sidelines. Obviously, this matter has become the handle of the future. If Mr. Champa is disobedient, he will tell the matter and publicize it everywhere. Champa almost spat out a mouthful of old blood in anger. But fortunately, although I was defeated today, I feel ashamed. Advertisement good thing that guy didn't take the super wishing beads away. Otherwise, I would really lose my wife and lose my army today. Pack up the super wishing beads and let's go back. Train me well after I go back this time, and next time we meet, I must rub that guy on the ground. After trying hard to calm down his mood, Gods of Destruction Champa also returned to a somewhat calm tone. To be defeated by a human is definitely a huge humiliation for the majestic Gods of Destruction. But now things have happened, then the only thing I can do is call back. After my strength improves, I will give that guy a good lesson. Vados nodded this time, but did not continue to laugh. Doesn't it look like this is a bad thing? At least Son Gohan successfully stimulated Lord Champa's desire to practice. After packing up the super wishing beads, the two left the 7th universe directly. The mood of Gods of Destruction Champa is naturally very unhappy. At this time, Son Gohan, who cast instant transmission, has brought Dend back to the Temple of Heaven on Earth. Gohan, did you really scare me to death just now? I thought you were going to be killed by that Gods of Destruction. Dend said, still a little terrified. To be honest, when Gohan was at a disadvantage, his whole heart was raised in his throat. I told you a long time ago, don't worry. Even if I'm really not the opponent of Gods of Destruction, then I will naturally have a way to take you out of that place. But now it seems that the strength of Gods of Destruction is not as terrifying as I imagined. Son Gohan patted Dend on the shoulder and said with a smile. I really didn't expect you, Gohan, to become so powerful that even gods are no match for you. Dend said excitedly. Although he was indeed very worried at the time, he also felt very excited at the moment. Because the battle between Gohan and the gods of destruction was too intense. While the two were chatting, Mr. Popo suddenly walked out of the room. The moment he saw Dend, he was taken aback for a moment, and then a few strands of moisture appeared in those two marble-like eyes. Heaven. Lord God. Chapter 85 Beerus wakes up, Earth Dragon Ball resurrects, seeking subscription. My lord, are you back? Mr. Popo suddenly burst into tears. During the years when the god was killed, he missed the god all the time. Staying alone in the huge temple really made him feel very boring. He misses God almost every day. But the person in front of him is almost exactly the same as the old god when he was young. God? I didn't seem to know him before. Dend looked at Son Gohan suspiciously. Why did this black and bland guy in front of him cry to himself? But I feel that he is also kind-hearted. His name is Mr. Popo, and he used to be a good friend of God. The old god has been killed by the bad guys. It is estimated that he misses the old god very much during this time. Because the former god was also from Namek, so after seeing you, he thought you were the god. Son Gohan opened his mouth to explain. Not to mention that Mr. Popo will admit his mistake. If the same Namekians stand together, it is estimated that few people will be able to tell which one is which. After all, they look so much alike. Just like many matte blacks, the ignorant author still can't tell the difference in many cases. So this is Hi Mr. Popo, I'm not a god, my name is Dend. I will become your good friend in the future, and I will also become the god of the earth. After hearing Son Gohan's introduction, Dend showed a kind smile, looked at Mr. Popo and said. Mr. Popo naturally knew in his heart that the young man in front of him was not the god he used to be. It's just that he is very similar to the god in his youth. In a trance, I just called it wrong. However, he was very happy when he heard that the other party would become the new god of the earth. Because of this empty god realm, I will no longer be alone in the future. Dend, there should still be a model of Shenron on the earth. I think you should be able to make a Dragon Ball. Son Gohan asked. Because in the original Dragon Balls, the second version of Earth's Dragon Ball was made by Dend. And the Shenron that was created, the wish that can be fulfilled has also been strengthened. Advertisement. Well, as long as Shenron's model is well preserved, give me a while, and I can make Dragon Ball. Dend also nodded confidently. For a supportive and intelligent Namek, this is no problem. New Tenjin-sama, I'm going to get Shenron's model out now. After hearing the conversation between the two, Bobo hurried into the room to get the model. Soon, Shenron's model was taken out. As long as there is a model of Shenron, or a Dragon Ball that has been turned into stone, a new 7 Dragon Ball can be made. But it is quite difficult to find the stones that the Dragon Ball turned into. You must know that the Earth is very beautiful. If the coordinates cannot be found on the Dragon Ball radar, no matter how strong Son Gohan is. Trying to find the stones that the 7 Dragon Balls turned into is a needle in a haystack. Dend, how long does it take for Dragon Ball to be produced? Son Gohan asked curiously. If the Shenron model is well preserved, it will be produced soon. Dend smiled, and then began to speak the language of Namek to Shenron's model. And Shenron's model also emitted a golden halo. Immediately afterwards, those halos formed 7 levels of golden light, which shot out directly in 7 different directions. When 7 rays of light poured into the 7 disused Dragon Ball stones, the Dragon Ball awakened again. Turned orange with a Dragon Ball studded with red stars. And all this happened in just a few minutes. Gohan, 7 Dragon Ball has been revived. Now if you find all the Dragon Balls, you can make a wish. Dend spoke. Obviously this is a very easy thing for him. Because he is a very good descendant of the Namek dragon family. The Shenron he has transformed now can make 3 wishes at once like Namek's Shenron. That's great, Dend. I'm sorry to trouble you. Son Gohan said with a smile. I didn't expect 7 Dragon Ball to be revived so soon. 0. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. If there are Dragon Balls on the earth in the future, there will be fewer dangerous things. Even if some people are unfortunately killed, they can be resurrected with Dragon Ball. Okay. Dend also nodded happily. Now that he is the god of the earth, he is very proud to be able to make some contributions to the earth. Then play with Mr. Popo for a while now, and I'll go to the spiritual time room. Because although I have become Super Saiyan 4 now, I feel that this powerful force has not been fully developed. I hope that entering the spiritual time room can perfectly release this power. In fact, when he was fighting gods of destruction Champa, he felt that he became a Super Saiyan, so he should still have hidden powers. 0. It's just that the power has not been stimulated. So he wants to go to the spiritual time room to consolidate his Super Saiyan 4 form. By the way, see if you can unleash that hidden power. If it is possible, then my own strength will be improved qualitatively. Okay. Dend nodded. Mr. Popo had a good impression of him. I believe they will become very good friends in the future. Then Son Gohan entered the spiritual time room. At this time, in the Gods of Destruction era of the 7th universe. Angel Whis has taken Trunks to a very mysterious place for training. Generally speaking, only Gods of Destruction can enter this kind of place for training. But Whis already sees Trunks as a candidate for Gods of Destruction at this point, so he does it. In the Temple of Gods of Destruction, the sleeping Beerus raised his eyebrows slightly. There were a few drops of sweat on his forehead. At this moment, he seemed to be having a nightmare. Brush. The next second, Beerus suddenly woke up from his dream and sat up abruptly. He took a few deep breaths, then wiped the sweat off his forehead. Immediately afterwards, a violent light burst out from his eyes. He had a dream just now, a dream pill that made him very unhappy. Chapter 86 Gods of Destruction Beerus screams delicious food, seeking subscription. In his dream just now, a guy was fighting himself. His strength is very strong, even he can't really defeat him. The guy called him his rival in the precognitive dream. But what a joke, how could someone in this universe be his opponent? That is absolutely impossible. I am not only the gods of destruction of this universe, but also the most powerful existence among all gods of destruction. So let alone a human being, even other gods of destruction, it is impossible for him to be his counterpart. It's just that the prophetic dream just now was a bit too real. The guy fought with him fist to flesh, and I could feel so real with every punch and every leg. Although I have had dreams before, I have never had such a real predictive dream. By the way, what's that guy's name? I remember he seemed to tell me his name, 433, what is it? Beerus scratched his ear hard, but couldn't remember the name. Even if I think about it, I can't think of that guy's name at all. This kind of name that he can't remember when he comes to his mouth makes him feel like booger and earwax that can't be picked out, which is very uncomfortable. 0-T-O. But, damn it, I can't remember the guy's name at all. Is there really anyone in this world who can compete with me? Even Supreme Kai and the others are not my opponents at all. Beerus muttered to himself. His subjective consciousness told him that it was impossible for anyone in this universe to be his opponent. But the dream just now was too real, so real that I had to believe it. This is not an ordinary dream, but a real prophetic dream. Can predict what will happen in the future. In other words, such a guy will definitely appear in the future to fight with himself. It is even very likely that he has a strength not weaker than his own. But how is this possible? In a universe other than Angel, how could there be a more powerful existence than gods of destruction? Just kidding. No, I have to ask Whis about this, to see if he knows what's going on. Do you know if there is such a powerful guy in the 7th universe? After thinking of this, Beerus instantly woke up. Afterwards, he quickly changed out of his pajamas, put on the formal suit that he destroyed the rope, and walked out of the Gods of Destruction Hall. But after he walked out of the God realm, he couldn't see Whis anywhere. Advertisement normally speaking, even if he said it was hundreds or even thousands of years, Whis would always be by his side. But when I woke up this time, this guy wasn't there. Whis, Whis. He yelled a few times at the top of his voice, but there was still no one. And now I can't find him in the temple. Whis, this B****************** D. It seems that he has sneaked to another planet to find delicious food. Cut. Damn it. How dare you do such a thing behind my back? I will never forgive him when he comes back. After looking around but not finding Whis, Beerus clenched his fists tightly and cursed. Although he knows Whis, this guy is very keen on food. But he actually left the God realm to find delicious food while he was sleeping. If he could bring back some delicacies and share them with him, this sentence might forgive him a little bit. If this guy just eats alone, then I will definitely reprimand him when I come back. After complaining and whining, Beerus could only walk into the kitchen by himself to see if there was anything to eat. Fortunately, Beerus kept a lot of lunchboxes for himself. Huh, what is that? It seems like food I've never seen before. Is this the delicacy that Whis brought back after going out privately? Beerus's eyes fell on a lunchbox in the kitchen. There is also a sticker on it. Open black lens bracket Master Beerus. This is the earth delicacy I prepared for you. It will definitely make you scream out of deliciousness. This delicacy is called instant noodles. If you wake up in the middle, go soak it and eat it yourself. Close black lens bracket. This kind of food is very easy to operate. Just put the dry noodles and seasoning together, then soak in boiling water for 5 minutes and enjoy it. Open black lens bracket. Remember, it's delicious, but don't bite your tongue. Close black lens bracket. In the place where the signature is signed, there is also a caring little smiling face. It made Beerus feel sick and chills. The way Whis talks sometimes is to make himself very unflattering. He is obviously a big man, but sometimes he talks like a damsel. Especially this disgusting smiling face. I have already started to feel disgusted when I was very young. But resentment is resentment. Beerus is still fast, opened 10 boxes. There was indeed only one bucket of instant noodles in it. Cut. Whis B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* rampant. This B asterisk 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 D must be perfunctory to me, and then ran to eat something good by himself. When I come back, I will never spare him. After seeing the monotonous bucket of instant noodles in the food box, Beerus's face instantly turned livid. Thinking that that guy might be eating a lot of fish and meat now, but he can only eat this kind of garbage, his heart is extremely unbalanced and very annoyed. But looking around, it seems that there is nothing to eat. Just as Whis ordered, he opened the instant noodles. When I opened the seasoning, there was indeed a smell that I had never smelled before, and it smelled quite fragrant. Then, I couldn't wait to add boiling water. I pinched the watch every minute and every second, and finally survived 5 minutes. The moment the lid was lifted, a scent filled the entire kitchen, and Beerus sniffed vigorously. OF. When smelling that fragrance, the whole person feels refreshed. He has never smelled this kind of fragrance in the previous planet. Wow. This smells amazing. I can't wait to taste it. This guy has a conscience without Champa whis. For example, he quickly picked up the fork, and then put a mouthful of instant noodles into his mouth. At that moment, he felt that the whole world became better by 0.2. The dissatisfaction, complaints and anger in my heart just now were swept away. Wow! A melodious scream instantly broke the silence of the god realm. It's so delicious, he had never eaten such a delicious thing. I don't know where Whis got it from. It seems that there is something written on the sticker, but I have forgotten it. It seems that this planet must not be destroyed in the future, otherwise there will be no such delicacies to eat. Russell. Beerus sucked vigorously again, and within a minute he wiped out the whole bucket of instant noodles, including the soup and noodles. Then he licked his lips with unsatisfied desire. Hey. The food is really good. Whis. That be asterisk. He doesn't know where it is. I can't wait to eat the second bucket. Pursing his lips, Gods of Destruction Beerus said eagerly. Chapter 87 Satan. Have you too cooked rice? Seeking subscription? But now there is no way, because this guy Whis has been found for a long time, and he can't feel his anger. I can only wait in the Gods of Destruction world alone in anger. And this time on Earth, Son Gohan has collected all the Dragon Balls. For a rainy day. Because other people basically don't use Dragon Ball, even if they use it, it's just to satisfy their own selfish desires. Money, fame, beauty, these are the lives that ordinary people yearn for. But Son Gohan is no longer a normal person, so these things don't appeal to him anymore. And even Vidal and number 18 are his beauties, and he really doesn't like other women. After doing all this, Son Gohan was finally free. He plans to go to Saiyan martial arts gym. After all, no matter what, no matter how much I dislike that guy, but after all, that guy will be my father-in-law from now on. Moreover, the Saiyan of this time and space did not snatch the credit of Z Fighters. His Saiyan martial arts gym was also opened by himself based on his own strength. Simple 03 After picking out some gifts, Son Gohan went to Vidal's house. When they arrived at the martial arts gym, all the students gave Son Gohan expressions of awe and admiration. You know they are about the same age now, but he has become a savior, and his strength has reached an unfathomable level. But they are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. People are afraid of comparison, and the contrast gap is obviously widened. Of course, they are more in awe of Son Gohan. If it weren't for Son Gohan, it is estimated that all of them would have been killed by artificial humans. It is simply impossible to live until now. Ms. Vidal is so lucky to have Mr. Son Gohan as her boyfriend. Who says no? I wonder if Mr. Son Gohan will look at me when I look like Miss Vidal. What? Do you want to meet men? Or are you planning to have a man and a man? You can shut up, it will make you feel better if Mr. Gohan and Ms. Vidal hear this. Wherever Son Gohan went, everyone was talking about it. They also cast awe and admiration gazes. After walking through the hall, under the guidance of the maid, Son Gohan went directly to the place where Vidal was training. At this time, Satan is also in the training ground. Ah, Gohan. Why are you here? Seeing Son Gohan's arrival, a look of surprise appeared on Vidal's face. Although Gohan had said before that he would come to visit his father. Advertisement unexpectedly, he really came today. You be D. You didn't notify me in advance before you came. Vidal said slightly reproachfully, but the voice was full of happiness. Sorry, I came in a hurry, so I forgot to notify you. Son Gohan smiled and spoke with every mouthful. What, Son Gohan? You really are Son Gohan? When Mr. Satan saw Son Gohan, the surprise on his face seemed to be stronger than everyone else. Although he has long heard that Vidal is dating Son Gohan. But to be honest, I have only seen Son Gohan on TV before, but never in real life. Now it seems that Son Gohan is more handsome and burly than on TV. This guy is indeed qualified to be his own son-in-law. Or to be more precise, there should be no one in this world who is more qualified than him. I've heard of you for a long time, Mr. Satan. I don't know what you like, so I bought some random gifts. Son Gohan looked at the surprised Satan and said with a smile. This guy is exactly the same as in the original Dragon Ball, with thick curly hair, iconic beard and that indescribable face. But I have to say that this guy is still in good shape. Where is it? Come here as soon as you see you come, and bring any gifts. Let's go talk in my office, Satan hurriedly said enthusiastically. Son Gohan is definitely a big tree, and a towering one at that. If I can get involved with him, and even become his father-in-law, won't I walk sideways on this earth? Think about it, it's pretty good, Gohan. I told you, my dad is easy to talk to, right? Actually, I told him about you before, but he didn't want to believe it. With a happy face, Vidal held Son Gohan's arm and said. Gohan's sudden arrival today is all to prove that he is his girlfriend. So she is naturally very happy, ah ha ha ha. That. Satan smiled awkwardly, he did have doubts before. Advertisement because for ordinary people, Son Gohan is definitely a god of war. Definitely not the existence that those stars can be compared with. Even in the minds of many people, Son Gohan is a real god. It is a very luxurious thing to be able to have a little relationship with him. So at the time he didn't believe that Son Gohan would have a relationship with Vidal either. But today he believed it completely. I heard Vidal say before that if you want to be her boyfriend, you have to beat his father. Mr. Satan, shall we make 2 moves? Son Gohan looked at Satan jokingly and said. With the courage of Mr. Satan, he would never dare to compete with himself. Sure enough, Satan shook his head again and again. Gohan, is there any other business you came to see me today? Vidal asked. No, the main purpose of my coming today is to meet your father. And judging by his appearance, he doesn't object to our association. Son Gohan said with a smile, because he knew very well that what he did was a kind of respect for Vidal. And Vidal will also feel happy because he did this. No matter how powerful I have become now. But as his girlfriend, Vidal definitely wants to get his attention. When? Of course I agree too much with me. Mr. Satan nodded repeatedly. If you want to know a son-in-law like Son Gohan, you can't find it even with a lantern. Immediately after that, he couldn't help asking curiously, by the way, when are you two going to get married? Is raw rice cooked? This. Direct enough, but Son Gohan loves it. Dad, what are you talking about? Vidal frowned shyly. How could Dad say such direct words in front of Gohan? Although I usually have a straightforward personality, I am a girl. Especially in front of Gohan, I also have a shy side. Oh, then you have to hurry. Satan stroked his beard and said with a deep expression. Chapter 88 Overcome the defense line of No. 18, seeking subscription. Dad, can you stop talking nonsense? Vidal immediately said with a shy face. On the other hand, Son Gohan nodded with a relaxed face and replied, let's do it as soon as possible. Well, Gohan is still sensible, I can wait to be a grandfather. Satan laughed out loud. After having a dinner together, Son Gohan took Vidal back to their family's villa, justifiably. And Vidal felt much more at ease in his heart. It's just that No 18's complexion is becoming more and more ugly. At night, after Vidal falls asleep, Son Gohan is going to go around the yard alone. Even if his strength has become very strong now, there are still things that make him in a dilemma. That's Vidal and number 18, because he knew very well in his heart that both Vidal and number 18 liked him. The character of number 18 does not allow her to say what she likes about herself, but she can feel it completely. If you want to miss the 18th, it is obviously impossible. After all, he brought her to this time and space. And during this time, maybe I was too busy, maybe it was out of consideration for Vidal, so I didn't have a good chat with number 18. So he felt quite ashamed of number 18 in his heart. After walking to the gazebo in the yard, he found that number 18 was also sitting there in a daze. After a pause, Son Gohan took the initiative to step forward. He smiled and said, why don't you go to bed so late? The 18th turned back after hearing Son Gohan's voice, but turned back quickly. Afterwards, the voice said coldly, I can't sleep, it's too boring to stay here. I have already decided that I will move out in 2 days. I don't feel comfortable living here, very uncomfortable. After finishing speaking, he glanced at Son Gohan again. At this time, there was no anger in her eyes, that kind of expression, Son Gohan couldn't describe it. But it made his heart skip a beat. It is estimated that even a fool can guess that number 18 wants to leave only because Vidal is back. Isn't this a good place to live? Why do you want to leave suddenly? Advertisement. Son Gohan bit the bullet and walked up, got to the side of number 18, and asked. To be honest, he was clearly asking knowingly. How could number 18 endure the two of them showing their affection in front of her all day long? That's for you, number 18 replied indifferently. You like me, don't you? Son Gohan asked suddenly. And this sudden question also made No 18's body visibly tremble. But soon, she came back to her senses, and said to Son Gohan with a calm face. Don't be so stinky, do you think you are money? Everyone will like you. After finishing speaking, he gave Son Gohan a big roll of his eyes. It's just that after she finished answering, her eyes were more or less lonely. In fact, I really like Son Gohan, but her character does not allow her to say it out. Number 18, don't go. Son Gohan suddenly took No 18's hand. Number 18 was stunned, and wanted to withdraw his hand, but maybe Son Gohan was too hard. Or maybe she didn't think about resisting at all, so she didn't withdraw her hand at all. I know you like me, and I like you too. Maybe it's unfair to both of you, but I definitely mean it from the heart. I don't know how to face the two of you, or how to properly handle these two relationships. I don't want to hurt either of you because that would hurt my heart. Perhaps in your opinion, my thoughts are no different from scumbags, but these are all my sincere words. Son Gohan looked into No 18's eyes and said seriously. This is indeed my sincere words, but during this period of time, he has been avoiding his own heart, avoiding Vidal and number 18. But running away is useless. One day I will have to face such a situation. I have to face Vidal and number 18 at the same time, because I don't want to give up either of them. Do not joke. Number 18 frowned, and then said, although I have been competing with Vidal, I admit that she is indeed a very good girl. But I'm different, I'm just an artificial human. Although his tone was still cold, he was still so arrogant. Advertisement, but she could hear that saying this sentence still made her feel very inferior. If I were a normal person, I would definitely look into my heart and compete with Vidal without hesitation. But now his status is different from theirs, it seems that he feels that she doesn't have that qualification. Looking at No 18's expression, Son Gohan can actually fully understand No 18's inferiority complex. He immediately said, you are a normal person, the energy emergency device in your body has been removed, you are just a stronger earth than ordinary people. You are exactly like Vidal. Son Gohan's tone is very serious and solemn. Although number 18 is indeed an artificial human. But after such a long time of contact, he did not regard number 18 as an artificial human at all. She is no different from normal women. She also likes shopping, playing, shopping, and buying nice clothes. You really think so? Number 18 looked at Son Gohan with burning eyes, and asked expectantly. In fact, he doesn't care what kind of image he is in other people's minds, whether he is a man-made human or not. What she cares about is what Son Gohan thinks, because she knows better than anyone else that she likes Son Gohan, Wang Zhao. Feelings are something she can't control. From Son Gohan's eyes, he only saw sincerity. Explain that what Son Gohan said is true, he didn't treat himself differently, and he didn't treat himself as a monster. Really, I've always thought so, Son Gohan's firm answer. Then he continued, number 18, don't leave here. I will confess this matter to Vital, I have already thought about it, no matter what the result will be in the future, fly. You really think so? Do you really like me? Number 18 asked seriously again. Son Gohan nodded again. Nothing to say all night. The next day, Son Gohan walked out of room 18. At this time in the Gods of Destruction world, Whis and Trunks also came out of that mysterious training ground. Chapter 89 Shocking Beerus, Super Saiyan God appears, seeking subscription. In the Gods of Destruction realm of the 7th universe, Gods of Destruction Beerus sits bored on a tree trunk and gnaws unpalatable food. Whis, this B***************** D, has disappeared for so long. Even if he went around the whole universe, he should probably come back, right? This nasty guy, this time he is here, I must give him a good lesson. The more Beerus thought about it, the more angry he became, cursing to himself. You know, Angel has the fastest speed in this universe. Even flying from one side of the universe to the other only takes more than half an hour. But I waited for this guy for 2 or 3 days, even if it crosses other universes, it should come back, right? Brush, and the moment the voice of Gods of Destruction Beerus just fell. A purple crack suddenly appeared in the sky of Gods of Destruction. Then, 2 figures suddenly flashed out from the crack. One of them is obviously Whis, and the other is naturally Trunks. Whis. Seeing Whis who suddenly came out from the crack in the void, Beerus showed a look of surprise on his face. Has this guy not left the God realm? Who is that guy next to him? Did Whis take him to that place to practice 107? Hey, Master Beerus, when did you wake up? Whis was also a little surprised, looking at Beerus. He thought Lord Beerus would sleep for at least a few more decades. I didn't expect to wake up so soon. After all, even if he takes an ordinary afternoon nap, it is not his style not to sleep for 50 years. This time, he only slept for 41 years. Hey Whis, where the hell are you D? Beerus jumped from the tree trunk, appeared directly in front of Whis, and then asked loudly. By the way, what is going on with this human being beside you? How did you bring him to the God realm? You should know that Gods of Destruction generally does not allow humans to come over. Unless approved by Gods of Destruction. But this guy Whis actually brought humans into the Gods of Destruction world without authorization, without notifying himself in advance. That's not what an angel should do. Let me introduce you, Lord Beerus. Advertisement, his name is Trunks, and he is the candidate I have found for you. Whis smiled and said to Gods of Destruction Beerus. After training in that place for a period of time, Trunks' strength has undergone a qualitative change. And has reached the realm of God. At this time, Trunks is fully qualified to be a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Stop kidding me, Whis. Does this brat qualify as my candidate? Also, when is it your turn to look for my candidates? Beerus glanced at Trunks with disdain and then said coldly. I am the most powerful Gods of Destruction among the 12 universes, and my candidate must also have strong strength. Not just any cat or dog can be his candidate. Don't look down on Master Trunks Beerus. He just followed me to that place to practice for more than a year, and he has already reached the realm of God. Looking at the disdainful Beerus, Whis explained. Although it was outside, only a short period of time passed. But in that special practice place, a year has passed. Because in that place, the flow of time is much faster than the outside world, so it is a very suitable place for training. What? You say this kid has reached the realm of the gods? Sure enough, what Whis said surprised Beerus. It is not an easy task for a human being to reach the realm of a god. Without absolute talent, it is impossible to reach that level. Yes, it is. Whis nodded. Cut. There is such a B************** thing. Beerus clenched his fists and looked at Trunks. ADDH. How can this guy with a peaceful face have the qualifications to be Gods of Destruction? Temperament is simply impossible to compare with myself, okay? Let's not talk about whether he has reached the realm of God. Why did you choose candidates for me without my consent, and... Beerus immediately changed his mind, looked at Whis and asked loudly. This is simply disrespect for yourself, although this guy has always disrespected himself. Master Beerus, you should have eaten the instant noodles in the kitchen, right? Advertisement, that's the gift that Trunks brings to us. His planet still has a lot of delicacies, but they are much more delicious than barrel noodles. Do you think I would be able to resist such a temptation? Or if it were you, would you be able to resist such a temptation? Whis looked at Beerus and said with a serious face. Are you saying that those instant noodles just now are the food of this guy, the planet? And there is food on his planet that is more delicious than instant noodles? Beerus asked in disbelief. The food called instant noodles that he ate before is definitely the best food he has ever eaten. Didn't expect to come from this guy's planet. In this case, it seems to be justifiable for Whis to bring him to the god realm. You must know that Whis, like himself, is also a full-fledged foodie. Perhaps he can withstand any temptation, but he absolutely cannot accept the temptation of delicious food. It's the same for me. Yes, Beerus celestial being. Of course food is only one of the reasons, and the talent of Trunks is also very powerful. Now he can become Super Saiyan God. This is the name Trunks gave himself. Whis nodded, and then said more or less proudly, Super Saiyan God. When hearing this name, Beerus froze for a moment. Then the eyeballs flickered with a piercing light. He kept thinking about the name in his prophetic dream. But these days, no matter how hard he thinks about it, he still can't remember what that name is. Can't even remember a word, but when I heard the words of Whis, the name instantly became fresh. And it's so clear. That's right, the name I predicted in my dream is called Super Saiyan God. Could it be that this guy is the formidable enemy in my foreseeing dream? Super Saiyan God. Gods of Destruction. Beerus clenched his fists tightly, then stared at Trunks. Unexpectedly, the rival in my dream is actually on my own planet. And it was trained by Whis. Chapter 90 Super Saiyan God vs. Gods of Destruction. Beerus, subscribe. If this guy has really reached the so-called God's domain after Whis training, then he is indeed qualified to be his opponent, but if he wants to be his own rival, this guy is definitely not qualified. I was looking for him, but I didn't expect this guy to take the initiative and delivered it to my door. It just so happens that I haven't moved my muscles and bones for a long time, so I can take a good shot and practice my hands. By the way, let's see if he has the qualifications to be his rival? Seeing Beerus's shocked look, Whis also looked puzzled, and asked casually, has Master Beerus heard of Super Saiyan God? This really surprised him. You must know that for hundreds of millions of years, I have always been with Master Beerus. I have never heard of Super Saiyan God. Master Beerus showed such a surprised look. Obviously he had heard this title before, but how is this possible? Mr. Whis, this is Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus. Trunks on the side finally asked after being shocked. From the body of Gods of Destruction Beerus, he felt an unprecedentedly powerful breath of God. There was even a moment when he felt that perhaps Brother Gohan was no match for this guy. Of course, he felt that this was just an illusion. In his heart, Big Brother Gohan is a true god who transcends all gods. It is absolutely impossible to be surpassed by anyone or any god. That's right. Whis nodded. Cut. The reason why I woke up so quickly this time is mainly because I had a prophetic dream, in which a powerful enemy appeared. I couldn't remember his name at first, but the Super Saiyan God you mentioned just now has exactly the same name as my dream rival. Beerus looked at Trunks and spoke, but no matter how I look at it, I always feel that this guy is not qualified to be his rival at all. Even if he can reach the realm of God, he is still far from it. What? Can such a thing happen? Master Beerus, don't lie. How could anyone in this world be a match for Gods of Destruction? Although Trunks' talent is very strong, and his current strength is also very strong, he cannot be compared with you. Angel Whis said with a look of surprise. He even suspected that Lord Beerus was lying. Because how could he have such a dream, and Master Beerus's dreams are usually unrealistic. Advertisement. Stop questioning me here, Whis. However, you are right in one sentence. It is impossible for anyone in this world to be the opponent of Gods of Destruction. Beerus said triumphantly. Gods of Destruction is the supreme god standing at the tip of a universe. It will never be surpassed by any human being. Hey, you seem to be very ordinary. Gods of Destruction. Beerus walked up to Trunks, then poked Trunks' chest with his finger. Said with a look of disdain, this guy's body doesn't seem to have any strong energy. It's hard to imagine that she has the same name as the rival in her dream. Yes, it is. Trunks could only nod in embarrassment. That was his nature. For such unnecessary things, he didn't want to argue at all. Since he said that his strength is stronger than his own, then it should be regarded as his strength. The reason why I became so powerful is to protect my planet and the people I want to protect. It's not about who to fight with, what kind of reputation to get. Master Beerus, please don't underestimate Trunks. It's just that he hasn't transformed now. After transforming, his strength is still very strong. Good enough to be a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Having been in contact with Trunks for a year, he also has a better understanding of Trunks' personality. He is a calm boy who doesn't like to fight. Okay. Since you think highly of him so much, let me play with him. Don't worry, I won't hurt him, Beerus said to Whis and Trunks eagerly. I just woke up and I need to move my body properly. This guy actually. Whis said such powerful words, maybe he is qualified to be his partner. Trunks looked helpless. To be honest, I don't want to fight Gods of Destruction. I practice desperately, nothing more than wanting to close the gap with Brother Gohan. When a powerful enemy appears, it will not take off Brother Gohan's hind legs. So he practiced and worked hard to become stronger, not to show off and compete with others. It's to protect the people you want to protect, and to protect your homeland. Especially since the guy in front of him was actually Gods of Destruction, which made him even less desired to compete. Although Saiyan's blood is also flowing in his body. But he is different from other Saiyans, perhaps because he has experienced more. Trunks, let's have a good fight with Master Beerus. Advertisement 0. Ask for flowers, perhaps this will also be of great help to your strength improvement. Whis on the side spoke. Although Trunks has been training for so long, don't let his strength grow by leaps and bounds. But in this kind of actual combat, it may be able to make his strength stronger. Especially Master Beerus is the supreme and strongest existence in the universe. Alright. Trunks could only nod. Then he clenched his fists, and the terrifying breath of God erupted from his body instantly. At that moment, the Trunks' breath became extremely powerful. The original light purple hair directly turned red, and the eyeballs also completely turned red. The body is surrounded by gas like a goblet of fire. Master Beerus, please enlighten me, Trunks said in a very polite tone. Not bad. I didn't expect that after transforming, my strength has improved so much. You guys are indeed qualified to practice with me. After Trunks transformed, powerful divine power erupted from his body, which was affirmed by gods of Destruction Beerus. After all, it is not so easy for a human being to reach this level. And Beerus has never encountered a human being capable of this level of existence before. Come on. Let me feel your power, I can't wait. The corner of Beerus's mouth twitched, his face revealing the desire to fight. As the most powerful gods of destruction, he is actually quite lonely sometimes. Because no one in this universe is his match, and as the supreme being, one often feels lonely. I also think that this Trunks may be able to make me feel some fighting fun. That's a feeling I haven't seen for a long time. Trunks nodded. Without any hesitation, his body rushed directly towards Beerus. The speed was astonishing, the body directly turned into a beam of flames, rushing towards Beerus. The attack was not fancy, but a straight fist smashed towards the bridge of Beerus's nose. Boom! Beerus just stretched out a finger, and easily blocked the attack of Trunks. In this regard, Trunks did not show any surprise. Because the strength of gods of destruction is really too strong. Even if he has reached the realm of God, but compared with these old monsters who have lived for hundreds of millions of years, they are not at the same level at all. I already felt this when I was practicing against Whis.